Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Thursday edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby live. That may give you a... Uh-oh.
There we go.
DJ Kaczynski in the house with DJ. That's you think he's more Salt Bay or Kaczynski?
Kaczynski. I love that you knew his name was Kaczynski. I don't feel like most people do.
Oh no, I think a lot of people know Ted Kaczynski. I think. Chop, what do you think with Ruben?
I mean, with the hood up, that's definitely Unabomber. But I mean, short of that, there's Salt Bay vibes for sure. With him.
Yeah. The only thing he doesn't do right is turn his mic off when he's screwing around.
Just like yesterday.
So there's Ruben getting us on and off with the air, on and off with the lights. To start off the Thursday edition live from Oxnard, California, we have 2 more shows left on DFW Sports Station. Chop, how is everything after last night? Give me a little Wednesday night recap with the crew.
I really can't give the full recap because I stopped. I left after
first one home.
Yeah, so I went out earlier with who was there?
Carter,
Chiafalo, Carter, Ruben,
and
Zach. So the nosebleeds, myself, Carter, and Zach. Carter and whatever his name is, Ruben
Kaczynski.
We went out to Rudder Room. And, we got on the beach for a hot second. I was like, guys, it's too cold out here. It's too cold. We're going inside. Shot a little pool. And
did you win? Did you dominate?
Ruben actually beat me. Yeah, Ruben's a good player. We had some epic games up, and they were fun. I hadn't played a competitive game like that in a long time.
Did anyone dare challenge you in darts?
No. Did they still have the dartboard? I didn't see it. It may have broke. And then went to eat. And that's where Bobby showed up. And then they were like, we're going back to Rudder. I was like, and at that point it was 8:30, 9 o'clock. And I was like, all right, I'm going to go to bed. I'm not, it's too cold for me at that point. I wasn't going back out. So I don't know. I can't speak to the rest of the festivities that evening, but I did hear about them.
Bob, round 2?
It was good. It was round 1 for me, so I was having to catch up because Walchuk was throwing out the P word at me, saying, well, you're a P word, you've had 1 drink. Because I was trying to say, hey, why don't you come get another drink with me? And Zach was trying to say, I can't. You're the P word that just showed up and has had 1 drink. So, realistically, there's only 1 reply to that, right, Chop?
Yeah, you did what you had to do, apparently.
Specifically, what do you think is the way to counter that?
You got to keep your rep.
And by doing that, I think you had to get 3 shots of Jack and then come back and go, I'm drinking one after the other right here.
Yeah.
And so that's why, how many did I have in the hour? Ruben, we were there for like an hour. 7.
I don't think I don't even think there's any other way to go about combating that. If someone's going to call you the P word, I think you absolutely did the right thing.
Thank you.
Now, today, you might look like an idiot, but in the moment, I think in the moment you did the right thing.
Yeah, it's like somebody one of those remove the glove, slap you in the face, and I can't just be like, I'm not going to have a duel now. It's like you have to get out there.
And Ruben's still stuck with no drinking.
He was like, he was clean. We tried to get him to have one. He was like, nope. He's like, I'm done.
So 7 shots within an hour.
It was a lot. It was 7 shots of Jack too. I don't think I've drank Jack in a long time.
Okay. And Carter had to end up driving everyone home?
As best he could. Honestly, I may have been better driving home, given the way that he drives. I may have been able to handle things a little better.
So you're not making a drunken driving reference, to be clear.
No,
you're calling him a bad driver.
That's exactly it. I'm making a reference to Carter clearly didn't know how to drive, that anybody else in the car probably does a better job.
What couldn't he do?
He's just like, he's a little, we're leaving, and he didn't see like a bump or a dip in the road, and we heard the front end of that van like hit and go bang, because he just didn't see it and was trying to speed right over it. That was great. So, but other than that, it was it was great. Ruben was just chilling. Like, you should have drove.
Yeah,
I trust your driving. I don't know, because Carter feels like he has to be in charge of everything when he's around. Like, here, I'll do this. We'll do. Let's go throw footballs on the field. And
We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thursday edition of Sean, RJ, and Roberto here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. And we are brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey, Best Buy Windows and Siding, and Guardian Caps. Eric Chiafalo, hopefully he's good enough to wake up this morning because he's going to be joining us at 8 o'clock for about the rest of the show.
He'll be good because I was trying to peer pressure him the way that Walchuk peer pressured me because I didn't want to be alone. And Eric was like, "No, see, this is where the adult says I got to get up in the morning. I'm not doing that."
Eric said that?
Yeah.
Now, see, Bobby, the lesson to take from all that is, and you can take this with Broadus and with Sandler and everything else, with every other fight that you've had this week.
Hey, I get credit on the Broadus fight. You talked to Peyton before. Peyton was on my side on that one.
Yeah, you have some, security and some self-assurance, and you go, I don't need to have 19 drinks to prove to you anything. I don't need to do this to prove to you anything. I know what I bring to the table. I'm good enough. I'm smart enough. And doggone it, people like me. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to say to yourself.
Stuart Smalley that in my head over and over again.
Yes, but loaded show today. The Payload with the Zach Walchuk press conference at 6:40. I've watched it 12 times at least.
I watched it a bunch too.
I've watched it. It's absolutely amazing. 6:40, the Zach Walchuk press conference in the Payload Neighborhood Watch at 7:40. Eric Chiafalo joins as a co-host at 8.
Oh, baby.
And Mike McCarthy live at 8:30, along with the second debut of Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com, and he was out last night.
He was out last night, and Choppy made sure to get him a couple times, poke him a little bit. Like, by the way, that's 7:20 tomorrow, Nick. Just so you're aware, you are supposed to be on with us tomorrow.
Good job.
Yeah. So we were.
What do you say? What's your initial reads?
I think he's very humble. Not humble. Humble's a bad word. He's not humble. He's
very down to earth. Very chill.
He's a green-eyed kid, right? He's green, very green, right? He's ready, willing and ready to do, I think, just about anything. So,
what should I expect with Eric Chiafalo co-hosting? As I've never done a radio show with Eric before.
I would not expect to keep anything on time. Okay. I also think that, if he does ask Mike McCarthy a question, that eliminates at least 3 questions that we can ask.
That's right.
Because of length, not because we'd ask the same questions.
Right.
Eric's question would be, Coach, you ever blown up one of these bathrooms back here? What do you
I'm
do?
sorry,
if you
that's
have no
my
plunger?
question to him,
you have
sir.
No plunger. No,
that's my question.
That's absolutely where he would.
But yeah, it's because he was like, "What's the one question you're going to ask McCarthy?" And I'm like, "I only get one."
Who asked that?
Eric said to me, "What's the one question you want to have?" I'm like, "I only get one."
Yeah.
All right.
You're his favorite, so you got to be able to ask multiple ones.
Isn't it like when they talk about growing up in a big family? How somebody who grew up in a big family tends to just stuff their face when they're eating because it's almost like, oh, what
holy cow!
So when you come off of G-Bag, Eric probably feels a little more like, oh, you get one, I get one, and I'm going to take every opportunity I can to make sure that I get 2 minutes out of this.
Speaking of stuffing faces, he ordered a $34 pizza.
It was a large. It was a large meat lovers.
The large meat-nator at Toppers.
Was it $34?
$34.
This Dave Portnoy reviewed Toppers.
Yeah, and he's nailed it. It's good for a chain.
Yes,
it's good for a chain.
Crust is really good.
And and
the salad bar.
It's a salad bar where you get a side of pizza. That's what you call it, Toppers.
Yeah.
And Eric ate the entire large meat-nator by himself.
15 minutes.
I'm not even sure it was that long.
Were you impressed?
I looked at it. I was like, "What happened here? Where's your food?"
Wow.
This is like when we went out to Duke's the other night, the Reuben spot, and he ordered a big 2 fish tacos, and a giant burrito.
Yeah.
And he finished that faster than I've ever eaten anything.
Wow. He beat you in the speed? Did he eat the pizza before you ate your pizza?
Finished about the same time.
I had a salad. I had a little lunch-size thing. It was 2 slices.
Yeah.
So that was, he was done first.
He had not gotten his pizza yet when I walked up. He was still waiting for it. I went and ordered mine. By the time I came back, his had been set in front of him. Before my pizza arrived, he had finished his, basically.
Wow. Yeah, when we went to this Spencer McKenzie's, I'm like, what should I order? He goes, the burrito and tacos. And I said, what? I said, is the burrito small? He's like, no, it's a good size. I'm like, why would you order tacos on top? I've never ordered tacos and a burrito. And
you got to use the entire expense account.
I don't know. I don't think that's why he's doing it. Or maybe the pizza was $34, that we get $35 for dinner.
Boom, nailed it.
Maybe that's why he's actually doing it.
Tipped $1.
Yes.
Well, you were standing up. You shouldn't have tipped at all.
Man, he was. I don't know what it is because he does just inhale while we're out here a couple different ways. But like when we're out there, I don't understand how he doesn't put on any weight with how much he eats because he'll just carb after carb after carb.
Eric Chiafalo joining us at 8 o'clock this morning. I think people can see you.
That's right.
Idiots on the people can see you idiots on the fan cam with whatever you're doing back and forth. You want to explain it or just move on?
I don't know what he was saying. I thought he was. What reference?
Get a little plump.
Oh,
I think he's getting a little plump.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, a little plump.
Yep,
I thought you said plug.
That's
First,
after,
I thought
I think he's good. I think he's
look. RJ can't handle that someone could be the more masculine Italian, so now he's got to call him fat.
Well, we found out.
I don't know. He's the more masculine Italian.
We found out. Eric
Well, he ate his food like the biggest man around.
But see, he was fake Italian. With real Italians don't get meat lovers. Those are fake Italians.
Eric's unethical life hack we learned yesterday, though. So he's trying to work on the plump body by using the RJ Choppy phone number.
Oh my God! I get to the gym yesterday, and I have my little app to check in. You scan the QR code, and they say, "Huh, it says you're already here," and I'm like, "What's that?" And then I was like, I knew exactly what happened at that point. I was like, "Oh,
he's out freeloading you too."
I said I must have. I must have clicked. I must have clicked something on the app to to check in. Like, oh yeah, that's probably what it is. So I walk upstairs and there he is.
But you knew.
I knew exactly what it was. I knew also where to go. I said, "Let me go find the little small weights for Eric."
Oh,
nice.
Small weights.
I've never seen somebody who's over 200 pounds rock as light as he goes.
Eric says it's the only phone number I've memorized. It's like just so I can get into the gym.
So he's using your phone number to get in the gym.
Yeah, which I whatever. Go ahead, man. It doesn't bother me.
And it doesn't mess with your status?
I guess not. No. So I'm like, okay, go ahead.
So he's been doing it every day?
Every day. Every day. Every day.
Wow, and you can't get mad at Chiafalo. That's the thing.
I can't. I refuse to.
Yeah, I refuse to. All right, that's how we start off the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ. Thank you for being a Tolo, part of the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. As we said, we think we're loaded today. The payload at 6:40. Chiafalo co-hosts at 8. Mike McCarthy live at 8:30. You nervous for McCarthy?
No, not at all. Not a bit.
You're not a bit?
No.
Then why did you make your trip last night?
Last year was that was just more. I wanted to be on. It was not about.
Okay.
It was not about being nervous. Last year I was a little more nervous because I didn't know what the dynamic was going to be. But I'm under contract longer than McCarthy, so I'm not worried about it.
The Cowboys are bringing in a D lineman. Dak dominates practice, and we have our first fight out here in Oxnard. We'll go inside the Star in the home of America's team next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But, man, there was an awesome social media thread last night on one of my pages, and it was started by a Tolo named Nick Hames, and he tagged me and said, Sharif, Hurtado Barbecue, absolutely worth the hype.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
A portion of the proceeds donated to our charities. Make your reservations today at dfwrestaurantweek.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the Good Feet Stores and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333 with Frankel and Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Inside the Star here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys, brought to you in part by the on-time experts, Best Buy Windows and Siding, and Uber One. I'm Sean Trafe alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. The things I wrote down for practice, I thought Dak Prescott was absolutely money. Bobby had the videos of Trey Lance. We had our first training camp fight. Eric Kendricks missed the practice with a back. And the drone. Is that a drone?
Is that a drone? That was a drone. That was definitely a drone.
But I thought Dak was fantastic.
Dak was great yesterday. Now, it was one of the more productive days I think we've seen from the offense out here. I feel like most days defense has won. But, man, they were getting testy on defense. This is something that Brian's theory yesterday was that starting with the goal line work early and making it a competitive period early in practice with the mojo moment.
Oh, my. I thought you said they got rid of the mojo.
Well, I had not seen one.
They didn't announce it, but you heard the music play, and then they were out there. But Brian thinks that set the tone for the whole practice, that then guys were kind of chippy right out of the gate. And, man, there was a section yesterday. You were close enough. You could hear some real back and forth. Marquise Bell at one point was covering something down the field in 7-on-7, and he goes, Dak tried to look down the field and ended up checking it down, and Marquise Bell was screaming the whole way back to the huddle. You want it, Dak, and you can't get it. You want it, and you can't get it. And Jordan Lewis, Malik Hooker were fighting back and forth about some miscommunication at one point. So, bit of a chippy practice, but I thought Dak was really good yesterday. I don't know how good he was versus I just had gotten done seeing Trey Lance throw the football. And so it's changed my standard a little bit. And good football was going to look like anybody who just correctly read the defense.
Take us through the interception.
Which one?
The pick six return.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, so here's the issue.
Joe Trahan from WFAA stopped us down while we were leaving practice, and he's like, did you guys see that? He wanted to talk about Lance with the video, and I understand Pat McAfee put you on there?
That's what somebody on the fan text is saying. They're saying they ran my Tyler Guyton, Micah Parsons videos yesterday, hopefully with some credit, hopefully with a little putting my at on there. That'd be nice.
Like the Colorado jerseys, Dion, with the social media handles on the back of everyone's jersey.
Yeah, McAfee just ripped our video. That's what I saw.
Fish Sportsy.
Gentlemen. But look, if his name were not Trey Lance, had they not already sunk a fourth-round pick into him, we'd be having discussions about Trey Lance needs to be released. He has been that poor. I was walking by with somebody on the beat yesterday, and they were like, I think Trey Lance is the fourth best quarterback here after Scott Tolzien, the quarterback's coach. It's just, he's not, and it's troubling stuff. There are times you see athletically, okay, I see it. The way he moves around the pocket, the size, there's stuff there where you go okay, there it is. But when it comes down to the arm talent, does it look any better to you when we've been out here? Does his arm talent look any better than Dak's?
Yes.
I don't think it does.
Absolutely. Yeah, because just judging by his overthrows.
I don't think.
Listen, yesterday I thought was easily his best day, and he was not good. He was not. Okay, now are we talking about in the individual workouts or in the team?
Period.
You two are loser football people. You're watching the offensive line, defensive line guys.
Oh, I watched Trey Lance the whole practice.
I do nothing but watch the quarterback. I don't care about all those other 50, however many guys. I don't care about that. I care about the quarterback.
He was much better.
He was much better in the individual portion where he's just working with either throwing to nets or throwing to receivers that are uncovered. He was much better there yesterday than he has been the previous days. The moment you get defensive players on there, he does not process the game fast. He is missing. I counted at least 6 times where if he just let the ball go, that guy was wide open by the time the ball would have gotten there.
He on the 2 interceptions, I don't know what he saw or didn't see. He stared down both times the defensive player. The defensive player was almost never out of his vision, stood there the whole time. That is the most aggressive tunnel vision I've ever seen of a quarterback reading the field.
He does.
And that's saying something, because we do have Dak Prescott here, who that is his biggest problem reading the field, is he just does not see sitting defenders a lot of times. This is, remember the quarterback vision cone from Madden?
Yeah.
This is a like spaghetti line of vision. He cannot see anything outside of exactly what he's looking at.
This is one of the problems when you have somebody come into the league, and it's changed a little bit over the years, but this was one of the issues where there was a stat we did back when Cam was drafted. Guys who hadn't seen over 1,000 snaps in college didn't perform well at the NFL level. This is one of Parcells' 11 quarterback traits, right? He wanted to have a quarterback who was at least a 3-year starter because you see everything. Trey Lance has seen no football in his life, and it just doesn't. He does not process the game fast.
I think I could only answer this by like rewatching like their tape out here, or having someone who does that like Broadus tell me. There's like 3 or 4 times he takes off and runs.
Yeah.
But you've kind of been next to me and you're like, had him. So is everything shut down, or is he not seeing the throw he's supposed to make and instead taking off and running? That would be not seeing the game.
That's a good point. And this is a good point, too, to be completely fair. 425. Didn't everyone say this about Dak as a rookie at practice? Dak was absolutely an awful practice player as a rookie. He still is not a great practice player, but he
was yesterday.
He absolutely was. The problem with Lance, and this is where Brian was fighting me on it a little bit yesterday, was Brian was saying, I think that's a lack of experience. The stuff that you're seeing out there is a lack of experience. And I told him, I said, Brian, we're talking about this is year 4, though. I understand, like, there's a lack of playtime experience, but this is the stuff where, like, he's supposed to have that part of the game, the IQ, the classroom work stuff, and applying to the field. That's where it's supposed to be the strongest, because that's all he's been doing for 4 years.
Yeah, but how many did he miss any training camps with injury?
But
I mean, he missed a lot of time during the season with injury.
Because you could be.
I don't think he missed any training camp time with injuries. Even if he did, though, but that's like more. You're doing the classroom work.
I know, but you still have to go out there and do it.
Sure, that's right. No, that's fair. He is.
Look, it's been disappointing. I'm going to ask McCarthy at 8:30. Is Trey Lance struggling? And he might drop the. It's just like anything, but we were all hoping for more, except for Dak. Except for Dak's agent.
No, I mean, somebody was joking yesterday. They were like, Cooper Rush needs to hold in. If I'm Cooper Rush, I stop practicing. I say, I need a new contract now. You got to pay me.
What else from yesterday?
Look, I think these practices are showing, kind of unsurprisingly, a lot of them typically do. The receivers are really standing out in this one. Racey McMath, Tyron Billy Johnson, they continue to have really good camps.
But yesterday you said you were terrified of the receivers.
Yeah, I'm terrified of, like, in general, when they get out into team period, like, the lack of weapons. I think in individual stuff, winning one-on-ones, they flash. Racey McMath, I think, has had a good camp overall. But yesterday, it's, Jalen Brooks had a big catch yesterday. Tolbert had a couple catches in red zone period. Dak was a lot more accurate yesterday than I think we've seen him any day.
With Cooks as well.
Yeah, Cooks has had a quiet camp, I feel like, for the most part. He's not stood out the way that I'm used to seeing. Day one he did. He was blown by the secondary a couple different times, but since then it's been a little bit more staggered. But I'll tell you what was interesting was the Chuma Edoga. We talked about how tweaked his back, had missed some time during the practice. Guyton goes out there, shows what he can do in pads, and there was a lot of talk of, all right, you've seen it now. There's no need to worry about it. Guyton is first-team tackle all the way out there, and yesterday it was right back out there with a bad back. Chuma Edoga was the first-team left tackle. And I'd said to Brian yesterday, I was like, project for me right now as it stands who you think is the starting offensive line week 1 in Cleveland. And he's like, at this point, he's like, I think it's right. I think it's Edoga. I think Edoga's starting at left tackle over Guyton week 1 because it seems like, I think if it was only up to Mike Solari alone, I don't think Guyton starts this year.
This year?
If it was only up to him, and it's not gonna be. But I don't think that Guyton would start this year if it was up to Solari, because Solari is a guy who he places a lot of trust in veterans. That's what he does. I think he absolutely would prefer Edoga start against Cleveland than Guyton.
Wow.
I mean, that's a welcome to the NFL.
Yeah.
Guyton against Cleveland against Myles Garrett.
They asked,
and it could be a welcome to the injured list if Udoga plays out there blocking for Dak against Myles Garrett.
And I don't think Udoga's been awful at this camp. He's been fine.
Yeah, he had a good shot to Micah's head, or got you in trouble on social media. You said Micah got rocked here, and people are like, "What do you mean? What do you mean rocked? It was an illegal penalty."
It's just like when. Look, when I get in a car accident, even if it's not my fault, I may have gotten rocked in the car accident. That was the point that I was making. But Edoga, I don't think, has been awful out here, but it does seem like there's just a lack of trust in the rookie, that they don't want to put that in his hands right now, or at least Mike Solari doesn't seem to want to.
And then Choppy, we may have had our first signs of Bill Belichick prepping for the Cowboys job.
It appears. We heard this. And it was like over the field. Then all of a sudden, the drone goes away. And we see it over the houses.
You're like, that's not a Cowboys. Now, how could you identify saying that's not a Cowboys drone? How did you know that?
I had no idea.
Oh, you said it with such confidence.
I mean, look, if you say anything with confidence, people think that you know what you're talking about. That's kind of rule number one of life. I have no idea if that was a Cowboy drone or not. It was over the housing complex at that point. So my assumption is it was not a Cowboy drone.
Didn't we hear some discussion about? I don't want to attribute anything, but didn't we hear some discussion over the weekend about there were people asking for permission to fly drones over the practice field?
Yes.
But I think it was supposed to be after practice, so I wonder if there was some miscommunication or if that was tied to what we had heard over the weekend.
Okay.
Because we did hear there were requests for, hey, can we fly a drone over the practice field? And there was some disagreement about, yeah, that's fine, or no, don't do it. And so I wonder if that was a miscommunication on that front.
Because there was no star on the drone.
You couldn't see it.
The star on the no,
it's so far away.
It's the Pepsi logo or something is what.
Okay, there was no Pepsi logo. No, because the Cowboys, the Cowboys would have had that thing.
They don't even have their Guardian caps branded.
I know.
Why aren't the Guardian caps branded yet, like the Chargers?
Because the Chargers are apparently the only smart team in the NFL.
Man,
because they've got their logo branded all over the Guardian caps. The Cowboys don't. I haven't seen anybody else do that. And if the Cowboys are smart, and the Cowboys are, this is a very marketing-based organization.
Savvy.
100% would have had a marketing label on the drone that you could see from miles away, and there was nothing. So I'm going with two things. One, not a Cowboy. Two things. Not a Cowboy drone. Two, because it was not branded.
One only guy that's out there yesterday at practice, by the way, who just still refuses to throw on the Guardian cap, Micah Parsons. He's not throwing that on yet.
We're 0 for 2 with the two guests that we've had, at least. They do not seem to love it, and they don't want to answer questions about it either. And then our first fight of practice. Who was it?
Yes, it was Kalen Carson and Brevin Spanford, which it is never a good sign when Kalen Carson, who I think is losing about 40 pounds on Brevin Spanford, the tight end, man, he turned around, ripped him to the ground, got right on top of him, and he was ready to brawl. But it was a chippy practice. There was a lot of, like I said, there was a lot of talking yesterday.
RJ had the best tweet of practice. He said, "Just had our first training camp fight. I can report it was not between the two fans that are here."
Wait, what's wrong with you?
So well done.
I didn't catch a whole lot of heat on that on social media. There's some Cowboy homers who don't want to hear about the crowds. Yeah. They don't want to hear it.
I mean, the salsa festival's in town.
It's big.
Yeah,
because it's good salsa. It's some good salsa I bet you can get.
What was big is the Zach Walchuk press conference. The main story in the payload. Peyton Russell taking over the Thursday edition with Sean and RJ next.
Hi, it's Eric Thomason from Blue Nail Roofing. We've been serving North Texas homeowners for decades. And with every one of our customers, our
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
...2024, August 10th. Sign up now at 1053thefan.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment?
I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. That is all I do is just press those buttons. But today, I'm hosting a segment for at least the next, 13 minutes or so. It's the payload every Thursday at this time. But right now, guys, I will use this platform to save a bunch of the Tolos right now. I found out last night from my girlfriend, Mackenzie, today, August 1st, is National Girlfriend's Day. So for all those Tolos out there, who, are out, either driving to work or getting some cereal, getting some coffee in the morning, It's National Girlfriend's Day. Do what you want with that information, but with my platform, I'm going to say Happy National Girlfriend's Day to Mackenzie.
Well, what you did was just screw everyone else over because none of us are aware of that. So
girlfriend, not wife day, National Girlfriend Day.
Good point.
right.
Good point.
There you go. You're saved. All three of you guys are saved.
Well, Choppy is not a wife yet. I guess National Fiance Day.
Day, yeah.
Is that
I think that's
separate?
July 10th or something. That's already.
I missed that one, so thanks, Peyton.
I don't know what it is.
Now, Peyton, how has it been without us there for that long? Anything different, more enjoyable? You're making less coffee? Looking forward to us coming back? How has it been solo?
I think I've missed 2 coffee days up here just because it's boring. I mean, I'll admit it. I miss you guys.
But would you trade having us out of here versus Bobby interfering and messing with you on the daily?
Ooh, see.
Or you miss that?
Yeah,
kinda?
because when he messes with me during breaks, I can just turn you guys off, turn you guys out of queue, and I have to, forget about it. But I don't know. I mean, interacting with y'all here, I will say it's a lot easier to interact with y'all when I can see you. I can read the body language. When it's my turn to talk, your turn to talk. Here, I'm just looking at a small screen, so I can't really read the body language. It's very tough to do that. So I do want you guys back here. But I mean, it's me and Jake up here. That's it. And, for the first 30 minutes, and Jake's the TSN guy in the morning, for those who don't know.
Detroit.
Exactly. And, but yeah, it's just me and him up here. So it's very, no video guy here. No one. Janders are gone. It's just darkness. The lights aren't on the studio, so it's just dark up here.
Let's be honest, though, Peyton. You feel like when we're out here, you feel like it's sort of a vacation because you're not having to pull as much audio and you can be as checked out as you want without, be honest, you feel like this has been a vacation, don't you?
No, I'm not going to admit to that. In fact, it's the opposite of a vacation. And in fact, I mean, I think I should be out there with y'all. That's just my, 2 cents. But
All right, let's hit it.
All right, so now speaking of audio, we love to play Cowboys presser audio. We get the audio immediately here on the fan and replay it to y'all, the Tolos. And so when we get presser audio like we did yesterday afternoon, a special guest, we have to replay it. This is, we might know him, love him, hate him. It's Zach Walchuk. He spoke to the media yesterday at the podium in Oxnard, where you guys are, and I believe the presser is just a few feet away, y'all, right next to it, right?
Right next to it.
Oh yeah, about 12 feet.
And so Zach was up there yesterday afternoon and answered the hard-hitting questions from the media.
Now, this had to, hang on a sec. This had to do with the fan combine.
Yeah,
he didn't participate.
He did. He did a different. He did like the long snap, right? Like him and Walchuk, him and Chiafalo, and Dawson. They did throw the football a little bit, right? They were out there before we got there,
but not full participation.
Not full participation.
And Zach Walchuk went to the podium to explain and answer.
Now, there's been a lot of questions as to why I won't be participating in today's station workout. But you know what? I don't have a lot to say about it. I've just been talking with my team. This is the best decision to make in order for myself and those around me and my family, really for health reasons. And I think that whatever questions you guys are going to have, I don't really give a damn, but fire away.
All right, stop it right there. All right. His delivery, y'all gotta watch this. We really need someone to put this stuff up on the fan cam, Twitch and YouTube, because I'm thinking about having McCarthy watch and analyze this at 8:30 this morning, because he's at McCarthy's podium with the presser. The delivery was fantastic. He talked about his team, his health, and then Carter's idea of getting Chiafalo, the Gag Nation, in press row with the credentials, asking the questions. The video just takes it up 10 different notches. I watched this 13 times last night. I loved it so much.
It was a big Carter victory. This was a big Carter content victory. I'll give it to him.
Big Carter victory. So now we get to the questions from the media.
Did the bosses at the station know you were as big of a as you are when they signed you?
The P word's been floating around quite a bit, and I'm not going to really comment on that right now. But that's something that I'm going to have to look and reflect on internally. I'm not saying that it's incorrect, but I just don't really appreciate the question to begin with.
Are you all in on being out of shape this season?
I think it's pretty clear that I'm all in on.
Chiafalo's aggressiveness in asking the question, and then when I watched this for the first time, I was like, "Oh damn!" He went in on this. Are you all in on being out of shape this season? Started back with the question, and then we'll go with Walchuk's response, Peyton.
Are you all in on being out of shape this season?
I think it's pretty clear that I'm all in on that. I dropped 80 pounds. I put about 40 of it back. So I think that's one thing. I know there's a question about weight. I can certainly lose it, but I can certainly pack it back on. So I think that either way, I can fit a variety of different schemes.
Rumor has it you didn't take the drug test that they asked you to take.
I didn't, because I think that's part of the NIL deal. If somebody wants me to urinate in a cup, I better be getting paid for it.
Did you clog up that toilet?
I can't confirm or deny that, but I was the last one in it. Any other questions? Go yourselves.
That was gold. That was amazing.
Oh, God. Broadus asking about the drug test and Gavin Dawson asking about the toilet. I loved that. So his delivery was, I thought, perfect.
He's clearly seen a number of press conferences at the Combine out here at Oxnard, picked up a couple tips.
That's it.
He clearly, I think he could stand up here and do press conferences with the best.
Without playing the video for McCarthy, do you think is that a dumb idea to have him analyze? Is he going to be like, "What are you guys doing here?" If I tell him it's like 40 seconds,
I mean, no,
video would help. Absolutely, but then again, does Mike go back and watch his own press conference videos?
Video would absolutely help. I mean, shoot. Are we going to get Carter here by 8:30 today? He was here at 8:15 yesterday. So I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a question. If
He
Carter,
was up.
If Carter should be here. If Carter's here, I think he should be able to roll it for
it's
him.
going to have to sync up as well. But man, it's on the Instagram page, the Zach Walchuk Fan Combine Presser, as part one of the payload here on the Fan.
That's right. Now, guys, we're going to go locally here, and I know Bobby has his segment Neighborhood Watch that the survey loved that, the Tolos loved it. But we're going to stay local here in Addison. They are building a baseball simulator sports bar called Bat Box, and it's coming to Addison in 2025. Now, you might think, okay, well, what is this? It's a baseball simulator where you drink, eat, have fun. It's basically Topgolf but baseball. I loved it. I thought Topgolf was one of the most genius entertainment inventions of all time. I love the atmosphere. I love being there. I love the thought process of having Topgolf. So this is baseball version of Topgolf coming to Addison in 2025. I love it. Absolutely love it.
What are you laughing at?
It sounded like a G-bag tease to me, where it's like, coming up Thursday, it's a Thursday, where he goes, it's a baseball simulator. Now, you maybe ask yourself, what is that? Well, it's a baseball simulator.
Choppy, how do you feel about this? You got to be Mr. Batting Cage and, of course, golfer as well.
I like the idea. Someone's going to get hurt. Someone's going to be swinging a bat.
You're not going to have as much, probably, I'm guessing, female participation where you can get some girls swinging up there at Topgolf with a little golf swing. Are we going to get is it going to be as like a group outing-y?
I think far more girls play softball than golf.
Shout out Kelly.
No, but I think with just like my wife. A general outing for someone who's not an athlete, she might stand up there and take 5 golf swings.
Okay.
She's never getting in the cage.
No.
So I don't know if it's as I don't know if it'll be as communal.
All right, from that standpoint,
as a group outing.
So Peyton, are you hitting are they actually going to have a live pitching machine in this thing, or is it going to be up? Is it going to be one of those things where the ball pops up out of the ground?
No, it's straight simulator. So it's just you have a bat and then you're going off the screen in front of you. Kind of like golf simulator. I know you have an actual golf ball maybe in that, but they're throwing a pitch to you or you're just swinging a bat. Like it's all video, but you're just swinging the bat and then it picks up how hard you hit the ball, where you hit the ball, if you hit the ball, if anything, and then how far it goes and whatnot. A big home run derby basically is what I think it'll turn into.
Oh baby,
I've seen these. I don't think that I think this will be the first one in DFW, but I know I've seen these on Instagram and stuff like that, and that's exactly, you have this bat and there's this screen in front of you and you're just supposed to it's like there's a sensor in the bat, so you're not actually there's no actual contact with any balls.
Oh, this would be bat flipping for days.
I know it's you're eating, drinking, you're having fun. It's like I said, it's Topgolf with baseball. I love it. All right, it's the payload.
Easier to get in there with a reservation.
Dude, Topgolf's impossible to get into. Those miniature golf things, like the pop strokes, are super hard to get into. Everything.
All right, guys, last story here for you. Okay, so, Sean, you love cooking. You love grilling. We all love food here. This is Erik Karlsson. Now, he is a hockey player, professional hockey player for the Pittsburgh Penguins, and he has this diet here that he eats, just about every other day, it seems like, in the regular season. And this is him describing what he eats, and I want you to kind of listen to it, and then I want your opinion, and all three of you guys' opinion on what he's eating here.
Pasta Alfredo, meat sauce, raw onion, hot sauce, and ketchup. A little salt and pepper. What? Yeah, I think first time anyone sees it, it's I get a comment on it. Usually not the most positive. And then we muck it. I like it. It's worked for me for 15 years now. I'm sticking with it as long as I can.
I think this is the secret to a long career in the NHL.
No, it's not. I should probably eat something different, but it's still working for me. So I'm still doing it.
I don't mind the raw onion, but the ketchup and hot sauce threw me.
Hang on, let me write down. Did I get this right? I heard Alfredo, raw onion, ketchup, hot sauce. Did I hear those things? Maybe
yes,
play
and
the
ground
ingredients part and ground beef. Raw. Is he like cooking all this together, or is it like raw onion, just the ketchup with the noodles, Alfredo? Do you see a picture of this, Peyton?
So
like,
the video up on, this is Barstool who tweeted this out. The video has the pasta and the meat sauce is cooked. All that's cooked, and then the raw onion, he's chopping it up and throwing it on top, and then he squirts a big thing of ketchup and hot sauce on top. And this isn't like, I mean, this is like Tabasco, basically. That's what he's throwing on top. I don't know how you can eat this. If this is a pregame meal, I don't know how you eat hot sauce and pasta before a pregame. It would upset my stomach, but this is insane to me.
Well, a lot of people eat pasta.
Pasta, the carbs, you the energy or whatever. He lost me at Alfredo sauce. The moment I heard Alfredo, I was out. You look at what's the first line there say, Bobby, right there?
Alfredo sauce is not commonly served in Italy.
That's right. Real Italians don't eat Alfredo sauce.
It's making me think of Ruben's possible last dinner plan, as he had an Italian place on his agenda.
Dominic's.
Dominic's.
Yeah, we've been there before.
We have?
Yeah, we went there. I think it was our first camp together.
Was that Grego's spot?
Grego's spot, yeah. Yeah, it was Grego's spot.
I don't. What do you remember from it? Are you looking up the place, Bobby?
I'm looking at the video of what Eric Carlson's doing. This is, and these are big onion rings. This is
lots of ketchup. Lots of ketchup. Oh God, yeah. It was kind of mid. It was kind of mid.
Then he's got a piece of grilled chicken off to the side that he's dipping in a ton of ranch dressing.
No, he's definitely been in prison too.
Why? He's missing
the way he's holding the fork. He's got the fork held backwards, scoop style, and it in there.
Thursday edition of The Payload right here for the 6 a.m. Club. Thank you all for being the best part of our show and turning it on, leaving it on, watching live on the Peyton, where are we at on the YouTube? I want to know the number for The Payload.
Oh, we're at 309, baby. 309.
Is that good or eh?
I think it was about 350 before 7 o'clock yesterday, so a little under, but, it's fine. It's still early. It's Thursday.
It's still early. It's Thursday, but your segment was earlier, too. It's over now. The Texas Rangers, is it over for them? And another loaded edition of the Pedal to the Metal with RJ Choppy, all next with Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. But let me get you hooked up with mycomputercareer.edu. Have you started the process yet? I want y'all to, because by the win.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
and her studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The payoff pitch. Swung on and drilled down the left field line. That is in there for extra bases. One run is home. Arenado being waved in. And Wyatt Langford overthrows the cutoff man, Josh Smith, so there's no play at the plate. And makes it 7-0 St. Louis.
Good grief. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby live from Oxnard, California for two more shows here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We are brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey, Best Buy Windows and Siding, and Guardian Caps. We're your home of the Cowboys, and we are your home of the World Series champs. We were standing on the sidelines yesterday, and it felt like a 7-minute barrage of updates as people were walking by going 5-0, 7-0, 8-0, and it ended up 10-1, the St. Louis Cardinals putting it on Andrew Heaney and the Rangers.
Is that good? The final score, 10-1. I don't think that's where you want to do it. What a dud! The last 18 innings of this series were just so disheartening. You lose 18-2. You get outscored 18-2 in the final 18 innings. I'm no math guy, but I believe that's allowing a run an inning.
You nailed it, Chops.
And that's scoring one run every 9. I don't think that's exactly how you want to do it, but you add that to the 3 games they played in Toronto over the weekend, where they in the final 2 games they're outscored 14-6 in that series, and you lose 5 of 6 overall, and you go to 5 back in the loss column. You're at the time you were, and it's just a bad, disheartening way to start the post-trade deadline part of the schedule.
Allow me to brag for you because it'll be much more likable than you doing it.
I'm not going to brag. I'm good.
Congratulations. Bobby's on the sideline, and we're in the end zone, and I was like, oh, God. I was like, at least get on the board. I was like, this is making Bobby look so good with his offensive Rangers take. The bats are not there, and they're not going to show back up. So, Bobby, congratulations. While they're in this scoring drought, it's just making you look better and better.
That's been...
It's the reason why Mike Bask is giving you this brand new baseball respect in our crosstalks. Hey, I can actually feel and see Mike thinking about what you're going to say to his baseball points. I feel like he thinks he has a new baseball peer.
I caught him off guard with the Cowboys comparison that day. I don't think he was prepared for it.
Yeah.
And it made him spin a little bit. But no, here's the thing, is that you've got since the All-Star break, and I understand people say you played those games. I get it. I'm not saying take them off the board. But if you go outside of that 4-game sweep against the Chicago White Sox, the worst team in baseball, the Rangers are 2-7 since the All-Star break, and they've been outscored by 33 runs.
Ooh.
It's just, they are... It doesn't feel like it's an offensive drought to me. This feels like this is just a bad offense. They're just a bad offense. This is kind of
you have to say they're a bad offense at this point.
Yeah.
Like, when's the last time in DFW we waited as long for a unit to like wake up and click, and they did? I know that's a really broad question. Like, Cowboys offense all of a sudden clicked. Mavs defense offense all of a sudden clicked. Stars did it all turn. I mean, it doesn't usually happen.
I mean, it doesn't. I'll give them from yesterday's game alone.
And I wonder, real quick, Choppy, if Chris Young acted like a fan as a GM instead of a GM as a GM. Because how many times did y'all get in your mentions, we deserve the right to defend. We have earned the right. You have to let the champions go back out there. That's a very fan general manager view. And it sounded like Chris Young wanted to do that versus maybe another GM being like, we got to make a business decision. We don't have it.
He didn't act like a fan. He acted like a former player.
Yeah.
And that's what a former player GM would act like. And I don't disagree necessarily with what he did in terms of that philosophy because they were close. I'll give him this from yesterday's game. They were facing a guy who made his major league debut. And hitters will tell you that they do not like facing somebody they've never faced before.
Sure.
They don't know the movement of the pitches until they see them. They don't know how they work a batter because they've never seen them work you before. They don't know their arm slot. They have no memory bank on that. They don't see where the ball's coming from. They don't know how they hide it. So you're at a massive disadvantage. And then let's say you get through your first at-bat and they've only thrown 2 of their 4 pitches. Well, your second at-bat, they still got 2 fresh pitches that you've never seen. So you get a small pass. You don't get a, 1 run through 7 innings, barely getting any hard-hit balls pass. That's what you don't get.
4.5 back in the division, 8 games back now in the wild card, and they do not play today. Oh, my God, the Gag Nation is going to have a full show.
How are they going to do that?
And KMC.
What are they? What? They have content for that?
I love the bosses yesterday. They would write this email like, hey, are you guys hopping on the other shows? And is everyone, kind of mingling back? I said, are you serious?
They don't have other shows.
There are no other shows.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? We're out here actually watching practice. People are not on the air because the Rangers are playing.
I used to have daily G-Bag hits, but those don't occur anymore. So, but we get our cross-talk in. I'm more than happy to sit in, get some time in with the KNC boys.
And Eric Chiafalo will be joining us at 8 o'clock to co-host right before Mike McCarthy Live at 8:30 today. Edition number 4, I believe, of Pedal to the Olympic Medal with Ralph James.
Well, with no open, no intro here for me with this award-winning segment, I will tell you the USA is leading the charge.
I didn't think you were going to have enough daily content for an intro, but you are surprising me.
Oh, thank you.
It's like my dad. I FaceTimed my pops last night in Maryland, and I'm like, what do you think about, what's going on with Trump and the politics and Indian and black and all these different issues? And he's like, I'm at Olympics 4 hours a night. He's like 3 or 4 hours a night. That's all I turn to. I'm not watching the political crap.
Well, Pat Doney tells us the ratings are through the roof for the Olympics this year.
NBC.
Team USA, now they are showing, they're doing it differently this year, so they realized in Tokyo they were showing more stuff tape delayed. Now maybe that's because of the time change and everything with Tokyo versus France. It's a little bit more manageable. But they are showing more stuff live this year. USA's got 30 medals total. They are leading the way. They have 1,600 more medals in the history of the Summer Olympics than any other country.
Well, what's that good for? $1,600?
About that, yep. Now, the U.S. only has 5 gold still. China leads the way with 9. USA is 7th in gold medals. Katie Ledecky does get on the board. A 1,500 meter Olympic gold medal, another record for her.
Now, she was where on the greatest athlete list? She was pretty high up there, right?
She was high up.
Yeah.
She was high up. So Katie Ledecky wins the gold. This is her first gold of the Olympics this year. She was so dominant. She won the race by 10 seconds. All right, 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
She owns the 20 fastest times in the history of the 1,500 meters. The 20 fastest times in the history of the 1,500 meters. How fast was she, Gene?
How fast was she, Gene?
She was so fast, the cameras had to pan out to get the other racers in the camera shot. She was going the other way while they were swimming the other way. She was 2 ships in the night, crisscrossing these fools. So, congrats to Katie Ledecky.
She is, some of the numbers that she's put up over these last 2 Olympics, they're shattering women's records, and they are, if you were to go back 20 years ago and look at men's records, her times are not that far off. She's
from the men?
Yeah, she's swimming at a ridiculous pace that's never been seen before. When they throw Katie Ledecky on that top 25 list that we saw from ESPN, I had no problem with that because she does things that are there's no comparison. I feel like.
Wow.
That's what Bobby just said.
I didn't say it, but it's been said. It's been said.
She's so dominant that everyone's trying to claim her, including conferences she never played in. She went to Stanford. Stanford's in what conference?
They were in the Pac-12.
Pac something.
They were the Pac-12. Now they're in the ACC. The ACC's official Twitter handle, Olympic record, Ledecky bringing home the gold, Olympians made here with the hashtag. in the ACC.
So they're claiming it now that Stanford is there when she was there. They were in the Pac-12?
Yes.
What a bunch of idiots. What a bunch of morons. Didn't they already step in it with their out-of-conference scheduling? Was that the ACC?
Yeah, that was the ACC.
Who is running the ACC Twitter account?
Toughest non-conference schedule in the world. So she was at Stanford 2016 to 2018. She only attended the university for a couple years before going full-time as a professional swimmer.
And they flexed. Last night was a win for the ACC.
Got to claim what you can, man.
Yep, absolutely. Got to claim what you can. Okay, so a little bit of drama in the women's Olympic gymnastics team.
I saw this last night. I was hoping you'd do this.
So they, of course, won the gold in the all-around. And because they're the best. They're the
F around and find out 5?
The F around and find out 5. Well, there is a former Olympian, Michaela Skinner, who won a silver medal in the Tokyo Olympics. And she made a lengthy Instagram post saying, besides Simone, I feel like the talent and the depth just isn't what it was used to be. A lot of girls don't work as hard. They don't have the same work ethic, yada, yada, yada. And she started going in on something called Safe Sport. Safe Sport was designed by the Olympic Committee after, what was it? Oh, that's right, the abuse scandals within the women's Olympic gymnastics situation, where Larry Nassar and others, remember Larry Nassar?
Oh, yeah.
And then others were being abusive, either verbally or physically or mentally. So she made those comments. Well, Simone Biles posts a photo of the 5 of them and says, lack of talent, lazy Olympic champions.
Ooh.
So she claps back at Michaela Skinner. And then Michaela goes and blocks Simone Biles. Who blocks Simone Biles? Who does that?
Don't answer, Bobby.
I didn't. I had it, but I didn't. It's called discipline, self-discipline.
Self-discipline.
Very nice.
Yes.
Very nice. So that's that's kind of the crux of the little of the tiff between the U.S. women's gymnastics team and each other.
That feels like such a there is a little bit of it when I saw that last night, and the posts were going around about the blocking. That's supposed to be one of the most tight-knit, close, oh my gosh, we're family for life things. That had to be some nasty tension that had built up over time between those two for it to happen that quick.
You would think so. Now, maybe this is because of the food.
Yes, they're hangry.
At the Olympic Village, they asked Simone Biles what she thought of the food.
So what, we got beds, air conditioning, and now food. What else? And is it just the Americans? Are we complaining the most right now?
The ugly Americans.
Only $37,000 for our gold medals.
Ugly Americans. This is Simone Biles and one of her teammates discussing.
My mom got on me about that yesterday, by the way, about the gold medal payments, the payouts. She's like, it should be more. I said, choose a profession that pays more, And
That's right.
Our government pays for much more useless things. They should be getting more than $37,000 per gold medal.
That'll be fixed here in a couple months.
Weather's coming over to our side here, Bobby.
She should have been out at your practice powwow yesterday.
This is Simone Biles and one of her teammates talking about the food.
What do you eat at the Olympic Village? And do you like French food?
Like in the village, it's not proper French cuisine like you guys might be eating because you guys are outside the village. So for the athletes, it's a little bit more healthier.
I don't think it's very good, at least what we're having in the dining hall. I definitely think French food is good, but what we're having in there I don't think is the best, but it gets the job done.
They're just nonstop complaining. They're going to start hating the Americans if they already don't.
Right.
We're complaining about the AC, the travel, and the food now, and the beds. Yeah, we're complaining about everything. So
RJ Choppy with a pedal to the metal left out South Sudan. Maybe we'll get to that at 8:20 as Steve Kerr got him locked in and fired up. Pedal to the metal every single day. Maybe we'll get an intro, maybe not, here on DFW Sports Station. All right, we were trying to figure out the order of Dak, Micah, CD on the NFL's top 100, chosen by the players. Bobby Belt blown away over the final Cowboys on the list, and you may be blown away when Tyron Smith compares the Cowboys fan base to what he's playing with now. The commercial-free Expressway with Neighborhood Watch and Eric Chiafalo all around the corner next.
Let's get you over to SOTAweightloss.com, SOTA weightloss.com. You want to lose weight and you want to...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Roger that, Sally.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
...2024, August 10th. Sign up now at 1053thefan.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a developing situation. And I just encountered it, a few seconds ago while walking back from the bathroom. Maybe for my second time here ever in 14 years, we have some light rain.
Yeah, I heard something dripping.
Yeah.
That was me.
We have some light precipitation out here. So we'll see what happens with the what type of practice they doing today, Bob? I know that they've gone way too hard the past few days, so today has to be something lighter.
Mock game, baby. So this is the bucket hats. This is basically lining up and then jogging. That's what this is. I mean, to the point that we didn't need parking today because it's not even open to the public.
Oh, it's not?
Nope. That's why we didn't need parking.
How many? So same attendance as always.
Yeah.
How many days has it ever rained out here? How many days does it rain in Oxnard, California a year? That's what I want to know.
Oh, yeah.
And I'd like to get that average towards like the rest of the country. Like how many days are rain? How many days do you remember since we've been out here in 15 years?
In the 20 years I've been coming here, ish, I've seen it rain maybe 3 times.
36 days per year. So about
1 every 10.
Yeah.
Okay, I was expecting.
But you're probably getting those 1 out of every 10.
It's all in March.
You're getting
or
those
something.
36 days all in about a 6-week period.
And what is you think an average? What is it for Texas or Dallas, DFW?
Let's look. How many times does it rain per year in Dallas?
So 30.
I would guess 100.
Okay.
A third.
Yeah.
A third.
80 days a year.
80 versus 36. All right.
Okay.
So light precipitation.
Yeah,
I can't say it. Precipitation.
We hardly ever see any rain. Last night it was foggy leaving the Rudder Room and dinner. I know I was like, ooh, a little foggy
because
out
of the
here today.
drinks.
Well, no, it wasn't the drinks for me. From my standpoint, although I did have one before we went out. It wasn't that. Bobby maybe was foggy for him.
150 days a year of rain in Seattle. So basically, Seattle is to Dallas what Dallas is to Oxnard when it comes to rain.
What, double? Yeah, Atlanta's bad too. Oh, man.
All right, the NFL Top 100 is inching towards their top 10, and it's chosen by the players. What did we decide on with the order yesterday, the predicted big three?
I went Micah, Lamb, Dak.
That Micah would be highest.
I went Micah highest.
Micah, Lamb, Dak.
Mm-hmm.
I think we kind of agreed and settled on that. Let's go from 20 to 11.
Okay.
As voted on by the players. At number 20, C.J. Stroud. Already up there. 20th best player in the league. You're shaking your head.
It's just too soon. He had a great year. It's just too soon.
Is he the Julio Rodriguez of quarterbacks for you, where you felt like the Julio hype got way too aggressive, way too fast?
No. CJ had a better. I think CJ warrants it more than Julio did at the time. Julio, it was like he played like 50 games.
He was above Trout on one of those lists.
Yeah, I was like, come on,
you were
guys, what are we doing?
upset about that.
All right.
Don't get me started on Mike Trout right now.
We'll maybe write that down for 8:20. Mike Trout, RJ going off before Mike McCarthy. At number 19, this makes the Baltimore Ravens look really good. Roquan Smith, former Chicago Bear, 19. 18, Justin Jefferson.
Ooh.
Yeah. coming off the injury, but they're still dinging him, still knocking him because he wasn't around to produce last year. At number 17, the first Cowboy of the big three,
Dak.
Micah Parsons.
Whoa.
The one that Stephen A. Smith says that they should pay before anyone else. The one that probably has his spot in the Hall of Fame locked up early.
You ever watch
versus
Remember the Titans?
everyone else. Micah at 17.
All right, here's my question. The fact that the first couple years, like he was number 9 last year, so he takes a drop down pretty significant.
This is going to tick him off. He cares about this.
Oh, 100%.
He cares about stuff like this.
I'm hoping he does media today. This is the... I wonder, do you think this is some of the chatter we've heard of, Micah fades, or Micah doesn't show up in big games? Like, is this the player representation of Micah doesn't show up in big games? I wonder if that's what's dinging
Maybe.
it.
Yeah.
Maybe it is.
I think so.
Consistent. Every year, hasn't he been like 13 or 14 sacks each of the first 3? It's been completely consistent in terms of what his stat line looks like.
At number 16, one spot above him is the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys, Trey Lance. No, it's Dak Prescott, and I pulled some of his profile from NFL Network or NFL Films. These are the announcers and the players talking about Dak.
Here we go has become such a popularized thing this year because it's always been our cadence. We always say, here we go. Yeah! Here we go! Like, I just keep hearing it. Here we go! 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 We got hoodies made. The whole team got hoodies that says, here we go. The fans, like, when we come to the games now, they're like, here we go. The nation has really fell in love with that.
In 2023, Here We Go went viral, but not everyone became a Dak Prescott fan.
You don't pay attention to social media, but it's just unfortunate the amount of people that, had to say what they say because they don't know the sacrifices he's made. They don't know the work that he's put in.
Together, focus and intensity. Keep working together, man. Together.
Great leader. When we're in those games where there's adversity, always holding everybody up.
What it's about, man. Gotta love it. Love who you do it with. Love these moments. It pays off.
Once you see him go out there and he's executing and firing and everything's clicking, it's like, oh, that's why he practices, how he practices.
Watching Dak go crazy was a lot of fun, especially because, the hate that he gets, a lot of unnecessary hate, in my opinion, too. The dude is cold.
I love y'all, man. That's how you fight.
And if you talk about somebody that's going to give you everything that he has, that's a guy.
Hey, keep doing this, man. Our expectation, our standard. Every week. We'll do this again next week, man. 1 on 3. 1, 2, 3, win.
A lot of the negative coverage and hate focused on by other players when it came to Dak Prescott's profile, and I've been listening to a lot of these profiles over the years. I haven't really heard that a ton, so other players taking note of the first fakes. I shouldn't just throw the national people, all of us local. Everyone is guilty of it.
And I don't think that's just – I don't think that feedback you hear there from the players is just about the media. I think there's I think that some of those same arguments that exist in the media or exist among the fan base, I think they exist among players across the league too. I think there's some players who think Dak isn't that good, and I think there are others who it becomes just as intense a debate where there are other people who are like, you're an idiot, Dak's incredible. Brian's run into this when he texts executives, like his gang of 7, is that he'll get feedback where people are like, Dak's like top 15 quarterback, but it's not much more than that. And then there are others who will aggressively fight for Dak and say, no, if you don't think Dak's good, you've got to play. He is a completely polarizing figure to the point that
he's in a polarizing situation.
It may have surpassed Romo at this point in terms of the type of polarization about him.
All right, NFL top 100 chosen by the players. We're taking you through 20 through 11. A stunner at 15. This is the only list of these this offseason where I've seen Jalen Hurts over Dak now. Now, last offseason, yes. This offseason, no. Jalen Hurts comes in at number 15 on the list.
Man, this is a player-driven list, and I think the players genuinely like him. I think they genuinely like his toughness, just him in general as a leader, too, even though that kind of went squirrely as reports came out. Remember, this was done November?
Well, so that's That is the thing
they
that
were 10-1.
I don't know how different this is, because in the past it's happened last week in November. The problem with that is player 102 on the list, just outside the top list, was Flacco. And Flacco started the last 5 games of the year for Cleveland, which means that certainly this wasn't just based on what Flacco had done throughout his career. So this had to have been, I would guess, at least after the season was over?
Had to be later. Had to be. George Kittle coming in at number 14. At number 13, Cedarius Lamb.
Cedarian
Lamb. Cedarius. CeeDee Lamb, number 13. Here's a little bit of his player profile. And Neville Gallimore, a big-time fan, leading the CD charge.
CD's just different, man. He just always had that dog mentality. You put the ball up there, CD's going to go get it.
And climbing the ladder, CeeDee Lamb makes the catch.
Whenever you got an offensive player that loves hanging around defensive guys, you know they're different.
My name is Marquise Brown.
He knows where the dogs are at. That's where he want to be at, you know? That'll be my top 100. And not being biased. Maybe I am, but that's my guy. That's my guy.
I ain't gonna lie. I'll have to say the best receiver I done held so far is CeeDee Lamb. Like, you know he quick, he got the routes and all that, but like when it's up close in action, man, he a real twitchy guy.
Watch this little shake. They call it a rocker step.
I sneak up on you. That's the thing. I'm going to sneak up on you quick. That speed.
You don't really see the number receiver in the slot, but he make it work.
He's one of the toughest mismatches in the entire league because of his ability to operate in the slot. Great route, and then it's all just run after contact.
I'm literally running by them every play.
You like CeeDee Lamb, Brad? What's not to like?
There we go. The celebrations, the taunting, letting the defense know I'm going to be here again and again. CeeDee Lamb is probably my top receiver.
You know he's getting the ball. You know he's going to get double, triple teamed, and he just makes it happen.
Wow. Adams is coming bearing down on you. Impressive.
He makes some of the craziest catches I've seen. I know he had one against Deonte Banks this year against the Giants.
Oh, one-hander, CeeDee Lamb. Holding that right arm, but it didn't matter. I mean, all CeeDee Lamb needed was that left hand. Oh. Did he even look?
I feel like people don't really just know how strong he is. He bounces off tackles. He doesn't go down, man. That's what I love about him.
Kind of manhandles some guys sometimes. Like, I see him lower the shoulder a lot on guys.
If you really just look at the tape, he's a defensive player playing receiver, man.
So that's the league. Complimenting CeeDee Lamb coming in at number 13 on the top 100.
That's an interesting statement. He's a defensive player playing receiver. That surprised me, though, that they had him. The players had him ahead of Jefferson. It surprised me. Like, even though Jefferson, in a much worse quarterback situation, did average the same yards per game, about 107 yards per game.
Wow.
And Jefferson only played 10 games and had over 1,000 yards, which is insane. CD played 17 games, had over 1,700 yards, which is insane. And one had a real good quarterback, and the other one had a bunch of crap. So I was surprised. It surprised me that the players chose him. But it speaks to the year he had. He had a fantastic year.
This is, this would mean the players say he's the second best receiver in football, because the only guy that's left on this list that could be here is Tyreek Hill. They've already gotten Chase off the list, Devontae Adams. They've run through other names to this point, so that means he's held in really high regard. I was stunned he was above Micah, though. I had no anticipation of that.
We got some breaking contract news. Tristan Wirfs is the highest paid offensive lineman in NFL history, a $140 million extension with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So that news is just coming in for Tristan Wirfs. Number 12 on this list, Josh Allen, and number 11, Fred Warner. We will unveil the top 10 tomorrow, chosen by the players of the NFL Top 100. Fred Warner, Josh Allen, number 12.
It's a fickle list.
Yeah.
It's a list that is always evolving and jumping around. And
how many actually fill out the ballot and survey?
So they generally, there's really good participation that I've seen, at least in the Cowboys locker room. The only thing is that I think they get a slot of, I think they get 20 slots they can fill out on the list. And a lot of guys will they put a name. or a lot of guys will put, I wrote down 4 names and now I'm done. And so a lot of these lists might vary in terms of the number of people that are putting 20 names versus 4 or whatever else.
This is the Expressway here on your home of the Cowboys, live in Oxnard, California, for a show and a half here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, brought to you by the On-Time Experts, Best Buy Windows and Siding, and Uber One. We are commercial-free during this Expressway. Eric Chiafalo sits down with us for the rest of the show at 8 a.m. and Mike McCarthy live at 8:30. Someone who's used to living on that top 100 list caused a little bit of a stir yesterday. Tyron Smith setting down with the New York Jets website team.
Yeah, so this is apparently a little bit of older audio. It was from a couple weeks ago, but it really blew up yesterday. And, man, I found this video 27 minutes. I don't know if Tyron spoke for 27 minutes cumulatively in his career in Dallas. Like, that's not an exaggeration. He does not. He hated media.
Yes.
He never wanted. I don't mean like hated them personally. He never
hated
liked
doing
it. But man, I was stunned at the engagement, giving, in some instances, minute-long answers to things.
Wow.
This had to be a contractual obligation. But this is something that went viral yesterday because there was a discussion about this quote that had been posted that made it seem like, hey, there's a comparison he's making to Cowboys fans and the way that the fan sports team. And I think it was taken a little bit out of context. We're going to listen to it, and then I want to hear if you guys think it was taken out of context, given how it was represented yesterday.
Being in Dallas for so long, and come to the East Coast and being a part of a team is just, for me, it was just like, forget them. You got the Giants over there. But it kind of shows you a different different mindset. When you come here, as far as like you could tell the city is backing this team. Yeah, and you can tell this. Everybody around here is excited for what we can do.
So a lot of people took the quote where he said, "You see, it's a different mindset." And you see they're really behind the team. And they took that as a comparison
really
to
behind the
Dallas.
team.
Yeah, and that they took that as a comparison to Dallas. I thought it sounded that way, too, when you listen to just the clip. Because the original clip that was posted on social media picked up with, you come here and you see they have a different mindset. I don't think he was comparing the Jets fan base to the Cowboys. I think what he was comparing it to was, when I saw New York from afar, he said, when you're in Dallas, you see New York and like, forget them, screw them, and you get here and you see it's a different mindset. I think he's just talking about, I had preconceived notions about what the city of New York was and the way that they supported their team, and I see it's different.
This is the no better one to ask about the comparison. This is the fan base you grew up in and the fan base you cover.
Well, let me tell you something. If Tyron thinks that the Jet fans are not negative and behind their team at all costs, wait until about week 4. And they're trying to run you out of town, which is what they will do.
How would you describe the Jets fan base?
They are waiting for something bad to happen. That's what they are. Like, the Jet fan, 365 days a year, is a Cowboy fan in January going into a playoff game. In the middle of a playoff game. Like, whatever can go wrong will go wrong. That's the mindset of a Jet fan.
More loyal, more passionate?
They're extremely loyal and extremely passionate. They're more passionate, like, they're more like rabid necessarily, but like that's just the nature of sports.
Like a louder crowd.
Yeah,
boisterous East Coast.
They're an East Coast crowd, and they're very, very blue collar. Like very. Giant fans are more uppity. They're more Texas, and like the Jet crowd's more like kind of like A&M, right? Now, maybe a bad example, but you get the point, right? It's
blue collar.
Ole Miss versus Mississippi State. Like the Jet fan's the Mississippi State fan, and the Ole Miss fan is, they get their hot, they're hot hottie toddies and everything. So it's, I think if he is thinking that this is there's no negativity there around Jet fans, just wait, just give it a minute.
Also, what is he supposed to say?
Yeah.
He's doing an interview with NewYorkJets.com, and how much do you love the city? How much do you love the fan base? He's not going to, dump on that fan base. But I do think he was, to me, it struck me as though I thought it was taken a little out of context. I don't think he was comparing to Dallas as much as he was saying comparing to what he thought of New York fans when he was watching it from afar, and comparing his old mindset about them to what he thinks now is kind of how I viewed it. He did have one more quote here in this interview that I thought was interesting enough that I wanted to pull. He talked about this move to New York and the biggest challenges, the biggest hurdles, the biggest differences and struggles with making the decision to go to the Jets.
You know, me coming here, it's hard on the kids.
Right.
And that's the thing that's breaking my heart, because it's less time with the kids, but as we all know, this business is a lot of sacrifice in order to get what we need to get to. And so my kids understand, and they understand Dad has to work. So
13 years in Dallas.
Yeah.
You guys played the Jets early last season. If I would have told you maybe after that game, hey, man, you're going to be lining up in green and white next year, what would you have thought?
At the time, I probably would have never believed it.
Yeah.
I thought at the moment that I would have finished my career in Dallas. But we all know how this game goes. It's just, you never know what can happen, and it's a business. And so, you get an opportunity to go somewhere else, and then, try to get the ring somewhere else.
And I think that's clearly the thing that's driving him at this point is the ring. Because when you hear him talk about in the front end of that how difficult it is, like being away from his kids and having to make this move and the jarring nature of that, for him to say, but look, we know that about this business you're going to have to make sacrifices to get where you want to go. The Super Bowl is clearly top of mind for him. I just don't know why you would want to go play in those AFC waters to try and pursue it.
That's a great point.
You're going to go where the
money is.
highest contract was.
And do players think like that? I don't want to go play against Pat Mahomes.
And not an
Maybe
offensive
not.
lineman, probably.
Maybe not, but I would think that if you're trying to evaluate where is my best opportunity to win a ring, if that's what's top of mind, I would just think there would be other areas where you'd say, I've made enough money, let me go find it here. But I mean, the money was clearly a big respect issue for him here in Dallas at the end.
Yeah, because we all thought he took too much of a team-friendly contract to start off.
Yeah, he's probably... There's no telling how much money he's missed out on total over the course of his career, given, the deal that he took with them initially.
All right, so there it is, a little Inside the Star during the commercial-free expressway every single morning at this time here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Eric Chiafalo from the Gag Nation joins us as an extra co-host at 8 o'clock. Mike McCarthy live at 8:30, but the biggest community segment in the Metroplex hits us right now.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. This is the Neighborhood Watch, and we typically start off with a Facebook community group post of the week. I of course, have embedded myself in 20 different communities on Facebook. Not the Rockwallian, but I've got the Rockwallian Uncensored, which is the legit one anyway. But we've put ourselves in there. There was not a lot of tea out there this week. I didn't see a lot of tea on the Facebook pages. I don't know if everybody's just in vacation mode or what it is. So this week it's going to be a Reddit post.
Are we getting a lot of messages that our radio signal's messed up, that it's bad? Tolo Taylor hit me up.
Yeah, we are. We're getting some. Don't know what it's going. It's staticky. I don't know. I haven't. Can't hear it. Obviously,
fix that, Ruben.
Yeah, Ruben.
If you could,
I'll blame Ruben on this one.
This week's post is from Reddit, and I feel like it fits right in with something that Sean Sharif has complained about for years, or a conspiracy theory that Sean Sharif has had for years. Sean, I feel like you have taken up the mantle of water bills are not real.
Yes.
There's no actual real representation of them. I feel like
it's worse than a mechanic.
Dude, and have you run into the same sort of
Except
stuff?
for you, Tolo Mike. Actually, two of the hookups in this field are named Michael. Michael and Mike were the mechanic and Dallas Water and Utility.
Good band, Mike and the Mechanics, 1980s.
Have you found that things have improved since you've gotten to Sunnyvale? Do you feel like your bill is more in line?
Well, there's like an $80 charge built in for the trash pickup.
80?
It's 60 or 80.
Oh my God.
Because they do it twice a week.
Well.
Yeah.
Whoa.
In Dallas, it was every Tuesday. Come to find out in Sunnyvale, it's Tuesday and Friday.
Well, Fort Worth, we get 1 day a week.
Well, then you're paying
Monday.
less. I would probably. Sometimes it's nice.
Yeah.
When you have parties and when you have a lot of bulk crap and you're just moving in, it's nice. But yeah, they go ahead and build that in. But man, don't leave a faucet. Don't have a toilet run. Don't have a toilet run on you because you're screwed. We'll come out and check the. We'll come out and check the pressure. We'll come out and check the meter, and then they leave that freaking pink slip or some colored piece of paper on your door saying, "No, everything's fine. Now pay up."
Yeah, I hate the meter issues with the water. Now, when you look at this, I went and found this Reddit post, and this sounded like something Sean was coming up because I feel like since you went to Sunnyvale, I haven't heard about it as much. But during breaks, there was always it felt like once a month. Or
well,
once
I have become a water. Snob. Like, if it sprinkles, like out here in Oxnard, I'm shutting that system down with the sprinklers. I'm rationing my wife with my kid's slide. Like, if my kid goes inside to eat some Cheez-Its, I'm turning that water off after it cost me hundreds and hundreds last year in the summer.
Well, this is a similar issue to, I think, the one that you ran into with your electric bill during the great freeze, the great Valentine's Day freeze.
Gritty. Me and Choppy advertised Gritty.
I just had over $4,500 debited from my checking account to pay my water bill. He says, when I logged in to check my bill, it was for $500, which still seems crazy, but it's a hell of a lot better than what they actually ended up charging me. I'm on hold with customer service now trying to sort this out, but how does this happen?
Wow.
He circles back around with an edit. He said, so I was able to get in contact with the city, and I was told that these were reconciliation charges.
Well, reconciliation?
Because for the last several months, we were being metered for our neighbors, and our neighbors were being metered for us. I mentioned that I thought this was a leaky toilet issue, but it's most likely several months of leaky toilets, which resulted in $4,500 of accrued charges. So does this mean the city of Dallas said, oh, sorry, here's your money debited back to the other people? And they're saying, now we've got to collect all of it at once.
How do they get their pipes crossed?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. So they undercharged them almost $4,500 over how many years?
Over the course of several months.
No, nobody racks up $4,500 in water charges over several months, unless you're a water park.
Yeah.
Like, if this is Hawaiian Falls.
But why am I getting the bill for the house next to me? What sense does that make?
It could just be a mistake. Like
if you audit, I call for a full audit. I call full audit of the water companies, and if the truth came out, people would be in jail. I'm convinced of it.
Yeah,
how are you going to challenge it? I told you, it's more challenging than a mechanic. You can at least take a mechanic and be like, okay, this is my compartmentalizer, and let's compare it to three different places.
My Framus over here didn't break.
Yeah, how am I gonna prove how much water I used?
Yeah, you would have to go. You can't prove to the droplet, but you can look at your monthly usage and see how it's changed and if it's different. But this is, I don't. I pay my water bill every couple of months. I don't pay it every month. I said screw them. They'll get the money when they get the money. I just make sure I do it before the 2 or 3 month time because after 3 months they shut your water off. But I wait. I'm not. They ain't get my credit card number.
Wait, what do you do?
So I don't pay it every month. I don't have it on auto draft.
Okay, why is that?
I just don't want to. Don't want to.
So it's not laziness.
No, inopportune times. But it's so at the end, most of the stuff is auto pay. But on this, they'll get their money when they get their money.
Oh, and you think they're like, oh man, he's holding out.
I don't think that they're I don't think they think that. And I've had my water shut off on me before because I've forgotten it.
You have?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
I just forgot it.
But
this, I bought one of those things. So I can go turn my own water back on. I go to the front.
Can?
I turn it back on. I just pay it because when you pay it, they got to send somebody out to return the water on, and that takes a day. Screw that, man. I'm gonna do it myself, and I'll just go pay it.
I don't know that I'd say that into a microphone that you're messing with something the city shut off. But
what are they gonna do? I don't even live in the city that has my water. I live in Roanoke, and it's Fort Worth water. So what are they gonna do to me? It takes 20 minutes to get the cops to my house anyway.
This is from November of 2023. So this was 8 months of back pay that they were collecting. 8 months. He ran up $4,500 more than his neighbors over the course of 8 months, and he's like, I don't think this is right. Some of the suggestions that were in there, they said, call your bank and charge back. You'll get more traction that way, and it'll ding the city with their financial institution. A lot of people that are just like the Sean thought that they say the water companies are a racket.
Yeah.
And there's nothing real about it there. All right, we'll do a neighborhood watch here on 105.3 The Fan. Mike McCarthy coming up here in just about 40 minutes. Eric Chiafalo in 10 minutes. He's already awake. I texted to make sure.
And Daniel wrote, it's not the radio signal causing issues, someone breathing so hard into the mic. I'm not hearing that, but
I haven't heard it either. But I mean,
whatever. Could be the other station.
There is a schism There is a schism among Dallas Mavericks owners, the leadership. Well, or governors. Sorry, I should not say owners. The Dallas Mavericks governors, as the new Mavs owners.
Oh gosh,
the Adelsons.
Here we go.
Are throwing their money, making it rain behind Donald Trump, which we expected.
They're great people. Okay, they're wonderful ownership. It's one of the best teams, best team maybe I've ever seen.
They were Indian and now they're white.
They're way better than the previous owner, that Mark Cuban, who I don't even think is Cuban. Folks. Okay. I don't think he's a Cuban.
I stopped smoking cigars just because of him.
This is now we see why Mark Cuban was pushed out, because Mark Cuban has joined tech investors in backing Kamala Harris.
Oh,
Kamala. Yep, it said, this is from WFAA. Dallas Mavericks minority owner and investor Mark Cuban has joined about 200 other venture capitalists to cast their support for Vice President Kamala Harris in the 2024 presidential election. The group, called VCs for Kamala, has launched a website which is currently down at the time of this writing. They don't have enough money in their venture capitalist funding to keep the website up and running. That states the group's motives and its pledge to vote for Harris in November. It says, we spend our days looking for, investing in, and supporting entrepreneurs who are building the future. We are pro-business, pro-American dream, pro-entrepreneurship, and pro-technological progress. It says, let's show everybody that, or it says, let's show the founders that not all VCs have turned MAGA. So they are going after Donald Trump. This might expedite the push out the door for old Mark, I think, from the Adelsons.
From the Adelsons?
I bet Mark was dead quiet about this, like in their meetings before the sale. But now he could pipe up a little bit.
He could pipe up a little bit. They, there's...
Man, we had some intense political discussions yesterday here at Cowboys practice. It was fun. We did. It was fun. I'm not going to out anybody, but involved in those conversations were Pat Doney, a member of the Cowboys staff, Corey Majors, myself, and R.J. Choppy. Pat walks on over and he's like, "What do you?"
He wanted in on this.
Yeah,
he wanted in on this.
Kind of wanted in on this, so it's just fun. It was fun. I made everyone guess whose side everyone is on.
It's the first bit of gossip that Pat Doney's ever wanted to be a part of.
Yeah.
He walked right up on it. Okay, we've heard the discussion about the news reports over the last couple years about there's been this uptick in auto thefts in DFW. And this is not as random as we all thought it was. It was announced this week that 7 men have been accused of stealing 200 cars
7 men
over the course of 18 months.
Is that a Many Men reference?
There was a DFW auto theft ring that was busted in Grapevine last week, where they were stealing, on average, about a car a day. Now, it says 200 over 18 months, but they had reached a point where they were stealing, according to this report, about a car a day. So they arrested 7 of these people. So this was not just oh man, we're seeing an uptick in crime. This was like a crime organization that was based here in DFW that was breaking into cars and stealing them. SWAT team busted them in March, and the announcement was made this week that 7 men are now facing charges for the robberies.
Fast and the Furious-esque.
Yeah, the catalytic converter theft is rampant, and then the car theft now. Yikes.
All right, let's see if we can create an argument over pizza, the gym, small weights. Is Eric Chiafalo going to show up on time from the Gag Nation, followed by Mike McCarthy, all coming up here on The Fan. But you know what's coming up for me? I cannot wait. I'm so excited to show my best friend from Maryland real Texas.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Tolo, baby. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour. Uh-oh. Getting it. We need club music.
Yeah, where's Club Mavs, Peyton?
Ruben is getting it live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And we have a special guest in the house, Eric Chiafalo from the Gag Nation, sitting down with us. And I thought you were pranking me. A couple days ago, he's like, can I sit down and do some segs?
I want to have segs with you guys.
And I was like,
yeah.
And then Corey Majors is like, can I come sit down and do some segments? And I was like, what's going on here? I don't believe either of these fools. So what was the inspiration?
The inspiration was just wanting to hang out with my dudes, man. I mean, this is what the trip is all about. And honestly, I mean, with how much Bobby's been pouting and brooding on this trip, this was me wanting I wanted to be able to see him. But then this was literally like, if I'm going to see Bobby one more time on this trip, I'm going to have to come in here and do some segments with you guys. But he showed up last night. He rudder-roomed it. He downed about 19 shots in 4 seconds. And he ate some pizza and he went home. It was a night.
What do you do or say to him when he gets in these moods or throws these fits?
It's kind of just one of those deals where you're like, are you serious, Bobby? You kind of give him one of those. Then you realize, yeah, he's dead serious.
Yeah.
And then you just try to distance yourself.
Okay.
And then you see him walking, to Toppers, and you just drive right past him in your car.
So you were in for me a couple of weeks ago, did an excellent job.
Thank you.
Kind of negatively affected my contract negotiations because I was like, dang, they could just replace me with Eric. What was it like hosting with these two? Give me some top level observations. By the way, Mike McCarthy going to be sitting down with us at 8:30 this morning.
Oh, baby.
During Below the Belt's usual segment, right? He's taking up Below the Belt real estate. Is that what's happening?
Yeah, he blew up my spot, man.
Oh, my gosh. That's going to get contentious. It was fun, man. It was fun. As the week goes on, it becomes more and more exhausting. Like you're like, am I going to get used to waking up? No, it got more and more difficult. Thank God the week was capped off in Glen Heights that week at the greatest firehouse tour that I've ever experienced.
Yeah,
it was a one of one. It really was. But I enjoyed working with these a-holes, man. They were a good time.
Okay, well done. Now, RJ Choppy, to start off the show, had some things to say about you that I wrote down.
They're all loving.
It must have just been how impressed you were with the way I housed that $34 pizza last night. That must be the only content that Choppy wrote down because you were marveling at my ability last night.
That was an incredible display of glutton.
For RJ to say that, because he is, I'm thinking that you're kind of like the young buck challenging his Italian machismo, like the masculinity thing, because he's usually the top dog eater around here. But what did he do with this pizza? $34 pizza?
$34 meat. It's called the Meatinator.
I love how you took the company expense to the dollar too.
$2.
You learn it from me.
With the 88-cent tip he left to make it right at 35.
Yeah.
So he had a $34 Meatinator pizza. This is a large pizza, very, very large. And I look over at him, and I'm having my dainty little salad here, and I'm like, "Are you gonna eat that whole thing by yourself?" Because I didn't notice anybody else at the table with an empty spot. And he goes, "Yeah, I am."
But as a friend, I was like, "But do you want to slice?"
And I'm like, "No, soda, man, I can't. Soda weight loss, right?" So I'm sitting here, and I'm eating, and I look over, and that thing is gone in minutes. This thing is gone. I was floored. stunned.
Now, would you eat like that normally, or you're just ordering to, get the most out of it out here?
Yeah, we're getting the most out of it.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure. And we had done a pre-rudder topper situation. We did rudder toppers rudder last night.
Yeah.
So when you get that in the mix there, obviously you're going to get a little bit more hankering.
It wasn't just about being impressed with the pizza consumption, though, because what I was impressed by is how much he can eat and still maintain the physique he does. And that's where Choppy stepped in.
Yeah, he kind of whispered something, and I was like, what was that? And we were talking about, sculpted, but I think the word pudgy came out as RJ Choppy is now
Look at his face.
questioning whether I think we're having a liftoff here.
Wait, I got a little pudge showing? Is that what he said?
He said
I had a little fupa situation?
He said you're getting a little chubby. He thinks you're getting a little chubby.
You know what? It's pre-chubby.
Yeah.
Pre-chubby.
It's pre-chubby.
A pre-chub?
It's pre-chubby.
I teeter on that line plenty.
Yeah.
Okay, you go right up to the boundary, then you have to take an honest look at yourself, and then, you just have a crash course, maybe weekend where you take it easy.
Mm-hmm.
Give me 48 hours. Let me just do maybe a quick water fast.
Yeah.
Okay, boom. Now we're right back to where we need to be.
And you know how I've noticed? He's wearing the double shirts.
Oh, right now I'm wearing two hoodies because I thought it was going to be cold.
No.
I thought it was going to be cold. It's actually a little bit warm
today. It's warm
a little bit
today.
warm.
But like at the gym yesterday, he wore a shirt and then a shirt.
I probably could
He
do
double shirt. He double shirted it.
Well, and at the gym, this has been one of an all-time mooching situations for
It's amazing.
me.
I love it. This is such a great idea. I
because
wish I thought of this.
I have not had to pay for any. I went to the Gold's Gym across the street. It was like, how much is it going to cost for a week? $100.
What?
I said, thank you. No, thank you.
$100?
$100. Then I went over. I was like, I know Choppy does. He's got a special gym that is local in DFW that is also here. And so I just went there and I said, hey, I don't have my scanner. Can I just give you my name? And it's like, well, I need your phone number. And then I was like, oh, crap, because I don't have Choppy's phone number memorized. But now I do.
Oh.
Because I have been using Choppy's phone
So
number
did
all
you
week to get me
read
in.
off your phone in front of the person?
I did. I got caught up in the air.
And they didn't think it was. How have they not corrected this at gyms that you're going to use on someone else's membership?
Well, it's a great idea. I never thought of this idea to begin with. But he was like,
so this is a life hack.
It's absolutely a life
So
hack.
what is it? It's just
you're through you can either be through a fingerprint scan or the app, which has got a QR code, or in this case, my fingerprint scan's not set up at the gym. Now you didn't know that.
I didn't know that,
but you're smart to try it.
To assume that you didn't do the
to
fullest.
assume that I didn't do the full thing, because now he just gave my phone number and he walked right in.
But then when you went in and he was already checked in, then something they should have blown.
They should have blown the cover.
Yeah,
but the guy that was working the front counter, he didn't care.
They don't care. These guys are chill. These are surfer bros that just don't care.
So I walk into the gym yesterday and I scan in and he goes, oh, look, says you're already checked in. And I'm like,
don't worry about that.
That's weird. I was like, that's weird, man.
Yeah.
I knew exactly what was going on.
All right, let me finish the story, even though I wasn't there. RJ says,
oh, yeah, sorry.
Choppy says, I knew exactly where to go to the small weights.
I went to the lightweight.
Because he said, I've never seen someone with Eric's physique go with such light weights. That was another shot he took at you.
Listen, when you're only doing 2 sets at a time like Chop, you can throw when you only need to do 2 sets for every body part, you're like, we could throw a little bit more weight on this thing.
All right, so there it is, catching up with Eric Chiafalo from the G-Bag Nation. Was it a tough wake-up, or were you planning on this last night? Did you limit your rudder consumption for this morning show appearance?
I don't think I did. No, last night got a little bit out of hand. I stayed out a little bit later than I wanted to because you know how Bobby gets. It's like, Bobby, we should probably roll, and then it's like an hour later, and Bobby's still yammering about something.
Yes.
So we stayed out a little bit longer. We drank a little bit more and ate a little bit more than anticipated. But I was fired up. I was fired up to be here. So I just sprung right out of bed. I may have had to spend a little bit of time in the bathroom, and then now I'm here and I feel great.
All right, and Mike McCarthy is going to be sitting down with us momentarily here. We got Eric Chiafalo from the G-Bag Nation on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. One of Choppy's heroes has really let him down, and the favorite player of Bobby Belt getting his Team USA revenge next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
When you win. Frankel, the go-to contractor attorneys in Dallas.
And here's the pitch. Swung on and a little blooper out into short left field. It's a base hit. 1 run scores, and heading for the plate is Contreras. The throw home. He's safe at the plate as the ball is dropped by Kelly. A 2-run bloop single for Burleson over the drawn-in infield makes it 5-0 Cardinals.
And they were halfway home to slaughtering the Texas Rangers yesterday on this radio station, 10-1. The Rangers are 4.5 games back in the AL West, 8 games back in the wild card. Mike McCarthy is going to sit down with us coming up in 13 minutes here on Sean, RJ, Bobby, and Eric Chiafalo, kind enough to join us from the Gag Nation. Where have you stood on the Rangers with this whole buy-sell argument? What did you want them to do?
I wasn't really in on them buying too much. I didn't want them to do the full sell job of like some of the main relievers to where they're punting on the season, because you're still in striking distance in the wild card, or excuse me, in the division. So I think because of the crappiness of your division and because of the track record of this being a championship caliber team, you want to hold out the hope that they can still do something. And so I think doing what they did made plenty of sense. You try to get another reliever in here to help you, and you're not selling off a bunch of your pieces to say, all right, we'll see you next year.
And, Bobby, we still have the waiver wire. According to Buster Olney, we still have hope.
My gosh. Okay, so
that thing must be on fire right now, that waiver wire. Nothing but talent in there.
You remember last year, I think this occurred while we were out here at training camp, you got the trade deadline where the Angels went out and made a bunch of different deals. They got Crone, they got Lucas Giolito, they got all these different guys. And then after 10 days, they come out of the trade deadline, and they're awful. And they ended up like waiving everybody so that they could stay below the luxury tax line. And it was this big controversy of like, can the Angels do this? Can they just like release all these people and create this feeding frenzy? And that is what they did. And there's a question of, could that happen again this season? Like, could a team here in the next week or so just say, we're out on this, we tried, let's clear things up so we're not at that tax line? Well, Buster only says that if that occurs, one of the teams that would be in on the feeding frenzy of trying to claim players would be your Texas Rangers.
Oh, baby.
And look, I loved what happened last year. Wouldn't trade a World Series for anything. I think it has given some people, it feels like, within that building an irrational idea of what a winning baseball team can look like, almost. Like, because it was such a miracle run last year, it's given them this anything's possible sort of mindset that it's like, yeah, but this team isn't the one. Like, this isn't the team to try and, like, buy in on and continue to double down on.
Anything's possible. Oh, wait, what would Jason Tatum say?
Anything's possible. He said,
we did it.
We did it. Yeah, we did it.
Or whatever the guy before him actually said. And Chop, you had your baseball heart broken again yesterday.
He just needs to retire. The Angels have shut down Mike Trout again officially. So last week, he had the meniscus tear surgery on May 3rd. Last week he goes out there in a first rehab start. He was supposed to play on Friday. So he goes on a rehab start like Monday of last week, gets dinged up, right? Shuts down for a couple days. MRI, comes back good. They shut his rehab down. They finally shut his rehab down. He hasn't played more than 119 games in 5 years.
Ooh.
He is on the Mount Rushmore of the most injured greats, with your Mickey Mantles and your Bill Waltons and your Grant Hills, of guys whose careers could have been so much more. If Griffey, Walton, Grant Hill, Mickey Mantle, that's your Mount Rushmore, and he's on it.
Was Mickey hurt or drunk?
I mean, it's kind of the same.
Okay.
But no, they think he played his entire career with an ACL tear in his rookie year. They just didn't have ACL surgery then.
How old are you, Chiafalo?
30.
All right. Of the players that you've seen, not heard about, not looked up, who are the top two best baseball players you've ever seen?
Barry Bonds.
Is he allowed to comment in the Bonds demographic? I'm trying to think. All right, during the Bassick home run, how old were you?
Yeah, the 7. Bassick home run, I would have been...
No.
I would have been older than that.
What year were you
like
born?
10. 1994.
Okay, so you were, it was 97 that he hit the home run, right? I'm sorry, 07 or 06?
Yeah, no, I was thinking about the 73.
Yeah, so it's like 13 or whatever.
Okay.
Bonds, yeah, it would be Bonds, and then probably Trout. Yeah.
It's sad, like his career. Now, how much of this is him, like, I'm not rushing back for this crap organization. He's in year 6 of a 12-year deal. Like, if he was playing right now for the Dodgers, or Baltimore, or New York, or Cleveland, that's in a pennant race, would he come back, right? Or would they just shut him down? Like, I don't know what he would do.
I think he's trying.
DeGrom's missed, obviously, a bunch of time this year, but if you were to take DeGrom from 2020 to 2023, and you were to take Mike Trout's last 4 years, DeGrom has played in a higher percentage of possible starts than Trout has played in games.
Wow.
Trout has been more injury prone than DeGrom essentially over the last 4 or 5
insane.
years.
A little around the rim for Eric Chiafalo.
Ooh.
Were you glued to Team USA yesterday?
I was not, because we were out here whenever it was all taking place, from the way I understand, all the time, like when it's on and whatnot. So I was just catching highlights.
Jason Tatum got to start.
Look at that, Bobby.
This time, Joel Embiid not getting minutes as they got their revenge on South Sudan.
Bro, you missed a show by being out here. Jason Tatum pouring in an absolutely crucial 4 points.
Yeah.
Those 2 buckets, man. This is a redemption arc fit for Simone Biles. The way that he is showing up big time in this South Sudan game, I don't know where they would be without that 2 for 5 shooting or whatever the hell he did. I mean, it honestly looked like, a first half shooting performance or first half line score for what he did against the Mavericks. So carrying it over.
Is this Ben Simmons from the Olympics? Is this
the Ben Simmons audio?
Yeah, the story about the Olympics?
Georgie Zhang. No, this is not from the Olympics. This is just from a Richard Jefferson podcast.
Set it up.
All right, so Jefferson has Georgie on, and he asked the question, like, who's the one player that, like, you just didn't like and did you wrong? And Georgie had a comment that kind of went a little bit viral over not liking Ben Simmons.
The Ben Simmons thing like that pissed me off because, like, guys are trying to make a living, right? And I came from Utah. Like, I signed, like, just a little over the minimum, and I'm like, oh, this is perfect. I'm a spot-up shooter. This guy drives the lane. Everybody collapses. He kicks out. Like, this is going to be great for my career. Yeah. I signed a 2-year deal. Like, and then he was like, I'm not playing. And I'm like, what the f-? Like, we have no – like, this was before Tyrese Maxey. He was like, were we going to start Shake Milton or Tyrese Maxey? So it was like Tyrese Maxey just came off a rookie year where he, like, got spot minutes.
Right.
And Shake Milton was like, still – yeah, he was still –
defender. He's a defender.
Yeah, he was still fighting for – so I'm like, how the f*** am I going to make something happen? And then he was walking around the facility, like, you'd be like, what's up, man? Because they're like, welcome him back in, And he'd be like, and that's when I was like, this dude, like, if I get an opportunity to play against this dude, I'm going to be asshole.
From the next LeBron to an all-time punching bag.
Man, I thought he was going to be the real deal.
He was early.
Yeah, and he was.
Still better than Tatum.
Imagine that. Just be like, screw that guy, man. Just screw that guy.
All right, that is what our next guest may say to Bobby Belt, the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. Sits down with us next. Mike McCarthy, live on 105.3.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Or back to school.
Hey, sign up is now live for Fan Bowl 2024. Saturday, August 10th at Hurtado Barbecue in Arlington. Slots will fill up quickly with $3,000 in prize money on the line thanks to TolbertGarageDoor.com. We'll have an air-conditioned tent, delicious Hurtado barbecue, and of course we'll party all night with you. It's Fan Bowl 2024, August 10th. Sign up now at 1053thefan.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
We are getting ready to sit down with the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, RJ Choppy's boy,
my guy,
Mike McCarthy, on the home of America's team. We got Eric Chiafalo joining us from the Gag Nation here. You're going to see Coach on the Uber One fan cam. New members enjoy 3 months free at joinuber1.com. And our weekly guests during the season, Fridays at 6:30, sometimes 7:20. Getting ready to sit down with us right here on the home of America's team, as we see our main man Tad back here as well. And Ruben is getting everything set up while he has his own coffee.
Yeah.
He came prepared.
We made some for him and everything.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's not like gourmet or anything.
The coach acting like he's never seen a headset before in his entire life. Taking a while. You rusty with a headset?
It's not a Sony. I think it's where we're going.
Wow.
Get my marketing game on here. Come on, fire.
Mr. Hoity-toity.
Yeah.
105.3 The Fan doesn't have the proper equipment.
Let's go. Step it up, boys.
What's up, man? How you been? We missed you.
I missed you guys, too. Did you have a good summer?
We did. Yeah. We did it. Well, it depends. I guess when it came to talking about the team, fans a little frustrated, a lot of negativity out there. But that's why we need you here for another 12-win season.
Oh yeah, no doubt. But I hope you have more to do than talk about the team. I mean, did you take a break or did you?
Well, had the Mavericks.
Yeah, the Mavs. What a great run they had, huh?
Yeah. You had a new baby.
I had a baby.
That's your biggest news.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
Well, the Cowboys. My baby doesn't come over the Cowboys.
All right.
We're married to
priorities, huh?
Yes. Yeah. How was your summer?
Excellent. My oldest daughter got married. That was our big news. Yeah, Alex actually got married out here in California, so that was a great time. 3-4 day weddings are a little different than the old days. So,
3 or 4 day weddings.
Yeah, especially when you're paying for them. So it was a blast. So it was great to get the whole family together.
Had like an Indian wedding, like my culture, my hair. That's the 3 or 4 days.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's got to go multiple.
Absolutely. Yeah, it was fun.
Did he ask permission for her hand in marriage?
Absolutely. Good Irish guy from Pittsburgh, so that was, was a no-brainer for me. Yeah, no, I love Danny. He's, I think they're a great fit.
Coach, how's camping going for you in your eyes?
Really good. I think just like anything, you pay attention to the numbers. The numbers have been really good, but it's kind of normal. Everybody wants to know about the first day of pads, and we look like we had our pads on for the first time since last season. So we're hitting the markers that you're trying to hit. Getting through the situations. I'm always trying to really keep an eye on the young guys, particularly how they're adjusting, and we'll find out more tomorrow. Tomorrow's really the first time we get to practice for 150 minutes, and we've been on this ramp-up schedule, so it's kind of gradual and so forth. So be able to get into, as they say, the dog days of modern-day football. So, no, it's been good.
Do you feel it's tougher to get a team ready, like in today's with lack of padded practices and no two-a-days versus when you came into the league?
I think you really have to for older coaches. Just don't compare it to the old days because it's they're comparisons you really can't utilize because we're all operating under the same rules. So really, my focus has always been the efficiency of how we train. The 11-hour work rule, with the last CBA is. It has given a lot of benefits to the Western recovery component of training camp, which I'm a big believer in. So it's kind of built in, which I think is a positive factor. But also you got to really utilize your time with your team, and I think it does make you efficient because you have to not only practice urgency, you have to live in that realm all the time to really hit the markers you need to hit, in my opinion, in training camp.
Yesterday felt like a pretty chippy, competitive practice and a lot of intensity, a lot of good back and forth between the guys. What's the balance or what's the sweet spot for you in terms of wanting that competitiveness, wanting that juice, and also just focusing on the task at hand?
Yeah, you definitely want to be pushing the line the whole time, and frankly, it's a learned trait that your team has to go through every year. If you just look at the roster, you look at the numbers every year, 25% of the players are new here. Everybody practices a little different. Everybody does certain drills a little differently. So in working with each other is very important. But, yeah, definitely you want the intensity. You want the competitiveness. You're going to push your envelope. You're going to have some dust-ups and things like that. And actually those are really good opportunities for emotional development because you're going to have it in the game, and how you handle those situations is very important.
Coach, when you get to the offseason, you start doing some self-scouting. Was there any things to the offense that you wanted to maybe add for this upcoming season? How different things may could look for this season?
Yes, you're always trying to evolve. Is the way I look at it. I think we had a lot of really good things in year one. We felt good about. I think going back through the run game, just make sure that your run styles are apparent as you put in the concepts, and so it's more variations of what we've done. I wouldn't say there's a whole lot of brand new. There's definitely always some things that you add a concept here, a concept here. It's really, frankly, to protect your primary concepts is just really the way I've always approached it. So more variations what I've done, but frankly, we just want to be a year better. We want to be a year better in our communication, a year better in the fundamentals and techniques, the connection. Really, we got some young guys. I really like the way the 3 offensive linemen have stepped in and just in their limited padded work. So and Lord knows all these guys, these rookies need as much of this as you can. So just really focusing on that, taking that step you like to take.
Mike McCarthy here. Mike McCarthy here on the Fan. Guyton, he's looked impressive to us in some of the Micah one-on-ones that we've seen him in. Have you been impressed with him so far early on?
Yes, I agree with your assessment. God, let's get one over here. Lord knows we're going to be over here a lot. So, yeah, definitely. But no, I think the thing we're sitting there as coaches when you're watching Tyler lines up next to Tyler, and we've all made the comment when Tyler Guyton makes Tyler Smith look small, then that's a good, and he's so athletic. But yeah, going against Micah Parsons is probably will be a big part of his development for his whole career. That's exactly what these young guys need, and that's what he needs. But yeah, he's off to a good start, but he's young, he's raw.
You guys have talked a lot about the youth development as a major reason or a reason why you guys can take another step. Can you recall in your past years where you've relied as much on this number of young players to take a leap that you need versus adding free agents or trades, of counting on this amount of youth to elevate you guys forward?
I mean, frankly, pretty much my whole career in Green Bay. I mean, that was our mode of operation. I want to say in 06 we signed some veteran free agents, with Charles Woodson, Ryan Pickett, and there was a group there, and then then the great Julius Peppers, Hall of Famer, we signed in I think it was 14, but pretty much in between there, we were 100% or very high percentage on draft and develop. So that's why I believe in it. I've done it. I've lived in it. The development and growth has to come from within, and that's why we talk about the second-year jump. And sometimes the second-year jump may happen in a guy's third year based off an injury or things like that, opportunities. I think you watch practice, you can see our young guys have gotten better. So and we're counting on them.
There's obviously been a lot of discussion about CeeDee Lamb's absence, not being out here. Is that easier to navigate a little bit, given that this is year 2 in the offense, so he was in for the installation last year, and also just the work that he gets in with Dak so consistently during the offseason?
Yeah, definitely. I think you really, we talked about the 11-hour rule earlier. The work that they do away from the facility is critical. I mean, you have to have it, and I think we're all same deal. All 32 clubs are in this training method. So we talk about it a lot. We talk about post-practice a lot, just, with the things that they do by themselves, because the coaches have to leave the field just here at training camp. So you're always, really trying to help organize and hit those targets, that these guys have. So, yes, definitely the work away from the club is part of training in today's NFL, and you have to be connected to that as a coaching staff. And that's been our approach now for a couple of years.
I want to ask you about Trey Lance, because I know that he is very raw. He has not played a ton of football basically since high school. How is he processing the game at this point?
Process is excellent. I can't say enough about Trey's, his classroom, participation, the extra work that he puts in. Scotty Tolzien and him are, connected at the hip, just like you need to be as a quarterback coach and quarterback. So, yeah, he has the mental part of it. He has excellent command of the offense, even the way he communicates and so forth. And you have to prepare for preseason football, because preseason football is a little different.
Mm-hmm.
It's something we've always talked about in the quarterback room. So he does a really good job of that, but. He kind of said it. He cannot have enough reps. I mean, he needs to play. He needs to play from the pocket, and he needs to play in this system. So footwork. The live reps is what he needs. We adjusted some of his throwing mechanics, but I mean, he is a stud of an athlete now. Love the man. I love what he's made of, and I'm excited to go play games with him in the preseason.
Mike McCarthy here on the Fan. Since you have anointed me as the football expert this morning,
Did I say that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's the last time I'm drinking your coffee.
I'll give you a couple of my other observations. It looks like Bland has had a hell of a start.
Way to go out on a limb here.
You know Bobby? Bobby?
First best player in the league.
All right.
Billy Johnson's fast.
Jalen Tolbert. Can we talk about him a little bit in the camp he started off with?
Yeah, JT's had a great camp, great off season, and it's just been really cool to watch him. Since the day he arrived, he just keeps climbing the ladder. So, and his teammates have noticed it too. So yeah, JT's doing an excellent job. And Darrell Bland's having a really good camp.
All right.
Surprise.
All right.
As the head coach, he's doing a great job, but as the offensive play caller, he better quit intercepting my quarterback's balls.
In regards to Tolbert, Brandon Cooks told us yesterday that he's the guy that he would most trust. He's the teammate that he would most trust to babysit his own kids.
Yeah.
That's what Cooks said about Tolbert.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that speaks volumes. I always felt that was the best compliment that you could give another man, is to say, I trust him with my kids. And I think that tells you the type of young man JT is.
Which one of us would you trust if you had to pick one?
To give me some more of that coffee.
Talking with Mike McCarthy here on 105 through the Fan. All right, Coach, so there's obviously been a lot of discussion about, expiring contracts. Dak Prescott's deal is coming up. I know you took questions yourself about how your deal's coming up, and there are other coaches on the staff. What kind of chemistry or interaction challenges are presented, if any, on when you have so many guys with uncertain futures? Is it just about staying planted right now, or does that cause some questions about, hey, everybody's kind of looking ahead and not really sure where they're going to be in 1 year?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's just like anything in this business. You have to compartmentalize, and that goes for everybody. We're all under contract. Everybody has a contract. The opening press conference was a business seminar. I think you guys saw that and the importance of it. But the reality of it is it really goes in line with what we've already talked about. We have 11 hires to work with each other, and it's all football. It really is. I mean, it's, there's probably one-on-one conversations that I've had with individuals, but there was more in the spring. Those were really when those topics really are talked about, because once we get to camp, it's really all football.
What's Mike Zimmer been like to work with so far?
Mike's great. Just competing against him all those years, and I've gotten to know Mike over the years. We were on the Madden coaches committee there for a while, but he's steady, very consistent. I think the most important thing, our guys are seeing it now, his system of football, bringing in his system, his language, his defense, how important that is. I'm not trying to run somebody else's system, because I've done it both ways, offense, and that's why a big part of when he came here is like, let's clean the slate, and you got to let the guy calling it and running it, and it's a system. It's obviously he's ran for decades in this league, and it's been very, very productive. It's one I've always enjoyed competing against, and it's been fun just the 2 days of live practice. The pressure, his pressure stuff is just awesome. So it's great to work with it against it.
Coach, I saw an article about how coaches have changed their time in the office over the years. Like, there was a sleep study done that showed like you're 9% more effective on play calling day if you get X amount of sleep over whatever. Have you found that, like, as we've gotten like more smarter, the coaches who are leaving, who are spending 20 hours in the office and sleeping there, that's just not the way to do it anymore?
I think there's a group of us probably got grandfathered in on that. It's the only way I know. If Starbucks opens at 5, you're there, 5:10, 5:15, and you get in there. And I've always been an early guy, and I just think when you're used to doing things a certain way, I mean, there's a certain amount of tape that in season you feel like you need to watch, regardless of how long it takes. But I get it. The sleep studies, we had some really cool things we went through this year, just in the emotional realm. And I spent more time when we brought in a group, O2X, out of Boston. They're awesome human performance organization. Spent a bunch of time with our players and coaches, and just came out here to camp and spent a block of time with our personnel department. So we had sleep studies, scheduling recommendations, and so we looked at all those things, and I think that's a big part of being a head coach. You have to look at those things and so forth. But looking in the mirror and utilizing self-care to myself, I've failed. So I'm really good at taking care of others. So that's a big part of my responsibility.
All right, Coach, before we let you go, we're going to try to sync up this video here. Okay. Last year, Dak gave our afternoon show, the G-Bag Nation, some great PR lessons. So we have a member of G-Bag trying to emulate you at the podium.
Oh, Lord.
Okay, well, this isn't like copycatting, but just kind of like the PR tricks of the trade.
Absolutely.
We had a fan combine the other day with some punting, and, you run, pass, and punt and kick contest. Choppy won the throwing contest.
I did win that one.
52 yards.
That was 52 yards. That's probably, I expected to win. I walked in knowing I was going to win that
definitely.
one.
I mean, I would think you guys would be throwing all checkdowns, but that's impressive. 52 yards.
We had someone who did not fully participate, and he got grilled by members of our staff out here at your podium, and we just wanted to see how you think he handled it from the G-Bag Nation. This is Zach Walchuk. Hit it. Actually, start it over. Hang on, Peyton. Get ready to play. Peyton,
he checked out. He checked out after the load.
I didn't know we were playing the audio. You said the video.
We're playing the video for Coach.
The audio.
You guys have been rolling for a while here. I was on the field earlier. I heard you over here cackling. Is that you guys?
Yeah. You said we were loud last year. Did we adjust?
No, it's fine.
Okay, we've been fine. You haven't gotten any noise
I'm out there
complaints?
looking for the muskrats with Bucky.
No, skunks.
There's skunks here,
Oh, yeah,
too.
did you smell him this morning? He was out there. He was around here somewhere.
Was he? All right, Peyton, in
Really?
3, 2, 1 for Coach.
There's been a lot of questions as to why I won't be participating in today's station workout. But you know what? I don't have a lot to say about it. I've just been talking with my team. This is the best decision to make in order for myself and those around me and my family, really for health reasons. And I think that whatever questions you guys are going to have, I don't really give a damn, but fire away.
Did the bosses at the station know you're as big of a as you are when they signed you?
The P word's been floating around quite a bit, and I'm not going to really comment on that right now. But that's something that I'm going to have to look and reflect on internally. I'm not saying that it's incorrect, but I just don't really appreciate the question to begin with.
Are you all in on being out of shape this season?
I think it's pretty clear that I'm all in on that. I dropped 80 pounds. I put about 40 of it back. So I think that's one thing. I know there's a question about weight. I can certainly lose it, but I can certainly pack it back on. So I think that either way, I can fit a variety of different schemes.
Rumor has it you didn't take the drug test that they asked you to take.
I didn't, because I think that's part of the NIL deal. If somebody wants me to urinate in a cup, I better be getting paid for it.
Did you clog up that toilet?
I can't confirm or deny that, but I was the last one in it. Any other questions? Go f*** yourselves.
There it is, Coach. How do you think you did?
Yeah, good filibusters.
There you go.
Didn't say a whole lot, but no.
That's the key, right? A lot of words was saying nothing.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's hard to fake when you get up there that you're there because you have to be there.
Coach, thank you so much for
Great
sitting
seeing
down
you
with us
guys.
again. We look forward to another year with awesome radio on Friday mornings. We appreciate you.
Definitely. And enjoy your camp. It's been cool.
The great Mike.
Give me some more of that coffee.
Get out of here, man. He gave me the football praise of my acumen, and then obvious guy over here with Deron Bland, Mike McCarthy, busting the chops, as always, here on the home of America's team. Every single Friday during the season, sitting down with us in the On Time Experts hot seat, On Time Experts air conditioning and plumbing, same-day service guaranteed. All right, I couldn't even look over there. Is Ruben offering him coffee?
He is. He's giving him coffee. He needs some more.
He's taking some.
Yes.
Did you think that Ruben's was too strong this morning, a little bitter like yesterday, Choppy? How would you analyze it?
That was pretty decent today. I thought the first one was a little strong. The second one was much better. Hey, Rube, I'll take another cup.
Yeah, we'll take some all around if we can.
Coffee for everybody.
All right, Chiafalo, I couldn't even look at Mike's face as I was playing that. He's back.
His phone.
That's his phone. Go in there.
Playbook's in there. Keep that. The combination is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I couldn't even look over there as I was playing Walchuk's presser for him. Was he? Oh, you didn't see it?
I couldn't really. I was kind of not making eye contact.
All right, someone analyzed the way he reacted to it, and Tad, who is the PR guy, Jerry's right-hand man, he had no idea what we were playing. So was he scared to death over here?
I think he was petrified.
He was petrified? And then McCarthy wasn't no part of it? I couldn't look at him as I was holding up the phone.
I had my eyes down. I couldn't look.
I was looking right at him. I don't think he thought it was as funny as we thought it was going to be.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't think he thought it was as good. I mean, he may not have been in on the inside jokes.
I tried to explain it, but he didn't give much of a response after.
No, he didn't play into it the way that we were probably hoping he would.
All right, Eric. So it doesn't matter. I watched it 13 times.
No, it was great.
I was in love with it, and you guys can play it back on G-Bag, and we can get some cross promotion in return. So you obviously have Steven on every single week. You guys don't get Mike. What was it like? What's your interview feel out with him sitting down? Because to me, it can go back and forth with like a little awkward, like he's a ball buster. He can also have fun with you. What do you think?
Yeah, I feel like, because I'm always listening to you guys do it, and there are times where there's a chipper nature to it, and you think maybe him and Choppy are best friends. Are they best friends?
Right.
And then there's times where it's like, you know what, he's not really in the mood for it. And I think that just comes with the highs and lows of the season. And after a loss, it's hard to be a coach coming into any interview and come across chipper, I guess. I guess it's just like the way that they go about it. Like, I can't act like I'm happy if we just lost, even if it's Friday and we just lost on Sunday. But that was fun to see him up close like that. He had some laughs, definitely cracking on you. I think you're his favorite to punch.
Whipping boy.
Yeah, you're his favorite to punch a little bit.
Yeah.
But it was good. It was great. I thought Bobby was going to bite him a little bit more with some of the lame duck questions, but Bobby was respectful.
Yeah, that was a fair way to ask it. I
It
think.
was.
I'm not just gonna dig.
More fair than it was when he recited it at the Rudder Room last night. About how he was potentially going to ask it.
F-bombs in
We may have someone else sitting down with us from another show as the final hour Thursday edition gets started right after this, and I think we're getting the glow sticks ready as well with Ruben and another special surprise guest with Sean and RJ next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
and buy. Shop The Rock today. I-30 exit 205.
Rockwall4.com. Hello, this is Eric Thomason from Blue Nail Roofing. If you have storm damage that needs to be repaired, make sure you call us for a free inspection of your property. At Blue Nail, our team is trained to find all the damage that other roofers and insurance companies often miss. And this can mean a larger claim check for you. And every Blue Nail job is backed up with a lifetime workmanship warranty. To learn more, go to BlueNailRoofing.com. That's BlueNailRoofing.com. Wind or hail, call Blue Nail.
Navy Federal Credit Union is back with more eligibility. Now you can hear all your favorites like, my brother's a veteran, I get amazing rates. My mom served, I get 24/7 member support. Grandpa was a soldier and now I'm a member. And who could forget, thanks to my father who served in the military, I'm now eligible for incredible member benefits. Call 1-855-800-2102 or visit NavyFederal.org today. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Lender.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by DFW Restaurant Week.
Reservations are open for DFW Restaurant Week, August 5th through September 1st. Join in the foodie festivities with top restaurants across the Metroplex, with a portion of the proceeds donated to our charities. Make your reservations today at dfwrestaurantweek.com.
It's a Fan-Thirsty Thursday, presented by the smoothness of Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time in the club, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, and we're rolling deep right now. There you go, Pete. Turn it up.
Satisfaction, baby.
Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt, Eric Chiafalo joining us since 8 o'clock this morning, and another special guest sit down, Corey Majors from the KMC Masterpiece. Were you out with these hooligans last night? How crazy did it get?
For a moment, not really that long, actually. This isn't one of those I'm rolling in early, Sean, kind of still drunk from Vegas parties, all right?
Yes.
This isn't one of those. This is one of those, like, I went out to dinner. They wanted to go somewhere else. You guys, Sea Fresh is a great place I always
that's
love.
where I would have gone.
So I swung through there, swung over to Rudder Room, and as Choppy says, I was there for about 2 minutes. They got up and left, and I was like, well, I'm going home. I got to get some rest because I knew we were coming in a little early this morning.
Yes.
And we're going to be here at G-Bag. We're going to hop on with G-Bag later today, shoot the S with them a little bit. We're supposed to have Jerry Jones today. Sean, if you'd love to sit in with us, as we will have myself and Kevin, if you'd like to sit in and kind of have conversation with him a little bit today, you're more than welcome to hop on. We don't have a time yet. We know we'll know after 10 o'clock this morning.
But he's going to be on with you guys?
Yeah.
All these years, never sat down with Jerry and done a face-to-face interview.
It's gonna do it. It's the same as doing it on the phone. I mean, like it's exactly that. We've done it 3 times now.
Does he have the teacup? And everything?
Scratch pad? Does he have a notepad?
Okay, I don't know if I can tell this story. It's a corporate sponsorship story. He always brings coffee. I'll just put it to you that way. Yeah, he always brings a coffee.
Okay, we have Black Rifle Coffee with Mike McCarthy.
There you go. Yeah.
Yes. Chiafalo, who has been y'all's best interview so far?
Brandon Cooks yesterday. Yeah, Brandon Cooks yesterday. He was fantastic. Cooper Beebe was strong, but he's a rookie, feeling out process. And then, my goodness, Will McClay, but when you're a front office guy, you're always trying to dance around things. Yeah, you don't want to totally say everything. Brandon Cooks came in here. He remembered us from last year. Super friendly, high energy, gave us great answers, and it was an awesome time.
What have you guys said or made of the fan attendance topic?
I mean, it was jarring. It was jarring the first couple of days that we were out here. I will say yesterday was much more respectable. Military Appreciation Day. People showed out a little bit more. I think yesterday was the first day where I wouldn't walk in and be like, oh my gosh, there's not that many people here. But every other day, even Saturday when it's the big party day, it was still lighter. I would say probably 80% of what it was last year. So overall, that is not just some narrative that people are forming here. That's true.
Doesn't matter, man. Just tell me about the wide receivers. Just break down what the wide receivers do. I just want to know what the wide receivers are doing. I don't know about the fans.
We should talk about how great Mozzie Smith's doing.
Oh, hey.
That's football.
We definitely should talk about that.
I'm told
Yeah, you're
that
told by an
Mozzie-
insider.
An insider has told me that Mozzie is great, and Mozzie can't be stopped. That's what I've heard from an insider.
So far, I've seen him stand up and be pushed around a little bit, and that's about
He
it.
walked
So
on the field.
I can't tell if the Cowboys' offensive line is the greatest or if Mozzie just has not grown from last year.
I think the big thing, though, when circling back to Jerry sitting down with you guys, please make sure that you shake his hand and thank him on behalf of all of us for, once again,
Changing the media party?
Not that. Thanks for the incredible Porta-Johns that he has out
They're
here
amazing.
on site.
They are
just 10 out of 10. I never want him to forget it. You know, I don't want him to lose sight of how much. Like, I don't want him to think we take it for granted.
Eye on the prize.
These top 10 Porta-Johns.
Are you talking about the ones
down there? Yeah,
like guy girl or the separate one around the corner?
I don't do the separate one around the corner.
All right, that's the one to go to.
That's the one?
Yeah.
Big handicap one.
Yeah,
huge.
that's the handicap one.
That's
Okay.
the one to go to before, because I feel like even less people
go
are in there.
Don't go to that one. That's for the handy. It's for people that have a handicap.
Yeah.
Is it
Don't
only
do
just
that.
for a handicap?
I don't know, man.
Differently abled. Differently abled.
Yeah, but there's less differently abled human beings in the morning. In the afternoon, it's rampant over here, man.
Oh yeah, and the thing to do like early on as well, if like a choppy situation is taking place in the guys, is just go to the girls. There's no.
Oh wow! Early enough in the
You
morning.
used to do that at nights, didn't you?
I may still do that in the afternoon from time to time at the station.
Wow.
After 5
That's
o'clock,
risky.
it's clear out.
It's kind of risky.
Once we hit the
Little risky.
expressway in the G-Bag Nation, there is no risk involved. There is not a female soul to be found on floor 11. So you may or may not find me on Nancy's throne from time to time.
Nancy.
Le Grande shout out right there.
Nance, which one did you use today? Okay, great.
Oh, and then you go on her? You go to her?
What did you just say?
What did you just listen?
Oh, Eric's going to the.
Oh my God! I love. There's nothing better than most people hate it. To me, nothing better than a warm toilet seat.
Oh
Yeah.
Nothing better.
Yeah.
My dad has a heated one.
Really?
Yeah.
Does he like flip the switch on before he goes? Is that how it works?
Is it like padded?
It's got like a motion detector. So like if you come within like 2 inches of it, it automatically raises up or down, and then it starts heating with the bidet.
He's living in 3,000 right now. That is amazing.
He's got lights and stuff too.
Ruben.
Is there
Give me my toilet lights.
is there a bidet on it? Like is it,
Yeah, he's got the bidet.
He has the bidet.
Yeah.
Dude,
He
this is amazing.
he
I need a pressure washer for mine.
What?
Everyone says once you use the bidet, you'll never go back ever. That it's phenomenal. I'm scared to do it. I'm scared that
Because
I'll
you're
like
scared
it.
you're going to be like, this is amazing.
Yep.
And now everybody
I'm scared.
has to
Then
use
I have
my
a choppy
bidet.
fetish.
You gotta have good warm water though, right? It has
I've
to
never
be-
used it.
It has to be.
I have
heated
one in my
hot.
house. My dad begged me to have it installed for his one visit a year. I got it installed. Shout out Tolo, Jeremy Plummer. And I still have not used it myself. I won't go in the guest bathroom and turn it on.
I can't imagine using that thing and having like cold water come out.
You can control the water temp.
You got okay, so it does have temp. Okay,
Yeah, can you imagine like
Oh, yeah.
cold in the wintertime?
Oh, yeah.
We're gonna get a one freeze. It's gonna happen.
The pipes are frozen.
And then your pipe's frozen.
All right,
Yeah.
let's all right, let's go around the NFL real quick. We got Brock Purdy throwing all the interceptions. We have a Popeyes celebration contract dinner. Do we already have Drake May getting embarrassed coming out and a Pat Mahomes lookalike?
Oh yeah, which direction do we want to go? Let's go with Brock Purdy. We've talked enough about the Trey Lance interceptions. We need to talk about Brock Purdy interceptions. They are full-fledged meltdown mode over there in Santa Clara at 49ers headquarters, where Brock Purdy has thrown 7 interceptions in the first 2 days of practice, including at the end of the second practice the other day, 4 of his last 5 throws were picked off. It's like everybody in that secondary is Deron Bland.
He's working on a new pitch.
God, I didn't know Mike McCarthy looked at apparently Deron Bland's Dion out here, and I'm the last one to get the memo. He's like, wow, what an observation. Deron Bland's ball. And I was like, okay, I didn't know he was anointed. I didn't know you guys had Revis and Sherman out here.
31st in the league, baby.
My question then is this a San Francisco problem? Is this an interception issue at San Francisco practices? What is Kyle Shanahan not teaching them correctly? And what bad habits are we still trying to work out of Trey Lance?
Nothing. It means zip, zero, nada. And
only means when Trey Lance does it. I see. Double
what did
standard.
Brock Purdy lead the league in again?
QBR, DVOA, adjusted net yards per attempt, and like everything else.
And
all made up.
He led the league in being helped by his coach and his personnel.
See, that's what's going to happen here. All right, because
Gavin Dawson on the way and called him what?
we were 10% better than Brian Hoyer. Kyle Shanahan is going to try to do the Sean McVay, and that's throw his quarterback under the bus. The moment he thinks that there's a little bit of an opening, the egomaniac Kyle Shanahan with his stupid flat brim hat is going to think that he's going to try to throw him under the bus.
Are y'all a believer that Brock is a baller or product of the system and you would not pay him?
Yeah, I would say he's more product of a system. You put him in a different uniform, put him in a different city with a different coach.
Uniform, for sure. Yeah. sit him on another person's toilet. Start the scene like that, Eric. All right, so you're not going to pay him?
No. If I'm Kyle Shanahan, I was thinking the same thing with Mike McDaniel with Tua just now.
Yeah.
I'm like, you would think these coaches have enough respect for themselves to be like, I can do better here. And maybe Shanahan is just like, I don't want to mess with trying to go find somebody else. But I would think that Shanahan or McDaniel, one of these guys that are bona fide super beasts as an offensive play designer and play caller, they would be the first ones to step up and say, hey, we're not going to pay big money to just a decent quarterback. You know, I'm waiting for somebody to do that.
Who's better, Tua or Purdy to you?
I guess I will say Purdy.
I think Purdy has a bit of a stronger arm at times.
Yeah, I mean,
and
he's won big games. Like you can't say that about Tua at all. Like Tua's very similar. The Dolphins are very similar to the Cowboys. They can beat up crap teams. You can put up 70 on the Broncos, but put them against a playoff caliber team, they can't do anything. At least Brock Purdy, he's scrambling for first downs when it matters most versus the Lions late in the game that is going to send his team to a Super Bowl. That's way more than I can say about Dak or Tua.
He's a product of the system, and I'd pay him. I spent all this time training him in my system, and I have him ready to go, and he got me to a Super Bowl. We got to a Super Bowl. I can't just buy that kind of experience from somebody else unless Tom Brady does roll into San Francisco and Brandon Ayuk's happy then. But I am paying something that I invested in already. I planted the seed. Now let's watch it grow even more. If I get to the second one, if I get to contract number 2 and nothing's gone better and it's gotten worse, then I got to move on from that.
The Titans' Jeffrey Simmons apologized for the run-in with the radio host, calling him the P word. He addressed it yesterday, said that's not who I am or who I want to be seen as. I take full accountability of my actions on the field. Promise will not ever happen again. The team organized a meeting for the radio host and Jeffrey Simmons, Buck Reesing, and apparently they worked the entire thing out. Any similar story that you've ever had that reminded you of what happened in Tennessee the other day, where you thought it was getting uncomfortable, someone went after you, or you thought someone was going to go after you?
Well, it wasn't in person, but it was over the phone with Jerry. I mean, like, I was...
settle down.
Jerry was on the phone with you?
Remember when I asked you if he was
credible?
Well, that one too. I mean, there was the moment about Jane, and there was I've confronted him a couple times on a couple things. He got upset. Dude, I got calls from Forbes magazine. I went out of town. And I'm sitting there
trying to escape the noise.
Over 1,000. I'd already had it planned. I already was going to this place, but I turned my phone off because I was up in Broken Bow, and I turned my phone off. And then when I turn it back on, I have over 1,000 messages from people, and I'm like, holy crap! Like this thing went really big. And then Jerry, the next week, back on with us, laughing. He goes, "We got a lot of run out of that one, didn't we?" And that's when I knew. I was like, "Oh no, I'm part of that circus now."
And yours had to be at Radio Row.
With Mrs. McCaffrey.
No,
Hushmanzada.
Oh, geez.
LeVar
and them. Gosh, yeah, wow. Yeah, I tried to forget about that. Brandon Marshall sunned me, put his arm on my shoulder, and said, hey, let's do it the right way. Do it the right way, kid. Do it the right way.
Was that your most uncomfortable interview moment?
Without question, yes. Running at TJ Hushmanzada, LeVar Arrington, I thought was just going to strangle me with his giant hands. And then Brandon Marshall, who looks like he's a defensive end, size-wise. I was scared.
Kerry Hyder once looked at me in the locker room and said, I effing hate you guys. And I was like, this isn't even my fault. I don't know why you're looking at me for this.
Sean, I did have a moment, though, where I walked up to Jacques Vaughn, and he and Nate Jones had been drafted at the same time. And my assignment from Mickey was to go talk to Jacques Vaughn because he was starting at cornerback that week. Jacques Reeves, that's it. Not Jacques Vaughn. Jacques Reeves.
I was like, Kansas.
Well, the funny part about this story is where it's about to go. So I walk up, and him and Nate Jones have been drafted at the same time. And he walks out. He's got his towel wrapped around his waist. And I said, "Excuse me, Nate." And he looked at me like I had murdered his family because I called him Nate Jones instead.
Oh.
And I went, Jock, my pants are too tight. How's it going, man? The first 7 answers to my questions were, yep. And I was like, oh, my God. So I just finally asked him, hey, man, when are you going to get an interception? And he was like, look, man, I'm trying. And then it opened everything up from there. But it was very uncomfortable for 7 questions.
Worst cornerback I've ever seen in my life, Jacques Reeves.
Really? The
Awful.
worst?
The Trey Lance of corners.
Oh,
Jeez.
What did you think
Keep doing
of?
this.
What did you think of McCarthy's Trey Lance response? They trying to protect him. They know.
Yeah.
They're trying to shield him a little bit, put up a little cover.
Yeah, they don't want him
because he's not been made available. We put in a request to interview him.
So have we.
I
He's
don't
made
think
available to us.
Huh?
He's been made available to us.
And you just said no.
I'll explain more. Yeah, well, it's between him and Brock Hoffman, and Brock likes wrestling, and I know Kevin likes wrestling, so I wanted to set Kevin up for that.
How many different ways can you ask what kind of interception are you going to
Nah, that's not.
Oh, my God, dude.
What's your favorite interception of your career?
Gosh, stop. All right. You guys are fantastic teammates. Chiafalo, thank you for waking up extra early. You're the man.
Cheers.
Corey, thank you as well.
Yep.
Let's welcome in a brand new teammate on top of it all. Nick Harris. DallasCowboys.com was out with the fellas last night. He's been here for 15 minutes.
Yeah.
He's not missing today, baby. He's not missing today. What was it like partying with 105 through the fan, and what's he taking away from Cowboys practice? Nick Harris joins us next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Be a participant in a clinical research study. Fortria is currently seeking healthy adults ages 18 to 60. You must be available for one stay of 14 nights plus 11 follow-up visits. Compensation of up to $13,006 may be provided for time and participation. Be sure to ask about our Refer a Friend program, where you can receive up to $400 per qualified study referral. Fortria Clinical Trials is currently conducting many types of clinical research trials in Dallas, Texas. See if you qualify. Call Fortria today at 469-914-8330. That's 469-914-8330. Or find out more at fortriaclinicaltrials.com. That's FORTREA clinicaltrials.com. Help be a part of building a better future for all of us.
Friends, you've been hearing me talk about My Computer Career for some time now. If you're working way too hard for too little money with no growth opportunities, it might be time to take the next step. In just a few short months, My Computer Career can help prepare you for a more recession-resistant career in the growing fields of IT, cybersecurity, or even AI. No prior experience is needed, but if you're already in IT, they can help you level up your skills as well. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take their free career evaluation today.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Compare Power.
Compare Power is here to help Texas Energy customers who feel the pain of high electric bills.
Ouch!
Stop overpaying for the same electricity at ComparePower.com. The power is yours. ComparePower.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan, segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333 with Frankel and Frankel. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
He will be joining us on Tuesdays and Thursdays throughout the season from DallasCowboys.com. Nick Harris, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Good morning, man. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, what's going on, fellas? Found my alarm clock this morning. We're all right. We're living. We're alive.
So we're blaming Nick Eatman for Tuesday.
Okay, good. I didn't want to throw him under the bus, but if y'all did, then then I have a reason to come on the back end.
No, we.
Starting off on a hot shot. Let's go, baby.
Yes, sir.
Let's go, baby.
Wow.
What time do you usually get up out here?
Out here, it kind of depends. I'm either an 8 a.m. guy or 8:30 a.m. It just depends on when my show starts. So yeah, I somewhere in that area. So that's what happened on Tuesday. I wake up at 8 a.m. and Bobby's like 7:18. Hey, you coming to the tent? I'm like, what the hell are you talking about?
Now we should have texted you as well the night before.
Y'all are good.
I blame Bobby for that too.
Yep. I've been blamed the whole trip, so it's okay.
So how
structure?
Oh gosh.
How was last night with these guys?
Yeah, it was structure. It was a good time.
It was a good time.
Yeah.
Bobby was arguing over something with the structure of the Cowboys, right? Went on for a while.
Yeah, it did. I think it leaked into a gas station, into a hotel. I think there's some random ladies that are about middle-aged, 50s in the rudder room that know a little bit too much about the structure.
They did. They came, sat down, were just listening to us talk for a while. I forgot about that.
They were like, "So are y'all players?" We're like, "No, absolutely not." Yeah,
we look like it, I know, but no. Yeah, it was. After the little train of Jack Daniels. It all was a blur.
Yeah.
So give us a little bit of your background. Where are you from? Where were you before this? How long you been with the Cowboys?
Yeah, absolutely. Before this, I was working in college football recruiting for about 5 years. Worked at 24/7 Sports. Worked at Rivals. My last couple of years as a national analyst at Rivals. So anytime you see the stars on recruits, I was the guy that was putting them on them. So whenever a 2-star goes in the first round, you can come to me and be like, "What were you thinking?" So.
What was your most inaccurate grading and your best grading for someone that people didn't think was as good?
Still pending, really, on the most inaccurate because, there's always hope until they leave college. It's always like, he's going to have that one good year, right? But I would say, most accurate. I felt really good about my Harold Perkins, linebacker at LSU. He's probably going to go in the first round, in my opinion, next year. I found that kid when he had no offers, and I was like, this kid's legit. At the time, I thought he was going to be a safety, but he bulked up, and he turned into a linebacker. He also could have been a 4-star running back if he wanted to, but that's one of my bigger wins, I believe, in my opinion.
So you're diehard college?
Yeah. College, NFL, high school. I mean, I'm a football junkie.
Where'd you go to college?
Started at the University of Texas, finished at the University of North Texas. So a little bit of both on I-35. Yeah.
You're supposed to go the opposite way, right?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, something like that. Transfer portal was weird in those days.
You got better NIL at UNT.
Right.
There you go.
Did you find that quarterbacks? Or what is the easiest one to grade coming out of high school in terms of seeing where they would go?
Yeah, definitely not quarterbacks. I would say I found a lot of easiness, I would say, with wide receivers and running backs. I think that was more so my specialty, just because you see those guys, and if they see ball, they get ball, and that stuff translates. Now, as far as picking up an offensive playbook, that's where I would always kind of run into a wall of dang, I didn't anticipate this kid to not maybe have that aspect of his game. So I don't know if y'all know about Damon Demas. He was a 5-star wide receiver back in 2019, and he went to Texas A&M. Everybody was expecting him to be this guy who would come out in the first round, but he just could never pick up an offensive playbook. Also got into some trouble off the field, but that was his big thing. So it's that stuff you can't just really account for. That's why sometimes you see these quote-unquote busts that get into the college ranks and they just can't quite figure it out. But I had some luck with some good receivers and running backs. Corners are always really fun just because there's so many good defensive back trainers in the state of Texas. So that talent group is only getting better in the state of Texas. So
you've evaluated Texas players for how long?
Going on, that was, started in 2019 and ended right in 2023, so four years. And then my last year and a half, I was doing Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, Oklahoma, New Mexico, Mississippi. So
okay.
Yeah.
Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com, sitting down with us here, and you're watching them on the Uber One fan cam. New members enjoy 3 months free at joinuber1.com. So now we have some Pat Doney competition for high school ball. Top 3 players you've seen in the state of Texas in high school.
Daniel Duran.
Exactly. I'd be cheating if I said Kyler Murray because I wasn't covering him around the time. So I'm going to leave him out of this equation for this purpose. Jackson Smith-Njigba was unreal. I mean that's an easy one. Terry Bussey. He was a do-it-all guy for Timpson out in East Texas. He just graduated this last year. He's going up to Texas A&M, 5-star kid that they're going to put at receiver and just kind of let him work. But in his junior season, he had 80 total touchdowns. He had 65. Yeah, he had 65 on offense. He had 5 on special teams and 7 pick sixes. I mean, the kid, every time he touched the ball, he was scoring. And then Harold Perkins. I mean, that's from a defensive standpoint, I've never seen a kid wreck shop like Harold Perkins did in the game.
So I'm going to ask you about PFF and those services.
Yeah.
Because the big criticism is, how can we judge? How can they judge? They don't know the assignments. Mm-hmm. So how do you view sites like PFF when you are putting stars next to high school and college players?
I see it more as a reference, because I think everything is opinion when it comes to evaluating, and certain opinions I hold more closely than others, and I see where other opinion umbrellas be able to, account for trench work, whereas another opinion umbrellas account for maybe skill work a little bit better. So it's really just for reference, and if I see something from a trusted, skill site, I'll be like, okay, I maybe need to take a second look at this, and I'll understand that a little bit better. But really is reference, and I try to do my best to keep my blinders on, and if I see a kid that can play football, then I stamp my claim that, hey, I think this kid can play football. And I tried my best to keep it as evergreen as possible when it came to my opinion on things. Still trying to do that today, but it gets a little tough.
All right, so let's talk about practice yesterday.
Yeah.
What jumped out to you?
Man, first 2 days in pads, Tyler Guyton's looked really good. I'm interested though to see where kind of the lulls come for him at certain times though. just because those things will come. And I've been trying to reference back to the Senior Bowl. The first day that I saw him at the Senior Bowl, man, he looked like a surefire top 15 pick. I was like, there's going to be 8-9 tackles that go here in the first round. I think he's a lock to be one of them. And then the second day comes around and is like, dang, I think first round might be generous now. So he's going to have the ups and downs. I wonder when the downs will come, what those will look like. I want to see him a little bit better in the run game. I didn't necessarily love what he did in the run game, and that's going to come with just reps and again, repetition. But pass pro stuff, man, he looks great. And you can see that work that he's done over the offseason, the work he's done since he's been in the building, that's really starting to translate. As far as the skill positions, I love what Jalen Tolbert has done since we've been out here at camp. Tyron Billy Johnson, we were talking about him last night, just being the random name receiver who's going to come out here and ball out. How consistent can he be, and can he actually fight for a roster spot? That's going to be super tough to kind of figure out at the end of the day.
Where would you handicap it now?
Oh, man. That's like how many spots?
No, if he gets one.
Right now, I would say no, just because I think he needs to stack those days. I think he needs to have this consistency over the course of the entire preseason. Because you look at the depth of that receiver spot, well, whose spot is he going to take? Is it Ryan Flanoy? Yeah, right. Is it Ryan Flanoy? I mean, we haven't even seen him touch the field yet, and he's a 6th-round pick. So that's one that I think is going to be interesting too. And then you look at the quarterback battle. I haven't loved what I've seen from Trey Lance. I think those preseason snaps, man, those are going to be the biggest opportunity he has left in the NFL in my eyes. But there's a lot to take a look at, and a couple days in pads, still not putting a claim on anything, but definitely judging and putting my eyes out there.
Specifically yesterday, put yourself back in your rivals' 24/7 shoes. What star grade would you have given Trey Lance if that was your evaluation yesterday?
Oh man, I probably would have been like, "Hey, buddy, we're gonna hold on a star ranking right now. Let's see you develop a little bit, because you don't want me to put a star ranking on you right now." That's what I would have told him.
Now, the linebacker position, though, is that we were out there watching that group yesterday, and I've been struck all training camp by just how good the linebackers have looked out here, even with some questionable defensive tackle play. Is that the position group that has taken the biggest jump up, you think, from last year to this year?
Yeah, I mean, just look at the numbers, right? I mean, a guy like Damone Clark, he was the only healthy linebacker on the roster to end the season last year, unless you want to factor in like Buddy Johnson on special teams. But now Damone Clark has all these guys around him. It allows him to be a little bit more free, takes responsibilities off his plate. Damone Clark can be Damone Clark again. And you factor in those bodies that they did add. You get DeMarvion Overshown back from injury. He adds 11, 12 pounds of mass, looks like a freak, and he's flying all over the place. I think that's going to translate onto the field whenever they get into the preseason. You got Eric Kendricks, who knows this defense like the back of his hand. I love that they brought in him over the offseason as a bridge between Mike Zimmer and the personnel that's going to be on the field. That's going to be really huge for them. And then Maris Luafau is just kind of this specialty guy who can do a lot of different things, especially on third down. I think he's going to be kind of this third down guy who can be a Swiss Army knife for them as far as dropping back in coverage. And they did some things at Notre Dame with him on third down. It was like 3rd and medium, 3rd and 7, where he just beeline for the quarterback after showing coverage pre-snap. So I think they're going to have a lot of different things they can use in that linebacker unit. I love the fact that Zimmer's going to be using 3 of those guys on every down. But yeah, if we're talking about position groups, leaps and bounds over where they were when they walked off the field at AT&T 6 months ago, linebacker easily.
Fill in the blank. So far in this camp, Mazi Smith has been
elite by your coworker.
Yeah. I would say about expectation. I would say expectation. He's meeting expectation, but I think he needs to exceed expectation.
Okay.
Meeting my expectation. I'll say that.
What was your expectation?
Him being better than he was in 2023, I expected that. But I don't think he's serviceable as a starting one tech at this spot right now. I think there is still a glaring hole there at one tech, because you have Justin Rogers, you have Denzel Daxon, you have Carl Davis, who's bounced around the league for a million years. Which of those guys is going to kind of be the cream of the crop and be able to kind of rise to the top as a starting position? I don't know if there'll be an instance in camp where they're like, okay, Justin Rogers, you are clearly leaps and bounds above what Mazi Smith has given us so far. We're going to give you that starting spot. I don't know if that's necessarily going to happen, but I think there's a lot of work that Mazi Smith still needs to do. I mean, you hear it from Mike McCarthy. He still has some weight that he has to put back on. He says he's improving, but you got to show up to camp, be ready to go. And if you're still working towards getting to that weight goal, then you might be running into some issues there. But for me, it's meeting expectation, but he needs to far exceed expectation to be a serviceable one tech.
Are they looking at some defensive linemen to bring in?
Yeah, so they got some edge rushers in the wake of the Sam Williams injury. They're going to be bringing in some edge rushers today. Carl Lawson leads that group right now. I haven't had a chance to really look at a couple of others. I was a little busy last night, but we definitely we'll see some guys out on the field today, and we'll see what that workout comes of. I think Carl Lawson would be an interesting factor into that edge group because you have a guy like Sam Williams, right, who is more so a Micah Parsons running mate from an athletic perspective. He's a guy that can come off the edge and just kind of bring you that athletic presence. But they already have a lot of power rusher guys and guys like DeMarcus Lawrence and Marshawn Nealon. Do they want to just kind of push all their chips in on being this power rush team, or do they want to still give Micah that athletic running mate? It's going to be an interesting kind of philosophy question that they ask themselves over in those trailers.
Excellent debut. Thank you for catching up with us. Congrats on surviving the structure last night.
Yes. And so far so good.
And we look forward to you joining the family throughout the entire season. Appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate you guys.
Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Let's cross-talk with the KMC Masterpiece and maybe another surprise to close out the Thursday edition next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
$3,000 in prize money on the line thanks to TolbertGarageDoor.com. We'll have an air-conditioned tent, delicious Hurtado barbecue, and of course we'll party all night with you. It's Fan Bowl 2024, August 10th. Sign up now at 1053thefan.com.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Let's crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece as a couple of your jaws just hit the ground. Why?
There are boxes
There
behind
are
you.
boxes being opened behind us by Cowboys PR whiz Scott Agolnick. I don't know how to
Agolnack.
Oh,
my God.
Yeah. The Stanley.
Man.
My Yeti.
That's right, the Yetis. I don't even know what they're
baby.
over here.
Holy cow.
Yes, sir.
Bobby, your kid can finally be accepted in school now.
Exactly.
Now I can finally drink water. This is great.
Thank you,
I'll be able to
Scotty.
stay hydrated. This is awesome.
These things are solid.
Yeah, they are. My I don't know how I'm gonna get this home though, because my suitcase is already overweight
with all the whiskey,
all in
all the bourbon you're taking home.
That's awesome.
That is cool.
Thank you so much, Scott Agolnick. Appreciate it. Like, nothing makes RJ happier than something free. Look how happy he is.
And he tried to mess it up. He was like, "Here's your real name. I can't fit it in my bag." Like, okay, give me free.
Man, when you said box, I thought you were going to talk about the men boxers in the women Olympics.
Oh.
Did y'all do that segment?
Hey, Mike. We didn't do that segment.
But as I was walking into the porter potty, that's what RJ stopped.
What did you call it?
Porter potty? Porter John?
He called it a porter. It's porta.
Porter? Porta?
Like portable.
Porta potty.
Lozenger.
Porta.
Lozenger.
Always these
Anyway,
he always puts the R.
back to the very uncomfortable subject. What did you just say?
It was what Choppy said. I was laughing at it.
Corey, what's coming up?
Guys,
We beat you down already? It just started.
at some point in the day today, Jerry Jones will join the show. So we will have a discussion with him. And again, Sean, you're more than welcome to sit down and talk with us if you'd like to be in on that conversation. My buddy's an idiot at 11:20 today as well, where one guy said some very funny things. So we'll get into that. And then we have a short interview with Wanye Thomas from yesterday that I thought went really well, as long as we got all the edits.
Count the curse words.
No.
We didn't even bait him into the curse words.
Did he know it
this
was
time.
pre-recorded?
Nope.
All right.
He did too. Well, I guess we did tell him after the third S-bomb.
He tweeted me the other day.
Oh, really?
After I tweeted out his curse word, the S word, when he got the pick six on Cooper Rush.
Yes.
And he said, I do this S. And he responded to me and goes, yes, I do.
Yes, and I do believe that was the curse word of choice in the interview. Also, listen carefully
Just like mine.
for a cowboy who walks by and says that Wanye Thomas is full of crap.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey.
It was all in
a
good
fun
fun.
way. In a fun way.
Mikey, back to you for the boxing update.
Oh, dear.
It was amazing.
Mike, stop using the chat, please.
And
Oh, wait, did you tell them
No,
this?
it clicked in my
All
head.
right,
Don't
everyone,
use the chat.
everyone needs to know this for a second. Tell them, Bob.
Yeah, just don't use the chat feature, Mike, because it will pop up on the fan.
Oh, well, I mean, I woke up this morning. I didn't know there were two guys that qualified in the Olympics to box in the girls' boxing. And then you see the highlights, and it's scary. Like, out of all the sports they allowed the guys to go into where you get to punch people.
Yeah. Like,
And not people, I should say. They get to punch women.
This is what Choppy stopped me outside of the bathroom to show me. Would you say it lasted 40 seconds or something?
40. It was 40. It was 46 seconds. Where the girl, her name was Angela Carini. She was just like, I'm out, guys.
So they allowed this for...
She got punched right in the nose, and she's like, I'm out.
They allow this for all the sports?
No, because that's the thing. Like,
how can it not be Olympic policy across the board or not? This was in the Olympic boxing.
There are two matches, too. There is I can't remember who the other guy was boxing for, but he was fighting a Mexican woman and just was destroying her, and she tried her best, but it's scary. They're both going to win gold. Like, it's not even going to be close.
oh, I'm betting on the.
You don't think
boxer.
you don't think the odds will be?
Oh, it might be, maybe, but.
But how can you allow it in the physical contact sports? It's not across the board.
Yeah, I don't know what.
They're like, you know what? We're not going to do it for everyone, but we're going to do it for boxing.
They changed their policy, so like, the boxer's an Algerian, Imane Khalif. I don't know. One of two boxers permitted to fight the Olympics despite being disqualified from the World Championships last year for failing testosterone and gender eligibility tests. I don't know what goes into this.
I do.
Well, but like, because like, you know, there are situations where some people can be born both, and like you have elevated testosterone. Some people just have elevated testosterone. So like that's the thing. Like you don't pull someone's pants down and determine what they are. You look at the testosterone levels. And if your testosterone levels are higher, that's, you know, what is the ruling there? Like that's the problem that they're going through. That's the issue they're going through.
What's the percentage of people born that we don't know if they're a boy or a girl?
It's a very, 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 very low.
Like 0.0000001.
Yeah, very low. Very low.
They are guys boxing against girls.
Okay.
And they're allowing it. It's amazing.
Okay.
You disagree? You think that those are girls boxing against girls?
No
I mean, you don't want to say anything.
disagreeing.
Are you scared to say that those aren't guys?
Have we not just had 5 minutes of discussion on it? You act like we've been scared to like address the topic. Like, how could they have it as a rule? I just don't know what else to say.
Yeah,
about
I don't know if this is a Leah Thomas situation where it's a transgender, where they were like born physically a man then transitioned, or if this is someone that was just born both.
The thing is they look like guys too.
They do.
They don't. They haven't.
Yes.
It doesn't look like any transition has happened.
It does not look like transition has happened. That's for sure.
You couldn't have scheduled this for 10:20.
Look, man, this was not on the top of the list for me today, so my apologies for that. But we do have
Good
our
will
Olympics.
become evil, and evil will become good.
We do have
Isaiah
our Olympic
5:20.
segment at 10:20. It's called Kiss the Rings. So
What is that?
It's Kiss the Rings, our Olympic segment. We've been renaming it every day pretty much
got a
throughout
lot
the
of
week.
creativity.
Now, what type of feedback have you been getting? People boycotting your Olympic segment?
No.
Okay.
No.
Because Pat Doney told us the ratings were through the roof.
Through the roof.
Yeah.
I think the first day there was a lot of pushback when we were talking specifically about the opening ceremony, but since then, I mean, and Mike even said something to this regard, is like, that's not the responsibility of all the competitors.
Yeah.
What happened in the opening ceremony. And so, yeah, we haven't gotten too much pushback. I mean, it seems like people can still like, dislike, whatever the opening ceremony and still watch the Olympics.
Kevin.
You gotta live to, yeah. You can only, I liked or disliked and will support or not support based on that opening ceremony that those athletes had no input on. Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha.
That is the way
I will change my opinion
Hold on.
accordingly.
Are you saying it's like the halftime show where you can only have one opinion or the other?
Yeah,
it was great or it was the worst.
It was the best or the worst. I want more people to go, I liked it all right, but
Yeah.
I didn't love it. And that doesn't seem to be. It was either the best or the worst.
My favorite yearly tweet, Sean, is during the Super Bowl halftime show. After it's done, I go, that was a halftime show. And just watch the fire burn. Because people will be like, yeah, it was the greatest ever. Or it was the worst. And they think that just because I tweeted out that was a halftime show that I agree with them. And so there it is.
I thought your favorite yearly tweet was Mike's what is your one thing tweet. Choppy, see if Bassick has a problem with the Rays like you do.
Oh, Mike! So do you see what happened with Tampa and the situation that's going on with the Rays?
Oh,
I know that Taj Bradley lost yesterday.
Well, so I think MLB should have stepped in. They were trying to sell the team, and the sale fell through. So this happened right before the trade deadline, and then the Rays had this massive fire sale. MLB used to step in when Charlie Finley was trying to do this crap with the Oakland A's, years and years and years ago. And they just let Tampa completely, who was a good team. I mean, Tampa's they've got a good roster. They just completely let them just have a complete fire sale, basically because the sale of the team fell through. And it's garbage.
Wow. That is weird.
I hear you.
Oh, here we go. This is Therapy Mike.
But I would say this. Tampa has done a job over the last 2 decades of destroying teams in trades like this. They know that they can't because they're in a horrible stadium. They have horrible attendance. They don't have any TV money. That they do this to, we can name the Pirates being one about a decade ago with Archer when they traded him and then got like a whole team from that one trade. But I think they know that they can't compete right now with New York. Boston looks like they're a little bit on the rise. Baltimore looks like a kind of dynasty. I know they've won nothing yet, but Baltimore looks like a dynasty for the next 5 or 6 years, possibly. I know that's tough to say, but it looks like it. I just wonder if Tampa's like, look, we're not competing for the next 2 years against New York. We're not competing against Baltimore. What if we trade these guys and get the most for them now, and maybe 2 to 3 years from now, there's a difference in our division, which that division always will have the money because of New York and Boston. So they're competing with the 2 major money teams in the American League. And maybe they're like, let's reset. And within 3 years, we think we can, through these trades and through draft picks, maybe be able to compete in the money division.
Rangers are off today.
Good.
So, man.
How you guys going to handle a 4-hour show?
Look, man.
Very careful.
The goal has always been a 2-hour show. That's the dream. So, it's basically 2 2-hour shows a day is what I'm doing.
What a way to
That's the
look at it. We are back tomorrow morning with our final show from Oxnard. The KMC Masterpiece is up next on 105.3 The Fan.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live in Oxnard. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, back in the Metroplex, holding it down at the studios. We've got Mike Vasick and Chris Strong. Gentlemen, welcome to the program.
Hello.
Is your microphone not on,
No.
Corey? Mike, thank you for being prepared.
I'm ready.
Corey,
Whatever.
What happened?
It's Thursday. I'm already tired of your crap.
Whoa!
I'm just joking.
Oh
I'm just joking.
my
Hey,
Holy
look,
cow!
you
what
can
an
talk
escalation.
you can talk to your best friends that way, right?
Okay.
Is that like not all the time? Because then you're just insulting them, and that's your only form of communication. And some people are like that, but that's like not the way that that's not the way I typically do it. But Kevin, you know, sometimes you live with somebody long enough, you start to get tired of them, and then guess what happens?
So Corey ended up being on the early show, which is super early.
He did.
In the Nard.
It is super early.
But Kevin, it doesn't mean that you get to sleep in and come later, right? It means that you have to wake up early and just wait till the show starts.
Mike, are you ready for a bombshell?
He forced me to get up and do this
my
this morning.
suggestion that we do this.
Go early?
Yep.
You know why?
So you could be on Sean and RJ.
You want to know really why, though?
I have no clue.
Tell him why, Kevin.
Because I forgot my laptop charger in the tent, and I have a very specific way that I get ready, and I look stuff up on my phone and everything, but like to put it all together, I need my laptop, and so I wanted to get here early so I could do some more work and stuff. But then Corey also got to be on Sean and RJ, so that was delightful.
So he tried to assuage me with, hey, do you want to go do some cool company stuff and show up for the station? And he knew that would get me because I always like to do stuff like that, man.
All right.
Your thoughts, Mike?
You two are good guys.
I think about that, Mike, every time we're out at practice. All right, so speaking of, it's been a week of training camp practices. We got Wanye Thomas coming up in just a few minutes, and then at some point later today, we're going to have Jerry Jones on the program. I wanted to get your thoughts. Now, obviously, Mike, if you want to jump in, I'm definitely interested, but after the first week of practices, who's on the rise and who might be slipping at Cowboys training camp? Mike, I assume you just go home and watch all these videos that get posted on social media from practice.
Heck yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought.
I've actually been doing Rangers pre and post, which at this point, maybe watching Cowboys practice is better.
Oh, man.
But
Yeah.
I will leave it at that. We'll get to
Yeah.
Nuggets at 10:45. You guys, let's talk Cowboys training camp.
Let's do it. All right. The good news is I have more people that I think have gone up.
Dude.
Than potentially fallen.
Okay.
And it's just a week of practice.
When I hopped on with Reggie last night, Reggie and Fred on the Get Right.
How's Fred doing?
Fred's a good guy, man. It was good chatting with him for the first time. But when I hopped on with him last night, I started going through things, and I was like, man, I have more positive to talk about than negative, and that's not usually what I feel like I have at camp. Like, maybe I'll try to combat some negative sometime, but I just haven't seen as much negative aside from the stands. I know everybody will bring that up, and that's really
Well, ask Jerry about that.
far away from the important stuff of what's going on the field, I feel. But there's a lot more positive, like Nealand. Watching him, I'm like, man, all right, he can be a good player. He has a lot of work to do, and that's why, Kevin, the Cowboys are looking at other defensive ends at the moment because they know, that's not deep enough for us right now. But watching him play, I'm pretty impressed with a guy who is coming in, replacing Sam Williams, and doing some work out there right now.
Do you want me to go one at a time, or do you just want me to be like, here's
Go
a
ahead,
whole
yeah.
lot of people?
Yeah.
All right.
Are
so
we going up or down, Aaron?
I'm going up.
All right.
So, man, I'm really glad I didn't say that the other way. That would have been bad.
I walked you right to the water.
So we will have him in this segment, but I think Wanye Thomas is another one that, like, you just see him around the play and around the ball so much that you're like, let's keep seeing this because this looks like a player that you're like, yeah, let's go.
Okay, I want to add to that because Jordan Lewis is on my list.
Okay.
Did you see him yesterday with
Yes,
all the
I
pass
did.
breakups? He had one pass breakup that they said was a defensive holding, and he kind of lost
okay.
it for a second.
And what I think happened, because I saw that too, I think they just threw that on so they could redo the fourth down.
Okay.
Because, I was talking with Christy and Chill about that, and they was like, no way. Like, they just did that to reset. And they're like, no penalty. But they were like, hey, yes, penalty.
Okay,
so, like,
gotcha.
So, I do think that
I just heard it and was like, what? I didn't even see that at all.
I do think that was a clean pick. But, yes, I also got what you said. I was like, what?
And he wasn't lying to us when he sat down with us the other day, and he said, they're not just going to have me in the slot. He's been moving around, and so I've been very impressed with him. And Wanye Thomas playing a more natural position, too, is really nice to see him out there doing that.
I wanted to throw out one that I don't know if we've heard a lot so far. Chauncey Golston. Man, when I was watching the pass rush and the pass blocking individualized drills, like period 6, I think, yesterday, he was looking really, really good. And another thing that I loved about him is he's here to go.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I will juxtapose that with another player in just a minute. But you look at his body language, he's up, he's amped. And when he started getting in the drills, he was making noise again and again against the first team, or most of the first team.
It's important for him because, he's in his third year, maybe fourth year. I think he's in his third year right now. And this is that time where you need to show up and be something. And now that, since the Cowboys have moved on from other players at that spot, it is time for him to make his, hey, I want this. So for you to see that, the coaches obviously see that too. Hopefully he'll get more opportunities. Obviously with the Sam Williams injury, that kind of gives him opportunities inside and outside on the defensive line.
A couple of offensive players I wanted to not the biggest names, but Cavante Turpin and Rico Dowdle.
Turpin had a better day yesterday?
Yes, I think Turpin had a better day yesterday, and I think Dowdle has looked good. I really do. Like, more often than not, if you see a running play, you're like, oh, that was good. It's usually, or at least what I see, is Snoop Connor or Rico Dowdle.
Yeah, I was going to point out, you mentioned, you were like, oh, Snoop had a really good run right there. And I noticed a couple of different really good runs from him already. And so it's one of those, like, who is that guy?
Yeah.
You go look at the roster, like, oh, yeah, that dude's on there.
Yeah.
But Dowdle has looked really good. This was asked to me last night also, Kevin, regarding the running back spot from, I think it was Fred that asked this. Is it they have to go scour the planet to find somebody else, or they're going to? I said I think they're going to give these guys every opportunity in the training camp games, in the preseason games to get that because the position right now, you're like, it's Zeke for sure.
Yeah.
And everything else.
And just early on, and he might be waiting to turn it up a gear. I don't think that Zeke looks particularly quick out at training camp, but I think Fred's on to something, and I think you're right as well. They'll give him every chance, but whether it's defense,
I don't know that Zeke's playing in these preseason games, but I think all these other guys are going to get their opportunity to prove that they could be the second guy.
And he might just be going at his own pace in training camp because he's like, hey, I'm getting older. I have to be smart about this. We've heard him say that plenty of times. It's just that pace that you see in training camps like, oh, I don't know what I thought I was going to see that I was going to be like, there you go. It's back. But I was maybe hoping for a little bit more, but it's only been a week so far.
And then on the other side of that, when cuts happen, that's where the Cowboys will go, is this guy better than our guy?
True.
So
now, on the flip side, I want to focus in on body language again, and I want to ask Jerry about this. Mozzie Smith, he's not having a good camp so far. That is just my opinion. And he looks like he doesn't want to be out there. You've seen his positional coach get on to him again and again and again. Because not only is he struggling in some of these plays and some of these drills, but he's just out there like slumped over. And then I compared it. That's why I couldn't help but compare it to Golston, who's like, let's go. Next one. When's my next rep? And then you see Mozzie, who's like, whatever. That's just what it feels like and what it looks like. And I don't think that's just my opinion because it looked like his positional coach was on him about that.
There are a couple of things I want to know about because he did get into a little bit of a scuffle the other day, and I don't remember if it was with, I think it was with another defensive lineman. I think it was a Tank that he kind of was having exchanged words with a little bit. But, man, look. They get heated out there. That happens.
Sure.
That also being said, I think I've seen him get in a scuffle with Brock Hoffman and some of the other offensive linemen. Now, that could be because Brock Hoffman talks so much S that he gets you into that mindset that you don't want to.
Sure.
You don't want to. You're like, I'm tired of this dude right now.
But yeah, I think, if things were going swimmingly for him and he was doing the things that, that are expected of him, he wouldn't have that type of body language unless that's his body language. Like maybe he's just that kind of guy. But yeah, I've been watching and going, all right, what exactly is it? Because we keep hearing, I don't need him to do this. I need him to do this. Well, is he doing that well? Because there are times when I'm like, I don't see it. But I want him to do. Everybody wants him to do well.
Of course, I want nobody
him to do well.
to be on the down list, and everyone being like up, up, up.
Yeah.
Another person is Trey Lance. Now we talked about a couple of days ago. He did a really good practice. Yesterday was rough. He threw 2 interceptions, and I'm like, I have no idea who that pass was even supposed to go to. And there was one other member of the media. I won't say what their name is, but I go, oh, not a Trey day today. And that person responded, there's never a Trey day.
Oh, man.
And so it's early,
he needs
but
to chill with that. That's
okay. And he needs to. It seems to me.
Kevin really against Treys. That's all I know. Trey Young, Trey Lance.
Yeah.
It seems to me that the biggest issue Trey Young is having is on the outside. Trey Lance, yes, thank you.
Mike screwed you up
Trey
there.
Can't shoot. Trey Lance is the far outside portions of the field. Like when he goes to either sideline or even kind of close to either sideline, it's been kind of a rough go for him.
Yeah, and the biggest deal that Mickey's pointed out, and I've noticed as well, is pulling the trigger, just saying, hey, I'm going to throw the ball. Well, I'm going to see it's open. I'm going to throw it. He does have his legs to go to, and so I think he does recognize that's one of his abilities. He can take off running at any point, and he did that yesterday for a touchdown. But that's another question: was Mike McCarthy going? Yeah, but this guy was open. Was this guy was wide open here, and you didn't see it, and that's what we need to get to. There were times early in practice, Kevin, that he was the sharpest quarterback out there, and then some other things happened, and it kind of fell apart on him. But I think consistency is his biggest downfall right now, because sometimes you'll go, wow, that was amazing, and then you'll go, oh, that was not good at all.
Somebody asked about Hunter Lipke. He's big. He's had some ups and downs, but they are using him in a lot of these packages, and sometimes even directly, giving the ball off to him as opposed to just using him in the fullback role. So just like looking at the reps so far, it feels like the Cowboys have a plan for him. I wanted to say I'm in neutral category on Brandon Cooks because I think he looks really good, but I thought he looked amazing last year, and then it took a while to get going in the season.
He had some really good plays yesterday with Dak.
Yes,
he and Dak created some space together, found him in the end zone multiple times. He did look really good yesterday. And Kevin, we saw it last year, just like you said. Yeah. We were coming in here going, holy crap, this could be 1,000-yard seasons for everybody.
Yep.
And then he wasn't used. And so that's one of the things where I'm hoping that without CD here, because I feel like him and CD already have all that in place, but without CD here, they're even growing that relationship more and that trust that, hey, I know what the route's supposed to be and I know where I'm supposed to be. You just deliver it.
Another person I want to just mention super quick, keep an eye out on Nahshon Wright. Today is a walkthrough or a mock game. Just keep an eye out on him today and tomorrow. And if he's still in the practice flow and doing good, that is a good thing for Cowboys fans.
Have you paid attention to kicking at all?
Not really. I honestly, I really haven't.
This is the first year, I think, in the years we've come out and been like, oh, man, we don't even have to worry about it.
Yeah, I've seen Aubrey and Anger walking around a lot, but I haven't seen them doing a whole lot. However, we did get the chance yesterday to talk with Wanye Thomas after practice. So let's go to that, count the swear words, but also listen in for one of his teammates disputing one of his skills.
Back here with Wanye Thomas on the field on 105.3 The Fan now. Hopefully this will pick your spirits up. Eric Hendricks just came by and he stopped. He goes, that was fun with you guys. So what goes into a fun interview that you're not like, ugh, this interview's the worst?
A fun interview for me is you throw in questions outside of ball. Because, you know what I'm saying, players really get tired of answering questions about ball. Just ball. Because we talk about it every day, you feel me? So I feel like for me, a good interview is like asking me some questions outside of ball.
Like with Jordan Lewis the other day, I was asking about the NBA Olympic team, the basketball team, and asking his opinion on the Mavs.
Why we're so terrible at 3-on-3 basketball so far. If you had to be dropped into the Summer Olympics and you have to compete in a sport, what are you competing in?
Let's see.
We got canoe slalom.
Let's see.
Ping pong.
Basketball. They got to put me on the USA team.
Man, boy.
Basketball, for real. Jalen Tolbert hating because he can't shake me.
So they're not taking Brown, but they're taking you?
Yes,
okay.
me.
All right.
Me, I'm telling you.
Fair.
Yeah.
What would be the worst sport for you then, just out of curiosity? Gymnastics?
Anything swimming.
Okay.
All right.
Done for. I'm
All
going to
right.
drown.
Oh, man. That's
no.
Man, I can float, but I can't swim.
Okay.
That is
So
the
lazy
bare
river?
essential. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Give me a raft, and I can cruise down the river on a raft there a little bit.
Now, I know we were having some fun, but what constitutes a good practice for you? Because when I'm just watching, we were all over the ball today, and I was like, this is a good practice, but maybe you're like, nah.
Honestly, I'll say a good practice, not just for me, but for the team is I can go out there and do what I'm supposed to do and make a play, but if we all not doing what we're supposed to do, it's not a good practice. So I feel like I can go out there and make a play. If I make a play and everybody else doing their job, it's a good practice. Really just everybody doing their job, everybody making plays, everybody know what they're doing. That's a great practice, you know what I'm saying?
And then Zach Martin, I know at the very beginning of training camp, he goes, first day, good day. Now stack.
Yeah.
How do you guys, it's been about a week.
Yeah.
How do you guys think y'all have been doing in terms of stacking good practices?
We've been doing good. I feel like, I'm not even gonna lie, I feel like today we kind of went back a little bit, just a little bit. But see, that's the thing about camp is it's hard. It's hard to keep stacking and being the same way you were today, you know, it's yesterday and stuff. So it's like you gotta find a way to keep stacking and keep getting better. But I mean, for us, Mike preaches that every morning in the team meeting. So you know what I'm saying. So he just burns it into our brains. So
does he say it's just like anything else?
Yeah, literally.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure.
Literally.
How tough is it to keep good body language? Because I'm not gonna lie, like we've been out there, you see it.
Yeah.
You get not you, but people get negative body language maybe because of what they're doing. Like, how do you break away from that?
Man, see, that's all the stuff you do in the off season, like your training outside of the building, like that. Like, sorry.
I got to mark it.
Yeah. So like the off season teaches you. You know what I'm saying? If you tired, you gotta stand tall. There ain't no putting your hands on your hips on your side. You feel what I'm saying? So that's really something you do in the off season. And then coming in first training with the team, H, Sid, and Kendall does a great job of not like letting us slack off or try to be soft. You know what I'm saying? They tell us, you know what I'm saying, stand tall. When you tired, you don't want to show the opponent that you tired, you feel me? So that's something we preach in the off season for us. And now we come out here, we got to, you know what I'm saying, fight it.
All right, last one. Open field tackle to save a touchdown or interception at the 50-yard line?
Open field tackle to save a touchdown, because I feel like that'll be more memorable, and I feel like the team will appreciate it more.
There you go.
You feel what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
And then like everybody will be talking about that for a long time. Like, oh, he saved the touchdown. You know what I'm saying? A pick, that's gonna come. Everybody get him. You feel
Coach
what I'm
is
saying?
highlighting.
Yeah. Facts.
And if you don't run the pick back, does Blaine come by and he's like,
I'm gonna catch the ball and toss it to him so he can run it in.
Yeah. Awesome.
There you go, Wanya Thomas right here on 105.3 The Fan. And if you were curious, that was Jalen Tolbert who walked by during that answer, and he's like, "Man, whatever." he did not seem to agree with Wanya Thomas being on the hoops team for the Olympics. Coming up next, let's talk some Olympics. Our new Olympic segment, Kiss the Rings. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Spirit Rye Whiskey, a.k.a. Corey's Hat, Best Buy Windows and Siding, and Guardian Caps. It's time for our continually name-changing Olympics segment. Today, Kiss the Rings. Let's start with that men's basketball game. Now, Mike, I know you said you watched the first one. Were you in on the game against South Sudan yesterday?
I was having Rangers job, so it was on another TV up at Bally's. Last I looked, they were up by 15, like headed into the fourth quarter, but I didn't really like watch it.
Okay, I got you.
Did they win easily?
Yeah.
Okay.
They won by, I think it was 17.
Okay.
But not the 29 that they were supposed to win by?
They were favored by 29.5. I don't know if you caught that yesterday, Mike. The exhibition South Sudan game, the United States was favored by 45, and obviously that went down to the last seconds. And then for this one, they were still favored by 29.5. They won by 17, but I don't know, man. South Sudan has shown that they got something.
Is that it for the how many more games do they have until it's like the elimination medal rounds?
They have already qualified now for the quarterfinals. I think they have one more pool play game, but they're already in. They've already qualified.
Like I saw where Canada's already qualified too, correct?
Yes.
They're in a different bracket, I think, or different whatever, 4-pack.
Yeah, group.
Okay. Yeah.
You could call it the 4-pack. I'm okay with that.
Well, I think it's 4, right? It's 4 countries, and then 2 of them qualify and 2 are eliminated. Is that correct?
I think that is correct, a la what the World Cup used to be like. Now, obviously, they're expanding the World Cup. What do you think about this tactic? We've talked a lot about the dirty river out there.
Okay.
And one triathlete, Seth Ryder, for the United States, admitted that in order to prepare his body for the dirty river, he actually spent weeks not washing his hands. For real. I swear. Okay. I'm not making this up. This was
fine.
his strategy.
To get used to bacteria and stuff?
Well, yes, because he said, this is an actual quote, "We know there's going to be some E. coli exposure, so I just try to increase my E. coli threshold by exposing myself to a bit of E. coli in my day-to-day life."
I thought for a second, Kevin, that you were going to say he spent that time swimming in doo-doo water to try and get prepared for it. Like, I was like, oh my gosh, though. But no, that's not too bad. I don't think that's too bad, right?
I mean,
you know where your hands have been.
He followed up by saying, it's actually backed by science. So he went Will Ferrell right there. Proven methods, just little things throughout your day, like not washing your hands after you go to the bathroom.
The scientists have said stuff, and sometimes you gotta follow. Sometimes you gotta follow what they say, man, because they've done the studies.
Now,
and then he studied more on it, so he knows now. He has more information to add.
That
to it.
he did. Potential spoiler alert. So this might not have aired just yet, but it did happen. The United States men's rowing team wins their first Olympic gold medal since 1960. Corey, you remember what that was like in 1960. How excited are you today compared to 64 years ago?
Mike, a couple days ago, I was shouted down by Kevin and Reggie whenever we were trying to guess what we didn't have Olympic golds in. And Kevin and Reggie said, I said, rowing, and everybody was like, "No, you dummy, we're really good at rowing." And I was like, okay, all right, I guess, I don't know.
Okay.
And then this morning I find out we won our gold for the first time in like 80 years, and I was
64 years.
Nobody really knows how to count that high. So I was like, this is wild. So here we are. Technically they were correct, but in my lifetime I had never seen the U.S. team win a rowing gold. So I'm very proud of them for this.
Question.
What?
Did you actually see them win it? Or did Kevin just let me know? Like, as in, like, all right, go USA in rowing. Like,
yeah.
I don't know. Like, was this one?
I'm not going to lie. This happened early this morning. I did not see it
Mike,
in person.
let me answer your question.
On TV.
I'll answer your question now. I saw that they won on an alert on Twitter from ESPN. So that's it. No, I did not see it. I've watched a lot of Olympics. It's been on as I've been in my room doing things, but I did not see that one. No, I did not. Congratulations to them, though, with the coccyx and everything.
Do they have the Winklevi?
What's
the
that?
Winklevi
What did
twins?
you just say?
The Winklevi.
Oh, the guys
Isn't
from...
that what Zuckerberg
I
called
don't know,
them?
man. They're a good squad, though. Congratulations.
Oh, they sued him because of Facebook or whatever?
That's right.
I remember that movie.
See,
And
Mike
MySpace.
knows what's up.
Yeah,
no,
Zuckerberg
not
is a...
Napster.
No, well, actually, I guess Napster did kind of play in there.
Dude, Napster was so cool. It was so cool to just be able to download money like that, music like that illegally.
I like that the edit you made in that sentence was not dropping illegally, but changing what you downloaded.
It wasn't illegal at the time yet. Like, we didn't know.
I think it was. No. It still was. You just didn't know. That doesn't mean it wasn't illegal.
We didn't know that the law was like, hey, don't do this.
Katie Ledecky won her 8th gold medal, tying Jenny Thompson for the most gold medals won by an American woman in any Olympic sport ever. She has 2 more opportunities to pass the gold medal total in the 4x200 freestyle relay and the 800 meters, which is an event she's won 3 times at the Olympics. This was another one where you had to change the camera views because she was on the other side of the pool, and it was like, here are all the people racing for silver. Here's Katie Ledecky, who has the top 20 times ever in the 1500.
It's insane, Mike, to see her pretty much being out of the pool, dried off, and in her regular clothes before anybody finishes. It is that mindset of she's trying to lap you, and you think that she's just behind you. And then you're like, oh, crap, she's already passed me twice. It's wild, man. I saw that. I did see that this morning. She's insanely good.
I see some people bringing this up in the fan text. I forgot to check what his name was. In the shooting competition.
Yes.
I believe
the dude from Turkey?
Who won the silver medal who just walked up there with his gun and started to shoot. And I know you might be like, well, that makes sense. It's a shooting competition. You see all these other people, they look like futuristic cyborgs up there with all the different glasses and everything they have to help them calibrate and aim, and good for them. Like, that's probably what you should do. And then this dude looked like he just like got out of, a Cadillac and just pulled out his gun and started to shoot. Silver medal.
Yeah, he looked like he could have easily walked up with a cigarette hanging from his lip and a bourbon in his hand and still made those shots so easy. He looked so cool. I think he's got to be like an agent or a hitman or something, dude.
Would you be disappointed if you found out, like, he was the head of the PTA and an accountant? Like, that's what his job was?
He doesn't even know how to shoot. They just were like, we need somebody, and he's the guy that they chose.
That is a good question. Now, Mike, you might think it's the competition, but do you know what the real biggest struggle at the Olympics is?
Well, I think I brought it up in crosstalk. There's two.
I'm going to go. That's fair. I'm going to go with
two guys that are in boxing.
I'm going to go a different direction with this, Mike.
Because that's amazing.
I'm with you. I think this will interest you. It's putting on your swimsuits, specifically women who have to put on their swimsuits. I had no idea this was an issue. I read an actual story from Yahoo that's really fascinating with all of these different Olympians talking about how long it takes to put on their swimsuit. And one said it takes about 30 minutes. For her
it's so tight?
Yes, because it's so tight. And then Olympian Olivia Smoliga, imagine this. She goes, I really don't like it too tight. If it takes more than 10 minutes to put on, I'm not wearing that one.
Oh, it just goes to the next size.
I guess so. That's a great question. But they're in their unworn resting states. The swimsuits are about half the size of the body they're going on.
Did they not check this out before they left?
No. This is on purpose. This is the style. It's not a malfunction in the swimsuit.
No, I get it, but they could have said something before, right? They could have been like, hey, I don't like this one before they left and got there.
I think, to try to win, to try to have your best time ever in the biggest event in their life, they're willing to take the extra 10 or 15 minutes to put on a swimsuit that might make them just that hair faster. Obviously, they don't want any hair. Just that hair faster to win a medal, right?
Yes, because Kate Douglas and many other people called putting the swimsuit on, quote, a contorted wrestling match with the shark skin garment.
No, that's not okay.
No?
I'm not gonna wear something that I would call that, Kevin.
What if it helps you win a gold medal?
You know what? I don't need that. I'm a good enough swimmer. All right, I swim my whole life.
You're not.
I swim my whole life in trunks that were just regular.
You
all right?
can't win the Olympics swimming in trunks.
You don't know that. You don't know how fast I can swim. Are you telling Katie Ledecky that she couldn't go out there and win in trunks?
The 1500 she could. Every other event, the 1500 she could figure out a way because she's the only. Go ahead.
I do have a serious question.
All right.
Is her times? Would she medal as a man? Is she doing that? I haven't watched. I've just been busy with Rangers and stuff. Are her times? If she were doing this, would she? I don't know. If she's killing the competition. Could she actually possibly be really close to medaling against the men?
I think Corey might be checking. If not, I will check. I honestly have no idea. I'm intrigued by your question because, like I said, she has the top 20 times in this event ever. That's amazing to me. So not surprising that she continues to win these events. Good news for the U.S. women's soccer team as they beat Australia and have advanced to the quarterfinals where they will play Japan. Bad news for Coco Gauff. She lost her doubles match. She is officially eliminated from the Olympics. Corey, have we got any information?
I don't have it on times yet, so I'd have to get more of that. But yeah, there's there's lots of different stuff out there right now that I'm trying. This is one of those. It seems I have to sort through a lot more. So
yes,
my apologies.
I got you. But if you get the opportunity, I know we were kind of joking about how difficult that would be and everything. Like I said, it's an article on Yahoo, and it is really fascinating with swimmers talking about everything that they have to go through to get on their swimsuit. But Mike, to your point, one of the discussions from several of the athletes was, if you don't wear this swimsuit, you can't compete. Especially in the shorter races. You just can't.
Last thing I will say is I wonder those women going against Katie Ledecky, if they already know, they're just like, I just got to get silver. That's my goal. I got to beat everybody else. I can't compete with her. I'm competing with the 6 other women here. The other, we can't even fathom going that fast.
Yeah, That's a fascinating observation. I'd love to hear from all the
that has to
other
stink
medalists.
a little bit,
Yes,
doesn't it?
You can't
I already
win.
know I can't win the gold unless, I don't know, somehow she gets a cramp while she's swimming or something.
She would be what I'm seeing here. She'd be about a minute behind a man's world record. So maybe she would be able to finish third. But she would be about a minute behind the men's world record. So.
Okay, gotcha. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live in Oxnard. And coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
I guess Bob Gibson pitched yesterday for the Cardinals.
Listen to the Texas Lending Market.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
I
said that yesterday.
I do really like that phrase. But the point is, it's affecting some of the reach. It's giving some people some static. There are no issues on the app. If that helps out at all, just want to give you a heads up. We understand the concerns, and we're trying to get the weather to cooperate. Now,
if you're having static, just get it off your chest. You know what I mean?
Yes.
There we go.
It's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Well, you guys are in Oxnard, and you didn't have to watch yesterday.
I
saw. Yeah.
So the Cardinals called up the next Bob Gibson. His name is Michael McGreevy. And he went
Stud.
7 innings, 5 hits, totally dominated the Rangers. The Rangers in the last 2 games against Lance Lynn, who immediately went on the injured list after 5 innings, and Michael McGreevy, and the rest of the Cardinals bullpen, and they didn't even throw like their closer. Like they didn't have to throw their setup guy or closer in the last 2 games. The Rangers in the last 2 games have 2 runs and 9 hits. That's the return of Josh Young. And I'm not blaming Josh Young at all. Heck, he's one of the guys who actually feels like he's having better at-bats than some guys. But it's tough. I don't want to ruin the noon segment. I know at noon it's kind of like, hey, CY and Bochy and guys still believe, and you're still only 4.5 back. Like, we can keep saying that.
But, Mike, you don't and I saw Evan Grant put that out there. You're under no obligation. We're going to talk about it because I want to feel where people are, but you don't have to agree with that. This team has played inconsistent at best, woeful at times at worst.
It's just, it's tough because the dude, let me give you Michael McGreevy's numbers this year in AAA. And this is who you faced. He was 5-7 with a 4.45 ERA. In 109 innings, he'd given up 110 hits and struck out 96 guys. Now, he's a first-round pick from 2021. Yeah. I'm not telling you he's not talented. He threw the ball 92-ish was his fastball. Had some good breaking ball stuff. I'm not saying the young man can't pitch, but it's just they're not really competitive at bats.
Yeah.
It's just like you go up there and you ground out and you jog back to the dugout and we go on to the next inning. Like they're not threatening. The Rangers don't really threaten to score. 9 hits in the last 2 games. And you didn't face Tarek Skubal and Paul Skeens. If that happened, like if you were facing, I just voted for AL Pitcher of the Month, and it was tough. I was thinking about multiple guys. There was nobody that totally stood out. But if you were facing Grayson Rodriguez, who I ended up voting for AL Pitcher of the Month, I'd have been like, dude, I get it, man. That guy is an up and comer. He's 13-4 on the year, but you faced a dude with a 4.17 ERA this year in Lance Lynn, and then you faced a guy with a 4.5 ERA in AAA this year. Those were the 2 guys that totally shut you down, that you could not threaten. You couldn't, get runners in scoring position with less than 2 outs. There was nothing you could do. It was total domination by the Cardinals pitching staff. And so you get the day off today, but I don't know what to think anymore. I don't know how to explain that they are going to hit and they are going to threaten and they are going to do these things. I can hope it. Yeah. I hope that they do, but I don't know where my hope lies rather than just 2023. I can't point to 2024.
Do you appreciate the lineup changes? This is not a punishment or anything like that because Boch was very clear about, like, this being merit-based, and we talked about benching Leote. He's like, look, he hadn't got it done. The back end of the lineup hasn't gotten it done. Is there a potential for, although I know we've seen it for a few days, that lineup changes will spark these people? Or are you like, I saw the last couple days, didn't seem like it?
So I was driving home from doing the post-game show yesterday, and I turn on 105.3 The Fan, and Peasley's on doing the post-game show, and G-Bag Nation is on, and they're asking questions. And I get it, right? They're out there watching practice. I'm not faulting G-Bag at all for this. They can't watch the game. They're literally watching Cowboys practice. That's what they're out there to do. But Brian Broaddus had a question. He's like, well, should you bench Adolis Garcia? Try somebody else. And Peasley had the response that I would have. You want to play Robbie Grossman? I get it. Like, I get Adolis Garcia is doing very little for you offensively this year. In fact, I couldn't believe this. He came up to bat, and Bally's has that Bally's bar where they'll give you some stats. With runners in scoring position this year, Adolis Garcia has 1 home run.
Are you kidding me?
Wow.
All year. We are 2 months away from the season being over, and Adolis Garcia has 1 home run with runners in scoring position for the whole season.
That's not what we got last year.
And
that's definitely not what we got last year.
And so I get where Broaddus is coming from, but I also get where Peasley's coming from. I see both sides. Broaddus is like, try somebody else. It doesn't matter. Just try somebody else. And Peasley's side of it is, the people to try are Robbie Grossman and Travis Jankowski. That's your choice if you want to.
Yeah.
If you want to take Adolis and sit him, you have 2 choices right now. And those are your choices. And so then you go, you might as well just hope Adolis comes out of this. And then the other thing is, too, is Adolis doing worse than Leote Taveras offensively?
It kind of feels like it.
Yeah, but now I start going, like, should I, like, if a major change were to be made in the outfield, and you don't, the problem is Evan Carter is possibly done for the year. I know that there was that there was a little hope given by Bruce Bochy yesterday here on The Fan, but Chris Young said in his press conference the day before, like, he pretty much said, I don't have the exact quote, but I mean, I think he said his regular season is over. We gotta allow him to try to figure out this back for the future. So you have 2 outfielders in Leote Taveras and Adolis Garcia, and God bless them. They helped you win a World Series, and that can never be taken away from us as fans. It can never be taken away from Leote and Adolis. We will love them forever. But right now, you have 2 guys in your outfield that I don't, like, I can't imagine doing this, and I don't think it would get better. But if you put Travis Jankowski out in center field every day and you put Robbie Grossman in right field every day, I think it does more damage than it does help.
Yeah.
Because at this point, there's not much confidence. It doesn't look like there's much confidence at the plate from most of the Rangers when they get into the batter's box.
Is that contagious then?
Yes.
Okay.
Just like hitting is. Last year, it was contagious in the opposite way. If he did it, I'm going to do it. If that was a grind out at bat, man, that dude had 8 pitches and drew a walk. I'm going to go up there and I'm going to get him over to second base. I'm going to knock him in. Like, there was just this group mentality of the positive. But hitting is contagious. That is true in both ways. And right now it's contagious in the worst way. As a guy goes up there, 2 pitches, ground out to second. Next guy, 3 pitches, ground out to short. Next guy, 4 pitches, strike out. Well, then the next inning comes, and it just feels like it just keeps snowballing in the negative way. And it can, and it has. And I don't know how they get out of it. Now, I will say this. I don't know what their ERA is now. At the end of yesterday, at the end of the Ranger game, Boston was 3-8. That's the team you play next. 3-8 in the second half. They have a team ERA of over 6.5. Now, they won yesterday 3-2 in 10 innings, so they're now 4-8, and that ERA came down. But it's still right around 6. In 10 innings, you gave up 2 runs, but that's 12 games now. It was 6.5, so let's just say it's right around 6. I don't know what the exact number is. They're averaging giving up 6 runs. The Red Sox are averaging giving up 6 runs. For me, anything less than 6 runs per game in this series is a failure.
Yeah.
Now, you can still win the game 2-1, 3-2. Now, here's the problem.
But that's not as encouraging. Yeah.
The Red Sox were scoring over 6 runs a game in those 11 games. They were 3-8. They have the best offense in all of baseball in the second half of the season. They have the worst ERA in all of baseball in the second half of the season. Those things could have changed yesterday after they won 3-2. They did help you out. They beat Seattle 3-2. But they are giving up runs after runs after runs in the second half. So you're playing a team that can't get outs consistently. That can change. They are a better team than you. They have a better record than you. That's factual. I can't make up. Maybe the Rangers are better, but factually they have a better record than you. You have to score against this team. You get to face the worst pitching staff in the second half of the season right now. It doesn't mean they can't bounce back, because you know what the Red Sox are thinking right now? We get to face one of the most struggling offenses in all of baseball.
Let's strike them all out.
So, let's get ALR pitching.
So now we have the battle, the ERA versus the 2.6 runs scored in St. Louis. And let's see what wins this weekend.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Dallas Cowboys training camp in Oxnard, expected to have Jerry Jones on later in the afternoon. Coming up next, though, it's time to talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. He'll enter the tent on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
On-time experts, air conditioning and plumbing, same-day service guaranteed. But also remember that Mickey Spagnola is brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Good morning, sir.
What do we got going here?
This People waving their arms like maniacs.
They've
right?
been doing
That's what
this
because it's the top of the hour.
Top of the hour.
Exactly,
They love the song, so they've been doing this for the whole time we've been here. So this has been fun.
Now, there's a lot. I mean, it feels like every day there's a lot to get into.
There's always
with you.
something.
But I want to start with body language, which some people might think is absurd. I started keying in on two particular players yesterday, Mozzie Smith and Chauncey Golston. I thought Chauncey Golston had a fantastic practice, was super upbeat. You could tell he wanted to be part in the pass rushing drills in everything. And so that affected how effective I thought he was. And then you see
playing defensive tackle.
Exactly. And then you see Mozzie Smith, who just looks like, and correct me if I'm wrong, it felt like his positional coach was getting on to him about this. It looks like he hates being out there.
He looks like the guy that's going to work when I was young, like trying to make money in the summer.
Yeah.
Working in a factory.
Right.
And those guys were just miserable.
Yes.
And you could tell. And
that's what he seems like
I
out
have
there.
to be here forever.
I don't know if that's his personality or what the deal is, because when I would watch him kind of rehab, and he just was, there was no emotion. There was just.
So you see it then, right?
It was like flatlining.
Yeah.
And I don't know that that's why the other day, last week, when he got in the little skirmish, practice was over, and I'm going, yeah, good.
See some fire.
Way to go.
Yeah.
That's what I want to see, especially for and I thought he had a really good first padded practice. I thought he did his job in the middle. He was holding his ground, taking up double teams so the linebackers could come in and fill the hole. So we'll keep an eye on it. Maybe that's him. I don't know. But I'll second your recognizing that.
Yeah.
I was asked a little bit last night about the running back position, and my answer on running back was I think we'll see more understanding of that position whenever preseason games start. Because right now what we're seeing is, can you get to the hole? But after that, there's nothing beyond that. There's no real tackle.
Yeah. They call it thumping up.
Yeah.
I do like how they go, as if they
finish.
Some of those tackles. I appreciate why.
Have you noticed where they put that yellow pole on the sideline? They got a yellow pole, and it's in front of the play. And I was like, why do they keep moving that? And then it was explained to me that after the thumping up, you're supposed to run to the yellow pole.
Okay.
Like
well,
that's what you said. Go, finish.
Yeah.
That's the finish line.
Okay.
Anyway.
That makes sense.
No, I think, it's hard to tell when you're not tackling what a running back's doing. You can see if they see the hole, if they hit. But at this point, you got to see them maybe in the scrimmage. Next week
with the Rams.
Next Thursday, the 8th, and then the preseason. That's why I keep saying these preseason games for this team are vitally important.
Yeah,
it's important to the running back position. It's important to the offensive line. It's important to Trey Lance. These games are going to be really important for these guys, and the running back position is kind of crowded now because I was just kind of sloughing off Royce Freeman. Well, he looks like he's trying to get a spot as the third running back. And then I thought yesterday Snoop and Malik Davis had nice days, right?
Snoop was, sorry, I'm excited about this. Snoop is somebody that, again, not saying he'll make the team, but
I'd written him off.
Yeah, he
just keeps jumping out, though.
He was making some moves.
He was a camp body.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden I go, Snoop, look out. So, good. But yeah, I like the way, Zeke's running well. Rico shows you he can make plays. You just got to stay healthy. They're trying to use Deuce in a lot of different ways, and
that was what Reggie had mentioned last night. He goes, and no mention of Deuce Vaughn. I was like, well, to be honest, I've seen him more on the returning and more in receiving out of
and
the
they're trying to incorporate him into runs that he's capable of making. And I thought that was good. So it's a crowded field, and you know what? If you watch Hunter Lipke, they've been using the fullback, and in a couple formations, I think it was the 2-minute drill or red zone, he was a one-back.
Yep.
So the committee is growing.
Is that the biggest question mark then because of how many people are kind of, I guess, like in the mix, for lack of a better term, or do you stick with defensive tackle or go with offensive line just because we're moving some new folks in?
Yeah, I think, that's going to – they'll make that decision for the Cowboys at running back, right? How you play in the preseason game, providing the offensive line is functioning. But now I think the attention is at the defensive end spot to see how they're going to fill that. And obviously they're bringing in some guys.
Carl Davis coming in today, right?
Carl Lawson. Carl Davis already here.
Carl Davis here. Yeah, he's here.
Carl Lawson, yes, thank you.
And that was the guy I think I mentioned yesterday, one of the guys that was on the list of free agents. And none of these guys are earth-shattering. Lawson's been in the league. This would be his 7th year. But again, he's unsigned at this point in training camp. And I think I mentioned yesterday that there's 2,880 guys employed. And if you're on that free agent availability list, it's like, whoa, what's there?
Yeah.
But he's had some injury situations. That he came off of an Achilles in 2021. In 2022, he had a really nice season. He started all 17 games for the Jets, 33 tackles, 7 sacks. And then last year, he only played 6 games with 5 starts, and he had some injury situations.
Yeah. Okay.
So you got to be careful when you're signing a guy that's 29 years old.
Sure.
The last thing you want to do is bring him in. And then the other guys are just guys that have been in the league in different spots, and that would definitely be like a depth type thing. But you need some experience at that position if indeed you want to play Micah Parsons as much as it looks like they would like to at linebacker.
And it definitely looks like they want to play in there a lot. I am kind of curious if you've talked to Bones at all about this and how who they keep on special teams might change from what we've seen in prior years with the new kicking rules.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I think the coordinators are supposed to talk today.
Great.
Yes.
Am I right?
Great.
Is that on the schedule?
That is correct.
And he was supposed to do a little extra thing on the kickoff.
Okay, that's great.
So because he was
that
supposed
happens
to
right when our show ends.
He was good. Then you get to listen.
Yeah,
right?
no, absolutely. Yeah,
and he was supposed to do it. I think during the mini camp, and something came up, and they postponed it. But he was going to kind of give us a lecture on the kickoff rule because there's so many different things. Are possibilities.
Yeah.
The one thing I didn't think about this, but so there's a possibility, and they're trying to do different things. Turpin was telling me this on how they kick off the Cowboys, and you can try and hit line drives, and have the ball hit inside the 20, but not roll out of bounds because then it goes to the 40. Well. I saw that there's a rule if you hit like a line drive and one of the front guys that's up blocking between the 30 and 35-yard line, if he doesn't jump and he can touch the ball, it's a touchback and you get the ball at the 40-yard line.
Okay.
So
Awesome.
I didn't.
I don't think I knew that either.
I didn't even think of that. Right.
Wow.
But the line drive could be a technique you use on the kickoff,
And the tall
because you're
player.
going to have two guys back returning. So you don't want kicking it high doesn't matter because you can't move until the guy touches the ball. But if you hit a line drive and the ball hits the ground before the guy catches it, everybody can move.
So you want Tyler Guyton on the special teams?
Yeah.
So he
Right.
Long
Sit there and see if he
arms,
can touch it.
Yes.
Well, and blocking is going to be like a play.
Yeah.
Because you're at the 40. The defense lines up the return team leans up between the 30 and 35.
Yep.
So it's almost like a play from scrimmage. That's what you're blocking. So it'll be interesting to see what techniques they use. I'm sure you would like your kicker to put the ball between the numbers and the sideline before the end zone. So you got to be pretty accurate, right? Because it's got to be between the 20 and the end line. Otherwise, if you think you don't cover well, then kick it in the end zone and let them have the ball at the 30.
This feels like another thing that we should watch for in these preseason games.
Oh, yeah.
It's tonight, the first
Hall
Hall of Fame game. They're probally going to institute that
tonight,
a little bit.
right?
Yeah.
Oh, let's go.
It's going to be wild to see
that. The other thing is now there's going to be pressure on the officials because they got to judge if anybody took off before the ball's caught,
right,
or before the ball hits the ground. So there's more to watch than, everybody's running down, and sometimes one guy steps over the line too soon. But now this is going to be pretty significant. The other thing, I always knew this, if you caught the ball like a kickoff, 1 foot inbounds, 1 foot out of bounds, it's out of bounds.
Yeah.
And then you would get the ball, that would be like kicking the ball out of bounds, you get it at the 40. Well, they pointed out that rule's still in place. The other thing I saw was, when it's a windy day and you got to have somebody hold the ball on the tee, you can use a 12th man. But he can't cover.
He has to get off the field.
He doesn't have to get off. He just can't do anything. Yeah. So it gives us a new meaning to 12th man.
Yeah.
Big
Yes,
so there's a lot of things like that are going to come up.
I'm really intrigued. It feels very
similar.
similar.
It's going to be exciting for football nerds.
Does it feel at all like the conversations we had so much about the pitch clock? And pitch clock's going to change this, going to change all these
people are
going to
be against it for a little bit, but then, it kind of comes off and everybody's like, oh, actually, that worked.
Well, think about it. The game's getting ready to start. The crowd's in a frenzy. Everybody's standing, waving their flags, and waiting for the kickoff, and everything's fired up. Guys are jumping up and down, and then it's a touchback.
Yep.
It's like taking a pin and put it in a balloon, right? And it's like, okay. I mean, how many times do you look at a kickoff, right?
Sure.
You just know what's going to happen usually. So now I think they've put some excitement into the game using some of the USFL, XFL, UFL rules. Which, by the way, UFL, the Cowboys had signed this linebacker Willie Harvey Jr. And I had talked to Daryl Johnston about him. Daryl was in charge of personnel, and he said, he's one of those guys that just needs a chance. He's undersized. And those guys get lost sometimes. And he's been on a couple of teams, practice squads, and really never, was given an opportunity. And so this past year in the UFL, he led the league in tackles. He's undersized. I think I don't know, you've got the thing there.
Yeah.
I want to say 5'10", maybe.
Let's see. Why can't I find him? They have him at 5'11", 230. So maybe 5'10".
So, and he's kind of a middle linebacker guy. Daryl compared him to Sam Mills. Remember the little short linebacker
for the Panthers,
the Saints, and then the Panthers. They nicknamed the Mouse.
Heck of a player.
He said he's somewhat like that, and he kind of showed up yesterday. Had an interception. Dropped into zone coverage, and I don't think Trey Lance saw him, and he picked it off, and he made a couple plays in the running game too. So there's another guy to keep an eye on.
Mickey, there is no way. I know exactly what player you're talking about. There's no way Trey Lance saw him, because otherwise I'm like, what was that throw?
Right.
He just grabbed it.
And and it happened the day before with Kendricks, who dropped into coverage, and Dak didn't see him, and he picked him off. And by the way, where was I going with that? Oh, Kendricks had a little bit of a back spasm. That's why he didn't practice yesterday.
Okay.
And they said it was really no big deal.
Okay.
But it was like, okay, you're not winning the Super Bowl on July 31st. So just take a day, veteran. And I'm sure he's one of those guys. No way, I'm going. You know?
I get that sense.
I get that.
I mean,
for
that's
sure.
what you want out of your middle linebacker.
We've positioned everything that we've talked about in terms of, hey, it's early. You're about a week into
Right.
camp. And I understand all of that. I just wanted to get your early thoughts on Hoffman and Beebe, whether it's just individually or how that competition might be looking.
Well,
so
I
far.
think Hoffman's like saying, "Oh, I'm not stepping aside.
Yeah.
You know, you're going to have to beat me out." They've used Hoffman primarily first team. BB maybe gets a snap or so, but he's basically the second team guy. They've got to make sure that they're comfortable with his snaps. I think from a blocking standpoint, he understands it. But it's hard to make that transition. I remember, and I hate to be, old man guy looking back, but when the Cowboys drafted Mark Stepnoski in '89, it was in the third round.
Yeah.
And he didn't take over the center position until, and they were transforming a guard in college to a center. And I think maybe he started finally the last 3 games of the season, something like that. Tom Rafferty was the veteran that had been there forever, and they were going to move on from him.
Yeah.
Step was going to, but they waited till the last, and let's qualify it. They were the last 3 games. They were 1-12. Yeah, 1-12. So it really didn't matter if you started training guys for the next year. That was when there was a big stink made because Jimmy was going to start. I think it was Tony Tolbert instead of Ed Too Tall Jones.
Oh my gosh, what are you
and
doing?
Ed Too Tall Jones had this streak of consecutive starts, right? And everybody was like up in arms when they found that out, and we were writing, Ed, how can he do that to Ed Too Tall Jones? So Jimmy found out, and he conceded. He goes, okay, Ed, start. And I think one series into the game, you're out. Tony
But he got that start.
But he got the start, right? So that's kind of the stuff that was going on. But, yeah, I go back to what you said. I think Beebe has played well as a second-team guy. The blocking looks good, just the way you saw at K-State. He's got to just make sure the snaps are accurate, on time, and that he's reading things. He's real smart. Guys saw him pointing stuff out already, the way a center does for the blocking scheme. So that's going to be a good competition. And either way, one of them has to be a proficient backup. Because you need a backup center that can play guard.
Yeah.
And Hoffman has played guard. BB was a guard trying to play center. So you got to be able to take care of 2 positions. The other guy that they're training in multiple positions is Awesome Richards, who was drafted as a tackle. They moved him to guard, and now I see him playing both. He actually got some snaps first team at left tackle. So if those guys are going to be active, you got to be able to play multiple positions and special teams.
Yes, our new look special teams.
New look.
Thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
Tomorrow, it's Friday tomorrow.
That's
I've had my
right.
days all mixed up.
That makes sense to me. Once you're out here, I can definitely see that. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or does he pour the biggest drink in the world during a segment? We'll find out.
Nobody
next
heard it.
Here on the Fan. I'm just kidding.
All right, guys. Men's Tea Clinic has spent the last decade
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Bases. One run is home. Arenado being waved in. It's a 2-run double for Pham, who stays hot and makes it 7-0 St. Louis.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and I hate having to do this, but it's time for my buddies an idiot. Do the Rangers belong in that group? Remember, you can catch us on the Fan Cam, courtesy of Uber One. New members enjoy 3 months free at joinuber1.com. But let's get my buddies and idiots started, and unfortunately, I just have to ask if the Rangers have to go in there because they won one game over St. Louis.
They won the World Series last year, Kevin.
That is true.
There's no way I can ever forgive you for saying that about them after what they did.
But this team's not doing so great, right?
They have 3 years to make it up to me, all right?
Okay. Look, I'm not one of the people who's texting in about, Boch or Ray Davis has got to go. Like, I don't think that. Like, seriously, Mike, we get those texts all the time, which I think is wild. I'm just like, I'm disappointed in the way they're playing right now.
Look, most likely at Boch's age, he came back for 3 years. Like, if for some reason you don't like Bruce Bochy, I can't imagine a dude who came here, took over a team who had finished under 500, well under 500 for, was it 6 straight years?
Yes, that is correct.
And then won the world championship with a team that literally only Bruce Bochy in the whole wide world thought could maybe win the world championship in 2023. So if you don't like him, probably next year is his last year to manage in the history of baseball. So if you don't like him, you have to deal with Bruce Bochy for 2 more months of this year and most likely next year. And I think that at that point, I think Bruce Bochy's going to retire. I think. We don't know for sure, but he might retire after this year.
You know, Mike, that was one of the reasons we were looking at the roster last year, but we were also looking at Bochy's management contract. And what were we saying last year? This is a now win. They have to win now, and they did. Like, they did go win it, so that was the thing. But we were saying they have to win right now in this window because Bochy might only be here for this 3-year period. And you were lucky enough that you got a championship, the first year that he walked into the place, where you'd never had a championship before. But yes, Kevin, if you want to look at it and say this season alone,
that's all I'm saying.
That yes, the Rangers are struggling.
100%. And it doesn't look like they're going to come out of it. Now, there's been teams that have randomly come out of it that you're just like, I don't get it. How did you guys for this long play this way and then down the stretch play that way? How did that happen? It's randomly happened, and that's the hope. It doesn't mean that it's going to happen. It probably won't. But the hope is like somehow, some way, this team that's done this for 110 games almost is going to play totally opposite than the 110 games that they've played so far. It's happened in baseball history. That is the hope. And really for another segment, maybe when you guys get back on Monday or Tuesday, we'll see how the Boston series goes, is who do you want back on the team in 2025?
Yeah.
I think we're getting to that possible discussion on after we've watched this. Who do you think the Rangers should kind of keep going forward?
Now,
and at what position?
Yes, that is a great question. There'll be a minor Olympic spoiler in here, so I want to give people a heads up. Are the United States 3-on-3 teams idiots? Because the men's team is 0-2, and I'm going to give you a preview for what's going to happen today. The U.S. women lose again, and now they are 0-3. Our 3-on-3 basketball teams are combined 0-5 in the Olympics thus far. The hell's going on?
I don't know. They should have done the thing that the boxing did and just like have Derek Lively and somebody play on the women's team, and then we would have been just fine. They'd be like, hey, there's a 7'2" guy on the women's team that looks like a guy. And they'd be like, yeah, he said he was a girl today.
Mike, I had a dream that the Cowboys had a 7-foot running back on the practice squad. How do you think that would work out?
He would go into surgery for broken legs or ACL injuries in his knee.
Or he steps over the line. He just steps over everybody,
wow.
and he gets the ball, falls forward, touchdown.
So you're saying we could have possibly had Manute Bull and Muggsy Bogues as our running backs, the way the Washington Bullets had those two guys. Like they had the picture of the 5'3" with the 7'7" guy, and that would have been the picture of the running backs. I wonder at this, what pants do you make for a 7-foot running back? I guess 6'8" is. And we just brought up Ed Too Tall Jones. Those have to be like two of the tallest guys in Cowboys history. So, like, I don't even know if they make 7-footer football pants.
They just look like shorts on those guys out there.
Oh, or like capri pants and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. That was just my my side.
Kevin, I thought it was interesting. Off air, Reggie and I were talking last night. He was like, I can't wait till women's sports gets to a point where we can also, instead of just being like, oh yeah, they did great at this, they did great at that, you can also look at them and be like, hey, you kind of stunk it up on this. And I think this is the case where Haley Van Lith, lots of publicity. She's been lots of publicity with her, and she hasn't quite lived up to all that.
Man, I'm with you. I've always said that is one element that you'll know you're truly reaching equality when you can trash someone who's like in a different, like whether you want to say a different category, a minority group or whatever, not because of that group, just because you're like, I don't like what they did, or just that person's an a-hole.
And people they're like, yeah, no, you're right about that.
Yes, and so you don't have to be like, oh, our team's trying so hard. They're like, we're 0-3. What the crap?
Because the 3-on-3 teams are doing so bad, I get it. The reason in '88 you lost in the Olympics to, I believe, Russia, and you're like, we're gonna do the professionals. We're not going to go with college kids anymore, so we can reestablish ourselves as the dominant basketball in the world.
Yeah.
After this, because they're not even going to qualify to play in the medal rounds, will they go, all right, hey, I need 4 quality all-star NBA basketball guys or close to that aren't making the Olympic team. You guys form a 3-on-3 basketball team, and same thing with the WNBA. Like, because I don't know who's playing in the women's side, but you don't have any NBA basketball players on the men's team, and that doesn't make sense to me. Like, I don't know, name Trae Young, for example.
Yeah.
Isn't Trae Young way better than Jimmer Fredette? I know you don't like
Jaylen Brown. You could put Jaylen Brown on this team. You could put Caitlin Clark on the 3-on-3 team. Like, we could have figured this out.
I just think a team that was eliminated from playoff contention in March, you could have said, hey, who's the word? San Antonio might not work, but like, because Wembanyama, what I'm saying there is because I'm just trying to think of a team that had the Detroit Pistons. If you take Cade Cunningham and a couple of their earlier draft picks, wouldn't they do better? Because they've played together as a team for a whole NBA season, and you just take 4 American Detroit Pistons and you say, you guys are our 3-on-3 team.
You have to pay them more.
We can figure that out. Look.
How wild would that be? Because they're not paid. They're amateur athletes, right? They aren't paid. They get endorsements, though.
They are paying Olympians.
All right. How wild would that be, though? They're like, hey, we had to pay our 3-on-3 team more than we paid the guys on the 5-man team or the regular roster, the Olympics roster. And then they're like, hey, that's not very cool.
I mean, we can, if it's just...
And then everybody wants to be on the 3-on-3 team.
If it's just finances that is holding us back, I think...
Just throw it into the national deficit.
We can... Yeah, that's true. All right, let's take you to the Arizona Diamondbacks announcer. Now...
they're the best team in July. They have the best record.
Except for Jordan Montgomery. Now, we'll talk about that a little bit later, but you're right. Their announcer, I get it. When he said that, that might have been how I initially read the shirt as well. We've been holding this for a couple of days. The key is the kid's shirt says, I can't, I'm Mormon. All right? Now let's go to cut number 8, and this is how the Diamondbacks dude read it.
All right, I found my new favorite T-shirt ever. The guy on the right. I can't. I'm a moron. There it is on tape and everything for the director. He'll use that, wear it out.
I think he just misread it. I don't think he was saying that the Mormons are morons.
No.
I think he misread it.
I didn't interpret that at all. I also, when he said it out loud and I was looking at the shirt, I was like, oh, yeah. And then Corey goes, look at it again. And I go, oh, that is not what that says at all. So, yeah. I'm a moron. He said, I can't. I'm a moron. And his shirt actually says, I can't. I'm Mormon. So
I like hearing Mike laugh that hard about that line because that's a really I can't. I'm a moron. That's hilarious.
Yeah, that is unfortunate.
Mike, try to avoid that on those Bally calls, man. Try it. Make sure you read those shirts. All right.
No, I want you to lean into it, and I really want you.
Did you? Right. There's a shirt that Andrew Chafin wore in one of his interviews when he was back on one of his 7 other teams he played on before the Rangers, and he had a shirt that said "Eat happy." Not healthy.
I like it. Well, I feel like I should be wearing that shirt. Now, I got one more for you, Mike, and I don't know if you've heard this, but this is a truly incredible story that we didn't get to yesterday. Did you know that the Army is looking to get $6 million back from the UFL and The Rock?
No, I didn't know that.
Okay, so they spent $11 million on a marketing deal with the UFL. And according to a report from military.com, which cites Army documents, they claim that they got 0 new recruits through this $11 million partnership with the UFL.
So do you ask the person who signs up for the military, hey, why did you decide this, or how did you hear about us? And
I guess so.
Because nobody said through watching minor league football.
Yes, they're trying to get 6 of the 11 million back. That just feels like, oh man, that feels hurtful. That the Army, in Army documents, went out of their way to be like, we got nobody, nothing.
Oh man, that's not good.
Can they give them I don't know, obviously they're not getting that money. Can they give them some free advertising next year on the minor league games?
That's a good question, because another part of
Can they send a tank?
Well, they're running out of people to put in the tanks as well, because they said that the partnership, and I have no idea how they figured this out. They said the partnership with the UFL led them to losing 38 enlistments.
Losing?
Dang.
They're like, not only did we not gain anything, we lost 38. They
Can't be in
left.
the Army anymore. I'm going to play in the UFL. These guys can do it. I can do it.
I don't totally understand TV advertising, but I do know when the Rangers were struggling before last year, there are certain things where we have to get in a few extra commercials here and there, because if your ratings don't hit a certain number that I guess you promised your advertisers, then you have to give them extra
make goods.
Yeah, make goods. And so I'm just assuming maybe the USFL has to do make goods if they make it next year, as in there's still a league.
So if you see that there's a ton of U.S. Army commercials next year for the next season, you'll know why.
Could they make them wear Army and Navy and Air Force uniforms instead of wearing you're like, hey, is Army and Navy playing right now? You're like, no, it's minor league football in the summertime.
You know what? I don't want to rule anything out, Mike. I don't know the answer to that, but I don't want to rule that
out. That would be advertising.
Yeah, that's true. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. How many rookie QBs will win the starting job? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Here's May, gonna fire it deep, and it's caught. Jones at the 20. Inside the 10, first and goal, Carolina.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
And I know
buttermilk biscuits.
They don't necessarily, I love it, bring you gridiron gravy, but I want to remind you that all of our confessional videos are brought to you by Best Buy Windows and Siding, and be on the lookout today for a video, and what I really hope that picture is going to make its way everywhere, of Corey enthusiastically saying he's number one and how it got covered up. Some really, really fine work by Carter Freeman right there. Now...
if you want to go check it out.
Have you already changed it?
It is on my Twitter profile picture right now.
Awesome.
So I haven't posted it, but if you want to go look and follow me on Twitter, @InTheMajors, spelled funny, go ahead and check that out.
I think we should all change that to our profile
To my picture?
Yeah.
The picture of me flipping off everybody? It says 105.3 The Fan.
There you go.
I'm not flipping off the fan. I'm just flipping off everybody else with the fan.
All right. All right. Mike, you're going to enjoy one particular aspect of this segment. I promise you that. How many rookie quarterbacks are going to win their starting job? Now, to go along with that, Mike.
Name all the rookie quarterbacks.
I will. Well,
Caleb Williams.
I'll specifically focus on these six. Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, Michael Penix, J.J. McCarthy, and Bo Nix. But I want to start with who's the quarterback that Mike hates on the most? The rookie quarterback that he hates on the most.
Muggsy.
Ooh. No, it's Drake May.
Drake?
Oh, yeah, last year, Bryce Young. I honestly didn't know he was going to be that bad. But now, yep, it's North Carolina. Never produced a quarterback ever.
You're going to love this. This is from the Boston Globe, from Ben Volen, who's been out at practice. He says, quote, Joe Milton III has outplayed Drake May over the first 6 practices of camp. You can't tell which player is the number 3 overall pick and which is the 6th round flyer.
Best thing to do is move him to outside linebacker.
What?
Lawrence Taylor.
Oh, man.
Greg Ellis.
So the point is there's more precedent there. But, yeah, Mike, early looks in camp are that, yeah, he doesn't look like
2 years from now, they're going to have to draft another quarterback.
You're probably right about that.
I have 3 on my list.
Okay,
Kevin.
tell me which 3.
I think... I still think that J.J. McCarthy stands a chance. But he could be a clipboard guy this year. But it's Daniels... And it's Caleb Williams for sure.
Okay,
those are my 2 that I'm pretty much locked in on.
Who's Bo Nix? Who is Bo Nix
Denver.
competing against?
He's competing against, and I have all of these competitors if you would like them. Bo Nix is competing against Jarrett Stidham and Zach Wilson.
Oh, Bo Nix is the quarterback.
That was the only other option that I had because before the draft, Sean Payton said, I want to fall in love with a quarterback.
Yeah.
He said he did.
Yep.
And then he did, and it wasn't necessarily the one that anybody else really wanted.
Bo Nix has gone from a minus 300 favorite to win that job to a minus 350 to win the Broncos job. I think you're right about Caleb Williams, and I think you're right about Jaden Daniels, who's up against Marcus Mariota. For Drake May, he's currently a pretty hefty underdog to Jacoby Brissett. Michael Penix is not going to start unless Kirk Cousins gets hurt.
You keep saying it wrong.
And then, no, I'm saying it right. And then Sam Darnold is a pretty hefty favorite over J.J. McCarthy right now. So yes, fair. Does 3 sound like a reasonable number of rookie QBs to start the season? I'm not saying that the other
2
ones
sounds more reasonable.
Okay.
But 3 does sound, hey, anything can happen between now and then. Yes, 3 does sound reasonable.
I'm with you.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Caleb, Jaden Daniels, and Bo Nix. But you mentioned yuck, Mike. That's what I think about the Broncos situation. Because if you don't take Bo Nix, it's Stidham or Zach Wilson. For the Vikings, if you don't take J.J. McCarthy, it's Sam Darnold. For Washington, if you didn't take Jaden Daniels, it's Marcus Mariota. Like, there's not a plethora of great other options.
If I was the coach and I was struggling with Bo Nix, if it was reading a defense or something, I would put Zach Wilson back there, let him take a snap, and did you see how Zach Wilson did it? So that's how we don't want to do it, okay? I just want to show you the bad so you don't do it. Did you see exactly how he read the defense and where he threw the ball? Okay, so that's the 180 we got to turn around. So now that he did that, do you see how wrong it can go? Now let's do the opposite of what just happened.
Now, Mike, do you
and
do
make
that
sure
off
your
to the
mom
side?
doesn't come to training camp.
Now, do you do that off to the side, or are you saying that right in front of Zach?
Right in front of Zach Wilson.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
And I want
That's
to point
why
out.
he's in camp.
Okay.
I want
show
to
you
point
what
this
not
out.
to do.
Mike, my dad did this with me growing up. I had a friend who would sometimes make bad decisions, Kevin, and my dad literally told me, anything he does, you do the opposite.
All right.
If he goes and he's spray painting a wall, you walk away from the wall. You clean the wall. And I was like, all right. So I did. It kept me out of trouble, and I'm not going to tell you what happened to him.
Oh, no. Is he in jail right now?
He had a kid, like, in high school.
Oh. That doesn't mean you're necessarily bad.
Well, but did I have a kid in high school, Kevin?
No.
Exactly.
All right, let's go to Tristan Wirf. What'd you say, Mike?
I'm watching the girls
What?
The
gymnastics.
women's? Yep. Uh-huh.
And the
Hey, give a heads up to the listeners out
Spoiler
there.
alert.
Yeah, spoiler alert.
no spoiler alert on winning or losing, but I think not Simone Biles, but our other girl. I think it was her. She was
Suni
doing
Lee?
the uneven bars.
Is it Suni Lee?
I think.
Oh, did she fall flat on her face in her warm up?
Missed the bar.
That was in her warm up.
Oh, that looked
Yeah,
like
she-
it. That had to hurt. That's like a good 8-foot drop of just pounding the floor. Now there's padding.
belly flop too.
Yeah, that had to hurt.
Oh, yeah, that.
I'm betting
They're
she
in
has a great
rotation number
recovery.
2 right now, and I don't know who's winning because it doesn't have the score up on
And this is the all-around final that is taking place, I do believe.
individual all around. Is that what
Yes,
they call it?
correct.
Not team.
No,
yeah,
we
because
already,
some of
we
the
already
girls
won
aren't
that.
wearing their colors. They're wearing their whatever. They wear their individual. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Whatever they
Simone
want.
Biles is in like a blue, black, very shimmery deal. It's cool looking, I guess, but it doesn't. It's not like. And then the girl she's competing against is like in yellow.
Okay. Thank you for the update.
I love
You're
Mike's
right.
Olympic updates.
That was a spoiler-free update. I
know
appreciated
Kevin,
that.
you do
You
a
can
really
see in the
good
back
job
if
with
you're
that
watching on
segment.
YouTube. You can see in the back of me.
Okay.
I don't know if that's legal.
Tristan Wirfs for Tampa Bay. Their left tackle has signed a new 5-year, $140.6 million extension. Sorry, I haven't seen the guaranteed money on that because I know that is obviously a big part of it, but that is a lot of freaking money for Tristan Wirfs.
That's a
Yeah.
leaf.
That is another leaf. That
Yeah,
is
I mean
following.
now you're sitting there going, God, we got to re-sign Tyler Guyton.
Doesn't seem like we feel such pressures. Good news for you, Corey. Frank Gore is going into the Hall of Fame. Now, of course, it's the 49ers Hall of Fame because he has no business being in the actual Hall of Fame.
You
but
shut your dirty mouth.
is this a big day for you?
This is a big day. That's first step, man. If you're not in your own team's Hall of Fame, how are you going to be in the regular Hall of Fame?
Why do
know
you
what I mean?
like him so much?
Mike is very easy.
Is it 'cause-
he
is it
helped
'cause-
me win. He helped me win 2 fantasy football championships because he
How?
was great those years.
Running for 3 yards a carry.
Doesn't matter. It all stacks up, Mike. He got lots of carries. Like that was the important thing. And he was a good receiver out of the backfield, so he could stack up. You could get extra points per reception in our league as well.
I think you just like him because Kevin doesn't.
Oh
No, this goes back to this is Kevin just pestering me on liking him as much as I do, more than anything else.
I just looked at
It's all
the
about
facts.
Hey man, a lot of life is about fantasy football. Just remember my friend yesterday.
Oh yeah.
I
Hit
wonder
his
how many
head. He's
times.
hurt.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
He's hurt and everything, and he's you know what he's doing right now, Kevin? Trying to figure out how to get our draft party started so we can get it rolling.
I like it.
What were
If
you
did-
asking, Mike?
If you did the uneven bars, how many times would you rack yourself?
Every time.
I feel like I would just like, hey, swing, and then I would just hit the next bar, and I would probably like throat slam myself by
Yes,
accident.
exactly.
See, I always think that with the
I'm like,
pommel
I'm not letting
horse.
go.
Yeah, I'm with you there. But for me, it's the pommel horse that I'm like,
just
how do
spinning.
those people do that
Yeah.
every time? It's amazing.
Just getting onto the pommel horse scares me.
Couple more quick things for you. Jeffrey Simmons, or Simons, if you're fancy, said he did, in fact, apologize to the radio host that he had the beef with. And then,
Finally,
Is
radio
thi-
hosts getting the credit they deserve.
is this the way you want to end a team meeting? Cut number 7, C.J. Gardner-Johnson. They have a basketball hoop in the team meeting room. They gave him the ball. He had a shot, and if he made it, no practice.
That's all.
Oh, did he miss it?
No, he made it.
Oh, okay.
I know one guy yelled, "That's off." I thought that's what he said, and I was like, well, it's not. He made the shot, and everyone was super excited. So,
do football players hate practice the most out of all athletes?
I think so.
Dude, I mean, just imagine, though, Mike, like you went and hit a baseball or threw a baseball. You didn't go hit another man.
They don't hit other men. Like once a week they do.
Yeah, what have you seen in practice thus far that quantify? The closest we saw to a hit caused a fight.
Yeah, well, they hit each other yesterday, Kevin. The last 2 days, they've been hitting each other.
Yeah.
Ish.
That's a good way to put it.
And they know they got to do more hitting later on until the season starts, and then they don't have to hit anymore.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, CY believes, Bruce Bochy believes, but as we start August, do you believe in these Texas Rangers?
I believe.
We'll do it next, live from Oxnard on 105.3 The Fan.
That we will win.
If you're laughing,
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. Franklin text line. If you want to get involved in any of our conversations, you can also hit us up on the YouTube, on the Twitch. We're live at training camp. Thank you very much to the Guardian Caps, Best Buy Windows and Siding, and Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey for making this happen. Now, I think this is a good topic to discuss. I think it could feature a lot of sadness because people just aren't feeling it. Now, Mike, I know everyone is going to say the right thing, especially considering, the Rangers are only 4.5 back. I know they have played some dreadful baseball as of late, and they're in the worst division in baseball, but none of that will get weighed out if you just make it to the playoffs. And Chris Young said, we really believe in the group we have. We've pitched well all year. Offensively, we're getting healthy. I truly believe our best baseball is ahead of us the next 2 months. It's a big sign of confidence, a show of confidence in this group and their ability and their talent level. Then you get Bruce Bochy, who kind of echoed those sentiments, and we talked with him yesterday. So everybody is saying the right thing. We have now moved into August. So my question for y'all, my question for everybody listening right now, do you believe in the Texas Rangers?
Do you want me to go first?
Yeah, I want you. I think we should all be honest.
I'll go first real quick. Kevin, they're 4.5 out still.
They are.
All right, and they have time to make that happen. Boach said yesterday there's still a lot of baseball, but we are having that sense of urgency right now. I would love to see the bats act like it and be more competitive with their at-bats because, man, last year they were so competitive. It was so much fun to watch. But, yes, because of this division, and I've said this multiple times, because of how close you still are in it, I have to believe that there's still a chance because I know what they look like when they're at their best. And so I know that's in there somewhere. Now, maybe that's me, and, Jerry uses that line all the time, too. If you've seen them do it once, you know they can do it again.
I threw 91 one time.
And maybe, Mike threw 91 one time. So he can do it again is what I'm saying. But, yeah, man, I do still believe they have the pieces to do it. And that's all they have left right now is the group that's with them. So they have no other option right now.
I hear you. I hope that happens, but at this point, they just don't look like they have it in them. I hope I'm wrong. I'm rooting to be wrong. I want to go on those September trips to the West Coast, and those games mean something. But they just scored 2 runs in the last 2 games total with 9 total hits, and they did not face great pitching.
Yeah.
I watched every pitch. Lance Lynn and McGreevy were not throwing great pitch after great pitch. They weren't throwing hittable pitch after hittable pitch, but they were throwing hittable pitches in each at bat. And it didn't matter. They got 5 hits. They got 5 hits, I believe, yesterday and 4 hits the day before, or vice versa. But, it just doesn't look like they have it in them. I don't know why. I thought this was going to be a great year. I was the one on opening day who said no doubt. Don't doubt this team after what they just accomplished. There's going to be ups and downs. But so far there's been so many more downs than I could have imagined with the one thing that I thought was going to be pretty darn good, and that was hitting. And they are below average in almost every category in baseball offensively. Almost every category, not all, but almost every category, they are ranked somewhere between 15 and 28.
Yeah. My answer is probably not going to make the most logical sense, but I'm going to pitch it out to you the way I'm thinking. And I've seen some people who are like, they're very upset about this team. And this is the part that I disagree with from the 682. What's the point of making it to the playoffs? They're not at the level of the other contenders. They don't have a chance. Y'all really lying to the fans. Even if we win the division, we won't compete against the rest. I disagree with a lot of that.
Because of last year.
Yeah, I most disagree with the lying to the fans part because, I mean, I don't know if you just heard what was being said, but Corey's like, no, yeah, they could still have a chance. And Mike's like, maybe, but not really.
Suspect, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know what you took from that was like, yeah, they're stone cold locked to make the playoffs. And just on the other side, you go into last year's playoffs, Baltimore looked like a better team. Houston looked like a better team. You beat both of them in the playoffs. You went into the playoffs spiraling as the Texas Rangers, and I wouldn't have thought they had a chance to make a lot of noise, let alone win the damn World Series. And for a team that it had been 6 years since they made the playoffs before last season, you're damn right I want them to get into the playoffs again. So they still have a shot to defend that title.
Can I ask that person to text back in? Are you a lifelong baseball fan? Have you been following baseball for a long time? Because I think if you're a football fan, like, you kind of have a good idea. There's not many upsets that make it all the way to the Super Bowl and win it all. I get there have been, but last year, the 5 seed in the American League and the 6 seed in the National League. By the way, the 6 seed is the last seed and the 5 seed is the obviously next to last seed.
Yep.
They played in the World Series against each other. And if you were to make it, and look, listen to me. I don't think they are. I hope they are, but I don't think they are. And you got to the playoffs and you had Jacob deGrom starting game 1 and Nathan Eovaldi starting game 2, and most likely you'd be playing the Yankees right now because you'd be the last team to win your division. You're not winning a wild card spot. You'd win the division and you'd play the best wild card team. That would be the New York Yankees. So you have a 3-game series against the Yankees. It's going to be very tough. I'm not saying you'd be even favored, even though you'd have the 3 games at home. But if I have Jacob deGrom and Nathan Eovaldi in games 1 and 2, and then I piece together game 3, however I do it, I think teams would be scared. The other thing, too, is at that point you'd have had to play good baseball going into the playoffs because right now you're 5 games under 500. 85 wins might get it done, which 85 and 77, 8 games over 500. So quick math, right? That's
33 and 20 down the stretch.
33 and 20, you make the playoffs. Now, I don't even know if that's going to do it, to be honest.
But that's like a minimum. And what have you seen from this team as of late that leads you to believe it? Here's the reason I'm going to say that I do still kind of believe, and this is going to sound like weird logic. It's because they're the defending champions that I still believe. And I know the counter argument could be, well, they've been the defending champions all year. But when people keep talking about how bad the Rangers are playing, they're just in such a terrible division. Look at the last 10. The Rangers have not been good. They're 5-5. Seattle in that same time, 5-5. Houston in that same time, 4-6. So in this poor stretch of baseball, you have actually picked up a game on the division leaders. And it's that factored in with the fact that the Rangers are the defending champions that I think I still do believe. I understand everyone who looks at this team and was like, there's no consistency on this team. Right now, they can't hit. They're not going to make the playoffs. I understand all of that, and I don't begrudge anybody for having that opinion. But just for now, at least for the next week, it's kind of feels like a day-by-day, week-by-week proposition. I still believe the Rangers have got a real shot to get in.
You know, another factor that really screwed everything up, the Mavericks. The Mavericks were so bad last year in the regular season.
Yeah.
And then they got to the playoffs, and you're like, oh, my God, we could win this whole damn thing. Like, we could be another team that's going after it. So, like, that really does kind of, like, if you feel like you have the talent, you feel like you have a chance. And, I mean, I don't think you're looking at the Rangers roster saying it's void of talent at all.
No.
Right? Like, you feel like you have, you know, the core pieces to build on. You have young pieces to build on. You have really good pitching to go along with it. And you have a manager that understands the postseason just as well as anybody else that's ever managed this game. So that's where a lot of that, you know, comes from right now. But I guess at this point, Kevin, after the series against St. Louis, you're just going, I just kind of want to be entertained whenever I turn the game on more than anything else. I want some entertainment to go along with it because I just can't take a kick in the junk every time I turn on the Rangers game.
Okay, I'm going to give you 2 pitches, Corey.
Curveball
and
a changeup.
Okay, I will give you 2 thoughts for maybe this could be entertaining. Ezekiel Duran, and this is the best I've got for you, okay? The last 3 weeks at Round Rock, Ezekiel Duran had a .318 batting average and a .990 OPS. So maybe that's somebody who could spark your lineup. You've talked a lot, Mike, about Andrew Chafin, and if you look at his addition to this team, this is a team that has struggled at different times in the bullpen, but especially against left-handers. And Chafin has been on fire as of late. I believe he's given up 1 run in his last 17 innings. He is dominant against left-handed hitters. He's got a slider that perplexes all hitters. And so that's another hope that you've added some good back-end bullpen ammunition. If you do get a lead, which at this point it feels like most of your leads are 1-run leads, that you can close it out.
I'm with you. If the Rangers now have the lead after 5 innings, now I know Leclerc didn't look good in St. Louis, but I trust Leclerc in the role that he's in now. Is you should win almost all of your games. I get you're not going to be perfect in those. At this point, though, you kind of do have to be perfect. To be honest, to go 33-20, if you have a lead after 5 innings with the guys that you have to be perfect, and you can't count on scoring any more runs. I hope they start scoring runs where I can count on it. But right now, if you have a 3-2 lead after 5, you got to throw up 4 zeros at that point. And I hope I'm wrong. I hope they score more runs. But you are right. Adding Chafin to this bullpen of Yates, who's been spectacular, Robertson, who's been very good, Leclerc, who's been good in his role for the most part, and Spores, who you're hoping can get on that October track that he was on. He's obviously had the injury to his shoulder this year, which has limited him. And then Chafin, who has done this role and done it well with other teams in the past. I really like that situation. Now, you bring up Zeke Duran. I'm going to throw this out to you. And this was Broadus yesterday, on the postgame show with Peasley. Would you do this? Would you put Duran in left field? I know he's not the best left fielder. He tries his butt off out there. He's just not an outfielder. He's an infielder. And move Wyatt Langford to center field and go, we are eliminating, I hate doing this, but we are going to take Leote out of the lineup because Zeke got hot in AAA, and we're going to ride it for at least a week. We're going to see with 25 at-bats in this homestand if Zeke can do the things that he did last year in the first half.
This might sound weird, but not only for Zeke, for Wyatt Langford, if we're like all really being honest with ourselves, don't you kind of want to see more of how he looks in center field because of the issues that Evan Carter has had, that maybe that's something that will not be available to you at the beginning of the season next year?
Yes, but it also gives you that opportunity to see what it's like having somebody that can hit and then 2 people that can hit in the outfield if Adolis isn't powering his way through.
If you're looking for somebody that could potentially spark the lineup, I'm giving Ezekiel Duran a shot. I know he got a pinch hit opportunity, but I'm putting him out there in the lineup. Boch has talked about, hey, we're making changes, and some people have not kept their playing time or earned the fact that they get to keep it.
And with Adolis, he's hitting 174 in July. But I literally don't. Wyatt Langford can't play right field. He's barely played outfield in his life, and he's played majority of left field. I can probably put him in center, and he's athletic enough to do it. I don't want to put that on him to go to right field right now. Zeke is not a right fielder. He has a cannon for an arm, but Zeke is struggling enough as it is last year to really learn left field, and that's where he's practiced the majority of trying to play outfield and left field. So really my adjustment would be Zeke is in left field, Wyatt Langford is in center field, and Adolis Garcia, I have to hope and pray that he can get back to the Adolis Garcia that we saw play baseball from 2021 through 2023. And to start the year, I don't know what date it was, May 8th or May 10th, he was batting 294. Just with, I can't remember what it was, but it was close to a 900 OPS. The thing is, if you go from that and you eliminate the first 6 weeks of the season from Adolis, how scary it gets.
It is scary. You're right about that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, are these 3 Cowboys the best 3 Cowboys, and are they properly rated? Let's do it next And Mike likes it right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Seven, throw over the middle. It's Brandon Cooks. He was wide open. Beat Bobby Wagner to the spot, and Dak Prescott found him at the goal line for 6.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Mike Likes It coming up in this segment. We will hear, we believe, from Jerry Jones or perhaps another Cowboys mystery player at some point in the show. But right now, I got some numbers and some rankings for you. Let's start with the cornerbacks. Then we're going to get to the NFL top 20. And I guess my simple question is, you can define it however the hell you want. Who is the single best player on the Dallas Cowboys? All right, ponder that for a minute. We'll get back to that. 877-881-1053. Thank you very much for everybody rocking with us on the Twitch, on the YouTube, watching us on the Fan Cam, brought to you by Uber One. Remember, new members, 3 months free at joinuber1.com. So the Madden rankings came out for cornerbacks. And I can only assume Al Harris is furious because when we said Deron Bland was number 31 in players, he's like, that's too low. Here are the Madden cornerback rankings. Sauce Gardner, Jalen Ramsey, Patrick Surtain, Yair Alexander, L'Jarius Sneed. So that's the top 5. And we go from there.
Good group.
Yeah. Charvarius Ward, Marlon Humphrey, Denzel Ward, Marshawn Lattimore, Trent McDuffie. That's our top 10. 11, A.J. Terrell. Then Darius Slay, then Jalen Johnson. Then at number 14, we get not Deron Bland, it's Trayvon Diggs.
Okay.
And Deron Bland is number 15 in just cornerbacks.
So the Cowboys have 14 and 15?
That's right.
Okay.
At an 89 and an 88.
Dude, what do I always say when it comes to, like, rankings? Where do you think the Cowboys rank in yards? Where do you think they rank in this? I'm always like, feels like they're about 15 or 16, somewhere in there. And a lot of these,
at least for all cornerbacks.
A lot of these feel like you're throwing in, hey, a lot of these guys are laying in that 15 or 16 area. This is interesting. I think if you go and look at so Kevin, it's not just the overall rating. They'll break down their awareness, their speed, all those things. And I'm betting injury probably popped up on Diggs a little bit from last year, which is, a freaky little incident that happened there. But I also think that they're a little too risky. And you're like, hey, do you make the smart plays, or are you always biting on these other plays? That being said, I didn't feel like it was that case a lot of times last year, but it kind of played out that way sometimes. But the interception numbers are just gaudy for the Cowboys.
Yeah, that is true.
And gaudy is a good word for it.
Mike, who do you think is the best player on the Cowboys?
I lean to Micah Parsons.
Okay.
I think CeeDee Lamb is the contender.
Okay.
I saw on Twitter this morning somebody said, name 2 quarterbacks better than Dak Prescott.
Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow.
And I saw Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen. It was always Patrick Mahomes. But do you not feel like you can put Dak in the categories of Josh Allen, in the categories of those guys, taking away the fact that their teams went further in the playoffs? Like, do you not go, man, I got a really good quarterback here with Dak Prescott.
See,
Dominique Wilkins almost as good as Michael Jordan. I mean, he was second in scoring titles for 8 straight years to
and
Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan is definitely Patrick Mahomes in this conversation for sure.
I just take the really off what you're saying. I can totally accept he's a good quarterback for sure. And I know he was second in the MVP last year. And when you say how far the team advanced, and I get that, and I understand that people like to kind of tweak that up a little bit.
Are you saying people like me?
No, not people. Oh, no.
That's what you just said.
Okay.
That's what you just said.
Other people, not you, trust me, other people who would never dare say a negative thing about the Cowboys and try to pretend like a first-round pick's crushing it from last year when he's really not.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
But if Dak had nothing to do with the playoff struggles, then I would be like, well, what the hell do you want him to do? His team sucks.
Okay.
But, like, you look at these last several playoff
runs. The
runs.
San Francisco game was the one that really just killed you.
Yeah, you can't say that. You can't look at these playoff games and be like, well, it's not Dak's fault. It's at least partially Dak's fault, and there's a lot of people to take blame for that. That's why I have a hard time putting him up in that group of, like, let's just even say, obviously, Burrow
Elite
and Mahomes.
2, Elite 3.
Yeah, exactly. Because those are people who have at least been to Super Bowls, or in the case of Mahomes, won multiple Super Bowls.
Do you still have him do you both, Mike, also have him kind of anywhere from 7 to 11, or do you feel like because of where quarterback situations are, maybe he's more like 5 to 11?
I'd have him 7 to 15.
Okay, 7 to 15.
Lamar Jackson's better. The dude's won 2 MVPs in a shorter amount of time. So I get, like, I can name easily 5 guys easily that Dak can't compare to
that
at
you
this
would choose.
point.
Okay,
I think 7 to 11 is for me. I wouldn't go as far as 15. I think 7 to 11 is fair for me.
Then in that standing, that's why I have CD so high. CD's my number one guy because I could name 2 receivers that I think are better than him. I can also argue maybe he might be better than one of those. And it's very difficult to have that discussion, but he's in the, I can rank him 3 to 10. Actually, I could probably rank him 3 to 8, and that's where I would have him in that area. So that's why I have CeeDee Lamb as the best player.
Now, some of the feedback we get so far is from the 469. CeeDee Lamb is head and shoulders the best player. From the 972, best player Micah, best radio, guys, KNC. Thank you very, very much. And then, as usual, a lot of divisive opinions about Dak Prescott. Here's the reason why I brought that up. We've been tracking the top 100 per the players, and the Cowboys have had 2 people on the list so far, and they had Zach Martin, and then they had Deron Bland. So it felt logical that there were only 3 Cowboys players left, and I think you have now seen where they're all slotted. So I want to just give you these numbers and then get your feedback from there. So we move into number 20. Number 20, C.J. Stroud. 19, Roquan Smith. Then Justin Jefferson. And at 17, Micah Parsons. And Micah Parsons fell from 9 to 17. And Dak Prescott is at 16. Dak jumped up from 56 to 16. So that's a massive jump up. But one of the things I noticed right there is you have not heard me say CeeDee Lamb yet. That means the players rank CeeDee Lamb ahead of Justin Jefferson, which I understand because of the limited last season that Jefferson had.
Yeah, no, I see that. And again, Kevin, Cowboys right in that 15-16 range, somewhere in the middle of the pack.
Doesn't matter what the list is. They'll find a spot.
So what I learned there, Kevin, is there's still an opportunity for Tyler Smith and Mozzie to make it on this list.
Not Mozzie, but Tyler Smith and Trayvon Diggs, I understand, but that would put them in the top 10, and I will admit, when the list comes out Friday night, I would be astonished if that was the case. I think it is much, 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 much more likely they just did not make the top 100.
All right, fine. I see how it is. You don't think they're top 10 players.
How many quarterbacks, have not been named now that you're like, so obviously, is there going to be at least 5 guys?
So let's see. Mahomes, Lamar, because we actually did already see Burrow, right?
I believe so.
I don't think we've seen Josh Allen yet, so that's at least...
Have we seen Jared Goff?
3. We did see Jared Goff.
Trying to think. They've already seen Brock Purdy.
Man, you know what? Let me give you the rest of this top 20 real quick, and then this will help shape your opinion, because there's a few more quarterbacks in there, and you might find this of interest. So we move into the top 15. Jalen Hurts, George Kittle, CeeDee Lamb is 13, Josh Allen is 12, and Fred Warner is number 11. So Josh Allen also dropped out of the top 10. I believe he was number 8 right there, but there's a ton of quarterbacks right there. So Josh Allen, 12, Hurts 15, Dak 16, Stroud 20. So there's a lot of quarterbacks right there. But I just found it fascinating that all three of those Cowboys were clumped so close together. Mike at 17, Dak at 16, and CeeDee Lamb at number 13.
I mean, it feels right for those players individually. You know, when we talk about individual, putting them, against the rest of the league, the rest of the individual league players, it feels right to put them in there. I guess that's where it becomes another tough thing sometimes is where to put them as a team in their rankings. And you're like, is 10 too high? Is 20 too low? And you kind of have that, well, does it feel like they're right around 16? Because they have really good individual players.
It's just amazing. I'll just say, just thinking of Dak, it's amazing to me how good he can be and how horrible he is against Jimmy Garoppolo in the playoffs. Last year you're down 27-0 at the 2-minute warning because of how he's playing, and not just him, but because of how he's playing. That's a major reason you're down 27-0. And I just don't get why he plays his worst when it's a do-or-die game, a playoff game. I don't get it. I don't get how it always just turns him into, because, Corey, you're not wrong in some of the things you're saying until it gets to the playoffs, and then he's not a top 100 player in the NFL.
Yeah. Kevin, somebody did throw out him being at 18 stupid for Justin Jefferson. I agree with you on the injury part of it, but there is that part where you're like, okay, I know what I see out of the player whenever he's on the field, and his numbers, like CeeDee Lamb, got close to his numbers because he was off the field for a bit. He had he was coughing up blood at one point in a game that year. So
I think there's only 2 quarterbacks in the top 10 then.
I know Trevor Lawrence was already named at 99?
Yeah, so I think it's just going to be Lamar and Mahomes, which then this is just for the players. So they've got, I assume, Mahomes 1, Lamar 2, Josh Allen 3, Jalen Hurts 4, and Dak Prescott 5 in terms of quarterbacks.
So you're saying there's a chance for Mozzie?
I know.
Slip into the top 10. Well, now that Aaron Donald's gone, there's that shot to get up in there.
I assume Tyreek Hill, Travis
Is Chris
Kelce.
Jones already get named?
No, I think Chris Jones, Christian McCaffrey will all be in the mix there. But yeah,
I bet the top 10, the number 1 at their position in Madden, I bet they're all in the top 10. Let's go look at it that way.
I could see.
I'll check it out for you.
So yeah,
except for there's 32 players on the field, right?
What?
27, 30
How
teams,
many people do you think are on a football field?
I was thinking of teams, Kevin.
Okay.
Don't worry about it. Move on to the next thing.
All right. So there.
You're lying.
Yeah,
there's too many players on the
your
field.
Your rankings right there. We'll get, like I said, we'll get to the rest of the top 10. That will be Friday evening. Now, I've got one more thing, if you don't mind, Mike, before we go into Mike Likes It.
No problemo, Mufremo.
And it's about... Oh, no.
Oh, Jerry said no.
Jerry's coming?
Nah, I don't see him yet, but at some point, it's about baseball. Now, it looks like, per the betting odds, the MVP races are over. Aaron Judge is a 1-9, and Shohei is a 1-8 in terms of their respective MVPs. By the way, Bobby Witt Jr. still staying strong, second place, and your guy, Mike Gunnar Henderson, third in the MVP balloting for the American League. But what I wanted to also slide down and talk about is Paul Skeens. Paul Skeens,
he's a pitcher.
By the way, he is a 1-100 to win Rookie of the Year, which means you'd have to bet $100 on him to win $1 of profit.
That's not enough.
So they're saying if he got hurt tomorrow, he still wins.
Yes, that is exactly what I think. But he's now second in the Cy Young betting odds. He's 2-1 behind Chris Sale. And clearly Paul Skeens has been amazing. I told you the other day I'm rooting for Chris Sale just because he's been so good for so long, then fell off, had injuries. Now he's back with a chance to win his first ever Cy Young. And then Paul Skeens is right there. This, to me, is the most interesting, probably, award race in baseball.
All right, can I ask a question here, Mike? Sure. And Kevin, maybe the historian on this. When was the last time 2 rookies won Rookie of the Year after they were drafted? Like, they're up
Probably
in the league
never.
so fast.
Yeah.
This is unprecedented. If I got it right, but yeah, this happened too fast. Those guys shouldn't be up already, but I don't remember this ever happening before.
Yeah, you might be right. It might be unprecedented. I don't know.
All right, we'll say never. Mike said never, so I'm going
I'd
to go
say
with never.
and I'm pretty confident in that.
Yeah, that feels like a.
But that's what the league is now, right? Now the league have players that can be drafted that high that can walk onto a field.
I think
know Jack Leiter has it
that was a unique draft
with those two guys.
Yes. And why it wasn't supposed to do this. Paul Skeens was. Remember last year we interviewed Mitch Moreland, and during the College World Series, like, that dude should be pitching in the major leagues, not in the College World Series. Like,
Sure.
I think that was a very unique draft. That it could happen again, but this draft that just happened, everybody was like, look, the top 5 picks in this draft, they're good players. We think they can be good players, but this isn't like, because honestly,
they had Dylan Cruz.
I think if we would have drafted Dylan Cruz, he would have been on our opening day team.
Agreed.
Interesting. Very interesting. All right, so there's just some info for you. I thought some of these were fun. Clearly, still, people are bent out of shape about any form of Dak discussion on both sides of the fence. So it's tough.
No way.
It's tough. It's not just people who are like, oh, that's too high or too low. It's simultaneously people who are like, you are too easy on Dak and you are too tough on Dak at the exact same time. Now, it's time for some Mike Likes It.
All right, so something interesting happened at the National Card Show in Cleveland, Ohio. And I want to talk baseball cards, but the reputation of a person that seems to be getting better with age right now. His cards are going up, and I think this is interesting to me. The younger audience does not feel that offended by Barry Bonds' possible steroid use.
Oh.
And his cards are going up like about 20% recently. And it was like, a lot of people are like, hey, you know what? After Willie Mays passed away, Barry Bonds is the greatest living baseball player. And the younger generation that didn't really watch Barry Bonds or watched him at in San Francisco where he won 4 straight MVPs and stuff like that are like, dude, why wouldn't I want his cards at this price?
Yeah.
He is arguably, I really do mean this, he's arguably the greatest baseball player of all time. I'm not saying he is, but I'm saying he is. If you wanted to have a real conversation, and you do have to take out what era he played in, the steroid era, you could argue he's the greatest baseball player of all time. But it's interesting to me that the younger audience is somewhat buying up Barry Bonds cards. So what are your thoughts on this? And not like, hey, I'm going to go buy Barry Bonds cards. I'm not trying to make this into a baseball card segment, but that sometimes people that in our generation, we are like, no. Then another generation comes along and says, that doesn't bug me.
I think that's interesting because, Mike, when we talk to you about the best players you've ever seen, you do bring up Bonds as, look, man. Yeah, well, you don't bring that up. Like, usually that just kind of makes its way into But I'm dead serious, Mike. When we've talked about this, you've been like, man, he was the best.
It's not even
really
close,
was.
honestly.
And so when you hear the old heads, like, not old heads, but whenever you hear older players with that kind of respect for him, and you hear that kind of thing, it does kind of say, there was this blemish in an era where there were lots of other cheaters as well that got away with it or whatever. It does feel like, he was still that kind of a great. And then, man, when you go look at the numbers and you just look at the stretch of numbers that he had before that, you still go, hey, I'll give credit to it. And if they weren't caught up in that, Mike, at the time, I wonder if they felt like it was a deserved tongue lashing or if they felt like it was deserved to go after them the way that they did. So if that's the case, I got some Barry Bonds cards I need to get back out, Kevin, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, look, I have a hard time with that because, you can clearly see, and we know the story, the line in the sand when he decided to start cheating after the 98 season, and it's very clear he was an excellent player before that. But to me, all the stats that put him in that mythical category, they're all tainted. So I mean, and I'm fine being the minority on that. I have a hard time counting him among the greatest of all time, even if the numbers reflect that, because we know how a lot of those numbers came about.
Yeah,
just my opinion.
No, and I think this is where it truly is opinionated. Is that it's interesting to me that all of a sudden these people are coming along going, "Hey, I'm not okay with it, but I get it." You know what I'm saying? And
yeah.
I remember I had a conversation with Roger Staubach in 2007 or 2008, and I asked him about his era of football. And Lyle Alzado, I know he's Oakland Raider or LA Raider, whichever one you want to say, but he was a great player of his time, obviously died very early, multiple things, but I mean, he admitted, like, yeah, I did steroids, and tons of guys were doing steroids. And I asked Roger about it, and he said he didn't do it because quarterbacks didn't see the benefit of doing it at the time, but he knew. Like, he was like, yeah, I like offensive linemen, defensive linemen, linebackers, the guys that were playing the very heavy, physical, strong positions in the 70s and 80s. Most of them were doing steroids. And there's plenty of guys that we look up to that are our heroes of that time, or people that are older than us. That they're heroes. I won't name them, but they have Cowboys that are their heroes. And there's people, plenty of NFL football players from the 70s and 80s that were steroid users on a daily basis to make sure that they could be a Hall of Famer and a great player for their team and help win a championship and stuff like that. And we don't care at all. Now, I'm just using Roger as my example, Roger Staubach, he's like Terry Bradshaw, people like nobody was doing steroids that was a quarterback. We didn't see the benefit of our position bulking up and trying to get bigger and stronger and faster at what we were doing at our position. But yeah, the linemen were, so that they could play at a high level. But it's weird that we just don't care about that, and we regard them as heroes, and we won't really take a shot at them.
I do have two questions here. A, if Donald Fear had never brought, if that congressman had never said, hey, let's look into this, would anybody care?
Wasn't it George Bush?
Was it Bush? All right, so if the president
then they had to go to Congress because George Bush was going to take away their, Kevin will know, what where you don't have to open
their tax exempt.
Yeah, you don't have to open up your books. If you're an owner in all sports, you don't have to open up your books. That's why they can lie to us and say, I've never made money unless I made the NBA Finals.
It's not a monopoly.
So if that hadn't happened, though, if the government hadn't gotten involved in something that I was like, what? Then would we ever have cared? And also, if we had never cared, what would the state of the game look like right now?
And it's not tax exempt. I believe it's monopolistic exemption. But
the game right now would look very different if they were just still kind of going under the radar, doing it that way, and everybody was like, "No, we see it. We don't really care that much."
You're not wrong about like who people choose to focus on and who people kind of let it slide about steroids. I mean, David Ortiz has a positive test out there as well.
What?
And he is one of the heroes of baseball. And he's a great player, but he's a far inferior player to Barry Bonds.
Mm-hmm.
But like, that's okay because also he's nice and
in Boston.
Exactly.
And he represented Boston in
their
a time of need.
Yes.
And
he did an excellent job. But people think Barry Bonds is a jerk, and so that helps make the decision for them.
And now the interesting thing is I went and looked up today, Alex Rodriguez cards because I was like, is this everything? Because if you look up Alex Rodriguez's numbers, there's no doubt he's a top 10 player in the history of baseball if you look up his numbers. But if you know the story of Alex Rodriguez, you're like, I can't do it. In fact, he obviously tested positive. Like, he didn't get away with not testing positive. But his cards are not going up. It's just interesting that Barry Bonds, in the last 2 months, his cards are going up. Now,
does that mean your cards are going up too, Mike? Because you're connected to them. All right.
I don't think so.
We'll work on that.
That's disappointing.
I will say, because of that, it almost feels like it's still, I guess the older I get, I don't really feel, I almost feel like I wasn't on the mound for that moment, if that makes sense.
You kind of just floated through it.
I guess I feel like the further away you get from being a special, like, what I mean by this is playing in the major leagues. I sucked in the major leagues.
I am
famous. But like, it just feels like when I watch these guys pitch, when I watch these guys do what they do, I just feel, in a way, because I'm so old and a little fat and non-flexible, and like, I just feel like there's no way I could ever do that. And then I'm like, I did that? Like,
you did it somehow.
Yeah, how in the world did I do that type of deal? But it leads me to this, and I know that this was cringeworthy, I will say, during crosstalk, but it's interesting that they don't allow people to do steroids in the Olympics. But I showed my wife the video this morning of the two boxers that are saying they are transitioning to being a woman.
Okay.
Versus...
I just want to say, Mike, I haven't seen this yet. Like, I know exactly what you're talking about, but I haven't, like, seen the fights or anything.
It was disturbing, to be nice about what you're seeing. Out of all the sports that the Olympics decided, we are going to allow people that were born as boys grow up with the biological advantage that we have, I'm a man, that we have, and go, out of all the sports, the one where you can punch people is the one we're going to allow the boys, now a man, to go up against girls/women. It is disturbing to watch. When you get to watch, and thank God one of the women decided one punch is enough. I'm not letting a man punch me for 3 straight minutes. It's going to hurt way worse. And I get these women decided to do a sport that is very violent. And same thing with UFC. And the UFC, obviously, you can use different body parts, not just your hands. But to allow 2 men to punch the crap out of women in the Olympics to a gold medal, I can't believe it. I cannot believe that this is happening, but maybe I should. After the Olympic opening ceremonies, maybe I should believe it. But I'm just surprised that they didn't allow, if this is the case, they didn't allow that guy to swim against the women.
Yeah, Leah Thomas.
Like, I don't get how they allowed 2 men to enter the women's boxing category.
And I'm going to have to look more into this because I know that these 2 people were disqualified from the World Championships for failing what was called a gender test. So I would have thought like the same rules would have been in place for the World Championships as the Olympics, but clearly that is not the place. That is not the case. And I guess, Mike, I'm going to have to read up more about like why it was one way at the World Championships and another way at the Olympics, because that is confusing to me as well.
The girl boxing for Mexico, I hate saying it this way, she took it. I mean, she was getting pummeled. Her face is swollen beyond belief, and it's just the first round. And she's trying her best. She doesn't want to quit. The other girl, by the way, did not shake the guy's hand. So she forfeited after getting punched 1 time. She said, I'm done. I'm not doing this. This is stupid.
I believe the quote was translated as, and this is not me, this is other outlets reporting. The quote she said after the fact was, "It's not fair." The person that you were talking about, was that Italy and Algeria?
I believe so. Yeah, because the other one, it was a girl from Mexico who just kept getting punched in the face with the arm length and the power and everything. And I was glad that the woman did not shake the guy's hand after she forfeited. Like, this is silly, but it is what it is in our world, and it's sad that it's come to this, but it is.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm not going to lie, Mike. This makes me want to see the fights because I'm only seeing clips here and there and read more about, like, what exactly the situation or the disconnect is on this. So I'm going to go read up more on that. But thank you for bringing it up.
Yeah, my apologies, Mike. It just wasn't something that jumped off to me yet, but I need to dig a little more.
Yeah, I didn't know that it happened until this morning. I woke up, and then I'm trying to see what happened in the Olympics, and the major thing that I saw was 2 guys are boxing on the women's side, and they did their first bout, and it went as bad as possible.
Oh, and the report is that the Italian boxer's nose was broken on that first punch. The one who was like, nope, I'm done. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Marcus Lawrence said something that I think we all get caught up in sometimes. So how do we handle it when we do that next on the...
Uber Eats has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Thank you very much to Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey, Best Buy Windows and Siding, and Guardian Caps for joining us today. Also, or actually for helping sponsor this trip. Thank you to Wanye Thomas for joining us today. Still hopeful for Jerry Jones, but we might have a pivot in place in case that doesn't work out, but never any need to pivot away from the 1 o'clock segment because it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I appreciate that. Here's one of the deals, the situations I'm dealing with today.
Tell me about it.
This morning, Kevin forgot his charger. And then he said, hey, last night, he said, why don't we go up there a little early and we can hop on with Sean and RJ? And then I went, did you forget your charger? And he was like, yes.
To be fair, I did disclose
You did disclose that information when you sent a text out to everybody and was like, hey, do y'all have an extra charger? That being said, hold on.
Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
What really irritated me with that was RJ because I felt like I was genuinely asking for help. And he said, go get a Mac. And I was like, not the time, RJ.
I was about to pile on, too. I was like, let's pile on this. But then you had texted me and said, hey, should we go up a little early? And I was like, all right. And then we get here, and then I hop on with Sean and RJ at what would be 9 o'clock, and I look down after the segment, and there's a text from Broadus. And it says, hey, are you guys still leaving at 7? And so that was 19 minutes after he had texted that I saw it. Broadus had asked yesterday if he could hitch a ride with us up here. And when you changed the schedule on me, I forgot that Broadus had asked, and now I feel terrible, and I don't know exactly how to pay back Broadus on this. So if y'all want to let me know, 877-881-1053, how best can I pay back Brian Broadus for forgetting that he needed a ride this morning? He eventually took another car and got here, so it worked out.
Get him a steak or give him good notes from practice. And so
But he's going to take his own notes.
No, I know, but then he can compare and he can be like, that's a good point.
Okay.
No, that's a bad point.
All right, okay. But a steak, though, he likes it. He'll eat a steak dinner. He does like a steak dinner. We've had some conversations about that. All right, so we'll work that out. Also, Kevin, did we talk at all in the last week about Geno Smith's TV situation? Have we talked about that yet?
I'm not familiar with this.
Geno Smith said he stopped watching TV 10 years ago.
What?
And in this line it says, which adds up to it since he's not winning quarterback. But he said he stopped watching TV 10 years ago, and I'm kind of curious for folks out there, how long do you think you could just say done with it? Because I love sports too much, and I feel like I need both of those options. Listen, if I get in the car with the family and I'm driving during a Cowboys game, it's Brad Sham all the way, baby. If there's a Rangers game on, especially an important one, it's Eric Nadel and Matt Hicks, potentially Jared Sandler. All right, I love whenever I get in the car and get to do that, but there's a lot of entertainment that comes from television, and I'm just not quite prepared to give that kind of stuff up.
If
I'd do it for money, though.
Okay, let me ask you this then, since you just said that. Somebody offers you $5 million, but you get no TV or any variation of that for the entire year. That means no streaming, no YouTube.
For $5 million?
For $5 million. No visual media for a year.
Will you make it 6?
No.
I'm going with 5 then. Yeah, I'll take it.
Okay.
$5 million.
Nothing.
That's a lot.
So whenever your kid tries to send you a video,
I'm on a boat for a year, bro.
It's blocked.
I'm on a boat for a year, and the kid's going with me, all right? I'm saying, look, we can't watch this stuff. Otherwise, we lose this $5 million.
Yes, that does count films. So you can't go to the films either.
Oh,
I don't know if
no.
people still call it the films.
Oh, no.
You can't go to the movies. I might need to hop a 10 over with that old statement.
I can't go to the cinema.
Yeah, you can't go to the cinema. My apologies.
I feel like Reggie would be like, out.
Yeah, no.
But not me, man. Not me in this situation. So, and I guess, Mike, if they paid you $5 million, would you say I'm done with TV for this year?
I would feel like for no money, I should be done with TV besides sports. I think most of it is trash. And
you do watch a lot of shows that you come in like documentaries on very serious things that happen.
Yeah.
Those are like, you'll find those interesting.
Yeah, but I think most TV at this point is very bad.
I understand that. All right, so this is also something that popped up yesterday during DeMarcus Lawrence's conversation as he sat down. This was a weird moment in time yesterday, Kevin. DeMarcus Lawrence sits down, and all of the players are high-fiving the hero for Heroes Appreciation Day. There was a flyover out here yesterday. It was 4 F-16s, I believe, and then they had I don't know if you saw the B-50, the bomber that was flying over out there too.
Was that the one that was playing Love Shack?
No, but stop it! You stop it right now. But there was a bomber over there, and then there was a drone flying over us for a little bit.
Okay,
that was weird.
I did have questions about that because I was like, hold on, is the Canadian soccer team spying on this?
I don't know what was going on there, but then so all the players, they were high-fiving the Heroes Appreciation Day line. Well, at the end of the line, it led directly to the gate that led to their locker room. So a lot of players were like, do we go back out on the field or avoid the media and just walk directly to the locker room? Some players were pulled aside. DeMarcus Lawrence was one of them. And so we kind of meander over there. There's about 10 media members around DeMarcus Lawrence. He's talking. And then they come over and they go, Royce Freeman's over here. And there was one dude over there to interview him. And so Kevin and I were like, let's just go listen in on what he's talking about. During that time, DeMarcus Lawrence said this. This is going to be taken out of context. All right? I just want you to...
Hold on. He said it's going to be taken out? Okay.
I'm saying this. Okay. I saw this on ESPN Bet already today, and it's taken out of context.
Okay.
I'm really trying to be where my feet are. I've heard Dak, by the way, say that multiple times, and that goes along with the wire. Remember, the captain would be like, where are you? And you'd have to tell him the address, what floor you were on, and all that stuff, too. He said, I'm really just trying to be where my feet are. I definitely see ourselves holding up that trophy at the end of the year, but right now we're in training camp. I love that line right there.
Yeah.
I got to focus on being here right now. But the part that's going to be taken out of context is the part about the Super Bowl, right? Like, that's the part that's going to be taken a little too far. So he said, we got a lot of preparation and a lot of work to do. I love hearing that from DeMarcus Lawrence because he's like, look, we got young players we got to get going here. We have we don't want this opportunity to pass us first. We want to make sure we get all those details handled and we move on later down the road. And, Kevin, that goes back to that playoff game, right? Where they're in the playoff game and maybe they were thinking a little too far ahead. Maybe something else was going on there, and maybe they got a little burnt out by thinking about everything that's still farther down the road rather than being in that moment at that time.
And I don't see anything wrong with what he said. So
Not at all.
I'm glad you brought the whole
It's the
thing
line
to
of
light.
definitely see ourselves holding up that Super Bowl trophy at the end of the year. That's the line. That got clipped and put on ESPN Bet. Not the rest of it that went around it that says all the preparation, we are where we are right now, and all of that. It was the line of, hey, the Super Bowl. And that's where a lot of people get that. I thought that was unfair because DeMarcus Lawrence said so much other stuff about we have to focus on this day, these things first. But I think we all do that, right? I think all of us have that moment in life where we start thinking about something down the road that we're trying to attain. And Kevin, you and I have had a lot of conversations about this. When you worked at the newspaper, I always felt that you, and I feel this today, that you built better relationships at the newspaper than I did because I was so focused on getting to here.
Right.
And you were in the moment of where you were. I didn't enjoy the newspaper because I wanted to do something else. And so I still have great memories of the newspaper.
Yeah.
But there were so many times that I bypassed the journey, and people talk about that, and what I was becoming throughout that because I wanted to be in a certain spot. And here we are, I'm really enjoying that. I keep telling you that. I'm trying to take that stuff in now so that I can enjoy it a little bit more. And if Brian Broaddus wants to sit down and chat with us about what he saw out there today,
I can apologize.
I can finally apologize to him, and maybe he's like, you know what, you guys have to pay off a G-bag bet sometime this year for him. You know what? Maybe that's the case. Broaddus, welcome to the C Block. Thank you for joining us on the show.
Appreciate that.
I'm still very sorry.
Don't be
leaving this morning.
No, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry.
No.
Hey, it's a lot going on with the 2-hour difference, too. You got to kind of coordinate where you're going. And I should have said something last night. I usually remind you guys, and then you could have said, oh, well, hey, we're leaving tomorrow at this time. And so that's on me, too. But these walkthrough things, you look for alignment. They worked on silent count today.
Okay.
So if you want to just say, okay, well, hey, they're going to play in hostile environments. They're going to go to Cleveland. They're going to go to places that are tough. And so you got to work on those silent count things. And so I was watching the first offense go through that, and it seemed like everything was good to go.
Will you accept that Kevin and I will at some point pay off one of your bet payoffs this year as a payment?
No, don't worry about that.
All right, we got out of it.
Yeah,
don't
worry about that because you do not want to dress up like Ben Franklin or Kevin would. I know Kevin would vomit violently if he had
some of the eating and
the
drinking things.
If he had to do the blended Thanksgiving dinner.
No.
And with the cranberries and the gravy and the turkey. By the way, it wasn't a bad taste if you had to do it.
You know how I know I'm in trouble when y'all draw for the shakes?
Yeah.
Because even the ones that you feel relieved about, I'm like, I don't know about that. And y'all are like, that's the good one.
I'll tell you what, I had a moment. I cannot do fried eggs. I can't do fried eggs, and because I don't like the rubbery white part of the egg.
I understand.
Well, this morning at the hotel, while I was waiting on you guys to give me a ride, I had avocado toast, and the side was a hard-boiled egg cut in half. And it was almost like I felt like Heggie would not appreciate it because it was touching my toast, and I kind of felt like I needed to push it away.
Yeah.
And so when the lady came, like, "Are you done, sir?" There were 2 little hard-boiled eggs half sitting there with the napkin folded and all that. I'm like, I'm not getting anywhere near this. But if you made me have to do a challenge where I had to eat a fried egg or a hard-boiled egg, I think I might get sick. I know it's weird. And there's some people that absolutely love hey, let's go to grandma's house and have deviled eggs and do all that.
Where you dip that piece of toast in to the sunny side up.
Well, that's when we were at the restaurant, the restaurant we all went to dinner, the family dinner. And they had, I got a burger with the bone marrow, and I forgot that it has a fried egg on top of it.
Oh.
And you should have seen the technique that I used
to slide that egg off.
slide it off without breaking the yolk. I just kind of scraped and then flipped it away from the burger. So
that's awesome.
Broaddus, yesterday, DeMarcus Lawrence said, "I'm just really trying to be where my feet are," which I've heard multiple players say.
That's true.
But the line that's getting taken and clipped out is definitely see ourselves holding up that Super Bowl trophy at the end of the year. And then he added, "But right now we're in camp. We got a lot of preparation work to do." How many times have you seen teams get too far out in front of themselves, thinking about something down the road and not focusing on, hey, we got to win this one this week?
Man, I appreciate that fact of what he's saying. I think you have to kind of speak things into existence. But with, there was the team I was on in '96 that won the Super Bowl. I thought it was a good team. I wasn't sure it was a Super Bowl team.
Yeah.
Because we just never were able to get past the Cowboys. And the Cowboys all of a sudden had a bad season. They went and lost the game at Carolina, the divisional game, and then we got to host the championship game. You go into the season feeling like, man, we've got a pretty good roster. And we didn't, like the last 8 weeks of the season, we had 0 injuries. And we picked up Andre Rison, too, signed him. So there were a lot of things that it's kind of like the Rangers last year. You know, when you watch how the Rangers got to their World Series and were able to win it, you know, we were all kind of like, man, this team doesn't look very good here in August and September. And we're just kind of like, oh, no, well, hey, you know, maybe they'll get in the playoffs, that kind of thing. But I think that, to me, it's nice that the players try and talk it into an existence. As the personnel guy, you're kind of like, man, when I look at our roster, I think we're pretty good. You're always Will's trying to build a team that can win the division, and then now figure out everything from there.
That was something, and I don't know, that was probably a long time thing.
Yeah.
But when Parcells got here, it was always that focus of we gotta face these guys twice.
We're a bad roster.
Yeah, we gotta face these
a lot of problems.
3 teams twice a year.
Yeah.
So we got to get 6 wins somehow.
Right.
And then you build it out a little more from there.
Yeah, Bill did a really good job with us way back in the day of trying to kind of focus in on what we needed to do roster-wise to be competitive within the division. We were a team before that when we got off the bus, we were really mismatched with, like, we had tall guys, little guys. We just didn't have the continuity. And Bill brought to us a little bit more of a focus on personnel, on where we needed to be. We needed taller this, shorter this. We could get away with this and all that. There was parameters, position specifics, and things like that. Those are the things that these championship coaches do.
Kevin, Micah is on the podium behind you right now.
Oh, is that what's happening?
And I'm pretty sure as he heard me talking about how much I liked what DeMarcus Lawrence was saying about the "my feet are here" part.
Yeah.
Which again, this goes back to the Wire brought us. I think he was like, yeah, okay, these guys aren't just taking things out of context.
You know, I found out something here today. Well, I had a chance to meet Mike McCarthy. I've never met Mike McCarthy.
Oh, wow.
Is that right? Wow,
that's wild.
So
to me.
it's funny. Mike McCarthy and he was walking up and he was behind me, and I turned around and I said, "Coach, I'm Brian Bruss." He goes, "Oh, hi, Brian." And I said, he and I share something in common, believe it or not. And he's like, I said, "Coach, yeah, we got this commonality here." And he goes, "What's that?" And I go, "We're represented by the same agent." So Don Yee, who does work for Mike and I, so now I have to be really nice about Mike. I can't say anything critical of him, so I have to be really positive about
Jason
it.
Garrett.
But I'll tell you what, the thing about Mike McCarthy is that at that time, it was funny, you have that interaction. He was very personal. He's like, man, he goes like, I don't know why I didn't go with Don a long time ago. I had a chance 30 years ago. And I'm like, yeah, I met him when I got worked with Don Yee when Ty Detmer in 1992 when we drafted Ty. And Don's had Larry Allen. He's had Sean. I introduced him to Sean Payton. He's had some really great guys. But it's funny that when you meet Mike, that was how I got to introduce myself to him was, hey, you and I have the same agent.
Good company.
So he was like, oh, well, that's kind of nice.
Good, and you both won Super Bowls with Green Bay.
Won Super Bowls
Lay
with Green
that
Bay.
one down
But he's
all
got
the
a
time.
street named after him.
Oh, yeah.
I don't. Yeah.
I'm sure there's an alley somewhere.
Yeah,
with Broadus' name on
there's
it.
a bar there in Appleton. I'm sure that they have my name on a chair somewhere.
Where people go out and throw out in the alley, and that's the broadest alley. Like,
yeah,
I like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you going to try to convince Broadus to talk more
we
football?
have multiple G-baggers around. Maybe we just convince them to jump in on this thing because Jalen Tolbert could be coming up during crosstalk. So we got to figure out.
Well, I got to
exactly
get out of his chair.
How things
I got to get
go.
out of his chair here if he's showing up. I
We'll
don't
see
want to be
what
in his
happens
chair.
here.
Yeah.
We will talk with some folks from the G-Bag Nation, maybe do an early crosstalk or just talk some football and have some fun. Next, live from Oxnard on 105.3 The Fan.
The North Texas Baseball Show of Record.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Always some movings and shakings. We were hoping to have Jerry Jones join us on the On-Time Expert hot seat. Remember, On-Time Experts, air conditioning and plumbing, same-day service guaranteed, but looks like that's going to move. Could be G-Bag Nation, could be KNC tomorrow, but we're hoping to hear from him at some point, and we might.
If you found out some free agents were rolling in here, would you be like, oh, okay, all right,
Yeah.
I understand what he was trying to get
got some
accomplished
stuff
there.
to do, and we're going to flip things right now and chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation because we might have a Cowboys player at 140, but then again, not to be too vague,
Could just
we
be
might
crosstalk.
not, and we might talk about the Rangers
Perfect.
World Series curse.
Yeah.
So, there's a lot of things that could or could not happen, but gentlemen, you're here right now, and just so I can knock it out of the way, just in case, D&M Leasing brings you the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. I'm going to try my best to not be trite either.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate that.
Thank you for not being trite. Now,
I still have never used that in a casual setting. I've never been able
Okay.
to. I don't know that and gaslighting.
Okay,
Two words I don't know.
that's
how to
the-
use.
Ambiguity.
I know how to use that one.
It's a
That's
weird
one.
But do you know what that word means?
Yeah, but he used
Okay.
it a lot, you know?
What does it mean?
I mean, I don't want to be too vague or go either way with you when I tell you what
Yeah,
it
it's kind of
means.
ambiguous.
But
yeah.
gaslighting is the one for me. I have always wanted to use that term in a non-ironic setting and just be like, stop trying to gaslight me, like in a real conversation.
I always get it
never
wrong.
had that opportunity.
Yeah, I always mess it up. So
Yeah, that one was one that was, it took a while to really compute the definition.
Yes, fair.
And now I'm familiar.
Yeah.
We're about a week into practices,
Yep.
and we threw some names out earlier. And again,
Give
all
them
of
to me.
this,
Give me the names.
all of this
All the names.
is who's up, who's down.
Yep.
Maybe some neutral. Like I put Brandon Cooks in my neutral category because I think he's looked good, but I thought he looked unbelievable at camp last year. And then it took like half the season to see that pay off. So while I want to say he's up, I don't really think that's a fair way to evaluate it. So are there any particular players that y'all think have gone up or down in the first week of practice, or have you been too caught up with the all-around women's gymnastics finals?
Well, first off, the gymnastics are absolutely outstanding, and now we've got beef as well that's going on with Simone Biles,
True.
the former gymnast. That's a lot
beef.
of fun.
Okay, all right.
All for the beef. Where's the beef? I think
Good
for me,
show, too.
Yeah, I think for me the biggest star up would be Damone Clark. Damone's looking like a different player out here, and we wondered, like I did at least, would he get that bump of, okay, now I've got a guy in Eric Kendricks. They drafted Maris Leofau. Like, these are really smart football players to where Damone Clark had a lot on his plate as soon as Leighton Vander Esch went down last year. I don't know that he's a green dot kind of guy. I think he just wants to play weak side, strong side, whichever side you want to put me on, and
Go
let
give me
me
the
just
ball.
let me just do my thing, right? Similar to what Baldy talked to us about. Patrick Queen, different player once you get a Roquan Smith in there.
Yep.
So Damone Clark looks fantastic. Overshown is the guy we get asked about the most.
Yep.
Limited reps. He talked with the morning show about that already as he's recovering from his injury. But anytime he's getting an opportunity out there, he's making a play. I'm out on Mozzie Smith. I'm definitely one of these guys
Hold
that's
on.
like, I don't want...
Hold on, Zach.
I'm done,
I have
Kevin.
read from a very prominent website that he is awesome and
So
looks
I'm not
unbelievable
going
in
to
training camp.
dance around the topic. I went up to Patrick Walker yesterday before practice, and I said to him, "What is it that you're seeing from Mozzie Smith?" And he told me, like, I'm not going to say Mozzie's ready for week 1, but if you're trying to say Mozzie today hasn't shown any improvements from this time last year, and I just kind of said, okay, I mean, I guess, right? Like the Mozzie of 2024 is going to be a little bit better than the Mozzie of 2023. Sure, that's kind of...
But that's not what we're all hoping for,
I guess,
right?
I suppose. Like
In your face, Walchuk.
If that's your reasoning, then okay. But I don't want to ever put the bus label out there too quickly.
But you're out.
But I've seen more progress from Justin Rogers, a 7th-round draft pick, in a week out here than I have from Mozzie in a year and a half.
I'm actually interested in that because before you go any further with that, does that mean that you think Justin Rogers is that dude, or you're just saying, hey, hold on, that's the low level that I'm competing
It's
with?
probably more so the competition level, but
All
I
right.
do think right now, today, Justin Rogers is probably your best one technique.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Other than the coaches, Zanina
Very
and
true.
Pecco.
Man, Zanina's been all over Mozzie, too, by the way. I had somebody else out here tell me Justin Rogers does everything better than Mozzie Smith.
He does. And when you
On and off the field, right?
When you watch him do
I don't know
defensive
about
line
off the
work,
field,
Okay.
probably.
you can tell. Like the coaching staff's like, hey, good rep here, Justin. Good rep, Carl Davis. And then Mozzie, they got to take a minute. And maybe some of it is, we've heard the mental aspect of things. I think Mozzie can get very down on yourself.
You could see it out there, too.
One thing you can't teach is heart. And I don't.
There you go, Walchuk.
That's an area I don't ever want to question when it comes to an NFL player. I need to see it from you, Moz. If it's there, show it. Because right now I'm not seeing any of that.
Let me see that thing beat.
Yeah, rookie contract, and then that's it for Mozzie. He does appear to be. He is down and not answering
You're in
the
this
bell.
boat already,
oh, yes.
too? Okay.
The
100%.
outboat.
Yes.
They're in the outboat.
Okay.
Yeah, we've seen it with other players. Tristan Hill, Taco Charlton come to mind. This is the worst that a player has looked because his body language says absolutely defeated. I'll tell you what, Dak's arrow is up. And
He looked good yesterday.
The demonstration that he put on yesterday, he's got to create a new standard of a higher up echelon. He's now at an age where the game could slow down. The pockets of space might become more obvious. And if that's going to happen for him 8-9 years into a career and he can be as accurate as he was yesterday, fitting them into tight windows, then maybe a higher level of play for Dak is still in there for the taking.
And that's the last, 3 years? It felt like you walk out here and it's just sloppy. Sloppy throws. You're like, man, is it? You had questions about it. You were seeing throws that you're like, that's not what a quarterback who is in that state, in that place where it's all come together for him is. Dak hasn't looked like that. The whole team, I thought, has been crisp in practice. I felt like that it's been very crisp practices, not a lot of sloppiness out there. Maybe it's just because everybody kind of understands what they're supposed to be doing right now.
I'll go big star up to the Zimmer blitz packages.
Yeah. The motion that you see off of him, too?
Yeah, he's dialing it up in a big way.
I'm with you on that because you saw, I don't know if you want to call it, confusion or anything like that. You saw a lot of different movement that I was like, I did not think the blitz was about to come from there.
I know. I was the same way.
I saw one of the plays get busted up, and I was like, yeah, I would have probably fumbled the ball on that play because I had no idea that was going to break through there.
And despite all that, I would say the rookie offensive lineman, come on, that's huge star up. Guyton, crushing it.
Yeah, Guyton, to me, the offensive lines look pretty solid overall, except for the run blocking. That's an area where we're going to have to see when they go into game action, can they get any running game? Because right now that is a big, big concern.
Yeah, we're going to talk with Brian Schottenheimer about that coming up in about an hour. About an hour from right now. We'll run the G-Bag of the day a little bit early. I hope Scooney's era is up. He caught a nice touchdown yesterday. He's healthy, it appears. He's moving. He's just bigger and stronger than all of their other tight end options. And if he can be a credible pass-catching option and be involved in the run game, I think that'd be a big win for the offense.
And that also strengthens really strengthens the positional group because you already feel like Jake Ferguson has emerged, not is emerging, has emerged as the dude.
He's not on the top 10 in Madden rating.
No.
Kevin.
Are you kidding me? The disrespect.
They also
he's a top 5 tight end.
That crap pisses me off.
Top 7 for me.
They also put Diggs and
He'll be a top
Bland
5 at the end of the year.
14 and 15 at cornerback. So, maybe they don't have the most love, but John Stevens is another person who made a name last year.
Big fan.
Feels like he's picked that buzz up. Now all of a sudden with Scooney, you're talking about a position group that you're like, yeah, man, I feel good about this.
I feel great about it. I do. And then you had the rookie Brevin Spann-Ford getting after it with Kalen Carson in the first practice fight yesterday. So, I think Stevens, for me, I would put him ahead of Schoonmaker. I'd go Ferguson, Stevens, Scooney. And, again, we'll see about the run blocking aspect of all of this. But Stevens has a skill set that is very unique. And one that I think fits kind of the modern tight end, the Darren Waller,
big and terrifying,
Mark Andrews, that we've seen really dominate the league.
Too.
Yeah.
Smooth, good route runner, strong hands, big body, red zone wise, he could really help out. I'm excited about him.
Where does that put Hendershot?
He's off the team.
Yeah, and that kind of seems to be the way it's been looking, and so that's interesting that you say that.
Yeah, there's some other things about Hendershot that I'm concerned with as well. Not just on-field play, but just kind of where he is headspace-wise. I want to make sure he's good there.
Is he a troublemaker?
I'm not saying that.
Not necessarily a troublemaker.
I'm not saying that. There's just maybe some differences have changed since year one. The thing yesterday that I saw, though, was Ferguson after practice with Scooney. Working on some physical things on blocking. Everybody's all done, and he's like, hey, come over here and let's work on this together. And that's leadership. That dude would run. Ferguson will run through a wall for Dak. He's the tough guy on this team. He knows how to be a tough guy. It's in his DNA to be that kind of guy, as we've discussed with those guys. So, it's an exciting thing to see him in that group as the leader of that group too.
Hey, all of that's fine and well. How are we getting Snoop Connor on the team?
Kevin wants this to happen.
Figured out
It's
a
not
way
going to be
to
really
make that
hard.
happen.
Not going to be hard to get Scoop Connor on the team. All he needs to do is play well in the preseason,
and he should be good to
and
go.
he might have a good chance. None of these running backs have really stood out in a positive way at all. None of them can really catch the football to save their life. And we haven't seen anything in terms of a substantial run game. So I think the preseason, look, Zeke's spot is solidified.
Sure.
I would assume Rico Dowdle's spot is too.
Yeah.
After that, I think it's up in the air.
This is the Mike Bassick moment of the day. Guy can't catch a football to save his life.
Yes, that did feel very Bassick-esque. Have you guys paid, I don't know if disproportionate is the right term, but a disproportionate amount of attention to Trey Lance? Because for somebody who is not going to see the field in a good scenario whatsoever, he gets a lot of discussion, and I thought yesterday was a rough day for him.
Yeah, I do too much focusing in on him, and even with Carter, I'm like, hey, get a video of this. This is about to happen. And whether it's good or bad, I am focusing in on
what he's doing.
And then
a linebacker pops up, and it's an interception.
And I feel
I didn't know there was a defender there.
I feel like I saw a lot of good early, and then late in practice, it fell apart for him. And I'm like,
dude,
okay, which version is he?
If being a quarterback was just about throwing it into that net hole,
he was the best.
He might be.
None of the quarterbacks can hit the net hole except for Trey Lance.
He can hit the hole. That's something Trey's very good at.
On the left or on the right. Either
side of the hole.
Rolling left as a righty, boom, flip the hips. He was getting it in.
He was getting it in.
I mean, you speak of things that you might be as out on as you are on Mozzie Smith. Trey Lance is in that conversation.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I know Bobby's there with you. I do want to wait and see how he plays in the preseason, but what we've seen out here has not been good. And I think that you're seeing some of the things that followed him from San Francisco, where to me, look, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. You need reps. You haven't got to play at all. You played a year in college, right? You haven't had any NFL starts for the most part. 5? Is that what he's played? Maybe. So to me, it was like, let's let this guy get some more run, but he holds the ball way too long. That's something we heard about San Francisco, and that's carrying over here. The decision-making, the processing doesn't quite seem to be up to speed at the NFL level.
Legit, I promise. This is a real story that actually happened. I know someone who sat on a couch with Trey Lance, had no idea he was an NFL football player.
Man, I know somebody that was at a bar standing with Trey Lance. It was a bar in a house, and same thing happened.
So not on a couch?
Had a conversation for about 20 minutes with him, didn't know who the hell he was.
Wow.
Isn't that wild?
I know a guy who sat on the couch with Rangers pitchers during spring training once.
Dude, did they go on to win the World Series?
They won the World
year?
Series that year.
Yeah, the clubhouse couch.
So hold on, the fact that you didn't do that is
the reason they're playing so bad. You need to sneak in and get on that clubhouse couch, man.
Hey, on a technicality, you know what I'm saying? On a technicality, I did sit on that couch this time around. It just wasn't as organic. It wasn't as welcomed by the players or the people
or the PR,
and it was borderline not seen by anybody important.
But do you know anyone who's ever made sweet love to a couch? That's my next question for you. However, I also have an Olympic spoiler for you. So if you're going to be watching the Olympics, you don't want to hear something that is happening like right freaking now.
We lose another 3-on-3 game?
No, we did. The women did this morning. So now we're 0-5. But Simone Biles is once again the champion of the Olympic world. And at the age of 27, which is young for a human, she is the oldest gymnast to win since 1952.
Wow.
Like, just to put that in perspective,
Yeah.
at 27, she's the oldest woman's gymnast to win the all-around since 1952. Simone Biles wins. Suni Lee gets the silver.
Ooh, top two again.
Hell,
Feel like a woman.
Pardon my French, but that's pretty badass.
that is pretty badass, isn't it?
I think it's a bada.
None of that was French, though.
Badass. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
Wait, this isn't the Expressway?
No, it's not.
It's the lunch rush?
We'll switch. Not that either. We'll switch away from our usual crosstalk and go with this. It's not just the current roster. Why are so many championship Rangers having a down season? Was it the curse of the Eric couch? Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Swinging a high fly ball. Deep out into left field. Hayes going back. Mitch Garver, can you take me higher? You most definitely can.
KNC Masterpiece. Back here on 105.3 The Fan, we are live in Oxnard. You can watch us on the Fan Cam, sponsored by Uber One. Remember, new members get 3 months free at joinuber1.com. Olympic spoiler. I did misspeak about one thing. Simone Biles did, in fact, win the gold medal. I was too excited that Suni Lee, she actually finished
bronze
with the bronze.
Yeah, lady from Brazil with the silver.
And then we'll have the individual apparati later, but another big day. I'm going to go with apparati for the United States gymnastic team. But I actually wanted to talk about something totally different here, because we talk about the struggles of the Rangers offense.
It's apparatuses.
Oh!
Sorry, I just looked it up for us. So now we know, though.
It's not just the people who are still on this roster. Like, if you look across baseball, there's a couple of prominent cases of, it feels like everybody on that championship team is struggling, even in new destinations. We've talked about Simeon. He's had a down year. Seager, per his usual production, he's had a down year. Unfortunately, we lost Evan Carter again. We lost Josh Young again, but there's two other people that I noticed straight away as well. Jordan Montgomery this year, he's 7-5 with a 6.51 ERA.
Ouchie.
And as someone who definitely wanted us to bring back Jordan Montgomery, especially when you saw the numbers, that has been rough. And then you have Mitch Garver.
This is fascinating to me.
I'm just going to read you the first part, and then we'll dive into the second part, which is also relevant. Mitch Garver said, "This is by far the worst I've ever played in my career." And so we'll get to the rest of it in just 1 second, because Corey's right. It is really intriguing. But so when you see all the Rangers who are back on the team down, you see two of the really helpful pieces in Jordan Montgomery and Mitch Garver, they're having down seasons. Mitch Garver, by his own accord, the worst he's ever played. What the hell's going on?
Evan Carter got hurt, and he wasn't performing well before then. So I do think there's something to the championship hangover. Maybe this is the absolute swing low of the sample size. But obviously there's something to it. You haven't had a repeat champion in a long time. Not even Bochy could master it in the midst of a dynasty in San Francisco. So maybe we should have seen it coming.
Stink of the Mariners is a reason. Stink of the Mariners.
In your face, Hellman.
And how about no spring training? That do anything for you for Montgomery? Signing late.
Okay.
All of a sudden trying to. But then again, he pitched so many innings into the playoffs and into the World Series last year. But maybe not the time off. But he did. He didn't have a spring training. Him and Snell, those guys both are having kind of off years, right?
Yeah.
And neither one of them signed in a timely manner to have any type of spring training. So I don't know. But I'll go with stink with the Mariners first.
Okay.
With the Rangers, I don't know if this is a real thing or not, but I keep trying to apply it. Like, we watch basketball. You get the runs from LeBron James. You're like, dude, that dude's played so much extra basketball than anybody else because of the playoffs. And aside from, Seager and Evaldi last year, maybe Chapman, most of the team played more baseball in 1 year than they'd ever played in their entire lives.
Simeon was incredible.
And
the number of at-bats he had.
Extremely competitive
Set a record.
With baseball, too. So
I
do wonder if that had anything to do with it. They just didn't recover in the offseason. They didn't know how to recover after winning a World Series. Maybe Seager knew how, and it was like, hey, surgery has something to do with it. But I wonder if that maybe they are burnt out a little bit, Kevin.
Okay.
I'm saying that in a different form, but maybe it's a reality that their bodies just they didn't know how to recover from it.
That's a very understanding take to have, and I think there's a lot of truth to that, but I also think these kids have no grit.
There you go.
Okay.
I like that line,
man,
too, though.
I like it. Felt
Charge
very
them up,
old
man. Charge them
Dawson
up.
coming in here and be like, no, hell no. Now, the other part of the Garver story, the very unfortunate part of the Garver story, he said, it's tough on myself, tough on my family, the death threats and the retire and you suck and effing kill yourself and all that it's getting old. But the only way it changes is to play better. I see some of that. Like, if you want to boo or say somebody sucks, I don't think that's the end of the world. But it is awful that he would be like, I need to play better, and then hopefully the death threats will
I got to stop the death threats by playing better. That seems pretty dramatic and dark. I would say maybe just delete your social media.
Well, I wonder if he hears it. If he's walking out to the hitter circle.
He plays in Seattle?
Yeah.
I don't think they're man enough to say something like that.
So much Seattle hate coming through. I
told you about the stink.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
They don't have the cojones for that. I've never known or understood. I'm fine with saying you suck. I'm fine with that. But I've never understood death threats and telling somebody to kill themselves over sports. That's never made any sense to me. We see this with referees sometimes. Was it the Kentucky game? Dude was getting death threats for a bad call that he made. You're just like, it's sports. Now I understand there are gamblers out there. But I just never understood that mindset of, I have to tell somebody to go kill yourself because you're not playing well for my baseball team.
I think it happens more in world soccer.
Oh, yeah, man. I guess so.
Those threats feel terrifying.
I kind of feel like that everybody on the 11 has some type of death threats when it comes to soccer.
And you're worried about the carry through. Like, if I don't know if people are going to go that far in baseball. Hopefully you never go that far in any sport. But in soccer, we've seen some really horrifying incidents where if I got a death threat there, I'd be like, oh, crap.
Or they follow through with it, like in the South American, 1994?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't want that to happen.
Yeah, was that Colombia?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just been informed Brian Schottenheimer is currently at the podium, and afterwards he's going to join the G-Bag Nation live. So Cowboys OC coming up here, maybe at the top of the show.
I love that.
Are you going to call him Young Shotty?
I think so.
Mike called him that last year, and he was like, I like that. Young Shotty. I think we can go with that. So if you're going to stick with it, it's something that Mike did.
Is he still pretty young?
Yeah, Shotty's pretty young.
How old is he?
Reasonably.
He is the young Shotty out of his dad and him.
I mean, I would guess like 45
in the coaching world. Yeah.
Man, how How weird is that? That like depending on where you are in the sports world,
He's 50.
Okay, so he can
Looks
be called
good.
young Shotty at
Is there an
50,
echo?
and then with Simone Biles, we were like, "Hey, she's the
say that?
oldest one since 1952." Whoa! Did you just pull a Corey?
Maybe.
I don't know what you're talking about. I have no clue what you're
Do you
talking
not
about.
know what I'm talking
I'm
about?
always locked in and
Whatsoever.
professional on this radio show.
It happens on our show at least once a show.
And I'd
So
like
we
it.
just got it out of the way early.
It usually ends up in G-Bag of the Day when you recap the argument that ensued after, hey, I just freaking said that.
Yeah.
By the way, what else do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking. Got a lot of good sports coming up today, Hagen. Sands at 3:20.
Can I ask you, okay.
Sometimes the computer doesn't work as fast as you want it to, Kevin.
I'm with you. Can I ask you a quick question? We've talked about some of the flaws we all have with our teases. For me, I'll try to put too much stuff in there. It'll be too long. Do you ever feel like your teases for the next day's show sometimes are kind of generic?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. I just needed you
But
to
if
be
you can
like,
admit that, it's okay, you know?
Because if you were like, no, why do you say that? Then I'd be like,
How dare you?
I'd be like, oh, crap. Corey told me that, and I just run out the 10 or something like that.
Well, we've had honest conversations before. There are days where I'll hear the tease, though, and I'm like, it is a Wednesday. I'm glad. I totally forgot. So it is helpful. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and because one of the mistakes I made in my tease was left in there, and Sean's like, oh, real pro right there. And I was like, hold on, is that my job to put that out? And then he did a tease and he was like, coming up tomorrow, we'll still be in Oxnard. And I was like, I really knocked out the park with that one, Sean.
So you take pride in your teases. You feel like yours are the best?
They're too long. They're too long. We got to cut to the chase. But I just like that since he was busting my chops, we would do the same back to him, and
we'll pass it along tonight to the Get Right guys.
There you go.
There you go. Absolutely.
One big family of busting each other's chops.
All right, you have the opportunity to roll home with the G-Bag
Let's
Nation.
roll, baby.
They'll have Schottenheimer pretty close to right off
soon.
the jump. We'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. KNC right here on 105 to the Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, live at Cowboys training camp once again, as we have a lot to talk about here. Another day of news, more Rangers content for you, and a lead story here from Oxnard that I think needs some coverage out of the gates. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus. You do have Alec Medford in for Lucius Alexander back home in the Pimp Cup. Send Lucius some love on social media. He'll be back on Monday. Walchuk and Chiafalo are here. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. Tim Collins remote producing here at Training Camp 2020-24. I think there was an extra 20 in there. I'm Gavin Dawson along with you. We are the G-Bag Nation. How the hell you guys doing?
Great, man. Great. And I love when I find an extra 20. You know, you got an extra 20 laying around.
You just found an extra 20?
It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
Gosh, what a day.
Yeah. Doing good, man.
This is your day.
Doing good. After last night, I punished a lot of pizza, and then I did a little bit of like, oh, is that a brown liquor? Oh, is that vodka? And you're crossing streams that way.
Okay.
So this was it was a touch and go morning, but I'm really starting to come into my own here in the afternoon.
What did you stop and get at the gas station?
That was just a little fuego.
Oh.
Just a little fuego.
Okay.
Fuego Rapido?
What did you stop for the gas station for?
You
needed some
dip.
I thought you needed. I thought you were checking to see if they had diapers there.
Yeah, I was.
This isn't Walgreens.
I
bro.
was looking. I was trying to get some Depends.
Yeah.
At the rudder
After
room.
the pizza and the beer.
the rudder room. I had a little problem with the grease and the pizza got to me a little bit, and I was looking for some Depends.
Dude, that
maybe some
pizza's
handy wipes.
No joke. That'll run right through you. But it was a fun night at the rudder, and you're right. I get nervous about like combining different colors of liquor.
I get nervous about Bobby at the rudder room.
Now, what happened here? I've heard
It was
embarrassing. It was honestly embarrassing for Bobby, I think.
Wow.
Yeah.
What led to this embarrassment?
Well,
I think, go ahead, Walchuk.
We invited Bobby to come in, and Bobby really hasn't been doing much ever since the weekend. I think he did embarrass himself the previous time at the rudder room. Hasn't wanted to go back out since. And so
his picture's on the wall of embarrassing moments.
Don't let this guy in.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
the wall of shame of the rest.
He's getting in fights with everybody, whether it's Brian, whether it's Sandler. Last night it was Jeff. He was taking his fury out on Jeff over the hierarchy and the structure of the organization.
Structurally, it's fine.
But nothing. I don't want to get into that. We can talk maybe with Bobby later about that. Have him explain.
Oh no,
that would be nice.
His arrogance to you. But I know the B word is triggering for him.
Okay.
I didn't know the P word was as triggering.
Oh.
And the P word's been floated around.
So I'm just joking around. Like this is our second stop at the rudder room. We were at the rudder. We went for pizza. We came back to rudder because Bobby hadn't been there. And so I'm like, why don't you go get yourself a drink, you P word?
Wow.
Next thing I know, he comes back and he's got what I thought were like shots for the table.
For the table, yeah.
Instead, he lines up 3 in a row with just a little bit of a Sprite back, and he just smashes them. Boom, boom, boom.
Wow.
And then
he showed you who the P word was.
I mean, hell.
Take that, Walchuk.
It was extremely impressive.
It was violent.
What kind of shots are these? Are these regular
No,
whiskey?
it was bourbon. He's drinking bourbon. Jack Daniels, yeah.
Okay, that's impressive. And up to that point, had there been any consumption, or
I think
was
he
that
might have
just
had
a start?
one. I think he had one previously before that. We had taken one together.
He's funny because he'll get a double vodka soda, but then when it's time to take shots, he goes to the Jack Daniels. So he's just going back and forth with these things.
So the first 3 shots are down just like that, and from that point on, it was a wild night.
Oh, it
I'm sorry I missed it.
Progressively snowballed.
Now,
out of
Brian
control.
said maybe there were as many as 7 shots in 15 minutes.
I think
he doubled back to the bar and had another like roulette of shot skis as well. So
Unbelievable.
Legend.
He got after it in a big way.
Our training camp coverage brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey, by Best Buy Windows and Siding, and by Guardian Caps. And joining us now on the On Time Experts hot seat, On Time Experts Air Conditioning and Plumbing, same day service guaranteed. It's offensive coordinator Brian Schottenheimer here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Good afternoon to you, sir. How you doing?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
We're fantastic, Chuddy. Now, I got to say, I know you just had a presser.
Yeah.
We've heard none of that. We've been doing our show, so it's very possible.
So you're going to ask the same damn question?
We might ask you the same damn question.
As long as you don't screw up our dinner reservation tonight. We have a little staff dinner tonight. As long as
Where's staff dinner tonight?
Well, I can't tell you guys that. I mean,
we're all going to show up.
Yeah, I mean, But I did hear that Coach McCarthy's picking up the tab. So
there you go.
So there might be some extra appetizers ordered, and there might be a few extra drinks ordered. No, make time for you guys anytime.
Thank you.
So what's the focus here this training camp for the offense?
Yeah, again, basically take year one and how do you improve it in year 2? And that's probably the details, and that's the orchestration of perfecting some of the things that we're trying to do. Now we're taking a scheme that they were learning last year, plays, and now we're trying to perfect it. We're trying to take these plays that they were learning last year and now run them better, be more precise with our breaking points in the passing game, do a better job fighting through contested catches on the perimeter, do a better job with the run game fits of our combination block. So it's really, they know the plays. They learned them last year, right? They have repped them all spring, but to do it and then do it in pads is all about taking the things that they know, and now it's the mechanics of them doing it together, because it's the ultimate team sport, right? We know that. Like, again, Zach Martin's a great player, but if Zach Martin and Brock Hoffman can't work a backside combination block together, then guess what? The play's not going to look as good. Or if Dak throwing to Jalen Tolbert and he thinks he should break in and tighter at a 45-degree angle, he's breaking in at a 60-degree, 90-degree angle, then it's not going to work. So it's really those little things that we're having fun because we can get through the film quicker. And we're actually probably doing more individual meetings now by position group because that's what they need right now. They know the plays, and so now it's more of the fundamentals and techniques that we really think in year 2 will take us even to another level.
30 points per game, that's pretty lofty last year. How much better can this offense be?
I really think we can do even another point or two better. Again, Dax just feels really good with where we're at. I think obviously everybody wants to talk about CD, so I'll just raise that right now. Like, CD will be back. CD will be ready to go. But, again, what's happening right now is Dak's getting to throw to Jalen Tolbert and Jalen Brooks, and T. Billy's having a hell of a camp. And he's working those guys that maybe he doesn't have the banked reps in that he has with a guy like CD or Brandon Cooks. And so I just really feel like we're in a really good spot. Our confidence right now is really good. We're doing even more stuff than we were able to do this time last year, and that normally tells you that the offense or the scheme is doing this. You're kind of rising as you get going, and then, of course, it's going to be fun to watch some of these position battles along the way through camp and preseason, and really competitive roster, man. I mean, really we go from position to position, and there's some going to be some hell of a battles.
This is the first time I ever got to talk to you. I want to thank you for sharing your dad with us.
No, I appreciate that.
And I was a scout in the NFL for 13 years, 92 through 2005. I loved watching your dad's football teams. I really did. When you started talking about toughness and how to build the team the right way, I really appreciate what your father did, and thank you for sharing them with us.
Well, if I can respond to that, number one, thank you. And it's really cool for me. Obviously, Mike and I were together in Kansas City.
Sure.
But I'll be sitting back in the team meetings, and I'll be making some notes and writing things down of what he's saying. And it's really cool to see whatever year that was, 97, I think was our last year there. 2024, Mike McCarthy still using things from my dad. Like, it literally makes me pause. Like, I'll literally pick up my pen and be like, damn, that's really freaking cool.
Yeah.
Like, that it's still – as the game's changed, like we all know the game has changed completely. But like, there's certain things that haven't changed. The toughness, the physical, take care of the damn ball.
Right.
So thank you for saying that.
No, I really. Your dad was. I was like saying Green Bay and other stops, and I always admired that team for how tough it was and well coached it was. How good are you at stealing plays from other teams?
I wouldn't say we steal a lot of plays. We definitely keep an eye on what people are doing, what trends are there. If it's completely out of what we do, I would say we probably shy away from that. If we have something that's similar that kind of fits what we're doing, we certainly look at what people are doing, but it's got to fit us. It's got to fit Dak. It's got to fit our personnel. And again, it could be a college play. It could be a NFL play. We all watch each other's stuff, right? That's what's so cool. It's like you see a game on Saturday, the next Sunday you're like, oh, there it is. Right. 4, 5, 6 teams doing it. And
see, I was in Green Bay with John Gruden and Andy Reid, young guys at the time. And they were like watching Bob Snelker's screen package from Minnesota, and they were always trying to get stuff to Holmgren, that's really how the offense with Favre, it just kind of evolved with, hey, how many plays can you get in? And I wondered if the really good offensive coordinators always seem like they kind of can take a play. I use the word steal, but take a play or two.
And I do think, again, you do steal the idea and then you make it your own. Matter of fact, my first year in the league, 1990. 97, Dick Vermeil's staff in St. Louis, that was kind of my job, was just kind of keep tabs on what was the new wrinkles and what people were doing, college and pro, and just I'd jot them down, show them to Dick or Jerry Rome, and sometimes he'd be like, get that stuff out of here, and other times he'd be like, oh, that's really cool. So as you know, it's been going on a long time.
Right.
But we really do believe that our system is special. It's got the flexibility, the versatility, but we're always trying to stay on top of trends.
Well, the defensive players I talked to, when you first came here, you were doing stuff on the defensive side of the ball. And the defensive coaches or the defensive players were telling me, this Schottenheimer guy knows what he's doing. So is that studying other teams and stuff like that? Was that something that you were kind of saying, okay, and they were saying, hey, he comes up to us and say, now you got to watch this. You got to watch this. So it was something. Was it something different for you there?
No, yes. I mean, I'm a football junkie, man.
Yeah.
You ask my wife and my kids, man. They're like, who goes home on Saturday afternoon after doing football all week, and you're like, hey, let's watch all 5 games that are on TV.
Right.
Like, I'm a football junkie. But that year on defense was really cool for me because while I was helping them try to defeat blitzes and anticipate things, I was learning kind of the whys.
Right.
I've never coached on defense.
Right.
I know Belichick had a thing that was actually really cool where he'd take a McDaniels or a Dayball when he first got them, and they were offensive guys. He'd move them to defense for a couple of years. Like, I think that's brilliant, by the way. But, like, for me, it was really cool to be there. And some of it, I was like, oh, that makes perfect sense why they do it. And sometimes I was like, holy shit, we just overthought that one. They're not thinking the first thing. We're giving them way too much credit. They're not doing any of the stuff that we thought they were doing.
Yeah.
So, but it was invaluable, and what made it, to me, so valuable was that the coaches and the players really did listen and respect my ideas. I'm sure there's some people that they listen to and they just kind of but I respect them for that, and felt like I did have some hand in helping.
Sure did.
It's Cowboys OC Brian Schottenheimer here with you on the Fan.
I wanted to pick your brain on the run game a little bit because you are. I mean, I've always thought from your dad and with you, you've always had a good running game everywhere you've gone, and it seems like right now everyone from the Shanahan tree is having a tremendous success. And you talk about the outside zone, but for you, depending on your offensive line and your runner, what can you do from a coaching standpoint to try and help them have more success and give you some advantage in the run game?
Yeah, I think here's what's crazy about the league right now. What we see defenses trying to catch up. What do I mean by that? We've always been the ones that control what I call the rules of engagement, which means we pick the personnel, we pick the formation, we pick the motion, we pick the shift, we pick we pick everything. And so run or pass. And what you see from defenses now is the multiplicity of defenses that we're seeing and the amount of fronts that we're having to block has made it a lot harder. And so what we believe as a staff and what we want to be is we want to be multiple. And our multiplicity should help us attack the entire field, right? Whereas, again, a lot of the Shanahan guys, I mean, I remember watching Mike and his guys run it, to perfection with Terrell Davis and those guys, the outside zone. But we want to be multiple, and we're going to run our outside zones, but we're going to have a little inside zone, and we're going to get the ball on the perimeter. And here comes Kavante Turpin, and he's going to get, we just feel like that helps you stay ahead of the curve. It's hard to run the ball in this league, and unfortunately, is what it is, but the way we're forced to practice now has made it harder. Right. I mean, just think about it. Like in the spring, we can't do any. You
can't have any pads.
I mean, listen, you mentioned my dad. I remember OTAs back in San Diego, and it was like OTA 2. I can remember it like it was yesterday. And we drafted Tonu Fanotti, a 345-pound guard from Nebraska, first-round pick. And poor Ben Lieber, this is OTAs. Poor Ben Lieber was a Sam linebacker, right? And we ran power. Like, we ran 62 power like 5 times in a row. And he had just shells on and was having to frickin' force the play. And after 5 plays, he's like, Jesus, can we run a different play? He's like, what do you want me to do? But, like, now you get a guy on the ground, and it's like, oh, my God, we're going to get fined. So it's just the way the game has changed. It's made it harder. And so you have to be really more intentional in camp. And then even the preseason game to run the football because you can't do it in spring.
You mentioned versatility. How much leveling up of responsibility are we going to see from some of these guys? It looks like you got Turpin playing a little running back. There's Deuce Vaughn playing receiver. Ferguson's doing a little fullback action. How much of that is in the cards for this season?
Year 2, we're calling it cross-training. We're doing a lot of cross-training. So as you guys know, you only get a certain amount of guys on game day. Right. And so there's certain schemes that I'd be lying to you if I said in past years you have a package of plays that are up, and then all of a sudden you lose a guy or two,
right?
And you're like, well, that's out the door. So the cross training has been great. Again, these guys know the plays. They learned the plays last year. So now it's taking them and saying, okay, you're moving a tight end this day. You're moving a receiver this day. You're moving a running back this day. They're actually going to the meetings. They're doing the individual. And it's just helping these guys have more versatility, but also more value. Again, we're always hoping that last roster spot on game day is offensive. It's not always that way.
Yeah.
And again, it's whatever's best for the team and Bones and special teams. But we're always telling those guys, hey, make sure you guys stop by Bones' office on the way out the door, and because that's a huge part of figuring out your last number or two on game day roles.
How much are you? It looks like to me you're doing a lot with Hunter Lipke. And it's kind of like one of those things like you see him in the outside motion in, offset stuff like that. Is there packages for him, or is there thought about playing more with a fullback or like the H role that he plays?
It really goes back to the cross-training thing. Like you're seeing him playing fullback, you're seeing him playing halfback, you're seeing him play tight end. And Hunter is such a cool piece, man. Dude, this guy's football instincts are just elite. He gets put in different positions where maybe we haven't covered something, but he's so smart, and he just feels the game, man. And yesterday, 9-on-7, he was running some halfback, and again, he had a little jump cut, and then he kind of the linebacker was there, and he kind of skinnied the cut. It was just like, was that Hunter?
Yeah.
And so, but it goes back to that cross-training thing.
Yeah.
When he's in the game, we don't want people to know, are we in two-back, are we in one-back, are we in empty? What do we, because he can do all those things.
Brian mentioned the motion. Seems like that's taken over the league. How important is that for you to implement the pre-snap motion, the exit motion, get all that really figured out in the offense?
Yeah, it's critical because what it allows you to do is it allows you to run the same plays, but from completely different looks for the defense. So for Dak, his progression doesn't change. For the receivers, their routes don't change. What I really believe with motion, the key is there's teams, and we're one of them, that moves with a purpose. Okay. Like these half-speed motions, they don't do anything. Like even if it's just a motion across the ball, it should have some tempo to it. It should have some urgency to it. Why? You're making the defense sometimes 5, 6, 7 guys adjust. They have to adjust their calls. And so we always talk about moving with a purpose. Like if we're moving with a purpose. We're trying to create a matchup, or we're trying to gather some information for the quarterback. Is it man? Is it zone? What are we getting here? Is it shell? Is it one high? All those different things. So we really preach that a lot.
How much more difficult is it to execute those things in road environments? It seems like that becomes a big challenge, and how can you mitigate that? You don't want to completely change the way you do things offensively just for a road game, right?
No, and we don't. We again, Dak is great with it. We've got 1,000 different cadences that we can use, both at home and on the road. And he's masterful at that. But yeah, we do not shy away from motions because again, we really feel like if we're up to date with or up to speed really with our silent mechanics, and we should be able to run everything. Because like you said, you're not going to change. We're not going to say, oh, hey, we're just going to be all static. Right. I think in today's day and age, if you're static, you give the advantage to the defense. And we don't want to do that. We want them to be chasing us around.
Coach, the plan that you have, and this is really the first time that we've got to see Trey Lance quite a bit. Is there a daily plan for him, or is it just part of the quarterback packages and how you guys get ready for practice each day?
Yeah, right now the daily plan is he's going to go in there and he's going to get a ton of reps and he's going to compete his ass off. Again, you guys missed it because you weren't at my presser.
Yeah.
He's doing some really good things, and he's making some mistakes like most young players. But we really believe, that the reps that he's going to get in training camp, the reps he's going to get in the preseason, if we continue to see him making positive strides, the athlete is crazy, right? I mean, the guy's an unbelievable athlete. And this guy works his ass off. I mean, again, he is up early. He's to bed late. He's asking questions. He's meeting with Scott. It's just he's hungry, man. And, again, he made a throw the other day where I saw him, speed up his feet at the top of his drop. We call it the get back. And he just, boom, put 4 and 5 in the ground and ripped it. And it was like, he's getting it. So that's the stuff that's exciting for us to see.
Finishing up here with Brian Schottenheimer on the Fan. How about this trend where defenses are dropping more guys into coverage to stop the big plays, and they also managed to get the yards per attempted run down last year? Both those things happen. How did that happen? How do you counter it?
I think, you're seeing them mix that up. Again, that speaks to the multiplicity the defense are doing. But again, what I notice is the speed of defenses now, right? Like, you got to remember, when I came into the league, it was freaking Levon Kirkland and the guy, these 260-pound linebackers, and now so many teams are playing sub-defense, and so many of these linebackers are 4'5", 4'6" guys, and so I think that's one of the things. But, again, where we're really, really good, again, is what we call above the 2.3, right? If they're going to drop 8, what most mature quarterbacks know is, okay, I should have time. And that's our friend, whereas young quarterbacks, they kind of panic. Like they've got their rhythm and time clock. Like, oh, the ball should be gone. Well, yeah, but they're only rushing 3. And so, like, what I've learned is, like, I remember in Jacksonville with Trevor Lawrence, like, they would drop 8 and only rush 3, and, like, he'd still be on that the time clock where the ball's got to come out of his hands. Like, hey, dude, just relax. Like, we've got time. We've got the advantage. And so the way that thing's going to adapt is us having to hurt people with that, and that might be Dak with his arm or Dak with his legs. But the speed's a big part of it that defenses now have.
All right, question. When's the last time you sports cried? Could be happy or could be upset, perhaps.
Sports cried.
Has it been over a decade?
No, I cried after the Green Bay game this year.
That's my guy.
All right, thank you.
That's the right answer, baby.
Yeah, my wife actually was surprised because she said that was the last time I cried. Actually, the only time before that was when Sam Bradford, not the only time, Sam Bradford tore his ACL the second year in a row. Just because I felt so bad for him because he had worked his way back. But after the Green Bay game, I took that one hard and was disappointed, really, for the players.
Proud you made it to the end there. I think I'd have cried at half myself. I was, actually.
Hey, we were trying to fix it. So you did not have time. But, man, when you put so much into this, and it's not for us, it's for them, for the locker room, right? It's just, any loss is tough to take, but that was a special group, and we're excited for this special group we got now.
Number of plays on a typical game day call sheet?
A lot. Yeah, we're a volume offense. We like that. That way we have some flexibility to get the things if we need to, and that's where, again, year 2, we should be able to make some improvements because we can pull things from back pages and stuff like that.
Would you be willing to give us one example of maybe one of your wordier play calls?
I'm going to let Mike McCarthy do that because it gets pretty wordy. People that say football players are not smart have never listened to
the verbiage.
And again, the West Coast system, right, is known for its verbiage, and we've actually trimmed it down some where you can, but some of them just get long.
Was there one play that you called that you realized, okay, I will never call that again?
Oh yeah. That's either a wristband play or we're just going to call it Neutrogena, and that means all that.
Thanks,
Appreciate you guys.
Give him hell.
All right,
there
fellas.
he goes.
Thank you. Always enjoy it.
Yes, sir. Always enjoy having you, sir. There he goes, Brian Schottenheimer. We got the G-Bag of the day coming up next right here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Commercial-free G-Bag. Salute. It's our commercial-free expressway. Afternoons at 5:20 on 105.3 The Fan and on our Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
Hi, I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant Air Conditioning. You've heard me talk about the utility program that allows us to offer instant rebates of up to $2,400 for replacing your AC system, right? Well, over 95% of those utility funds have been claimed, so that means only 50 more people will be able to take advantage before the funds run out. And remember, when you combine that with the current factory rebates, you're saving over $5,000 on a brand new Reliant air conditioning system that can cut your electric bill in half for as little as $98 a month. You may have heard about nationwide AC unit shortages, but we have plenty of equipment, and if you call by noon, we can install the system the very next day. That's right, call by noon and have your new system installed the next day. Call us at 877-YOUR-HERO or schedule your free estimate online at ReliantAirConditioning.com, and you'll see how we've been gimmick-free since '83.
Reliant Air Conditioning, call 877-YOUR-HERO.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates. When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio from my studio apartment. Chase Inc. helped me grow from 1 Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank. N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Make dinner worth more during DFW Restaurant Week. Stella Artois, the official beer of DFW Restaurant Week, invites you to drive authentic connection and conversation around the dinner table at DFW's finest restaurants. See who's serving Stella at DFWRestaurantWeek.com.
A Gain Scent Bead story. Jim was at the laundromat when he heard his ear said, "Maraca, senor," but his nose said, "Hey, freshest scent ever." Following his nose, Jim found a man pouring a bottle of Gain scent beads into the washer. The scent, the freshness. Jim blurted, "Sir, your scent Maraca smell amazing." Actually, Jim, most noses call them Gain scent beads. Try Gain scent beads, way fresher than detergent alone.
At Progressive, we know money can't buy you happiness, but money did help you buy an RV, which means an excuse from working Saturday with your insufferable coworker, Dave. So money is helping you listen to birds chirp instead of Dave chirping about how his toddler is fluent in 3 languages. And it's also why you'll be smelling pine trees in the air, not Dave's tuna melt reheating in a microwave. So save money by bundling your RV or boat insurance with home or auto from Progressive and buy more happiness, or something close to it. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
At Comerica Bank, we're creating opportunity for entrepreneurs to stop dreaming and start doing. For gig workers to become business owners. For small businesses to go toe-to-toe with the big dogs. At Comerica Bank, we're creating opportunity beyond bank accounts. We're providing free office space, free advertising, free competitive research, and more to help small businesses do more with less. To learn more, visit comerica.com/succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Opportunity Lender. Offers available to Comerica small business customers only. Terms apply.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
What's up, Tolos? Bobby Belt here. Do you want your team to practice like the pros? You can with Guardian Caps. Enter your football team on the 105 Through the Fan contest page all July to win a set of 10.
Here today, and Brian has been watching film. He'll give you what he's got on that coming up at 2:40 there in Krusty's Corner. G-Bag of the Day is just coming up here in a couple of minutes, guys. What'd you take away from that shoddy conversation we just had?
Well, I really enjoyed his thoughts on the motion elements. You saw that really after like week 6 or 7 of last year. The Cowboys started to implement that much more. That seems to be something that is definitely a part of what he wants to do, not wanting to be stagnant and stuff like that. Having a diversity in your run game, I probably would have loved to hear even more than just like, hey, we'll do inside zone and outside zone. You know, you'd love to see a little bit more diversification there with what you got when you look at like what a team in Detroit's doing with Ben Johnson. They got 5 different ways they can attack you from just a schematic standpoint, the way they block things. And depending on the defense that they're playing against and the front that they have, they will utilize all that. Some of that's with personnel and having stud linemen for sure, but the other is having a very imaginative play caller and play designer who understands how to visualize that, implement it, and get his guys to execute it.
I like the part talking about Dak using his legs. You know, I think at this point it's no longer even worth debating around. You get into the playoffs against, good defenses, and they got you in checkmate early on. It's got to be a strong dose, like what he said there. Like the counter is, Dak, you can pick them apart, but you gotta run against these defensive looks one way or another, and you got to do it efficiently.
Well, now you look at the best quarterbacks in the league. I don't know that any don't. Is there a quarterback that doesn't have any mobility, right? Like you don't have stationary quarterbacks anymore. The days of the Mannings and the Matt Ryans that they're just standing in their spot. It's not there. Herbert, mobile. Allen, mobile. I mean, maybe Tua is a guy that doesn't have a lot of mobility, but Mahomes is a guy that can run. How many big plays does he use with his legs in the Super Bowl, right? So to me, Dak's a guy, I don't know that he's ever going to be the dude that we saw at Mississippi State, but he certainly seemed more confident in running last year, and just being able to have that as a factor is a help. Another big takeaway for me, and I just talked to Brian about this, but it seems like Hunter Lipke's got himself a spot on this team. He's excited about the potential usage of Lipke.
Yeah, that's the one guy that I've kind of noticed a lot when you're watching either they do the team stuff, goal line stuff, even the 7-on-7 stuff. It seems to be that Hunter Lipke is a guy that is kind of turning into follow him, you find the ball. The running game stuff, it's been motion, set, offset. Now they run the ball behind him. He's become a better blocker. And then on when they were doing 2-minute drill yesterday, who was the back that was on the field helping with blitz pickup and then maybe throw the ball to? Hunter Lipke. So they're feeling like more of a role, expanded role for him. And even, he got some in the mock game today, single back, they handed him the ball on short yardage to get a first down. So, yeah, there's a lot going on with Hunter Lipke right now.
A lot going on here. Cowboys training camp. Rangers with a day off. We'll be talking about them before too long. But Krusty's Corner's coming up at 2:40. He's going to tell you what you need to know about Carl Lawson and the 3 other guys who came in for workouts. It's time now for the G-Bag of the Day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Alec in for Lucius.
All right, boys, G-Bag of the Day, 2:30 weekdays here on The Fan. It is back after a vacation yesterday because of some Rangers Day baseball. Our reigning defending champion is Bobby Belt of the morning show after he had a bit of a Brian Schottenheimer slip-up.
A lot of the times when people are talking about, Katie did this, that, he gets tagged in a lot of that. There was stuff.
Dump it, Peyton, dump that.
Dump it. I got it.
Let me write this down. Another thing for Bobby, using the S word.
Still think my favorite part is the defeated sigh from Peyton.
I got it.
He just expects better, even though he knows he shouldn't because it's Bobby, but he expects better.
I think Bobby was actually proud of himself for that one.
He was.
He was. He knew that Peyton was going to dump it, probably, I think, right?
Yeah, Peyton's on his P's and Q's.
Yeah, he's not. Peyton's not going to get in trouble.
Unless it's after 6:40 on a Thursday, then he's not.
Good call. I salute Bobby Belt. Big fan of his, friend of his. He's just not what I thought we were getting, I thought it was like Bobby Belt, insider / friend to players. I was like, man, that's a great role to play on the radio. Instead, he's shock jock Bobby Belt, which I'm a fan of. I'm here for it.
So, should we bring him back for afternoons? For his segment during football season?
The more Bobby, the better is what
All
I'm
right,
hearing.
Let's do it.
Yeah. Guys out here doing 7 shots in 15 minutes, cussing on the air. He's a freaking legend.
I'll tell you, Walchuk's right. He brought 3 out, and you think it's for the table, but no, it's all.
He's ticking off Sean and laughing in his face.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yep, he gives 0 Fs.
That's right.
I've got a legendary Bobby Boomer Jacks story that I might bring to the air sometime, maybe during AM on the FM. We'll see. But speaking of bringing people back, our champion, our G-Bag of the Day on Monday, I believe, was Andy Durham, the Greensboro Grasshoppers, minor league baseball broadcaster for his awful home run call. And guess what, guys? He's back.
Yes.
He is back, and he is worse than ever.
Fly ball center field. Going. That's goes.
You let the dogs out?
Gone, the hopper homer. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when McAdoo breaks through here at First National Bank Field?
What you gonna do? Wow. What a quality broadcaster.
Here at First National Bank Field, what are you going to do when McAdoo goes dong on you? That's awesome, man.
That is some good stuff.
And that home run call, that player McAdoo was actually traded for Isaiah Kiner-Falefa here at the deadline.
No.
Nice.
That's how that clip got resurfaced. I think it's only like a week old anyways. So this guy, Andy Durham, he's just something else, man. He's still going
back.
He is awesome.
So that long ooh was the McAdoo?
Yes. I don't know why.
McAdoo.
It's just ridiculous. I hope that we can bring this guy to the air like every week because it sounds like he does this every single game. Like he's got some sort of bit that he does every single game, and I love it.
He's a showman.
He is.
Is that a failed bit or I don't know?
That's a good question. In my book, it's a win, but I know in most people's books that's probably a failed bit. So
it's like, is it a laugh with? Is it a laugh at?
I don't know.
It's a laugh.
I'm sure he's
Laugh
never
is a
getting
laugh.
called up to the big leagues.
This is true. This is true.
Right?
He's going to be calling McAdoo dongs for the rest of his life.
You know who might not get called back to the morning show? Eric Chiafalo. What's up, buddy? I know you had.
No. What'd you do?
Did I screw up?
You give too much time on the mic. Eventually, something's going to happen. I think we know this.
You had a bit
and
of
I
a
say
night
some
last
stuff.
night, I heard, and you might not remember what you were talking about with the boys on the morning show this morning. Somehow bathrooms got brought up, the Porta-John situation out there.
I thought
and
this was great.
You
I
might
thought
not
this was
remember
funny.
this, Cheech, but I just want you to know I got eyes and ears everywhere. Take a listen.
Oh, yeah. And the thing to do, like, early on as well, if, like, a choppy situation is taking place in the guys, is just go to the girls. There's no.
Oh, wow.
Early
enough in the morning.
You used to do that at nights, didn't you?
I may still do that in the afternoon from time to time at the station.
Wow.
After 5
That's
o'clock,
risky.
it's clear out.
It's kind of risky.
Once we hit the
Little risky.
expressway in the G-Bag Nation, there is no risk involved. There is not a female soul to be found on floor 11. So you may or may not find me on Nancy's throne from time to time.
Nancy.
The Grande shout out right there.
Nance, which one did you use today? Okay, great.
Okay,
Oh,
great.
that you go on her? You go to her?
What, Sean?
Oh, Eric's going to the. Oh my God!
I love. There's nothing better than most people hate it. To me, nothing better than a warm toilet seat.
Gosh, that was great.
I forgot about that.
Because, we're all
one.
going to the
forgot about
ladies.
that
I know
one.
I'm doing the ladies one as well.
Yeah.
It's better.
It is. It is. That's just an obvious pro tip. I think we could all raise our hand and say we've benefited from a ladies' bathroom at least once in our time.
It's a brand new
It's cleaner.
situation.
No one's using it.
It's clean.
That might have been
Except
the one
Nancy.
rewarding thing about the pandemic.
Yes.
Yeah.
It really
Amen.
might have been. It
Amen.
definitely smells a lot better. I can say that. See, I got one more
Voting
here.
timer. Okay.
I got one more. This was ESPN's Jeff Darlington. I almost thought this might have been Walchuk talking for a second. I didn't know that football play calls could do this to a human.
Weird guilty pleasure, and it is listening to weird guilty pleasure, and it is listening to quarterbacks call plays.
Oh, absolutely.
It's like a romance language to me. I have no idea what they're saying.
No, of
but
course
it's just
not.
sultry and sweet. I just enjoy it.
Sultry and sweet.
Sweet.
Get him, Jeff.
That's a football guy right there. Jeff Darlington.
Yeah,
Stick
he
to
is.
reporting, though.
He's trying to show a little personality.
Yeah, I don't know. Kind of creepy. Bobby Belt gets tagged in a lot of that bleep. Andy Durham is the first challenger out of North Carolina. Hung over Eric Chiafalo with RJ and Choppy. They've been on fire this week with not only the champ, but a challenger as well. And maybe the best challenger amongst them, Jeff Darlington, ESPN. I'll go with Andy Durham. Chief, how about you?
I'm going with Andy as well.
It's 2-0, Medford.
Ooh, I'm going to go with Chiafalo.
Thanks, Medford.
You're
It's
welcome.
2-1, Walchuk.
Yeah, I'm going with the bathroom conversation and Eric.
It's Chief all the way.
Dang!
By
Let's
a score
go.
of 3-2. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion. It's Eric Chiafalo filling in or doing a hit this morning. You're pretty Man, that's pretty early.
It was early. It was the first time I set my
teammate of the
alarm.
week.
Yeah, thank you. I was hoping to get some type of employee of the week deal.
Yeah,
maybe
does that come with like a plaque,
framed photo? Yeah,
maybe a trophy.
Yeah, from my understanding.
Hell
it
yeah.
does.
That's insane.
We'll
right
give you
there.
another medium pizza to eat by yourself.
Hey, that was a large pizza.
Damn
Was
right
it
it was.
That was large. That was $35 worth of Meatinator at Toppers last night, and I paid the price until about 11 a.m. this morning.
Meatinator sounds wonderful. The Corner is brought to you by Dallas College. Your future begins here, Brian. What's the subject matter?
Yeah, they're bringing some guys in for some workouts, and I'm going to tell you who I think is the best of the group. We'll do that next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
All righty. Thank you very much, Alec. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Our training camp coverage rolls on. NFL News of the Day is coming up at 3 o'clock. Then Sands talking Rangers with you at 3:20. As they're at major fork in the road here on their day off. The winning ways must resume soon. The Corner is brought to you by Dallas College. Your future begins here. And here's Broadus.
Thank you very much, General, and thanks again to Dallas College to being on with us. I really do appreciate that. Just recently saw a tweet from Clarence Hill, the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. He says he asked Stephen Jones, and Stephen Jones told him this. They are looking for defensive end and defensive tackle help.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. Yep.
So Clarence Hill, point blank, asked Stephen Jones, I'm going to walk you through some of the defensive ends that they're bringing today. And I was on this morning on DallasCowboys.com on the break, which I do. And then I ran into Nick Eatman, and we were talking about these players. Nick was thinking that they might sign 2 of these defensive ends.
Okay.
Wow.
So there was some talk, some whispering even before Sam Williams got hurt that they might be looking at some of these edges.
They did lose a lot of depth, and I wonder defensive tackle if that's Linval Joseph. I mean, that's a name that I know Zim loved coaching him.
Yeah.
I know Paul Gunther's kept up with him and how he's progressing. So that could be a veteran guy.
Yeah.
Maybe a name to monitor.
Okay, the name that I know Todd Archer put the names out there. If you follow Todd on, and we'll just go through the names. But the main name, and this was a name that we talked about last time when we were visiting about these possibilities of guys coming in. But Carl Lawson was part of the actual going to be the workout group. They might be working out behind us as we speak. You know, they usually.
Oh yeah, I think I saw a crew of them.
Yeah, they're probably out here right now, getting that taken care of. With their work. Alex Loomis and those guys who from the pro personnel department, and then you got your defensive line coaches that would be involved, and hopefully these guys have kind of kept themselves in some kind of shape. You don't want to bring somebody in, and then all of a sudden you throw them in there, and then they're not able to keep up, or they're out of shape, and you have to wait and all that. That does nobody good. But Carl Lawson was a name, and I'll go back through Carl Lawson, what I saw on tape. He was with the New York Jets last time out, and there's initial quickness to his game. He does use his hands well to get off blocks. I think he's a little bit of it. Now, what you're trying to do here, I need to circle back, you're trying to find guys that potentially have traits that were similar or maybe a little better than losing what you got with Sam Williams. So we all know Sam Williams could rush the passer. That was kind of his thing. Playing the run might be a little bit of a problem.
Yeah.
If you look at a guy like Carl Lawson, kind of feel like Carl Lawson now plays the run a little bit better than he brushes the passer.
Interesting.
So, but this is a type of guy that, he needs to get to the corner, I think, just a little bit quicker. He gets in trouble when he rushes down the middle, and most of these guys do. They just don't have the power to be able to handle rushing guys down the middle and walking them back unless you're a guy like Micah Parsons who's able to get under these guys and then push. But Carl Lawson was a hand-down, stand-up guy, did a little bit of both. He's got really good redirection skills back to the ball. So if the ball, he gets up the field and then he retraces back to the ball. So that's kind of stuff in space that you like about him. He can break down blockers with his pass rush, and he can get up the field, I'd say, to create a little bit of some pressure. He will struggle with power if he rushes heads up. I mentioned that. And he's mainly played on the right side. So he's kind of been a right side player and the film for the Jets. So, and he's also 29 years old. Now, he's part of a workout crew. I watched some guys. Justin Hollins is an edge that, again, they're bringing in. I watched Justin Hollins at Green Bay, and then he finished his year with the Los Angeles Chargers.
DFW guy.
Yeah. And Hollins has, and now you start to talk about how a guy looks like another player. He's similar to what you have looks like with Sam Williams.
Okay.
Long, rangy. He plays as a stand-up edge because he's been with two places where they play with an odd front or a 3-4 front. So he's more like a stand-up outside linebacker rushing. So I didn't see any snaps where he was playing hand down, but I don't think that'll be a problem for him. This guy does a good job of playing off blocks. He's got really good extension. He can close down in the hole in the run game. When you get to the edge, he could dip his shoulder under the blocker. I think he needed a little bit more power with the rip and the finish to be able to free himself. But the chase is there. I'd like to see a little bit better burst from him because there was times where he was in space and you could see him chasing the ball to the outside. And if he just had that little, because we've seen Damone Clark run out here and all of a sudden he's just closing ground, getting to the football. But Hollins is one of those guys that where he's aware to stay at home. You don't see the ball get outside of him when they run the boots, the waggles, the read option stuff. He's pretty good at staying at home. He plays his responsibility pretty well. And I think he's got some good pass rush moves off that left side. I thought he was a little bit better off the left side than he was the right side. But he's got some athletic ability. Mentioned he's got some similar traits to what you had with Sam Williams. Next one is Al-Qaeda Muhammad. And Muhammad is a little bit of a shorter guy. He was with the Indianapolis Colts. He's got some really good get off the ball. He's explosive out of his stance. His problem is he tends to pop up out of his stance. So when you see him rush, it's instead of going flat and then get in the corner, he kind of pops up and then goes. So I don't know, like I say, but there's some quickness to it. He's got some relentless traits to his rush as well. He's great at chasing the ball. He can get to the edge. I wish he could sharpen the corner a little bit better as a pass rusher. But he'll close things down in the running game. He doesn't quit on plays. He'll extend on the blocker in the running game, and you'll see him retrace his steps to get back in on plays. I like to see him squeeze the hole a little better because there are times when the ball was going inside of him and he got pinned to the outside and then the ball went up inside of him a little bit more than I would like. But he can find the ball. He'll outwork blockers. There's some snaps where he needs to get rid of the blockers a little bit quicker. But there's some struggles with him a little bit when he has to start, stop, then start again. It's like a quickness, and then he stops, and then has to restart to get quick again. A little bit of that is a little bit of a problem for him. The last player they're bringing in is Sheikha Toney, and Sheikha Toney was a draft pick from the Washington Commanders. He sat out all of last year, and I couldn't say this on DallasCowboys.com, but I could say it on our show. He sat out all last year because he was for gambling. He was one of these guys that got suspended for gambling, and so he had to sit out the entire season. He was suspended, and now he's coming back. He was from Penn State, mainly a special teams guy. When you start to talk about the majority of his work, I watched film of him in 2022 because there's no 2023 tape. He's got outstanding quickness off the ball. He's a hand-down guy. So he could really, really rush the passer. He's got that quickness. He can close down. He moves well. He's got a burst. I like this guy just because of the fact of how bendy and how quick he is off the ball. Okay. But, I mean, there's a burst to his game. So Toney, and then I would say maybe Hollins, and then Muhammad. Lawson, a little bit longer in the tooth, probably going to play the run better than playing the pass. But they're looking for guys, like I said, that's kind of got those traits that Sam Williams had. And hopefully, they can find maybe one or two of these guys to replace to replace Sam and give them a little bit more depth at the position.
Thank you, sir. Been
Thank
curious about those names all day since I saw him on Cowboys Twitter this morning. There he is, Krusty's Corner, every afternoon, about 2:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. Okay, NFL news of the daytime, Walchuk. Where you taking it, man?
Got a quarterback injury, shots fired at the Commanders fans, title belts, and a scary moment at Browns camp. That's next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
1053 The Fan. Our training camp coverage brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey, Best Buy Windows and Siding, and by Guardian Caps. Sandler's going to face the nation coming up in 20 minutes. I'm going to go after him. Why should we still believe in this Texas Rangers team? Sands will answer that question and more coming up here in 20 minutes on your Home of the Champs. Right now, it's the NFL News of the Day with your super football-y host, Walchuk.
Thank you very much, General. We've got a quarterback injury, and I think the team, not a surprise. This team just cannot stay healthy. They never have been able to. And it's been an issue because they've had a lot of talented teams. That team is
the San Diego Chargers of Los Angeles.
Damn right it is. Oh, man. They have announced that Justin Herbert has been diagnosed with an injury to the plantar fascia in his right foot. Doctors have recommended approximately 2 weeks in a boot, followed by a graduated return-to-play protocol with the expectation that he will be ready for week one.
Yeah.
But, gosh, anytime you hear plantar fasciitis.
Oh, we'll be hearing this all season long. This will be an all-season.
That's a lingerer, man. That's a lingerer right there.
Like a post-hopper's fart.
It really hurts you, I think, in football if you're a quarterback with your practice time. I think he'll be good for Sundays. You know, if you're a basketball player or a baseball player, maybe a running back, something like that, you're like, crap, I'm going to be doing a lot of running, a lot of pushing and pressure on this. Might require some out-of-season time, but I think he'll be all right.
He might go 17 for 17 on the game day Toradol shots.
Yes.
You know, just to cover up the pain.
Yeah.
For a good 12 to 24
And then very little
hours.
practice time.
Yeah,
you
could
know?
be a win for him.
Romo Wednesday every day.
Romo Wednesdays. Now, since this has happened August 1st, does this mean he's in contention for Comeback Player of the Year?
No.
They gave it to Flacco. He just got signed off the couch.
Yeah, that's because the previous year Flacco had done nothing, right? He had done nothing. He came back from being not a good football player.
Not signed. Nobody wanted him.
Herbert, this would not be now. If he sucks this year, Herbert does, and he can blame the fascia. Then he comes back next year, and
But if he's like awesome, we're not using this as an even better reason. Dude, come on, he's playing through plantar fasciitis.
Comeback Player of the Year has already been established. It's either going to be Joe Burrow or Aaron Rodgers. I don't even think there's anybody else allowed.
You're better than that,
man. Herbert's. I don't know. I don't know if this let him qualify. I just felt like it's a fair question.
Maybe for next year if he misses all year with
if he ends up being out for the season with the plantar fasciitis. No, it wasn't. Brown's Dante Foreman, who was a running back that we had our eye on, former Texas Longhorn, he was carted off and taken to the hospital today at practice. He sustained a direct blow to the head that resulted in neck pain. X-rays and CT scans were negative, the team announced, so he's expected to be released from the hospital sometime later today and will return to the team. But a very scary moment for the Cleveland Browns.
And that's with Guardian Cap?
That's with Guardian Cap.
Wow, that was
hell of a shot.
I was going
Who
to say,
hit him? Andre the Giant?
Yeah, we need to see that. Did James Harrison show up to Browns camp?
Just came back, gave him a whack, and maybe it was Myles Garrett. I don't know.
Take that guy to the hospital, give that guy the Whopper Award.
Holy crap.
Did you guys have that in middle school?
The Whopper Award? No, we didn't, but I like this.
Got a big old carton of Whoppers for the biggest hit.
That's awesome.
Whoppers suck.
Dude, we still haven't done that. We need to go ahead and hit up the burger chance.
See, I think that's a myth. I think that's something that's taken hold somehow in the social psyche. But in actuality, the Whopper is tremendous.
I know 100%.
Especially out of a freezer.
If Eric ate a Whopper, he would say that's a solid burger.
I mean, it's not like it's kettle corn or those circus peanuts, right? It's not that bad, Chief.
It's a good size.
You're right. It could be better.
What's wrong with the circus peanuts?
They're styrofoam.
Man, I don't know.
You're watchdogging the circus peanuts?
No, I just heard that Dawson was saying they're not worth the damn.
You're a big fan?
I'll eat them, but I mean, they're
like
only
them.
better
Like
than maybe black licorice.
No. Now don't go with the licorice.
Now we're doing bits?
Yeah, the licorice part.
That's not a real candy.
Yeah, that's that and the Halloween candy that comes in the black or the orange wrapper that has no name on it. It's
The
just
taffy?
got, I don't know what it is.
Yeah, well, the
but
taffy's disgusting.
If you're handing that out, you're a quitter. Yeah.
Well, Jay Ochoa, Big Tolo, just tweeted me and said, hey, we got to have Diggs on that Comeback Player of the Year award list as well.
I like
so
that.
We can throw his name in the ring. That's a good call,
I like
Jay.
that. Absolutely. There we go, Jay. I appreciate you towing your balls off as always. Shout out to Tristan Wirfs. He got the big extension, $140.6 million for the Bucs offensive tackle. That makes him the highest-paid offensive lineman in NFL history, according to Shefty. He's getting $88.24 million guaranteed. So congratulations to Tristan Wirfs. He's going to be a Buck probably for life.
I need to kind of watch him play a little bit. I liked him coming out of college.
He's been a hell of a player.
Yeah, he's been awesome.
And they moved him around right and left.
Okay, is he the point where he is the highest paid or should be? I need to watch more Bucks to him.
He's definitely in the conversation.
He's worthy.
So like,
He's worthy.
we're starting a team, and now we need to pick an offensive lineman.
He's on the short list.
Are we picking him first?
Is it Penei Sewell? Is it him?
Yeah,
if it's
Larry
for,
Tunsil.
If it's for one season, do you still
No.
Trent Williams?
I'm just saying we're picking an offensive tackle. I need a tackle.
Yeah, he's a top 5 tackle in the sport.
See, that's what I'm saying. I haven't watched enough of the Bucks. Like I feel like I've missed. I liked him in college coming out.
No, he's been good.
I think I even said he was like my guy Walter Jones.
Yeah.
When in Seattle. I think I described him as that
Really
type
steady
of
player.
Yeah, that kind of guy.
Yeah.
But if
he's
we're,
lived up to
if
it.
We're, if we're
Walter
choosing sides, we're going to pick him first.
Yeah, I think the versatility left and right side, he's going to be in the conversation. Maybe we'd lean Penei Sewell. I know we were Penei Sewell fans, and I think he's still been really good. Right? He can play both, yeah. My Jewish brethren, Tariq Cohen, he has ended his comeback attempt with the Jets. He was trying to come back, and he said today, I just don't feel all the way back. So he's trying to revive his career. I think this thing's done. He was an all-pro kick returner with the Bears in 2018, 5'6", saying goodbye to the National Football League. He did, man. Real matzo ball, that guy.
Oh, yeah. That guy.
I'd love some matzo ball soup right now.
Is that a good thing?
It's a good
thing.
Everybody loves a good matzo ball, man.
Yeah.
Tell you what, you're sick next time, I'll hook you up with some matzo ball soup. Get you right.
Walchuk used to, they do like the game balls, but like his game balls that he used to give out were matzo balls.
It's the matzo ball awards.
Matzo ball player of the game.
I mean, the closest thing I had for reference was a meatball, and I don't think you want to be a meatball.
No.
That's like a dork.
But hell, maybe I'll bring back matzo ball Mondays this year, and we'll go ahead and give my player of the
Let
game.
him drink some salt water if he's not doing anything right.
Here's your matzo ball player.
You get one matzo ball for the best game, or do you get multiple matzo balls?
Ideally, I'd like 3 matzo balls in that bowl.
Nice.
How big are your matzo balls, if that's the case?
Well,
bro?
I think they're like a proportionate size. I don't like
a baseball.
I don't like the one giant matzo ball. Just like I don't like the one giant meatball.
So what do you think? Like a golf ball?
Golf ball.
Golf ball.
A little bit
bigger than a golf ball.
When you make matzo balls, they
like a lacrosse
expand.
ball.
They expand in the
ball.
liquid.
Yeah, so make it like a golf ball, and then when it expands, it'll be a perfect
I kind of
size.
feel like a ping pong ball with the expansion might be what you need.
And the matzo ball's made
that wouldn't be bad.
Of
matzo meal.
Matzo meal. Cornmeal. I say corn. It's really, it's ground up.
Yep, it's delicious.
So it's a meat. It's a meat.
It's a meatball in a chicken broth is what we're looking at.
I think that it could pass as non-meat. Possibly.
It could pass as not. It's like an impossible meatball.
Well, like if you're vegan, I think you could eat it. Like I don't think there's really meat.
You can eat it.
I don't think there's meat involved
not at all.
in matzo balls.
No, you make them. Yeah, you make them out of cornmeal and stuff like that. Yeah,
there's no meat.
No meat.
Devontae Adams, man of my own heart, ripping on.
You're out, right?
I thought it was a meatball.
The man who ate a large meat pizza by himself last night.
Still delicious ball.
It's more of a
but
bread
no
replacement, though.
It is. It's bready. It's very bready.
Like if you're like a dumpling family.
So would this be like a? So this is an entree. This wouldn't be an
appetizer soup.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, soup app. Okay. Yeah, no, I don't have it as an entree. Devontae Adams ripping on an NFC East rival of ours. He was on Hot Ones alongside Amon-Ra St. Brown. Devontae Adams has really been making the rounds, man. Yeah, feels like he's been on every bleeping show.
Is this a rollout for something I don't know?
The receiver show, I think he was doing some for that. But he's kept doing it. It's not like he just did a 1-week deal. Now he's appearing on every damn show.
Maybe this is a rollout for his future trade to the Jets.
Ooh, that could be, and that's going to happen sometime very, very soon. But here's Devontae Adams, worst fan base in the NFL.
And then you got the Washington football team. I mean, they obviously just miserable because the stadium is horrible. The city is not great at all. I'm probably going to get somebody at my front door after this, but that's just how I feel. We on Hot Ones right now, so it's just a raw and cut.
Right.
How, dude? Just getting on Hot Ones and you just let him hang?
Just freaking rip on the Commandos, and he's damn right. I mean, gosh, they've got to be miserable. Are you kidding me?
We should start telling all the players this show is actually the Hot Ones, and we need your strongest opinions.
I'm in on this. I'm down.
hotter ones.
Who hosts the hot ones, by the way? Did you
I
say
don't know
that?
his name. I don't know his name.
Is it Sean something?
Sean is this
Sean
the deal with
Evans.
the eat the hot wings?
So okay,
Yes,
the sauces that we
Nice,
had at
man.
Moxie's, every
Wow.
single one of those, it's dipped in a wing, and they're
Okay.
eating a wing, and they're going hotter level. Now we went with the hottest.
We determined number 9 is the hottest.
Number 9 is the hottest.
8, it go 9, 8, 10. I thought.
There were no tears involved, though. There was no like
Still watery
involuntary sinus happenings. You know?
No, but we also just did like a little bit of a dab on there. I don't know how much is smothered in those wings.
You did a dab with Broadus?
We were doing the whole thing.
Kidding me? We're in Cali.
Can't believe I missed that.
Damn
we,
right.
we did like I felt like the steak bite had a lot on it.
We were smothering.
Yeah.
You were doing enough that if it was the real nuclear stuff,
We'd have died.
you'd have been done for.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's exactly.
I
what
think
we did.
Eric
I think
doing
that's gourmet heat.
I
is
think
what that
Eric
is.
doing the nitro gummy was harder.
Oh yes,
Probably was.
much more.
Yeah,
that was the
thing
most
was
intense
effed up, dude.
thing I've ever seen.
I would never do that.
That was like painful in the tum-tum.
That was,
You're
an
not
idiot.
I think I'm going to hold out. Somebody's texting in. We have breaking defensive end news.
I
From
saw
Shefty
this
right now.
Yeah, so the Cowboys they brought in, and Brian just told us about this. Al Q Muhammad.
Yeah,
and I'm just going with Q because I don't know.
Alquan. Is this Alquan?
Al-Quadin.
Yeah,
Al-Quadin
He
Muhammad.
was a Miami Hurricane.
They signed him.
No, Colts signed him. The Colts are re-signing him to a one-year
Re-signing
deal,
him.
so he's off.
Okay.
He's not going to be in contention
Okay.
to be a Dallas Cowboy.
All
He's
right.
Dunsky. He's now a member of the Colts.
That sucks because the Colts also stole Isaiah Land from us, and I
Yeah.
wish he was still a part of this pass rush right now.
This Muhammad guy has some. I mean, he's got some explosiveness to his game.
It's the most common name in the world.
Yeah.
That Muhammad.
Yeah.
Mike McDonald, also a pretty common name. So he's putting a stamp on the Seahawks in his first training camp. He's got a title belt competition.
Why did I think of the Miami Dolphin coach?
It just does sound like something that the Miami Dolphins.
No,
or
I was thinking when you
Hurricanes
said
would do.
McDonald, I thought immediately of the
McDaniel.
McDaniel.
You said the
I know
Cowboys are
why-
signing him, right?
No, the
No,
Colts are signing
Colts.
him. The Colts are re-signing him. Cowboys worked
Am
him
I
out.
getting butt cracked? Because 59 seconds ago, Cowboys are signing former Colts free agent defensive end Al-Quadin Muhammad to a one-year deal.
Is it the wrong Schefter?
That's what I got.
Oh,
Or
somebody
did,
got
did
butt cracked.
Schefter say?
I think you guys got butt cracked.
Oh yeah, dude, I see it. I
Did
see
we
it
get
here.
butt
from the
cracked?
from the
No,
real
Schefter tweeted Colts and then he edited it, and now it says Cowboys.
Okay, Cowboys are signing former Colts free agent defensive end. So
All right.
initially he said Colts are re-signing, but he probably meant Cowboys.
All right.
And he
The
put
Cs,
Colts in.
those C words.
He put
man.
Colts twice.
They'll get you
because he has deleted the previous tweet.
Okay.
Thank you, Alec. Thank you, little Red Medford.
Or
I mean,
edited
this
Hey,
guy.
Schefter, why don't you not be so sloppy? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I guess he's kind of in training camp, preseason form as well.
All right, we got ourselves a new defensive end, guys.
I'm telling you what, like I said earlier, this guy is really explosive out of his stance. We talked about the pop-up stuff, a little bit of like, oh, and then go. But the relentlessness, though, the chasing the ball, I think that maybe a little bit sharper off that edge, closing down quickly in the running game. He's not going to quit. There's a lot of really good traits about this player. I could see why they brought him in, and probably the workout showed that explosiveness that this guy has. He gets after it. He's a nice player for them, and as far as a guy to sign off the street,
He's an impressive get off the bus kind of guy. When you see
the
him.
physique.
Yeah,
yeah.
He's one of those dudes.
Did he play with the Raiders at one point?
But watch the start-stop here, though, in the drills and stuff. Watch and see if I'm right about. Well,
I'm excited to check him out.
I'm sorry, I'll be here.
Okay, so this belt, it's a title belt that the Seahawks are awarding every day in practice. So it's a championship belt that's awarded to the side of the ball that won the day. So offense versus defense, trying to get this thing a little bit more competitive. McDonald's implemented this into Seattle. I don't know. I mean, I guess the belts are pretty cool. I don't think the Cowboys need this. Yesterday seemed damn competitive without a belt on the line, but maybe that does add a little bit of fuel to the fire for these guys.
If you get good participation in it, good enthusiasm behind it, the players buy in and like it, then hell yeah. It's something. You want that belt at the end of the day.
Give me that belt.
Creates a little competitive fire.
If you see me, belt me.
Belt me up. Now, we're going to get a lot of Bill Belichick coming up this season. Seems like Bill Belichick every day is signing up for a new show.
Well, because he's reinvigorated now with his young spry
That's
lady.
true.
And she's really encouraging him to get out there. Try new things.
As soon as he experiences
get comfortable, and get discomfort.
I don't have time for this.
Things changed. So here's Bill. This is a little trailer. He's doing an underdog fantasy show. Are you kidding me? Bill Belichick, unfiltered every week. They got their guy. Bill, tell us more.
There was no end of the season. Good. I partner with Underdog because Underdog is a sports company run by sports people. They want sports to connect to the fans, and that's what I want to do. I want to find a connection to the fans where I give the fans what they've asked me for in terms of content.
Look, fellas, it's just about doing our job.
Behind-the-scenes information, decision-making that goes on within the organization, and a breakdown of schematics and personnel within the game. Bring all this real football conversation and decisions to the fans. Underdog wants to do that. I want to do that, so it was a great fit.
Dynasty continues.
Really looking forward to the opportunity to work with Underdog and their producers, and they've given me the opportunity to give the fans what they want, and that's my goal.
Always has been.
You know,
boring.
Yeah, does he just have enough energy to really be able to carry these shows?
Well, I'm going to talk to you about the X's and O's here.
He's going to be jumping on.
Is
he
doing fantasy?
It's a fantasy football site, Underdog Fantasy.
I mean,
I definitely don't want his advice.
Look, him and Field Yates are like giving me fantasy
He's
advice.
doing Pat
as I'm toilet
McAfee.
tinkering before kickoff on a football Sunday.
So this is him during the season. He's going to be on the McAfee show once a week. He's going to be on the Manning cast with Peyton and Eli each game. He's going to be an analyst on Inside the NFL alongside Ryan Clark, Chad Johnson, and Chris Long. And now he's got his own football show.
Oversaturation
on fantasy. I think that
like
this
the
might
first
be an
three
overload.
things. I think maybe this was a one thing too many.
No days off. What are you
Day
guys
by
talking?
day.
Yeah. What are you guys talking
No
about?
days off. Day by day. But yeah, big news. Cowboys signed former Colts free agent defensive end Al-Q Muhammad to a 1-year deal.
Al-Q, you say it Al-Q?
Just
I'm going Al-Q.
Alquan. Say it with
Alquan.
me. Alquan.
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 Thank you,
Thought I said
Walchuk.
it right.
Sands
Alquan.
is coming up next. We'll talk with our Rangers insider about how they right the ship here on a day off before tomorrow's series opener with the Bo Sox. That's coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat D&M Leasing with
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Shoot, yeah, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. We're going to talk with Jared Sandler about the Rangers. Segment here is brought to you by Window Nation. Go to windownation.com. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels for a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. And a good afternoon, Jared. How the heck are you?
What's up, fellas? Gavin, how's Oxnard?
Well, you know, no complaints. Everything's going pretty good. Now, with the Rangers, you know, a 1-5 roadie, are you ready to say at this point that this team just isn't very good, Jared?
Is Dak ever going to talk on our station?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Okay.
Does a Bear
Well, I don't know either.
Probably post-game.
Yeah,
You
but
know,
not
that-
like he's
that
not going to
presser.
just sit in the seat and like answer questions for 10 minutes. Is he
I
too
don't think
cool?
so. I think he might have graduated to that next level of quarterback aloofness.
I got it. Okay, I was just curious. Yeah, Gavin, they're 5 games under 500, 2/3 of the way into the season, right? So, you know, to some degree, you are what your record says you are. They have not been very good up to this point. Can they be? I think the question simply is whether or not they can get the bats going. And you know, if you're sitting there wondering, hey, I don't know what to make of this ball club, then I would ask yourself this question: do you believe that they can get things going offensively? Because if you do, then my answer to you would be, all right, well, then you probably should believe that this team is going to make a fun little run here of the final 53 games. If you don't think so, then you probably would be of the opinion that you're just in for more of the same, you know, with, what it's been. A little starting, a little stopping, not being able to just, drive down the Autobahn without any obstruction. So that's, I think I hate to make it that simple, but I think it really does come down to that, is whether or not they can get this lineup going, because that has been the biggest issue for this team. It's obviously not something that anyone anticipated, but that's just kind of the reality.
How much could you contextualize just how sort of difficult, how much of an outlier it would be for a team at this point in the season to be able to kind of flip the switch with one huge piece of their team, and in this case it's the lineup? Like how common is it that you see a team be able to flip it like that?
Yeah, it's a great question, Eric, and I think so. For an individual player, I would say that it's not the craziest thing, because for a lot of these guys, you're going to get from A to Z, and it just year to year might be a little bit of a different path. That's not to say that every player is more or less, with some sort of, 5 to 10% delta is going to reach their numbers, because guys get better, guys get worse. But, typically, guys are able to get to when they're not like at a period of their career from an age standpoint, where it would be prohibitive, like 37 years old or something, or injuries impacting it. You can more or less get to where you're going to go. Maybe you're just due for a hot stretch, right? But for a team, for a lineup, it's tough. I guess you got to ask the questions why. Why has this team been where it's been? And one thing as well, you've been without one of your key bats, and Josh Young. All right, well, you got him back now. So that's put that in the column of, yeah, it could be different. But then another reason is because you haven't gotten a whole lot out of Adolis Garcia. And all right, to what degree do you believe that Adolis Garcia can get this going? Because if you think, hey, this guy's so streaky and we just haven't ridden one of those waves since April, or, we're about to see that again, all right, then maybe it can get going. The growth of Wyatt Langford, right? There's a legitimate reason why Wyatt Langford could be way better over the final 2 months than he was over the first, 3-4 months. But it just there are a lot of these questions, right? And in any sport, when you go into a season or you're assessing a situation and there are a lot of question marks, sure, some of them, might be answered favorably, but what are the chances that all of them are? And, not that the Rangers need every single one of these things to hit, but gosh, they do need better from Adolis Garcia. They, fair or unfair for a 22-year-old rookie, but it would be important, given Adolis Garcia's struggles, for Wyatt Langford to give them a lot more. And gosh, you do need more from Adolis Garcia. You need more from Jonah Heim. The Rangers have gotten very little production from their captain position, right? So there's just a lot of these things, and it's just, I don't know. And by the way, sidebar, credit to Nate Lowe. He's been really good. Credit to Josh Young. He's been really good. And credit to Corey Seager. After a slow first month coming back from surgery, the last 55 games from Corey Seager has been last year's Corey Seager. But center field has not been productive. The DH spot has not been productive. And, it's been tough to overcome all those things.
And, I mean, to your point, Jared, it seems like Boch is trying with messing with this lineup a little bit. It started this week with having Josh Smith lead off, and you drop Marcus Semien for the first time as a Ranger down to the 3 spot. But, you talk about the underperformance. How drastic is it from this time compared to a year ago? Adolis seems like he's getting the finger pointed most by fans. But to your point, Jonah Heim was such a catalyst for this team last year in his all-star campaign. He was so damn good, maybe arguably the best catcher in the big leagues.
Yeah, and here's the thing. That answer, and we all know that I'm not the best at like a 20-second answer, but a part of the reason why that last answer was so long is because it's not one guy.
Right.
Chris Young said this the other day. He was asked specifically about Adolis, and his answer was spot on. He's like, hey, yeah, we need Adolis to be better, but this lineup can't be about one guy. If a lineup's about one guy, then it's probably not as good of a lineup as you think. The reason why this lineup has struggled is it's because of the fact that we can point to multiple guys who just, for whatever reason, it hasn't been their year. And then, obviously, in the case of Josh Young and Evan Carter, Evan struggled when he was healthy, but he hasn't been around, so you haven't had the opportunity for him to grow and get back to last year's Evan Carter, and Josh Young hasn't been around. But yeah, Jonah Heim, you're not looking at Jonah to be an aircraft carrier by any means for this lineup, but one of the strengths of the lineup last year was that 1 through 9 depth, the production that you would get, the first third, the middle third, and the bottom third. Maybe there were teams that had a better 1-2-3 combo to lead off their lineup, but the Rangers were getting production all throughout, and Jonah Heim was a big part of that. So, again, it's not just Jonah's fault. It's not just Adolis' fault. It's not just Evan or just, but all these things add up, right? A little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit, there, and then it combines to be a lot. And that's kind of what's, been the problem for the Rangers this year.
All right, Jared, we focused on the things that aren't going well right now. What are the things that are going well?
Well, we're not in St. Louis's humidity right now anymore.
We're not in St. Louis anymore.
But is there okay?
Yeah,
and you've done
great.
You've done a great job.
What was St. Louis?
No, I've
What's
been in the
the street
Gateway
about
Arch.
St.
It scared the hell out of me. That Italian section, the Hill, is not bad though. The Italian section, I think, is pretty good food. But we focus on there are some good things about this baseball team.
Yeah, no, there are.
But
there are.
Is there just too many? Is there just too many questions to overcome the things that are going wrong with the team right now? The things that are good, can they overcome?
If you were to, we just listed individual players, but collectively, the only real question that needs to be answered favorably for this division to be won is the lineup, right? Now, that's not just like a small question, right? It's not like, hey, can you learn how to do your multiplication tables in the next week, right? Like, this is like a serious question, but the bullpen's been really good. And, that maybe not so great in innings 5 through 7, but whatever. All right. They've kind of addressed that. Guy's getting healthier. They're going to get Tyler Mahle back. So, that and the return of Cody Bradford. And I know he didn't, his first outing was rough, but that all started with a bunt single and a bloop single. And, he's going to be fine. their bullpen depth and then the acquisition of Andrew Chafin should help them considerably. Don't worry about their bullpen, right? It's not the best bullpen in the world, but that's not been an issue. The rotation, again, you're going to have your ebbs and flows, but overall the rotation's been really good, right? It's a pretty good mix, and again, adding Tyler Mahle I think will help, and then eventually, maybe next month Jacob deGrom, to whatever degree he's able to help. It really is the lineup. Now, Broadus, I'll tell you this, and Gavin, you were asking, your very first question is this team is this kind of who they are? And maybe there'd be a different feel to it if they weren't 4.5 games back of their division, and they're lucky.
Right.
They're lucky that they're in a division that is winnable, despite the fact that the team's 5 games under 500. Because stick them in the Central, stick them in the East, and that wouldn't be the case. So, 52 and 57 down 4.5 in your division certainly has a little bit of a better feel than 52 and 57 and down 12.5 in your division. So, it's tough to figure it out because the division is right there for the taking, even with their slow 109-game start.
I think that's a good segue into this next question. How would you look at them long term? Like, whatever happens over the next two months is going to happen. But, I mean, if they don't really start performing well and you're looking at this team going into the winter, how much of a rebuild or how much of momentum is lost? Or would you feel like we're just going to run it back and all these guys are going to hit good next year?
Yeah, I think so. It's a great question, Gavin. I'd say let's start with Evan Carter and Josh Young. Both these guys have, had a tough time staying on the field. Now, Evan Carter's back thing, I mean, that's a serious deal, right? And I think the Rangers are still looking for a little more clarification on, what that might look like long term and hoping that, with rest, everything will ultimately be all right. Josh Young, it's like freak things, right? A line drive that hits him in the wrong spot of the thumb. Phil Maton hits him with a pitch. It's not like a lingering back issue, right? Those are two separate things. Now, hopefully they both can, eventually figure out a path to consistent health. And if they do, then you feel good about those two guys being a big part of your lineup. Guys, I think Corey Seager is someone who for the next 5 years will be able to hit. Maybe there'll be a little bit of a decline, but he's one of these guys who he is just such a hitter that I don't worry about Corey Seager in the lineup hitting. And then Wyatt Langford, I think he's going to be a stud, right? So you got those 5 guys right there. Marcus Semien, I don't know that Marcus will age as well as Corey, but I don't think anyone has any doubts about Marcus's work ethic and ability to kind of hang in there and compete, right? He just might not be a guy 3 years from now that you build a lineup around, but, he had a really bad June. He's back at it in July. He's still a really good player. I don't know about Josh Smith. I mean, he's having a hell of a year. I think he can be a really solid part of your lineup, but you're going to probably have to, maybe make a move or two to help solidify things. And then, you look at the rotation. Here's the thing this is why I think the Rangers next year are still well positioned. You got a rotation next year that's headlined by deGrom and Mahle. I think the Rangers are going to try and bring Eovaldi back. If they do, heck yeah. I mean, that's a pretty damn good trio. You've got John Gray under contract. You've got Dane Dunning, Cody Bradford, Kamar Rocker, who I think you might see at some point this year. Jack Leiter, who maybe people have given up on. You probably shouldn't give up on him. He still, I think, has a pretty strong path to being a good starter, and maybe not an ace, but a good starter. So they've got tremendous starting pitching depth going into the offseason, but I think there are some fair questions about the lineup. And then with the bullpen, they just, Leclerc, Yates, Robertson are all free agents after this year. So you got some work to do with the bullpen.
Well, thank you for blessing us with some great Rangers insights on your day off, Sands. That was fantastic.
All right, fellas. Hey, be well and see you guys soon.
Cheers, buddy.
Thanks,
there he
Bob.
is. He's
Bye, Jared.
Jared Sandler on Twitter X, a must-follow for Rangers fans everywhere. We got some Olympic stuff coming up, don't we, Chief?
Yes, your Pure Gold as always Olympic segment of the day featuring Flavor Flav, Parmigiano Reggiano, and a brand new nickname for the King. That's next here, live from Oxnard in the Nation.
But let's talk some Trajan wealth, shall we? It is Walchuk and Chiafalo hanging out with you, our friends, the Tolos. And if you're not feeling the sizzle with your current financial advisor, call Trajan Wealth today. Do you spend as much time planning for your retirement as you do for that summer road trip? Give Trajan Wealth a call to start that planning today. And as summer winds down, why don't you get off that pool raft and head down to Trajan Wealth? You can check them out in Frisco, Arlington, Southlake, Fort Worth, McKinney, or give them a call, 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500, Eric.
That's right. Walchuk Trajan Wealth is just around the corner or a click away. You can check them out at trajanwealth.com. Schedule that free, no-obligation consultation. At Trajan Wealth, your needs come first. All right, they're a fiduciary firm. They prioritize your financial well-being above all else. Because when you succeed, they succeed. So they want to see you win. They're in this with you. And Trajan Wealth is family-owned. They're veteran-led. They've brought decades of experience to the table. Their team of advisors actually specialize in helping individuals in or nearing retirement. Listen, trying to navigate the complexities of today's financial landscape can be absolutely daunting. Let Trajan Wealth help you. 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, it is our final show in Oxnard. We will name the 105 Through the Fan winners and losers.
K&C winner, Sean and RJ and Bobby. We'll see how Friday goes.
Never possibly been called a loser in my own tease. It's a Friday morning on The Fan.
The stage and the stakes are set. State bragging rights are on the line. For the final time this season, the Houston Astros are coming to the ballpark. And these 3 games, August 5th through the 7th, will determine the winner of the 2024 Silver Boot Series presented by the Texas Lottery.
Marcus Semien with a line drive home run.
Rangers, Astros, a straight-up Texas showdown. Come and get loud, y'all. Tickets at Rangers.com.
It's time for a back-to-school special from DFW Security. Get a Smart Hub, plus security, smart cameras, and a smart lock. All professionally installed and controlled on your phone with DFW Security's award-winning app. Call before it's gone.
DFWsecurity.com.
Now's the time to switch to Juniper's AI native network. So, instead of network complexity weighing you down, now you can simply rise above problems by proactively preventing them. Juniper Networks. That's the now way to network.
RJ Chop here for my good friends over at BlueChew.com. Promo code RJ. That's right. Are you looking to get back in the saddle and give her the good stuff? If you have ED, if you have been suffering from ED, chewables from Blue Chew, same active ingredients as those other pills, only in a chewable form at a fraction of the cost. And the best part is it's not just for ED. If you have ED, it will help that. But if you don't have ED and you're just looking to be better, you're just looking for a pick-me-up, you're looking for a PED for the bedroom, BlueChew.com, promo code RJ, first order's free, $5 shipping. Baseball players take PEDs, or at least they have in the past, and they don't do it because they forgot how to hit. They just don't hit the way they used to. That happens to us, men. BlueChew.com. Promo code RJ. First order is free. $5 shipping. No doctor visit. It's an online medical provider prescribing it for you. BlueChew.com. Promo code RJ. Get your confidence back and your little fella feeling big again.
Cool down your summer with $1.99 small sundaes at DQ. It's that famous soft serve plus your favorite toppings. Now just $1.99. What a sweet deal.
That's what I like about Texas.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Struggling to keep your weight optimized, battling stubborn fat along your waistline? It might be your T levels. Optimizing with Men's T Clinic can get you on your way to reaching your weight and muscle mass goals, in addition to giving you the drive and focus you have been missing, or help you tackle pain that's been holding you back. Get back to being you today. 5 convenient DFW locations, cash and insurance options available. Mention me for a complimentary in-body scan. Men's T Clinic is now offering terzepatide. Crush your weight loss goals with less or none of the common side effects of other medications. 5 convenient DFW locations, mensteclinic.com.
Wait, she's posting pics with a dude in Mexico. We just broke up.
If Heineken Silver was a doom-scrolling ex-boyfriend, it would have all the feels. None of the new boyfriend jealousy.
She looks happy. I'm gonna mess.
Is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
All right, coming up at 4 o'clock, you want 10 Cowboys who have stood out at training camp so far.
Yes.
We will stand and deliver those names to you. In the meantime, let's get some Olympic content from the Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I do want to send a big shout-out to our good buddy, Rat, a.k.a. Pappy, a.k.a. Tim from Carthage, driving home right now after a little glaucoma situation.
Oh,
Had
no.
a little laser eye deal. I hope he went to our guy at
Brooks.
Our guys at Brooks Eye Associates.
Yes, I
Dr.
hope you did,
Smith,
Pappy.
Dr. Brooks.
Might want to look into a cannabis habit, Pappy, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I've heard it can stave off the Glock. If you're worried about it.
Yeah,
you know?
man, no question.
I would be.
Speaking of Glocks, remember that Turkish guy who won silver in the Olympic shooting contest?
Yeah. Hand in pocket.
Yeah.
I think he had a cigarette off his lower lip, didn't he?
Yeah, this guy was as nonchalant a dominator as anything we've ever seen, and his quote after the fact was, "I did not need special equipment. I'm a natural shooter." So this guy's just out of the
shooter.
Just out of the movie Taken, right? Was he one of these guys? He was a villain in Taken.
Yeah, he's just a thoroughbred. It's in his DNA. He gets up in the morning and he has this particular skill set, and he used it, and he is now a silver medalist. And he's 51 years old. He's a trained assassin.
How would you feel if you're the other dudes involved?
Not good at all.
You spent your whole life working on.
You have all these different contraptions and things helping you, technology, and this guy just stands up there. He doesn't even close an eye. One hand, bing, bing.
Yeah.
Bullseye.
See, that's what I wonder. Do you feel like? Are you more impressed with him, the guy who just came off the bench?
Yes.
Or are you more disappointed that everybody that trained for this is not really very good at it?
I think impressed.
I think I'm impressed.
I think this guy's just got the eye. I mean, he's like a John Wick.
If you were the other
great shooter,
if you were the part of the federation of the shooting federation, wouldn't you question that the fact that some guy could come off the bench and shoot better than we're spending money on guys and gals that maybe
see you're onto it.
Yeah.
This is about money. The thing I'm hottest about right now is we got a lot of these high dollar sponsors that put us in those dorky yellow tinted glasses.
Maybe the glasses,
but those are shooting glasses, aren't they?
Yes. Yes. So all
maybe
of our
they didn't work.
Our sponsorship bubble may have burst with this dude walking up with no gadgets. No props,
no contraptions,
and he takes the medal home.
Less is more,
So
I think those shooting glasses
stuff that we're advertising.
Have you ever shot skeet or trap? Have you ever done that where where you go pull?
No.
Usually these guys guys and gals wear those yellow glasses. I think
that's
they're
for safety.
I think they're Bob Allen. I think is what they're called. The shooting glasses.
Yeah.
But, I see. To me, I think I'd be questioning if I was in the Olympic Committee. I'd be going, how much do we invest in our riflery here? What are we doing? Are we how can a guy come off the bench and beat us here?
He's a one-of-one John Wick outlier, man. I don't think we're changing up the rules.
These guys are,
well, maybe we need to go find John Wick, without spending.
Sounds like you just found him in Turkey.
Happens sometimes that Deron Bland ends up at Fresno State.
No, that's a good point. That's a good point. I should. You're right, Dawson. Yeah.
This is a spoiler from today. So I do want to forewarn the listeners who like to go home and,
why
listen. Well, because I got respect for the sports fan who's trying to watch.
No. Why even saying it?
Well, because it's
big news.
It's pretty poppin' news.
Big.
Okay?
Alert of a potential spoil.
And it was on live. I mean, I know my wife and baby girl Eliza were watching this.
Yeah, Eliza's all about it.
I don't even know what you guys are talking about.
She's a big Simone Biles girl.
Dude, she is really engaged with the Olympics. It's been incredible.
Simone's golden again. Takes home the all-around gold medal in Paris. There, I said it. Sorry for the breaking news. I hope somebody plugged their ears there. But Kevin Durant actually was obligated to tweet out like he just felt the urge after she won once again another
victory.
Gold.
Or
she
goat.
says, I really believe he did call her goat.
Yeah.
Goat Biles can catch a lob and finish. # bounce. I think he's right, dude. I think we could see the sub-5-footer Simone Biles catching a beautiful lob from Luka and slamming that thing down better than Dwight Powell.
If you gave her like a 20-yard runway to catch the back handspring momentum, boom, 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 right?
Yeah, dude.
That might be what the All-Star game needs, actually, is Simone Biles.
Okay, that's where I was going next. How do we get this into the All-Star festivities? Thank you, Dawson. It feels like a no-brainer. We got to have some type of Simone Biles. I don't even care.
In the dunk contest.
Maybe involve a trampoline. I don't care. Maybe put that thing up to 12 feet. Put that thing up to 13 feet. See, now we're spitballing. Now we're getting somewhere. This is exciting. I think Kevin Durant just sparked something that's going to be huge for the association, and if I was Adam Silver, I would be freaking all over this right now. Big shout out to our guy Flavor Flav. Not only is he doing the Lord's work, Good Samaritan style, trying to single-handedly keep as many Red Lobsters in business as possible. Okay, he's doing that, and I couldn't thank him enough for it. He's literally going around the United States of America, going lobster to lobster, and he's buying the entire menu every single time, showing love. But this one takes the cake, though, because we're seeing from a girl named Veronica.
They're always Veronicas.
It's always a Veronica?
It's always a Veronica.
Well, she's an Olympian. She's an Olympian.
Is she part of the women's water polo team? I think Flavor Flav sent them here.
Yes, Yes, Walchuk.
We got smoked by Spain doing this, didn't we?
Water polo guy of the day. Ooh. Walchuk's in the know.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Yes.
Didn't see that one.
We watched Canada and China play last night. They were on the TV while you were eating your large
Was it
pizza.
the women?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't even realize.
We determined that playing a goalie is a disaster in the sport.
It's exhausting.
You wave your arms and you hope they don't slam it off the water in front of you and skip it in there.
Well, this girl, Veronica, she's a water poloer. And she says, I compete in the Olympic Games tomorrow, and I can't even pay my rent. My school only sent about 75% of my rent, while they pay football players who haven't won anything, mind you, enough to buy new cars and houses. Not one, not two, but 3 thumbs down emojis.
Where'd she go to school?
I have no idea.
Make better choices.
She doesn't tag anybody in this. This just goes pretty viral.
Not American Airlines?
Our guy Flavor Flav catches wind. He responds, I got you. DM me. I'll send payment today, so you don't have to worry about it when you compete tomorrow. And I'm going to be rooting for you tomorrow. Let's go.
She went to Vanderbilt.
What?
Yep, Vandy, man. She's actually got some brains.
Okay, now she's
a smarty pants.
She's on to something because Vanderbilt has not been very good.
Very expensive to go to school there.
Very very expensive.
Should have gone to community college.
Do we have water polo at Vanderbilt?
You must.
I mean, it sounds like it, man.
Seems like a water polo type of school.
It does.
Nashville, Tennessee.
Oh, by the way, speaking of the water stuff, we do need to show some love
to
Pepperdine.
I'd understand.
You know, I'm sorry, I don't have a lot of sympathy for a lot of these athletes that chose to be in sports that nobody watches outside of like five minutes every 4 years. That's not called creating value for the marketplace. Okay, sorry, I got to be the tough guy
Dawson,
here.
we watched that ladies
here.
softball. We watched ladies softball.
They're presenting value, and now they are being compensated.
We watched the volleyball ladies.
Yes, and those gals are getting compensated, justly so.
Oh,
the Olympians aren't. The Olympians aren't actually.
I wouldn't have known
value
about
that
the
people
shooting,
tune in
dude,
for.
if Chief wouldn't have told me
That guy deserves something now. He became a story. He's generating clicks. But if you just show up and you didn't even beat Spain in this. Did you even get out of the group phase?
Wow, look at this.
You're looking for dough. Wow, that's a very nice Yeti.
Holy
crap! Cowboys
Is it Yeti time?
Wow,
Is Scott just whipping it out and putting it on the table right here?
Scotty, man, that
Scotty.
Is this from you guys?
Thank you so much.
From the Dallas Cowboys and their friends at Yeti. That is beautiful.
Thanks to the folks
You're
at
on
Yeti.
it.
Here we go.
Thank you.
Look at that.
Appreciate that.
Thanks, guys.
You guys
brew
are
some
Y'all are the
Wonderful.
best.
Hey, we are.
God, I
in the
love
midst,
Cowboys PR.
In the midst of our daily Pure Gold, as always, Olympic segment of the day.
Amazing.
And did you guys see the harrowing quotes from some of the triathletes who had to get into the poo water?
No.
I'm telling you.
No, you're not telling me nothing. You're the guy who said you wanted to invite yourself into those waters. Okay, so
Dawson?
I don't want to hear anything from you right
why
now.
don't you zip up
I
on
want
that?
you to
Dawson?
hear what some of the world's greatest
I'm
athletes.
a bummy college athlete, not getting paid, but now I have a chance because I might be the 12th best at this, but I'm going into the poo water with good attitude. Might steal a medal.
I know.
Might steal a medal.
But God forbid they pee in the poo
The
water.
immune system in modern medicine will save us. We're going for the medal.
We remember the
10 vomiting, dude.
The 10-time vomiter from yesterday.
Would have finished better if we'd have vomited only 5 times, I think.
A Belgian triathlete who had to swim in the poo water there in France was quoted as saying, "I felt and saw things that I don't want to think about ever again."
Oh.
I'm actively trying to forget about the entire day.
Wait, so there was
had.
actual poop in here?
Yeah. Oh well.
What do you
this
think?
is
We
this
weren't
is
just lying
This
to
is
you.
E. coli, brother. This is E. coli.
I thought it had been all diluted, and I was just dealing with the remnants.
It's been illegal to swim in this for decades.
And then the rain. Remember the rain
Dawson.
brought the poo floods back into the waters.
Medal
I had no
glory,
idea.
Dawson.
I had no
Don't
idea.
lose focus. Medal glory.
No, we're talking
Medal
about
glory.
we're talking about floaters.
Dawson, don't lose
E.
focus.
coli, brother.
You're losing focus, Dawson. Medal glory.
I'm out.
Another athlete who had to swim in these waters.
You're
says,
jumping into a porta potty.
Yeah, that's for the medal.
I drank a lot of water.
But peeing in the pool for the swimmers. No.
That's fine. That's low dilution.
He says, I accidentally drank a lot of the water, so we will know tomorrow whether I'm sick or not.
no.
It definitely doesn't taste like Coca-Cola or Sprite, I'll tell you that much. So that's just a couple of the harrowing quotes from the athletes who had to get into the poo waters, thanks to the city of Paris, who elected to make their sewage basin the athletic waters for some of these competitions. And finally, we do need to show love to the Italian girl who was an absolute hero. She's a gymnast.
NIL deal?
First medals in 96 years.
Wow.
For lady Italian gymnast. First time since 1928.
Lady Italian.
And one of these girls is Georgia Via. And she won silver medal, and she's sponsored by Parmigiano Reggiano.
There you go. Cheese.
She's just straight up sponsored by cheese.
Cheese wheel.
Yeah, you can see photos of her hugging a giant cheese wheel.
Yeah.
There's actually like 4 or 5 cheese wheels laid out that she's doing splits on top of. I just don't understand being sponsored by Parmigiano Reggiano. This is just like big Parmesan.
Oh no.
Like what?
No,
this isn't like a specific brand of Parmesan. This is just Parmesan saying
it is a
you are
region.
the face for our entire cheese.
I didn't know they had a union like that.
A region of the country specializes in this. She's sponsored by a city that makes these wheels. This is big business. Those things aren't cheap. They're like $5,000 to $7,000.
It's incredible.
For those wheels.
Yeah, this is just like somebody being sponsored
You ever
by
see
bread.
somebody trying to
You're
open,
sponsored
crack
by
that thing?
bread. Like, not Mrs. Baird's,
That'd be who I'd choose.
Just bread.
God, yeah.
If I had an individual.
Donuts.
I want one of these cheese wheels so bad. These things look awesome, man.
No, it's not. Those cheese wheels, tell you what, they crack them and they hollow out the center a little bit. They cook like noodles and stuff in them. So you
I love that.
fettuccine,
So good.
like Parmesan. They cook the actual
hot cheese,
and they warm it up in the hot cheese, and then that's how they make it. It's like, yeah.
Give me that cheese.
Sounds wonderful. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
It's time for a C-note. 10 Cowboys who have stood out during camp so far is coming up next. It's the Gag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation!
It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. We're live at Cowboys training camp, and our coverage continues here for the next 3 hours. You got the G-Bag Nation. You can watch us at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Our fan cam sponsor is brought to you by Uber One. New members enjoy 3 months free at joinuber1.com. Training camp presented by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey, Best Buy Windows and Siding, and by Guardian Caps. And here's Walchuk with 10 top performers from camp so far. Wooly Bully.
Yeah, shout out to our guy, John Machota, along with Sad Yusuf, who do an excellent job with The Athletic. They've put together 10 names here, and we can kick it around, see if we agree. Like, these guys have been having a good camp. What do we think on these players? Now, we do need to reset. We do have a new defensive end. That is a member of the Dallas Cowboys, former Colt defensive end. Al-Q Muhammad is now a member of the Dallas Cowboys. So it doesn't appear Carl Lawson going to be added as well? Like maybe they could have added 2, but at least of today, no go.
Maybe a defensive tackle in that mix.
Okay, because Lawson put out a star on his Twitter, and that got Cowboy fans riled up like, oh my gosh, are they going to also add him as well? So who knows?
He would have been the name signing for sure.
Yeah, that would have been a big name. He's a guy that has a lot of production in the National Football League, and we don't know if the suspension that Muhammad has had to face because of the gambling, does that carry over? Or is that
was
done?
That was somebody. That was the other. That wasn't. That was the Washington the Commanders guy. Was
the other guy they brought in for a workout?
Yeah,
but they didn't sign that guy.
Yeah, they didn't sign that guy.
So it wasn't okay.
It wasn't. No,
because I've seen some people ask about. He also was part of the 2023 Colts suspensions, but I think maybe he's already gone ahead and that's been dealt with.
Yeah, the one that I. What was the kid that was signed with from the
Shaka or something like that?
Boom, Shaka.
Hang on just a second. Go ahead and talk among yourselves.
Yeah, you got it. Okay, so here's number one player, and we'll start with some receivers here, shall we? Because I think the receiving group has been a pleasant surprise for me.
Yes,
I was thinking like, damn, no CeeDee Lamb out here. This is going to look bare.
Of the position groups, I think I was concerned about the receivers not named CeeDee.
Shaka Tony was suspended.
Shaka Tony.
That's
first name Shaka, last name Tony.
Yeah, Shaka Tony.
The wide receiver group has been has exceeded expectations. I would say the linebacker group as well. And then the safeties, man. They're asked to do probably a lot more in this Zimmer scheme as opposed to the Dan Quinn one, and how much he has these guys moving around. Like, you never know. Are they going to be around the line of scrimmage? Are they going to be playing the deep third or the hash or whatever? But there's a lot of pre-snap disguising and movement going on, and you've seen Wanye Thomas make plays. Donovan Wilson's making plays. Marquise Bell has made plays. So I think that's been pretty encouraging as well.
So the two receivers listed here, the first two of these top 10 names, Jalen Tolbert being one. And we saw yesterday, I mean, there was a lot of confidence, Dak throwing to Tolbert, and he was getting himself open, and we're talking about good separation here. Like, he's open by several yards, and we had Mike McCarthy talking about how he was impressed with Jalen Tolbert, and he said last year, you definitely don't make that throw. 2 years ago, that throw is not being made. So Jalen Tolbert, he's seen a lot of strides from him. I mean, Brandon Cooks was glowing about it. Now, Cooks always has. That's been a guy that Brandon Cooks kind of took under his wing and has really helped develop. But Tolbert and then T. Billy Johnson, who's had success at the NFL level. Cowboys brought him in last year. We saw him towards the end of camp. But that's a speedster who every day is just making plays out here.
Yeah, that's it's. You mentioned, Chief, about the wide receivers. Each day somebody's kind of stepped up. We saw Durden had a touchdown running through the back of the end zone. Tolbert, Brooks, those guys have all been kind of the headliners.
Turpin,
Racy McMath. Couple different. So I mean, it's Hey, I'm not sitting there blowing smoke up your ass and tell you about not having CeeDee Lamb has been this, that, and the other. You want CeeDee Lamb out here practicing. But at least the guys that have been given opportunities, some of the days where Dak has thrown the ball well, it's been to receivers that have not been named CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah, they're stepped up.
That part of it is encouraging, and and they're working against, I think, the corners for the most part. I know, Dawson, you and I were talking about that a little bit. The corners have had some good days. They've had some days where there's been some separation, but I think there's been some good work on both sides. If they're going to miss Lamb and the defense is going to miss Diggs, I mean, you got some guys that are stepping up and making some plays.
It's what we need. You need better trench play, and you need some wide receivers to step up to build our path to the championship.
That running game might be a mess.
It might be. Yes. Schoonmaker is number 3 on this, off to a solid start, writes The Athletic, looks healthy, he's been moving well. Cowboys need him after a lackadaisical rookie season. I thought yesterday was a good day. Probably best day I'd seen from Schoonmaker out here.
Well, I'm always the cautiously optimistic guy about Schoonmaker, but there's been a couple of times where he has not been strong enough.
At the blocking.
Right?
Yeah, the blocking is still...
The running, the up-the-field stuff, what's been surprising is John Stevens has dropped a couple of passes. His ability to separate and to get into breaks, sink his hips, and then get to the route. But there's a couple of times. Schoonmaker's been pretty good at catching the ball. There's been times where Schoonmaker's asked to make the cutoff block, and that's like Ball's going to his right. He's tight end left, and now he has to work himself
around.
He's been compressed. I mean, the old adage is, hey, if you're going to make them, if they're going to get past you, make sure they run over you. They're running over him. And I mean running over him of like he's in position and he's trying to get, and they're having to go through him to get to the ball, but the ball's already gone by the time. So he hasn't been giving up anything where it's just been a straight shot to the he's been able to position himself, but he really hasn't been able to sit down and pin somebody to the inside.
Yeah, Marshawn Nealon had his way with him, at least on one play. I remember in the run game yesterday.
And Parsons got him too.
Yeah, and that's
a tough
problem.
ask. That's a tough ask.
And I'm not making, but in the NFL, you've got to block. If you're the backside guy, you've got to find a way. But again, make them run over you to get to the ball. If they run over to you, maybe slow them down enough so the ball gets past you.
Look, Green Bay's tight ends did it with tremendous success in the playoff game, and they did it on Micah. So it's like, Scooney, look, you were supposed to be the best blocking tight end of that draft class. Where is it? We need that because I'm Team John Stevens right now when it comes to tight end too. Tyler Guyton is next up on this list.
I'll tell you what, to keep out, Princeton Fant.
Fant's got some nastiness to his game.
Fant is actually one of their better blocking tight ends, if you want to talk about.
No, he put somebody on the ground.
Guys
yesterday.
that could get inside and get movement there, but probably not one of your most athletic guys when it comes to getting down the field and catching the ball.
Tweener-esque body type, too.
Yeah.
Kind of like fullback tight end hybrid. Yeah. But very impressed with Guyton. And it's one of those things where it's like, look, 6'7", 330. You knew he was raw. Cowboys take a first-round tackle. We gave them immediately the benefit. Like, they're probably going to hit on this guy, at least through the first couple padded practices. Guyton, I do want to see some improvement in the run game there along with the rest of the offensive line, but at least in pass protection. And he's gotten reps against Micah, and he's won a few of those reps.
Yeah. Man, you talk about the number one thing that we would love to come out of camp with or after a couple of preseason games with is a lot of confidence in this guy because Tyron Smith was great in pass protection last year. He was, maybe too old to really help you in the run game. But, I think Dak's interception numbers going away as a storyline was a lot due to Tyron Smith's health last year.
Yeah.
And you take him out, and if you would put like a turnstile rookie over there, it could be a total disaster. If he can be okay as a pass pro guy, but give you a boost in the run game, along with what Tyler Smith is going to do on that left side, it could be really dang good. And I'm willing to put aside my cynicism and get optimistic about this team going on a January run, but that's the first thing I got to see. And I feel like we're making steps in that direction.
I think Tyler Smith is probably your best offensive lineman.
Yeah.
I'm saying that.
And that's no shot to Zach, who's aging just
Tyler's
a little
ascending.
bit, but Tyler's dominant.
Yeah, he's putting himself as one of the best linemen in football conversation.
You watch, it really doesn't matter. The one-on-one stuff, the pass rush, the 9-on-7 work and all that. You can count on him getting off the ball and then getting movement in the running game and staying on his feet.
He makes it look easy.
He makes it look
so
really
consistent.
Yeah.
So consistent. Bland and Diggs are next up. Bland, who's been brilliant. And there's times where, you'll see Al Harris is coming out on the field, and he's working just with Deron Bland. I've seen him do it with Kalen Carson, the rookie, as well.
Yeah, I've seen that too.
But Bland's getting coached up. He's been absolutely tremendous.
He was showing how to read the footwork of the receiver when we're down in the red zone and they're setting him up. Is the guy coming inside? Or is he going to the corner for the fade? And there's a tell that the great corners can see that give him the ability to go the right direction before the guy actually moves over there. I thought it was pretty sharp.
Mozzie Smith is on this list, and I'm not really sure why, to be honest with you. I haven't seen Mozzie stand out at all in terms of a positive way. Now, I know Zim was talking him up at the podium. Zim's got to, right? But to me, it's like, holy moly, I'm just not seeing it. And I don't know. I'm hoping that by going off and just saying now, hey, I'm out, I just don't think it's going to happen. Mozzie now ascends. Now, I want nothing more than you to be an absolute badass, and I want to eat crow this year, Mozzie. But I don't see it from him. And I can't fake it anymore and try and throw hope in him that I don't believe is really going to ever develop.
I like what I've seen with Justin Rogers, the rookie 7th rounder from Auburn, and I think there's some things with him, the way that he's been able to rush the passer one-on-one, some of the stuff he's been able to do in the drills where they ask him to throw his hands in there, the way they ask him to squeeze the hole by you extend and then you throw your hip into to make yourself like, don't let that guy get on you. Don't let that guy move you. So there's a lot of things with Justin Rogers. If there were some things that, if Mozzie was doing what Justin Rogers was doing,
yeah,
I would understand why this is going on. And Zimmer's up there and he's talking about it. He's got to figure out. They've got to figure out things with Mozzie. But I'd love for anybody that wants to really learn about Mozzie Smith to stand down there with me on that platform and watch Jeff Sagina coach him. And you tell me what you think.
Yeah.
And hey, I'm like you, Zach. I don't even want to really talk about it anymore. I think it'll tell itself. It'll take care of itself. Either Mozzie is going to survive all this and become a really good player, or he's going to be a footnote in Dallas Cowboys history of first-round picks that don't work out. It's really up to him.
It is.
It's really up to him. If he wants to take the hard coaching, wants to continue to develop, and do everything they ask him to do and play at a high level, it'll all take care of itself. If he doesn't want to do that, then, like I said, he becomes a footnote.
Do you think maybe he's just getting whipped so bad and that's why his dauber's down?
I think Mozzie Smith is when they're asking him, and Zim's talking about, I see the hands, but then you watch Jeff Sagina coach him and it's not that way. And so I'm like, okay, but like I say, I'm not giving up on Mozzie because there's times you've seen him have some success. Not like the success of Justin Rogers has.
That's really, that's a huge thing for me. It's like your seventh rounders look better in
he's looked better. When they ask him, like Jeff Sagina said, that away, JR, that away, good job, good, and then you're sitting there and then you're like and then it's, okay, let's do this again. Let's do this again. Let's do this again.
It's too much time.
And you're saying
you're wasting coach's time and energy trying to get him. Somebody needs to step in here.
He is either, like I said, he's either going to succeed, he's going to swim, or he's going to sink to the bottom of the pool. And you know what? Out here we'll tell. We'll get more work. The Rams are coming in town here next week. You're going to see some work against them. Hopefully then you'll get preseason games, and we'll see how Mozzie Smith plays. And that'll be the tale of the tape right there.
Yes, it will. Last two names, Micah Parsons, Mike is just a stud. I've really enjoyed seeing some of the off-ball linebacker work from Micah. The coverage skills have been there. I think it's a fun chess piece for Mike Zimmer because you never really know where he's going to be lining up. Is he going to be blitzing? Are they going to be dropping him off in coverage? And then Nahshon Wright, who slid in place of Diggs and got those first-team reps. Wright has had some flashes of some good moments out here.
I'll tell you what, he has flashed some good moments, and they've gone away from attacking Bland to attacking Wright, and Wright has had some success. He's got the length. I kind of felt like going into this training camp, there was some bubble guys. Those guys, those 3-4 year guys that have been here, and were previous regimes that brought them in, and now they're sitting there fighting for opportunities and jobs. But Nahshon Wright, to me, has shown up just as well as, McQuamu has had some good moments, some bad moments. And there's some guys that are clearly on the bubble, but Nahshon Wright has done a good job.
Well, thank you, Walchuk. It's always good to, get this Cowboys content to you live from Oxnard, California. It is the G-Bag Nation on the Fan, and Top 10's up next. Where are you taking it?
Man, we are just loving the Olympics right now. The top 10 best movies about the Olympics. Which one's your favorite? 877-881-1053. Let's do that next in the Nation.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Top 10 with Walchuk is just a moment away. The Cowboys have made multiple signings this afternoon. We're going to tell you about it. Segment's brought to you by Soda, that's state of the art, and it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is hurt in an accident, not your fault, call the Frankels for a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. Yeah, they added Shaka Toney into the mix. He's the guy that was teammates with Micah Parsons, I believe, at Penn State. And they also signed Al-Quadin Muhammad earlier. They had 4 guys in for a workout. Carl Lawson was one of them, but he is not amongst the signings. So we'll have more details on that as the show progresses. It's time now for Walchuk's Top 10 at 4:20. Here he is, Zach with an H, your Wooly Bully.
All right, we're going to get to the top 10 best movies about the Olympics. We do have our office ace, Tim Collins, your big-time movie buff as well. We've got this 469 number.
I think it's 469. Walchuk.
Yeah, 469, 876.
Hey.
I asked him if I could read the whole number and then have him call in on air. He said, yeah, that's fine, let's do it. But then he doesn't want to give me his actual name, but he said, I'll F your ass up. I'm waiting, Zach. Let's get it.
How'd we get here so quickly? What happened?
He said...
Is he dogging on your scout's eye?
He said, just shut the bleep up. You aren't that good. You try to act like Brian. You ain't there yet, and your arguments are nonsensical.
I think you're better than me.
If you had real balls, let me call up to the station so we can debate. So if you want to call, by all means. Now, I will say he seems like a troll trash 469 idiot. Mm-hmm. The other text that he sent into the morning show, everyone knows the Olympics is a big bag of D's. No one watches that bleep. And no one cares about the stupid payloaf, which I think was payload.
Payload.
So he seems like an angry person.
That was an accidental misspell. Let's give the guy credit on that one.
Apparently his name's Doug.
I like that
Doug.
he speaks his truth.
It's definitely not Doug Heffernan, because Doug Heffernan would never have the type of
Dougie. What's Doug got for us, too? Like Dawson, Broadus, Chiafalo. What are your thoughts on
He said that Zach's better than me, and I agree with him.
No,
Walchuk will never be able to interrupt as well as Broadus, though, no matter how hard you strive.
I take pride in being able to interrupt.
It's a skill.
No,
watch yourself.
Best to ever do it.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, feel free, Dougie. I'll give you your 30 seconds of fame, bud. I have no issue listening to the Tolos. And
Walchuk's been froggy all week.
It can be a 6 o'clock sound off. Usually those suck. Maybe Doug can bring us something good.
Ooh.
You think Doug is not going to suck?
I don't think Doug has the balls.
Yeah, and I can prove I can attest to the realness of yours. I know Doug had your balls in question there, just the realness of them.
With all due respect, I do love Doug, and I appreciate the troll nature of it. It's a good bit. Keep it up. Let's get to the top 10 here of the Olympic sports. And the Olympics have been crushing it. It's been awesome. We've been giving you updates on the poo water and everything that's going on with the urine-filled pools, with the swimmers.
Yeah. By the Olympics have been crushing it, you mean they've been dropping the ball at every turn.
The food complaints have been crazy.
Every 48 hours there's a new complaint with something stupid they've done.
I have to eat crow as well. I kind of threw water on this idea probably a month or so ago. I thought, don't we always hear about this is going to be a problem, that's going to be a problem, that everything is all right? Usually things turn out all right. Did not turn out all right this time.
No, and the food apparently were lacking seasoning. You've given us a story. They're running out of eggs.
Well, they're trying.
What is Heggie running the department over there?
They're trying to push veganism on the best athletes in the world.
It's a weird situation.
Hey,
it's weird.
We need steak and eggs. How about that? Sorry, guys. Sorry, we're not going to have your Impossible burgers and stuff. We don't want bean burgers every night.
Well,
okay?
I do love a good Olympic film, and there are several good ones. In fact, we got a couple honorable mentions here.
Sure, it's a fire-considered Olympics.
Damn right it is, Brian.
Okay.
You're damn right it is, and that's going to be high on this list, as it should be. Now, when I say Olympic movie, I mean D2 The Mighty Ducks.
Right, obviously D2
Come
The
on.
Mighty Ducks.
Obviously, the Goodwill Games.
The Goodwill Games.
That's what we're talking about here.
It's going to be hard to beat Miracle.
Miracle's
on
really hard
34th Street.
Miracle's goated. Yeah, Miracle's absolutely fantastic. It's a great film. Alec Little Red Medford back in the Pimp Cup. I know you're probably working on a piercing back there, maybe of the chest region. But do you have a favorite Olympic film?
This is, again, a false allegation, but I'm going to go with Cool Runnings.
Oh, well
Dude.
done. Yeah.
Cool Runnings.
Yeah.
Yes.
John Candy.
Gosh,
Some of
that's a
his finest
fantastic
work.
film.
Wonderful
Fantastic movie. Honorable mentions. We do have on here Blades of Glory, which was a figure skating Olympic Winter Games in Salt Lake City film.
Yes.
Fantastic.
I don't know exactly what he means by that, but it feels like it's provocative and it's going to get the people going.
Damn right.
I thought, now maybe this doesn't qualify as a dramatic movie per se, but the Redeem Team show was special.
Was great.
Yeah.
Yes, the Netflix.
The 30 was that? Is that what that was? Netflix.
They might have both
Was that 30
done
for
it.
30?
They might, I know Netflix did do one. 30 for 30 might also have done one. But fantastic work. Foxcatcher is an honorable mention.
What does that mean?
Lame.
Terrible movie. With Steve Carell, Channing Tatum, Mark Ruffalo. I don't know if Tim Collins saw this and liked it. I couldn't
That's a
stand
star-studded crew of dudes.
It was
right?
John DuPont, and I think they've also done a 30 for 30 on him. But he invites wrestlers Mark Schultz and his brother to
is that
move
the
into his
DuPont
estate. Yes,
Fortune people?
For the wrestling team, and then at the end of it, he basically ends up shooting and killing the brother.
Ooh.
It's dark.
It's like Cain and Abel.
It's very dark, but it's very good.
Very dark. You liked it? I just, oh my gosh.
But it's a one-time watch.
So bad.
It's a one-time watch.
Aren't there like
bad burn?
Isn't there shouldn't be some tie-in with like a Muhammad Ali movie at some point? Wasn't he in the Olympics?
Did Ali go to the Olympics? Because Ali should be on here then if he did.
He did. I thought he was like 60. What was he? 64.
He was wasn't he the flag bearer for the country?
He did post-retirement, yes, before he passed away. He
Okay.
did do that, yes. Number 10.
Yeah, won a gold medal in Rome in 1960.
Well, hell,
60. Yeah,
let's give Ali some love here.
Wow, dude, he was beating down gladiators and stuff.
Number 10, we go to 1975. Maybe you've seen this one, Brian.
What?
The Other Side of the Mountain. Marilyn has it.
No.
Bo Bridges, Belinda Montgomery.
No.
No?
Brought us more of a Brokeback Mountain guy.
Number 9, 2005.
Well said, Eric.
Steven Spielberg.
I like what you're saying.
Munich's a pretty good one. Now that's also
Munich was about 72. I lived through that.
That's a tough watch
That's
as well.
a very tough watch.
I think probably Prefontaine, the Oregon runner, 1970s.
Okay, I think that was an honorable mention on here.
There's a
actually,
movie about him.
I did not
Yeah.
see it, but I'm glad that you did and you brought that up.
Died in a single accident, a DUI wreck after a party.
Oh wow!
Oh jeez.
Driving a little Porsche through the mountains.
I, Tonya, certainly getting some love here, as it should. I mean, I, Tonya was a good movie. Why?
The Richard Jewell movie was pretty good. The Olympic bombing.
Yeah, Richard Jewell was good.
That's in my top 5.
That movie's definitely a sleeper right there. 7 is this movie called Race 2016. Stephen Hopkins directed this biographical sports drama about Jesse Owens.
Oh.
And, hey, I mean, I'm surprised they haven't done them.
It's Berlin, right?
We should probably get an updated movie about Jesse Owens. Freaking legendary. 6 is Eddie the Eagle. Very good movie.
Yeah, the ski jumper.
Yes.
That's number 2.
Hugh Jackman, Taron Egerton.
Yeah, I think so.
I think you're right. Yeah.
That was quite a sensation. They'd be updating that every morning on Good Morning
It was
America as I
badass.
was getting ready for 6th grade. Does Blades of Glory count?
Yeah.
We
It was
said
an
that
honorable
earlier.
mention on here. Yeah. It does count because it took place Salt Lake City.
Welcome to the show, Dawson.
There you go, Dawson!
Thanks for paying attention to the program.
Yes!
We've got
I knew we could get that from him.
1951.
By the way, did you see what he did? He knew he was in trouble, took a swig of the Pepsi, pointed the Pepsi at me like, okay, welcome to the show, Dawson.
He had that look in his face.
He
It was
did.
like a vigorous sip of I'm proud of myself.
Hey,
He was
Blades of Glory.
sabotaging the
He
show.
knew he had to take a sip of the Pepsi first so he could make sure he got it out.
Actively playing defense against our show.
Man.
bad, guys.
Just a quick sports update.
Step it up.
Mike Trout, another torn meniscus.
Another one?
Another one.
How do you tear
He's
it
out
up,
for the
dude?
season.
He's torn all 3 now?
I think he's torn all 4.
I think he's doing it to himself.
This isn't good.
He's just going out
Mike,
in the yard.
what's going on? Number 4 is Unbroken. Hell of a book if you haven't read it. I thought the book way better than the movie. Oftentimes that's the case. But 2014, directed by Angelina Jolie. Great movie, Unbroken. 3 is Chariots of Fire.
Yeah.
Which, hell, the song. I mean, definitely the soundtrack for that. That's an Oscar winner right there.
How does that one
What
go
Olympics was that from? Dun, 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 dun.
What Olympics was
Dun, dun,
Chariots of
dun,
Fire?
dun,
Goodness gracious.
Post
Great
World
balls
War
of
One.
fire.
I think it was the first Olympics post World War One.
That was
That's a
Top
damn
Gun.
good rendition.
Wasn't that how it bridges into that part?
Same thing.
No.
I mean, it's basically like two married songs right there.
I think you nailed that one, Dawson.
Thank you.
Certainly better than Broadus's Aaron Andrews, limited fake Aaron Andrews from earlier in the week.
Could you give us one more limited
was
fake? Let's get redemption here with Aaron Andrews.
I talked to the coaches. No, I didn't.
Oh, we got some text for Boys in the Boat. That movie came out recently. I did not see it. Getting the head nod here from Tim Collins. That one's a good one. Cutting Edge
Boys
is getting
from Brazil.
texted. Forrest Gump being texted in. Hell,
there you
could
go.
count.
Ping
That could
pong,
count.
right?
The Ringer with Johnny Knoxville. I don't know if we can even mention that today, but that's a pretty funny
it's an
movie.
FCC violation.
Number 2 is indeed Miracle. Hell,
Today you're the greatest.
Kurt Russell
Again.
again.
I
Give me
think
the
about
keys.
that
I'll lock
whenever
up
we're doing wind sprints.
again.
Yeah.
Come on, Herb. Again.
Come on, Herb.
You want me to take your test? I'll take your test. No. I want the kid in the net.
Where are
who
you
wouldn't take
from?
the test. Mike Ruzioni. Number 1, Cool Runnings.
There you go.
There
Wow,
it is.
good job, Medford.
Cool
wins.
Runnings
Medford,
comes
he
in with
won.
number 1.
My
And
number one didn't even get mentioned.
What's your number 1?
Molly's Game.
Is Molly's Game an Olympic movie?
That's how she injured herself qualifying for the Olympics.
Dude,
No
okay, then that's my number
way.
one then. Molly's Game's an incredible
Molly's
movie.
Game is really
There's some
good.
nudity involved here with this movie.
No, this is a poker playing
no.
smoke show, really.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Lawless there was with her, but not
that's what I thought.
not
Okay.
here.
Jessica Chastain, and
Yes.
Idris Elba, and Kevin Costner.
Thank you, Walchuk.
Good movie.
And The
Waterworld.
Office Ace Tim Collins with quite a movie wreck. I think that's what I got right there. A lot of people writing that down. Got to put that on the queue. Okay, do the Jones boys even know how much they're exposing themselves and insulting us with this cap nonsense? That's coming up next. We're live at training camp. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
There's Alec Medford in for Lucius Alexander. I've just been informed in less than an hour now, Alec Medford is going to take the LA Live broadcast responsibilities and deliver his go-to segment, AM on the FM.
What does this button do?
Stick around for that. What are you doing, Walchuk? Is that a little shake weight routine?
Just dancing, yeah. Just working out over here.
Okay.
Trying to kill some calories.
One of Stephen Jones' talking points out here is that it's hard to pay the quarterback, wide receiver, and edge rusher at the top of the market and still build out the rest of the roster. At 877-881-1053, Franklin Injury Attorney text line. I just don't know if they know how much they're embarrassing themselves on multiple levels when they continue this talking point. Is the objective to put pressure on the players? You know, to make it look like, well, it's not our fault we can't keep your favorite players. They're greedy. Is that what they're doing here? Why do you talk about this kind of stuff, Brian?
Man, I've kind of gone round and round about this because I'm from the school of I'm going to pay this quarterback. And now it's my responsibility to build the team around him. But that's a personnel guy's way of looking at this. It's probably not the right way of doing it because I've lived without the quarterback. As a quarterback, I mean, I don't know if the quarterback could play any better than he did last year. I'm just saying, I don't have a great answer for you because I've lived without a quarterback and I got fired.
Well,
you know, but
the premise is you can obviously pay a quarterback, wide receiver, and defensive end at the same time.
Sure, and that if you're saying that, yeah. See, I never ever got involved with the cap stuff, and I was always trying to find players. I was trying to find so you could have 4 or 5 guys to sign. But yeah, they're. I see. This is why I'd like to talk to Jerry if we could sometime about the. You know, he's talking about. He's throwing it out there about the. I know things. I know. You know, why did anybody press him? What do you know?
Yeah.
What's going to happen with? Are we really going? Is the cap going to go up a lot? Is it not going to go up? I mean, give me a reason why. Do you know that? Do you know in the future that television revenue is going down? And if it's going down, we can't afford to pay the players, and we're not be caught up in all that.
And do you know something that the other owners don't? Because the Eagles have a quarterback that makes the same amount and 5 other guys making $20 million or more. They've been in the Super Bowl twice over the last 6 years and won one of them.
Exactly.
So, I just don't know if they understand how incompetent it makes them sound.
Yeah.
Like, oh, well, are you kidding me? It's like, you got 8 other positions you got to worry about on the football field. You're worried about you can't get more than two of them at the same time and pay them top of the market money and still have the salary cap work. I mean, it's patently the most ridiculous idea.
Have the Eagles had more misses of signing their own, or have the Cowboys had more misses of signing their own? You know what I'm saying? Misses of Zeke, Gallup, Smith. Have the Eagles had the similar?
I don't think they've had whiffs like that.
I don't off the top. I mean, Carson Wentz.
Carson Wentz. Okay, there you go. But have they had others? And I'm trying to just off the top of my head.
Certainly not a laundry list of guys. I can only think of Carson Wentz.
That's where I'm thinking that maybe they're in a bind because of some of the whiffs. Have the
reason they're in a bind is because they spread out the process over 8 years and paid a little bit extra every year for 8 years, and ultimately it created this snowball effect that lands right now. Yeah. What the Eagles do is they spend way too much in a 1 to 3 year period and go for it, and then repair their salary cap. They're on like a 3 or 4 year cycle, where the Cowboys spread it out so long because they want to make the playoffs every year. Again, making the playoffs is their number one priority, Chief.
Yeah, and I think generally, too, they're waiting to the last minute to where the market has now gotten to a point where it's super high. If you would have paid Dak a little bit earlier, then it wouldn't have been as big a number right now. If you could have found a way to, on some of that stuff. And then the guys that they have tried to get ahead on, they were just misses, like Jalen Smith.
There's a reason they want to sign now, Terrence Steele, and hopefully Steele bounces back, has a good year.
See, the thing about it, though, too, is I think they're dealing with a son of a bee with Dak Prescott's guy.
Yeah, they're good.
They are.
That's where, I mean, man, just me, and I'd love to ask somebody this question, and I know you guys that are 500 yards away from us that are probably listening to our show right now that doing all the cap stuff, front office stuff, I'm sure they're listening right now as we're talking. I wonder from you, did Todd France changing agencies affect your deal to get a deal done?
First time around with Dak?
Yeah. That they caught their quarterback, the most expensive piece you can have. Did they catch that one at a wrong time where you had an agent that was switching agencies and didn't want to put money with his old agency?
I think that's a great question, because they could be paying for that now, right? Because maybe they wanted to try and pay, they couldn't, and now by waiting, they realize, like, hey, waiting benefits us. Well, we're going to get more money by waiting. Why should we sign early?
I wonder if France making them wait has escalated this to making him a $60 million player.
I think it has, but they've done some other great things with this organization. How they negotiated the Tyron Smith deal, how they negotiated Tank Lawrence down. He's like a super underpaid end right now. I think they've done some good enough things that you could say a lot of that stuff has washed itself out. They have made some significant mistakes, but I think the other point I want to make here is they have done such an amazing job at accumulating talent. It's a blessing and a curse, I guess, to have to pay 3 different guys around top of the market money. And then if you throw in on top of that, we've also managed to draft so many other good players that now we're having to make tough decisions, and we had to let some of them go. You had such a built roster for the last 3 years.
Yeah.
And you couldn't get past the wild card. You can't have all those things be true and then also say we love this coaching staff and love this quarterback. You have had such an overloaded roster of talent. Now you're in this really difficult spot. How are we going to pay CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons? Oh, no, poor us. We had way too many good players for the salary cap. And at the same time, you can't even win a damn home playoff game, dude. To me, that's the toughest question this organization needs to answer, and I just don't think that you could possibly have a good one.
Do we have if we had an answer for the playoff problems, we'd have said it by now, wouldn't we?
Yeah. Well,
does anybody? I mean,
there's a lot of issues. They're
Can't
not
stop
just
the
one
run.
thing.
Can't run.
There's always a different issue that
Not
pops
good
up.
enough.
Quarterback
seems
not
like.
good enough.
Your defense
wide
performs,
receiver,
your
wide receiver
offense doesn't.
pouts. Yeah, I mean,
bad call doesn't go
can't-
your way.
I can't
In their
point.
mind, they've been all in. They've really gone for it, and their roster couldn't even get through the first round of the playoffs. How am I supposed to have anything but cynicism about their ability to finally get it done?
As a fan, you absolutely should.
Yeah.
As a, and to me, it's kind of like if I could point the finger to this is the reason why they've lacked playoff success, and I could fix it, then I would probably feel better about. But I don't know. I mean, the low hanging fruit is to blame Jerry, Stephen, in the front office.
But that's the answer.
That is the answer.
Yeah.
Okay, that is the answer.
They're not putting enough talent on the team to win.
It's the head of the snake.
No, wait a minute now. No, wait a minute though. There's not enough talent on this team to win.
No, they win all.
I disagree with you on that. When you look at the overall, you had 4 players in the top 20, didn't we?
Yeah.
Didn't we just have 4? And
They're
say
good
what
at finding stars.
Say what you want about the top 100.
Arbitrary as hell.
I'm with you. If I'm using that as an argument, shame on me. But it's something we do talk about. They put 4 players in the top 16.
Yeah, I think talent-wise, you looked at the NFC last year, and they were number 2 behind San Francisco. I mean, I think and they beat the Lions head-to-head. Granted, it took a call going your way to make that happen. I think you looked at the Lions and said their offensive line's great, so maybe we think they're a better team. But going into the postseason, we thought it. I know I did. It lined up perfectly. You're getting 2 home playoff games. You're undefeated at home in your last, what was it?
You beat Green Bay,
16
Detroit. You're on your way to
games.
San Francisco.
Yeah, it was like San Francisco might be the only team you just can't get over with. So, talent, I think they were talented enough to definitely make a conference championship game.
Yeah, but they have a
more talented than Green Bay, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they have a good quarterback that they think is great, and they have a good coach that they think is great. And so they're building a roster, and they're cutting corners on it in hopes that what they believe to be a great quarterback and coach duo can make up for. And unfortunately, they've misevaluated their coach and their quarterback. They're both good or above average, but they don't have a roster that is good enough to make up for the fact that they don't have the best coach on the field more often than not, and they don't have the best quarterback on the field whenever it's in a win-or-go-home postseason situation.
So, to me, then, what you're saying is the problem is the head coach and the quarterback, not the front office.
Well, the front office is the one that's determining their good coach is great and their good quarterback is great. And so that's a front office issue.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I understand. Yeah.
I mean, I think they have a lot of really good star players now, but that's how they rebuilt in 11, 12, and 13, where we strip away a lot of the fringe starters and a lot of the depth, and we try to still make the playoffs because in our down years, we still want to be able to make the playoffs. They should be using these years to totally purge the system, get good draft picks, and set themselves up with a salary cap spot where they could come out hot in 2026 or 2027, and that's a way you could win big with Mike McCarthy.
Well, maybe that's what you're going to get. You're going to get your wish because maybe they're not going to sign the quarterback, and maybe Mike McCarthy's done when this thing is 9-8 and doesn't get in the playoffs.
If they do that, and it would symbolize a major shift in philosophy, I would love it. That'd be exciting.
You don't trust him to draft a quarterback.
Right,
right,
no,
right.
haven't
And Dawson doesn't trust him to hire a head coach.
No.
Correct, and I think that's completely fair.
Yeah, but there's a chance that you could get one of those two that could be transcended. I know where this hamster wheel to nowhere is going. It's the Joneses building teams to win the NFC East that really have such major flaws when you get to the playoffs. And all along, they're going to convince themselves they're all in and they're doing everything in their power. Meanwhile, there's always going to be 2 or 3 teams that around trade deadline are like, crap, we don't have a running game and we don't have a linebacker. And they're going to go out and legitimately plug those holes.
Well, they went out and got a receiver. They give a first-round pick to go get Cooper.
Well, what's their excuse for not plugging those holes?
Salary cap.
Right.
Yeah.
And they love their draft picks.
Well, but the salary cap. Maybe that's something you need to look at.
Yeah.
All 31 other teams seem to kind of find a way to maneuver things around.
Yeah.
Maybe who's running the cap maybe you should look in the mirror, and we need to do a better job there.
That is a great note to end on, Brian. I'm sorry I didn't mean to cut you off. But
no, you did. You did it on purpose, you jerk.
We got the Expressway coming up in 20 minutes. An edition of Football's Finest is next. Where are you taking it, buddy?
Yes, we have Fat Mahomes. We have an injured wideout, and we have the forbidden pass next year in the nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are live in Oxnard, California. Cowboys Training Camp 2024. Got the very latest news from across your broadcast day coming up as we'll kick off the expressway here in about 20 minutes. Our coverage of training camp brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey, Best Buy Windows and Siding, and by Guardian Caps. And here's Eric Chiafalo with an edition of the finest.
All right, another installment of why you don't do your fantasy draft until much later.
What's that?
In the training camp
Who the hell's doing it right now?
There are folks that are conducting fantasy drafts across the country right now.
Stop.
And I bet somebody in the last couple of hours had a draft, and they're like, you know what? At some point, relatively early in the proceedings, they decided Titans wide receiver DeAndre Hopkins is a guy I'd like to have on my football team. And unfortunately, he suffered a knee injury during practice, and the expectation is that he's going to miss about 6 weeks.
Oh.
So not a season ender, but at that age, that position, you're dealing with knee issues. That could be something that lingers on. That could be a Justin Herbert plantar fascia situation that we're talking about now on August 1. We might be talking about that on November 1. You know, these types of things happen. So that's a bummer for DeAndre Hopkins and for the Tennessee Titans. He's supposed to be ready for week 1, but it is DeAndre Hopkins getting a little shaken up today.
The fantasy football players, why would you do the draft early? Is it just to get it out of the way?
Yeah, it's just overzealous.
I get maybe the scheduling. You know, are you
playing with a bunch of people that can't do it at a later date?
It could be, but it's still just a terrible idea.
I think there's really no excuse for it. There's really no excuse for it.
Make it work.
You got to figure it out. You should not be doing your fantasy drafts until probably, first couple, like September 1. Once
Labor
September,
Day?
Yeah, like wake me up when September starts. You know what I'm saying?
When the college football season kicks off?
Yeah, speaking of kicking off, we do have NFL preseason action tonight. As useless a game as you'll find anywhere in the world.
Hey, Dawson, I need a report on the Bears tomorrow if you could.
You got it, buddy.
Thank you, man.
Oh, we'll get Scout Gavin?
Yeah.
On the beat?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, football returns.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he won't be
I'm excited to see this kickoff stuff. That's really what I want to watch.
Agreed. I think if you're excited about anything tonight, unless you're just a Bears fan or who are they playing?
Texans
fan, then
who are they playing?
You have a little bit more skin in the game here. But otherwise, football casuals, even football guys like us, I think the only thing we're really looking forward to seeing is just how this new kickoff stuff looks. How does it feel? How does it smell? Does it pass the sniff test? All those things.
I think it'd be hilarious if the first 2 kickoffs of the season would go for touchdowns.
They're like, you know what, guys, we got to change the rules.
Like the game starts with an opening kickoff for a touchdown, and then the Texans kick off to the Bears, and the Bears take it to the house.
Yeah.
That would be great. I would like that start. But we do know who's going to be playing quarterback. It's not going to be Caleb Williams tonight. It's going to be Tyson Bagent. And this guy is
Did you get that right?
I think I nailed that.
Carter?
He's a high T-level warrior. He's a
Bagent?
He's a hard hat guy. Yep. He's a lunch pail guy at the quarterback position. And this was something he mentioned earlier in the week. This is tonight's starting quarterback for the Bears.
I didn't really think too much about it. I was too busy grinding my absolute face off in the offseason. But whatever they were going to do, that's completely up to them.
Okay, so that is Tyson Bagent being asked about, hey, Caleb Williams, number 1 overall pick. That kind of renders you back up.
He's the reason why they got the number 1 pick. He played
it was
some
supposed
games.
to be the Panthers. Supposed to be the Panthers.
Well,
number 1.
But they traded.
They did the trade.
That's a good point.
They wanted some young.
But he played some games where he wasn't very good.
Yeah, they had the 9th overall pick.
But he's been grinding his face off, and so I don't even think he knew until just the other day when they opened camp that Caleb Williams was on the Bears. This guy's just been grinding away. I like the way he put that. There's a new wide receiver in town when it comes to the Dolphins. You guys familiar with Willie Snead, the 4th?
Yeah, former New Orleans Saint.
He's bounced around a little bit.
He's not a fan of Tua.
No, well, that's what's so funny because now he is the wide receiver for the Dolphins. But if you go back just a couple of months during the playoff game where it's Dolphins going to Kansas City in the frigid negative-degree temperatures that had fans leaving the stadium with frostbite, he tweeted out, did Willie Snead, the Dolphins will be good when Tua stop acting soft AF. And then he had the 100 emoji. And now he is on the Dolphins, and he's going to be catching passes from Tua. So this is potentially a little bit awkward, but here was Willie Snead being asked about that in Miami today.
Yeah, to be honest, I was watching the game, a fan of the game, and I was rooting for the Dolphins that game. I wanted the Dolphins to get past the Chiefs, and I was emotional about it, and I tweeted something I probably shouldn't have, and I regret it today. But me and Tua talked last night, working on a handshake, and we already completed one pass in one-on-ones, so we put that behind us. We kind of talked about it, and we're moving on from it, and I'm just excited to be a Dolphin.
Probably won't catch another pass again this year.
No, I love this stuff, man. I think that he's a sports fan. He's legit.
Yeah. Had some money on the game. Emotions were high.
There's no question about it. So, speaking of things high, also in Miami, it looks like snaps are a little bit high. And we've seen there's been some snap issues throughout camp.
They break in a new center because Connor's gone.
Yeah, they did bring in a guy from Tennessee to now be the center in Miami. Aaron Brewer, I believe is his name, but he's having some snap issues. I've seen with the Jets, Aaron Rodgers is like, man, my center's really good, but we're having some snap issues, and I'm having to rip him a new one from time to time. But that's Joe Tittman, the center for the Jets. He's struggling snapping the football as well.
Wisconsin Badger.
He's like, this guy's got a chance to be an all-pro, but he's snapping the ball a little wayward, and from time to time, I'm going to have to jump on his ass. And so I guess when you see Cooper Beebe have a bad snap out here once or twice, you can take solace, Walchuk, knowing that other training camps are dealing with similar issues. And from a Dolphins standpoint, Jalen Ramsey had to give a impassioned speech to the team that we got to stop being P-words speech.
Oh,
don't
tell Bobby that.
That was the speech he had to give. The P-word apparently been floated around, Walchuk, in Miami. Because they consistently get bullied and they're finesse, and you go on the road and you get in cold temperatures and they sort of just wither away.
Isn't that kind of what the tweeter had to say, their new wide receiver, basically?
Basically.
Yeah.
Basically, maybe that's what spawned Jalen Ramsey to feel like, you know what, the time is now.
Yeah.
We need to, at some point, every team has to look themselves in the mirror and ask themselves, do they want to keep being P-words? And Jalen Ramsey's here to say, no, I'm a Super Bowl champion, and I didn't come here to just get my butt kicked in the first round of the playoffs.
Did the Dolphins lose the last game of the year to lose that game?
Yeah, they lost at home to Buffalo, so that they had to then go to Kansas City for round one of the playoffs.
Wow.
There is something interesting going on in Baltimore right now. You will see from the Baltimore Banner, they do kind of just their practice notes. And one of them was Lamar Jackson ended the period with a touchdown pass that, according to training camp reporting guidelines, reporters are forbidden from describing. So there's apparently a forbidden touchdown pass that is hanging out in Baltimore. They're dialing it up out there. And it is so forbidden that if you see it with your own eyes, you cannot discuss it. It's like Fight Club. You cannot
like Bird Box.
You cannot discuss the forbidden pass that is resulting in touchdowns in Baltimore. This might be at the top of the list now of things I'm most excited to see unveiled when this season gets going. What is Lamar Jackson doing? Is he doing a trick pass like behind his back? Is he going lefty with it? What could he maybe between the legs? I would love to know what this forbidden pass looks like and who's on the receiving end of it. I can only assume Mark Andrews.
It smells like the fork ball from Dane Dunning in spring training, which really hasn't amounted to a damn thing.
Okay, so you are not as excited as I am to see the forbidden touchdown.
I just don't think we're ever going to see it.
All right. What if they unveil it versus the Cowboys?
That would probably be on brand.
That would be crazy.
Probably for a touchdown.
All right, speaking of touchdowns and speaking of crazy and quarterbacks, this Nebraska kid, man.
Dylan Raiola?
Wow, Dylan Raiola. If you wondered why Fat Mahomes went trending nationwide yesterday on the socials, it's because this 5-star Super Beast quarterback of the Cornhuskers strolled into two-a-day practices looking like a more bloated Pat Mahomes. From top to bottom, from hair to glasses to goatee to like hoochie daddy shorts that are probably a little bit too high on the inner thigh. The skin tone, everything from top to bottom is Mahomes. Again, just a little bit more girthy.
He's a hell of a player. I watched the spring game, and he plays like Mahomes, too.
Does he really?
He is definitely, modeling
And he's number 15.
Every aspect of him after Pat Mahomes. I mean, when you look
He's
at
cosplaying
when
as
you
Pat
look
Mahomes.
at the movement, the play action, the arm angles, he is definitely watching a lot of Mahomes tape.
Okay, so you believe in this kid, Walchuk?
I think he looks like he could be pretty damn good. I do believe in him.
I mean, he was the number one quarterback recruit in this last class. He was committed to Georgia and Ohio State before he flipped to Nebraska.
Well, his dad was a center at Nebraska. Played with the Detroit Lions.
That was
Dominic Raiola.
what won him over.
Yep.
And surely $2 million in NIL or something like that.
And he's a big, strong kid, too. It's not like he's blubbery and fat.
Sure,
you know?
sure. Yeah, that's fair.
It's
That's
just
fair.
a little extra, which I think I like in my quarterback.
Yeah, so the mobility's there.
Yeah, a little bit of mobility.
Because I did notice nice-looking calves, thin ankles.
He
I
can
still
move.
think we're talking about an athlete here.
Yeah, he was
Absolutely.
he was moving around pretty well in that spring game.
You know who was moving around out in Pittsburgh? It was our Western Conference champion, Dallas Mavericks. Jason Kidd.
Oh, yeah.
Nico Harrison.
Yeah, so this
Are these
is a
guys
story
Steelers fans?
I saw yesterday they were invited to go there. I guess.
Mike Tomlin, guys.
Yeah, Mike Tomlin dudes, and
Maybe there was a shoe Nike tie-in at some point, relationship building.
yeah. I mean, I would.
I was trying to think of what's the connection there between the Mavs and the Steelers.
Yeah, I didn't
That was
know.
best I could come up with.
No, I don't know either.
Just trying to just get some wisdom there from Mike Tomlin. I could get that. I mean, I'm sure that's like an iron sharpens iron situation.
Yeah.
There's no way that Mike Tomlin brought in Jason Kidd to give his team like a training camp pump-up speech, though, right? With just how lackadaisical and chill, nobody's dying attitude that Jason Kidd has.
I mean, Jason will motivate you by trying to mind bleep you, but he's not going to get up there and go rah-rah style. But, yeah, I think this is like when Garrett used to go hang out with Krzyzewski.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, it's respect for
whoever's-
Tomlin.
Yep.
All right, boys, there it is. Football's
All right,
finest.
an edition of The Finest is in the books most afternoons at 5 o'clock here in the G-Bag Nation. We're coming up now on the Expressway. We'll take you commercial-free to the top. Alec Medford is in for Lucius and has his segment, AM on the FM, coming up at 5:40, and we're back with more sports with you here. It's the G-Bag Nation, the fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
I need to watch the budget.
Well, Staples hot deals on tech are backed by a price match guarantee, so our prices won't be beat.
Great. I can't believe my baby's starting college.
She'll do great.
I know.
Oh, let's get you a great deal on a laptop.
Save big on tech for school at Staples. Now get up to $300 off select PCs. NC24 price match guarantee valid within 14 days of purchase. Exclusions apply. For details, visit staples.com/price match.
If you've been hurt in a crash, do your research. You'll find plenty of lawyers out there. They'll probably do a fine job. But ask yourself, is fine really good enough for you and your family? Don't leave your case to chance. Contact Thomas J. Henry today. San Antonio, Texas.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for the best Ford dealership on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell.
Segment, the Expressway, is brought to you by the Good Feet Store and by the On Time Experts. Now, Lucius is out. Send him some love on social. Let him know he's missed. But Alec has his AM on the FM in lieu of LA Live coming up here at 5:40. Every day at this time, we take a look at everything that's been developing throughout your broadcast day. Maybe the biggest story in the world of sport is Mike Trout, one of the greatest of the generation, is out for the season with a torn meniscus. So just to reset you on that, that's tough. You just hate to see something like that. You know, a tremendous career and, you know, being robbed of his athletic prowess and his greatness. There's nobody more talented than Mike Trout, but he's done. And I think this is a point where somebody needs to step in and say, guys, we need a buyout. We need a retirement. Because the player obviously doesn't want to retire and give up all the salary that, you know, is in the contract. So you keep trying, but at some point it's so sad. It's just reminding the fans how crappy it is when you come back for 2 weeks before you get hurt again. So I'd be like, dude, let's go ahead and just call it right here.
You know, it's funny. Before he signed that contract, he was probably playing 120 games a year, 130 games a year, and he signed the contract, and then it just went south for him with his health. What a shame. Yep. How did he tear it again? I thought he was still. Did he come back?
A different knee.
It was
the other knee.
It was in a rehab start.
Yeah, he came back. He was rehabbing, and they pulled him out because he had some knee soreness, and it ends up being the other meniscus that he ends up tearing after they had an MRI on Wednesday.
Okay, let me ask you this, Dawson. You know something about like body types and stuff.
Yeah,
wound,
that's right. You're our resident body type expert.
He's our body type guy.
But wound too tight, too muscular, too good a shape.
I mean,
no such thing.
Too good a shape.
7 of his first 8 years, he finishes top 2 in the MVP. Yeah. I think this is just he's getting older now, and the body's not cooperating.
Definitely some less durable, genetic DNA.
Could it be something to do with the PEDs or something like that?
It could. I mean, if somebody was into that,
throwing out allegations.
I'm just saying.
He'd ever popped though,
I'm just saying though. I'm not going to call him But I'm thinking about
That could get you hurt.
I'm thinking
Yeah.
about players that experiment with that stuff. And I'm not saying Trout, okay?
Absolutely
Please
could. Of course
don't
not, yeah.
clip it and send it to Mike Trout.
He looks natural.
Send it.
Wink, wink. I get you. I
But
hear
I'm
you.
just saying, though, when somebody maybe tries to get a little bit of an advantage, do they start to break down?
You could. Might be too strong for his ligaments, too strong for his soft tissue in his body. I think that's the thing. And, whether it's due to naturals, a muscle, or roid muscle, I think it could be too strong for your body. I don't know if that was the case with him or he's just fragile. It happens in sports all the time.
Yeah.
Skinny guys, strong guys.
Especially a guy like that, too, with all those extra wear and tear from all those postseason runs that he's gone on. That adds
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
We talk about that with LeBron, too. It adds up. At some point, it's going to hit you.
Chief, I wanted to ask you about this story on CBSSports.com right now. NFL changes rule to stop the cheat motion. I know you've been looking into that. I just read a story this morning, actually, about how the Dolphins, Niners, and Rams, brought that running at the snap play into the NFL last year, and it became so popular. Is this going to eliminate the advantage those teams have held?
No, they came out with some new rule today in regards to the NFL and the motion stuff. And I think they're getting this a little bit wrong with the way they're describing it as the cheat motion.
Okay.
So I from my understanding, it is you're not allowed to have guys moving forward at the snap of the ball. So
That's a legal procedure.
That was already illegal.
It was already illegal.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it's like
they don't call this crap. I swear, I've sat there and watched him for the last 3 years.
Maybe
not
they're
call
emphasizing
people,
that you can't break forward early.
No, but they don't call it. They just don't. I mean,
it's a weird
we've
deal.
seen motion, and then guys, they're running straight, and then they turn, and then head up field. They don't call it anymore. I was thinking, that's illegal. That's a legal procedure.
So this is just clarifying you got to be running sideways.
Well, so I guess the bold letters that they've changed for the 2024 NFL rulebook is any eligible backfield player who changes his stance does not have to come to a complete stop prior to the snap, as long as his actions are not abrupt, which would be a false start, or forward, which would be an illegal motion.
Okay.
So it's
the 49ers kill you at this. They kill you.
Yeah.
They get Juszczyk running across the formation, turn him, and then start him downhill.
Sounded like Brian Schottenheimer wants to kill you, too.
Yeah.
As long as it's, what did he say, purposeful motion?
Yes.
Yeah, and you can go back and listen to that. We had Shotty on start of the show.
I guarantee you some defensive coordinators or what some teams put in with the league, how can you keep allowing this? How do you keep allowing them?
Right.
It's like watching a CFL game or arena ball where everybody's running forward, and I'm sitting in the box that's illegal motion. You can't, you can't do that.
Well,
but
if they are going to let you run forward at all, you got to jump on that. If you're not doing that. See, I wonder sometimes because of Schottenheimer's family, if he's like, we're not doing that because I'm running my dad's stuff, and they're running his dad's stuff. So it's like family against family. There's a pride involved that we do it the Schottenheimer way. You got to get somebody with the last name Shanahan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or at least.
Or Johnson. Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson might be your next head coach.
Shaka Tony, Micah's teammate at Penn State, played in 26 games in his NFL career, has 1.5 sacks. He is a Dallas Cowboy, Brian.
Yeah, he is a Dallas Cowboy. And I know some people were asking me about, hey, Broad, how about some scouting reports and stuff? I think at 240 I did some scouting reports there, but maybe we'll circle back on it. But I will say this about this particular player. He's a really big special teams guy. I mean, I had to go through a lot of special teams tape, but the quickness is there. He can close down. He plays both sides. He plays left. He plays right. He hand down, stand up type of guy. He did not play at all in 2023 because he was suspended for the year. But he's got
he's the gambling man.
He's the gambling man.
Okay.
He's got that
They
pass.
both were.
Yeah.
Muhammad got suspended as well.
Okay. But this guy.
Yeah, they've signed 2 ends today, right?
They have. And, the thing about him is this guy can capture the edge. He gets up the field quickly. He has to be careful that he doesn't get too far up the field because there were a couple of times where I was watching against the Eagles, they just pushed him past the quarterback there. But the guy's got some change of direction skills. He can retrace the steps. He's a wrap-up tackler. This guy could draw holding calls. I mean, he puts some offensive linemen in some bad body positions.
And he can handicap the Sunday nighter, too.
Yeah, exactly. So, but he did. He had to sit out the whole entire season. film I was watching was the 2022 film, but he looked okay in that for a signing for these guys.
We're now moving into the second week of no CeeDee Lamb around here. What would you guys do if you're the Cowboys and CeeDee refuses to sign for anything less than market-setting contract? How you handling it? He wants $36 a year.
I mean, we're talking semantics with like $2 million. You know, they're offering him 34. He's like, I want 36. I'd probably just cave and give him the 36. If it's a drastic gap, then I guess it depends how much hardball you want to play. Or if you're going to move forward and not have a quarterback and you're going to go unknown at that position, maybe it's not worth paying a wide receiver that amount of money. So then play some hardball and call his bluff. But I think CeeDee Lamb will be here for week 1 against the Browns. I don't really have a doubt.
Are you missing anything by not having him here? Is everything going to be fine?
I don't want to play without him.
Right.
Because we've talked about what the running game might look like.
Do you need to practice with him?
Yeah, I do. Because, I mean, I think that everybody's getting work, but it's a lot nice. Schottenheimer sat there and talked about it. I mean, you want to have him out there practicing, especially if they're trying to kind of put some different little wrinkles in, stuff like that. So me personally, I kind of thought it was going to take 10 days. Mm-hmm. I was thinking 10 days. I tweeted about that today. Maybe this
is day 8.
Maybe this Saturday, and I'm totally guessing here, guys.
Recklessly speculating.
I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful because I thought it was going to take 10 days.
But there's no way this is not getting done. Eventually, you're getting a CeeDee Lamb contract.
I think they've made this a priority. I think they've made this one a priority.
I think he's not budging.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
He's not gonna budge on this because he's got plenty of leverage as well. I mean, he doesn't have the same type of, I can walk out of here unrestricted next year. I got no tag on me like Dak does. But you are doing, I mean, especially what you're going to do to the fan base going into the season with the amount of frustration that's already there. If you were starting the season with CeeDee Lamb not being there, and now you're throwing around to guys that a lot of the fans haven't even really heard of, that's going to start with a bunch of frustration.
Oof.
And then
it'd be bad. It wouldn't be good.
If the offense, we've seen the offense sputter in years past when they didn't have a respectable number one wideout.
Our projections were, hey, you can maybe get some things done on offense if you've got Lamb and Ferguson, right?
Yeah. I mean, just about every offense in the league is going to suffer in a big way if you have a top 5 wide receiver, top 3 wide receiver like he is, and he's not available. Your offense immediately changes.
I mean, if somehow he did not play, either a long holdout or they ended up trading him or whatever.
Man, don't say that. I said 10 days.
That would be.
I mean, look,
incredible.
Schottenheimer also seemed pretty confident. He was like, "Look, CeeDee's going to be here."
Yeah.
So I mean, they don't seem like they have very very much doubt.
I mean, they gave him 88.
Yeah, they're getting it done.
I think what he's saying is, no, you know how great I am. You made me change my number to 88. I'm an important part of Cowboys history, and I might be the best 88. Yeah, that's right. I said it. I do think CeeDee Lamb's the best 88. So you're going to pay me like that, and I'm close enough to the top that I'm going to set the market money. But that's what are we on here? Day 8. So by the time we get through the first preseason game, I'd be surprised if no deal's done.
I'm hoping this weekend for that. I always, coming into this, I always thought it was going to take about 10 days to get this done.
I think this is the longest holdout I've ever seen, though.
I thought it was going to be done by now.
Yeah.
What about, what was Martin? How long was Martin's last
4 days or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, we were still here, and Martin got done.
Okay, is the Rangers season over as we sit here on the heaviest day of the Rangers season so far? I don't remember getting the wind taken out of my sails harder than at any point since losing Game 5 to the Astros there at the Globe. I mean, obviously not that bad, but it's sort of, holy crap, what exactly are we looking at here as hopes and dreams are having to be reimagined? What do you guys say? Are we done, Ski? Call your shot right now.
I just don't have faith anymore that the bats are going to just magically come alive. I think now we've seen, Josh Young was kind of the last hope. And maybe it's going to take more than just a single series, and that will help. But, I mean, you just haven't seen consistently Garcia, Heim, like these guys turn the corner and just give you a solid month even when it comes to offense production. So, I mean, the lineup top to bottom just has not clicked consistently. I don't think that it will this year. So for me, I get it. You're just still 4.5 back. The division's going to have us talking like they've got a chance all year long. And, hey, if you can get in, that's a team with their pitching staff that's been there, done that. they'll have a chance, but I don't know, man. I got my doubts right now.
Sounds like he's waving the flag to me.
Man, did you quit? I thought you were cheerleader man.
No, I've not quit. I look at this, though, like if you started a season 0-2, like that's how many games Young's been back, you would say, okay, that's not ideal, but I want to see this team play about 2 weeks. By the time we get to the middle of August, I'll know for sure.
Yes, I think we know what happened last year in August. Things got away from him in a huge way, and they recovered. Okay, so this could be one of those turning point kind of months here, and I still want to hold out some hope. We've been waiting for Josh Young. You still have the opportunity for a guy like DeGrom to make an appearance in here. I think that's very, very exciting. So I still want to give him probably, and the division is allowing for this. In a lot of years, it's like you just look at the division and you say, sorry, man, you're just mathematically, it's borderline impossible. They are keeping this door open for you. And so I think I got probably another 2 weeks worth of hope to see if you can get this thing start going the right way. And then if not, then you punt going into basically September.
9 games.
You got 9 more games?
9 games.
All right.
3, Boston, Houston, Boston. We'll see. Maybe
they got to win the Houston series.
Maybe throw in there the Yankees. Maybe go 12. I'm waiting until after the Yankees series. And if it's completely wheels off at that point, they've lost me. But I'm giving them 12 games.
Yeah, and I would bet on them winning 7 or 8 of these next 12 games.
Okay.
And
Let's
doing
go.
well. I looking at the team, knowing what they've done, I can't imagine them continuing to play this bad. Like, I don't look at it like, okay, guess what? The Rangers actually aren't that good. All of these amazing players, they just all hit a point in their career where they're no longer going to be good. I think it's like, you've seen a really good team struggle now for 4 months, and they're due to come out of this at any time now. It's already defying expectations that you would struggle this much for this long with this amount of talent. There's no way in hell that's going to happen for 6 straight months. And if it's the division or if it's due to your own player, whatever it is, they're still in the hunt. I love what Bochy had to say. Playing time will be impacted by lack of production. I think that puts everybody on notice. It puts everybody on edge a little bit. That's exactly what you need to sort of get them out of this funk.
12 games.
Yeah. Okay, how about some around the Olympics? This is Sasha Ritchie in the Morning News. Great Olympics gossip piece here today on Simone Biles and her former teammate, who it spilled over onto social media in a pretty dramatic way here. Mm-hmm. When Biles dropped out of the Tokyo competition, it was Skinner who took her place in the vault event. Biles encouraged Skinner, cheered for her on the sidelines. 3 years later, Skinner has apparently blocked Biles on Instagram, which got everybody talking. Yes. This is absolutely when maybe, girl time and social media comes into our sports world in the biggest possible way when gymnastics are taking center stage. So what happened? After Biles and Team USA won gold Tuesday, Biles posted a photo captioned, "Lack of talent, lazy Olympic champions," alluding to a YouTube video Skinner posted shortly after Olympic trials in June. In the now deleted video, Skinner, talking about the team selected for the Paris Games, said, "I feel like the talent and the depth just isn't like what it used to be. I mean, obviously a lot of girls don't work as hard. The girls just don't have the work ethic."
Wow. Wow.
So everything came full circle. That's exactly what you need to be at the top of your game, and obviously Biles is, and she won an individual all-around gold today, right?
She did.
So
And
team gold. And
her squad that got called out, they all get the gold medals as well. So, my goodness, dude, you don't call somebody out for their work ethic, man. That's going to offend anybody.
Yes, and in Skinner's video from June, she said that the reason that for the team being soft or lacking work ethic was because of abuse reforms known as safe sport. Coaches can't get on athletes, and they have to be really careful what they say. I have to do the safe sport thing as well for youth sports coaching, and it is pretty intense how they're basically coaching the coaches into creating what they call a no fear environment. But it's all good like sports psychology, like how to be a better coach to help the kids be in the proper mindset for learning. So anyway, everything the Olympics has been through with that guy Larry Nassar and all of the different abuses that have come together to say that when many of the Olympic like stars' friends had been victims of it, it really made it a kind of a deep cutting story. And I imagine that is the kind of drama and rivalry there's no coming back from.
No, Michaela Skinner's never going to be on this team ever again. And honestly, she probably was done anyway. She didn't make the squad this year. She did win for the Volts, won silver in 2020. But this is a bad one. This is one you don't want to mess with if you're Michaela Skinner. She's done ski.
Yeah. It's just there's no way you're going to win this.
No.
In social media,
you're calling out your teammates. I mean, come on now.
Apparently, she's got a reputation of being toxic and them like having to distance from her in the past and them really not liking her when she was here. I guess that's why she became is she a Japanese Olympia now? She just kind of changed.
Is she competing for Japan?
Yeah, I think she.
Hey, go ahead, compete for another country.
FC Dallas having their worst season in a long time. Got worse last night playing in the Leagues Cup. They lost to Juarez, who was at the bottom of the table in Liga MX. So FC Dallas is now out of this tournament that you're supposed to be playing in over the next 3 weeks. It's a midseason tournament with all the teams from MLS and the top league in Mexico. And FCD will now not play again until August 24th when the regular season resumes. Maybe the most disappointing FC Dallas season of all time. It's nauseating, the developments.
I have them on notice when on my phone when they play. And I know the phone gives me the ESPN notice a lot of time, and they've lost.
Yeah.
And I kind of like, so I used to kind of always keep up with them. I haven't lately, which is a shame. But
it's hard to watch a losing product.
But they have
and
not.
It's what they get, when you think of Weston McKennie and Ricardo Pepe and Jesus Ferreira and Reggie Cannon, all these great players that have been here, you let them go. And then ultimately, you can't score enough goals, and maybe the fan base lack of interest can finally inspire the Hunt family to go ahead and throw around just a few extra $1 million to give us a good team. I'd say the fan base has done their part over the years, sir. Yeah. Okay, I know operating in profit is great, but can you please just take care of us here? I think we've done more than enough. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where young Alec Medford has AM on the FM.
What does this button do? Please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. LA Live is no more for today. Lucius is back next week, so you can get LA Live back then. LA Live is always brought to you by Kissable Dental and their no-bill guarantee. Book online today at kissabledental.com. But today, it's AM on the FM. We got a question of the day just like LA Live. We'll get to that here in just a second. We're going to revisit the G-Bag of the Day winner, Eric Chiafalo, as well. Nice. Yes, I didn't forget, Cheech. I didn't forget. And we're going to address the rumors that Walchuk and Chiafalo have been spreading for probably 3.5 years now.
Oh, my gosh. Are you finally going to take your shirt off?
I'm going to address the rumors. That's all I'm going to say. It's called a tease. We're going to get to that.
Damn time.
Free the Pierce nipple, man.
Yeah, we're going to get to that here in just a little bit. The Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line is 877-881-1053 to get involved in the conversation. We're live on Twitch and YouTube as well. Get involved there. I was texting our good buddy Ruben Portillo earlier.
Ruby.
And he asked me a great question. He said, what is something that feels totally illegal but it's not? And that's going to be your question of the day. 877-881-1053. Because for him, he said taking snacks and food back to his hotel room feels illegal. And for me, mine that instantly popped up was when I was back at the All-Star festivities a couple weeks ago. I was leaving after the home run derby, and for the media, they gave us these little meal vouchers. So I was like, okay, I need to spend this before I leave. And I hadn't eaten yet. I was kind of hungry. I'm like, okay, I'm going to take something. I'm going to go to Golden Chick. I'm going to get the tender meal. I'm going to shove it in my backpack and go home. And that's exactly what I did because the home run derby was already over. So
there you go.
I was like, this just feels weird. There's a crowd of people around me. I'm shoving Golden Chick in my backpack, which it already feels weird having a backpack inside of a venue. where they're so strict about bag sizes and everything, but bag check and everything, I'm like, I've got free space in here. I'm going to shove the little gold chick box in here. Why not?
You would, you little redheaded baddie.
Yeah, so all right. We're not going to continue that. If you listen on the weekends, you'll understand that reference. I appreciate that, Zach.
Hey,
but.
I got one for you here, Medford. I like to pop into my local Sprouts grocer, okay, from time to time. Borderline every day after a nice little workout, and just see if they have any yellow sticker meat, which means they have now lowered the price of the about to expire meat. And I would say I'm batting like, 200 walking in there and seeing the cheaper meat. And it's a yellow sticker, and I can see it from a decent distance. I will walk into Sprouts.
Because your eyes now.
Every morning, thanks
Damn
to Brooks
right.
ISO. She called there, brought us. I will walk in there, and if I don't see yellow stickered meat, I will turn around and walk right out. And there's something that feels weird about entering a store and then walking out without purchasing anything, and you want to make sure that all the register ladies know, like, hey, pockets are clear. I'm not stealing anything. I showed up. I don't want what you have because you didn't downgrade the price, and now I'm going to, I'll be back tomorrow.
Okay.
That feels illegal.
You're a big cheap meat guy. I see. I like it.
I'll tell you what, something that's happened to me, and it's the older you get, it happens more. You mentioned going into stores. I've gone into stores just to use the restroom.
Yeah.
And not buy anything.
Oh, that's a good one.
I've gone in, and like you were talking about and I tried one time at a CVS to buy something but they didn't have, I was looking for this Dove exfoliation soap. I was going to buy the liquid version.
I had no idea you exfoliated.
I was going to buy the liquid version of it, and they didn't have it. And then I kind of felt like, okay, well, do I ask for something else? But this CVS literally on Inwood Road saved my life because I'd had some Chinese food and the soy sauce.
Ooh.
Oh, no.
That'll tear you up.
And I had to pull.
Post-buffet.
Yeah.
I had to pull over like quickly.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking CVS this is my only shot. If they weren't going to let me use the restroom, they would have had to clean up an aisle too. But but it's happened to me now like 3 different times.
Yeah.
That I've had to go into a store and use their facility, but I didn't buy anything.
Happened to Bassick one year. We were trying to get from LAX up here to Oxnard, and we're going through that North LA area where there's a big homeless or transient issue, and they had all the public restrooms locked up. He couldn't find one. He ultimately just had to pull a power play on somebody like at a grocery store, like, no, seriously, I need to use your restroom immediately.
Or the
We
old
have an
Pringles
emergency. No, he didn't go there. I think maybe trying on shoes and then going home and ordering them online just feels illegal to me.
Okay.
I'm not a supporter of that.
I like that.
That's a good one.
Driving in the HOV lane.
You make that a common occurrence, don't you?
You know what? Yeah. I've joined you on that.
That's something that's illegal that maybe shouldn't be.
Yeah, I think so. I think I think we should be allowed to do that.
It always feels illegal to pass a cop on like the highway or something.
Yeah,
Like,
or just like being followed by one. I'm like, what have I done? I'm going the speed limit, but I feel like I'm about to do something wrong.
This might be too serious, but when you have elected officials that retire and go work for the industries that they pass laws to benefit, that seems like a conflict of interest to me.
Okay. Let's see. Let's go to the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line, see what we got here from the 214. Taste testing a bunch of different ice cream flavors at a Baskin-Robbins.
Oh, you know what? I got behind a lady the other day that was doing that, and I couldn't get service because she had to try everything in Cooler 3.
Oh, no.
Before I'm kind of like, ma'am, I'll buy you one. I did. I go, ma'am, I'll buy you one. Just pick it. I'll buy it. Just to get her going.
I don't get people that are in a long line and then they get to the front. They're like, okay, now it's my turn to just disrespect everybody's time. Like we're all going to take our turn to be on center stage and take as much bleeping time as we want. I just don't get it,
See, from the 214, drinking and eating at an all-inclusive and not quote-unquote paying each time. That's got to be a weird thing. I've never experienced it. I haven't done the cruise experience or anything yet.
See, the cruise thing you pay for, though. Like, you pay for that drink package.
Yeah.
So I'm like,
But you went way over, didn't you?
Oh, I made the most of that, 100%.
As you should. I appreciate that. Let's see from the 817. Hell yeah, rotten meat section goes crazy.
I'm telling you, dude, it's not quite rotten.
How close is it to being rotten?
Oh, you showed it to me the other day. I thought there were some good deals, man.
Is the yellow like a warning label? Like, warning, warning, don't eat.
It's like, go take it home and cook it within the next 2 days.
Yeah. Like, get that bad boy in the freezer, man.
I mean, hey, I was always taught that yellow means proceed with caution. So,
yeah, I think that's a fair point there, Medford. Like, understand what you're getting into here, but you're going to pay, like, you're going to get like a 20% discount.
Sure. From the 903 day drinking, if you ask Broadus at a World Series parade, that's not illegal.
Nope, not at all. Medford and I got really drunk. We did.
That was a good time.
Oh, I did.
That was a real good time. I tell people to this day, I felt like Stone Cold Steve Austin. Like, everywhere I looked, someone was just tossing me a beer. It was wonderful. It's a great experience.
He had that margarita funnel.
I went like 20 years without a Budweiser, and I think I had 14 of them that day.
You did.
And then, I told you the guy ran out. He looked at me and goes, Broadus, we're out of beer. And all I could think to do was hug the guy. I'm like, "Go, come here." I gave him a hug. And I went and found somebody else that had beer.
You did good today, kid.
Yeah, I didn't even ask Broadus how many he had. I just knew by the hug he gave me.
Yeah.
I knew about how many. I had a good estimation of what was going on there.
It was a lot. Hey,
Broadus was getting real handsy that day.
I appreciate you guys taking care of me that day.
Oh, that was a
beer
good
brings
time.
the world together.
Yeah.
It does. And keep those coming in, 877-881-1053.
Too bad. No more parades.
Yeah, at least for a while. As tradition here at this time, saw it every day in the G-Bag Nation, I want to revisit the G-Bag of the day. It originally airs at 2:30 weekdays here on The Fan, but a special reason why I'm replaying it is because it includes a man on this very show, Eric Chiafalo, probably 95% hungover with the RJ and Chop show here this morning at training camp.
Oh, yeah, and the thing to do, like, early on as well, if, like, a choppy situation is taking place in the guys, is just go to the girls. There's no.
Oh, wow. Early enough in the morning.
You used to do that at nights, didn't you?
I may still do that in the afternoon from time to time at the station.
Wow.
After 5 o'clock,
That's risky.
it's clear out.
It's kind of risky.
Once we hit the
Risky.
expressway in the G-Bag Nation, there is no risk involved. There is not a female soul to be found on floor 11. So you may or may not find me on Nancy's throne from time to time.
Nancy. The Grande shout out right there.
Yeah. Nance, which one did you use today? Okay, great.
Oh, and then you go on her? You go to her? What did you just say? On her.
Listen.
Oh, Eric's going to the.
Oh my God! I love. There's nothing better than most people hate it. To me, nothing better than a warm toilet seat.
Nothing better than a warm toilet seat, boys.
Of course, as he's walking into the men's room with no shoes on
her?
Yeah.
Yeah, on her.
On her.
What?
Yeah. Old Sean.
Oh, man. That was great. And Cheech, I might not be here all the time, but just know I got eyes and ears everywhere.
You do. You do. I'm learning that about you.
Well played there, Medford.
Yeah, and I got eyes and ears everywhere because sometimes I have to with you guys, especially Walchuk and Chiafalo, because about 3.5 years ago or so, a allegation was made that a certain person by the name of Alec Medford might have pierced nipples because I have a lot of tattoos.
You were voted as most likely at the station to have his nipples pierced.
You told us you had your nipples pierced.
I never said that. These are allegations. I wish I had the Rick Ross drop. Accusations. False accusations. But I wasn't going to address it today. But during a commercial break, I have a group chat with my friends, Fantasy Football League. I got a video in that group chat from my buddy Jackson. And I open it up, and he just says, "Alec, show us your bleeping nipples." And that's how I knew. That's how I knew that, one, my friends are Tolos. I appreciate that. And two, the entire group chat for the past probably hour and 20 minutes has not stopped asking me to prove that they either are or not pierced.
They're
I just want to
pierced.
thank you guys for that.
You're welcome.
That's awesome, dude.
I don't know why you don't show them off